Li Changsheng was originally a genius demon seed of the heavenly demon sect, yet he was forced to infiltrate the number one righteous immortal sect, Xuanduguan, as a mole. The problem was that this place only recruited those who possessed merit chi, whereas his body was filled with an overwhelming blood slaughter aura. If his identity were ever exposed, the only possible end would be the total shattering of his soul. To survive, he did not hesitate to sell out every fellow demonic mole around him. But during the inner sect examination, a world-shaking phenomenon suddenly descended upon him. The Xuanhuang Merit Pagoda identified him as a once-in-a-millennium righteous genius, causing the entire high-level leadership of Xuanduguan to scramble to take him as a disciple. No one knew that this holy son of merit, cherished by the entire sect, was actually the most dangerous demon cultivator hiding in the heart of the righteous path. Will Li Changsheng rise to the highest position in Xuanduguan, or will his identity be exposed, leading to his death and the end of his path? Please follow the story with Kingdom Manhwa. The story begins with the image of Li Changsheng clenching his fists and cursing through gritted teeth. Damn demon sect. He scratched his head in frustration and cursed. They actually pushed me, a demon seed with extraordinary innate talent, to infiltrate the world's number one righteous sect, Xuanduguan, as a mole. In an instant, a demonic image flashed through his mind. It turned his face pale. Was being a mole something you could just do because you wanted to? A magnificent space appeared before his eyes. As the world's premier righteous sect, Xuanduguan is a prestigious faction with true power. Starting from the qi refining stage, one begins to advance based on merit. After calming down for a few minutes, Li Changsheng pondered, what on earth is this qi specialized in merit? I thought. I am a demon seed with extraordinary talent. I entered the demonic path long ago through bloodslaughter. Qi. An image of his darkened demonic form entering the interview area appeared. Two female ghost cultivators nearby appraised him. This newcomer is so cute. Big sister really likes him. His blood slaughter chi is so strong, I want to dual cultivate with him. Li Changsheng sighed. It was not quite right to be forced to change professions now. Xuanduguan is about to hold the inner sect disciple selection exam, and the focus of the assessment is the amount of merit chi one possesses. As long as a disciple does good deeds and gains virtuous roots, their merit chi will be dense. During the examination, Xuanduguan will use a chi induction array to help outstanding disciples condense a merit foundation, even helping them step directly into the foundation establishment stage. This is the benefit that Xuanduguan, the number one righteous sect, provides to its elite disciples. He smirked smugly. Actually, I reached the qi refining stage long ago, and I have even hit the peak of qi refining. Suddenly, his face darkened. But damn it, I do not have even a single shred of merit qi. Once the Xuanduguan higher-ups see this blood slaughter qi, I will be eliminated. His name is Li Changsheng. Surprisingly, at first he thought he had transmigrated into an ancient feudal world. Li Changsheng thought that by relying on his modern knowledge, he could easily win over some wealthy ladies, perhaps take the imperial exams to become the top scholar, and from then on reach the peak of life. An image of a handsome top scholar surrounded by beauties appeared, but when he looked back, he discovered this world has cultivation. He held a sword, eyes fixed on his goal. Everyone around was screaming in panic. Monsters, save me, run, great cultivator, save us. Li Changsheng spent every day running around to escape them. After that, he began planning how to enter an immortal sect, training hard every day. But just as he finished his plan, the town where Li Changsheng lived after transmigrating was massacred by disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Because of his cultivation talent, he escaped death and was forced to join the heavenly demon sect. Old memories surfaced. Since he was here, he decided to accept it calmly. Even though in his heart, Li Changsheng was a good person who loved peace, he still had to hold a wooden plaque carved with Demon Cultivator Note 9527. But once in the demon sect, one must do as the demons do. Li Changsheng walked over the corpses of others. Thus he spent half a year, walking and walking, to kill all the heavenly demon sect disciples who had massacred the small town that day. He successfully condensed blood slaughter chi and stepped into the chi refining stage. Because of this, he caught the eye of the heavenly demon sect's higher-ups. He thought his demonic path would be smooth from then on, and his plan was set. Then those damn heavenly demon sect higher-ups actually sent me to Xuanduguan as a mole. Li Changsheng's face was pitch black as he cursed inwardly. Li Changsheng was suspicious. Because the special effects were too obvious, there was no way to hide it. His eyes were blood red, and his hands were full of blood slaughter chi. Looking at his palms, he thought, damn heavenly demon sect. Didn't I just not kill an outer elder's son? I already forgave that guy. Yet they repaid my kindness with enmity.
Changsheng, come here quickly. There is something fun to see. A voice called out as a bright golden token appeared.
There is something fun to see, the other side kept urging. Running from a distance, Li Changsheng saw Li Daoyan waving at him. Changsheng, over here. Li Changsheng thought Li Daoyan, born into the Lai cultivation clan, has domineering talent, but as for his intelligence, He hesitated. His emotional intelligence is even worse. But he has a beautiful aunt, Li Changxi, whose beauty can topple cities and ruin nations. An image of a blue-haired girl flickered in Li Changsheng's memory. Li Changxi is one of the 8 lineage masters of Xuandu Guan, possessing immense prestige. Since meeting Li Changxi, Li Daoyan has become my best friend at Xuandu Guan, Li Changsheng recalled. Xuandu Guan is the #1 immortal sect in this world, and that #1 position was of course earned through battle. Furthermore, Xuandu Guan possesses the world's ultimate defensive treasure, the Xuanhuang Merit Pagoda. For countless years, no matter how arrogant or tyrannical the demonic path was, the defense of the Xuanhuang Merit Pagoda could never be breached. For this reason, all the great demon sects have tried to infiltrate Xuandu Guan to destroy it from within. Li Changsheng pondered for a long time. Li Dayan walked beside him, praising him incessantly. Changsheng, your eyes are truly as sharp as torches. You were right. That guy Bing Zipping was actually a demonic mole who snuck in. Excited, he went on a long rant. When you reported him, my aunt quickly sent people to investigate his background and confirmed he was from the heavenly demon sect.
Changsheng, how did you know that guy Bing Zipping had a problem?
When we lived together before, I heard him talking in his sleep, Li Changsheng replied calmly. Though he said that, Li Changsheng was calculating sinisterly in his mind. How can a mole talk in their sleep? That is basic knowledge. Anyway, the mission the demon sect gave me was to perform well and gain a foothold in Xuandu Guan, then climb as high as possible. Remembering that day, he had told Li Changxi bluntly, Senior sister, I want to report this person. He has a treacherous look in his eyes. He must be a demonic spy. She nodded and said slowly, that is right, you have achieved a great merit. Men, seize this little demonic thief. Back in his room, Li Changsheng reclined and sighed. The demon sect has so many idle people, so on what basis did they force me to be a mole? Damn it, then do not blame me for selling out Bing Zipping as a pledge of loyalty. It is also a good chance to test Xuandu Guan's attitude toward heavenly demon sect moles. Li Changsheng pretended to be surprised. Right, he turned to ask Li Daoyan, how is Bing Zipping now? The boy smiled brightly and replied casually, you are too late. His soul has already been shattered, and now only a pool of blood remains. That answer made Li Changsheng break into a cold sweat inwardly. He asked, why not try to enlighten him? Maybe he would have realized his mistakes and turned to the right path. The other sighed and rambled, Changsheng, you are good at everything, except you're too naive. How can a demon child from the heavenly demon sect ever turn over a new leaf? His voice rose steadily. In fact, those young demons who condense blood slaughter chi have all been murderers, likely killing more than one person. If you encounter them, just kill them immediately. Being kind to them is being cruel to yourself. His voice turned cold. Li Daoyan suddenly shouted, oh right, my aunt told me that when she searched Bing Zipping's soul, she discovered that the heavenly demon sect had sent many more moles into our ranks. Their specific identities are unknown, but they will surely be exposed during the inner sect exam. Li Changsheng was startled to hear this. Imagining the scene of him being surrounded and captured, Li Daoyan warned, Changsheng, you must be careful with those young demons during this time. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. Someone might come looking for revenge because you reported them. Hearing this, Li Changsheng sighed and replied, I will be careful. The way the demon sect does things is truly damnable. Li Daoyan put an arm around his shoulder and teased, Changsheng, you earned merit by reporting Bing Zipping and your talent and bone structure are very good. Plus, with our relationship, my aunt said that once you pass the inner sect exam, you can directly become her disciple. He suddenly knelt down, puckering his lips in a flattering way. Changsheng, this is a chance to soar to the heavens. From now on I will be clinging tightly to your great leg. This scene made Li Changsheng feel awkward. He frowned and said, brother, get down first. This scene is too an eyesore. Li Changsheng sat leisurely on the porch of his residence. Suddenly, the blood slaughter chi rising from him took him by surprise. Oh no, my cultivation has reached chi refining perfection. I could break through to foundation establishment at any moment, he thought to himself. With blood slaughter chi this dense, being in Xuandu Guan is no different from handing out merit points to others. Don't panic. Do not panic. There must be a way. A deep warm voice echoed a shocking announcement. Outer disciples take note. The sect master was appointed yesterday and has some free time today, so he will personally preside over the chi induction array and begin the inner sect exam. A disciple who was practicing stopped in shock upon hearing this. Outer disciples, hurry to the square for the assessment. Another disciple collapsed in despair upon hearing the announcement. Someone else had just woken up, stretching and yawning. The inner sect assessment begins. As the announcement ended, disciples swarmed toward the large square. People took their stances, ready to face one another. Xuandu Guan's cultivation technique is the chi induction mantra, and what it induces is merit chi from the void. Xuandu Guan selects disciples based on talent, bone structure, and background, but the most important factor is merit. Xuandu Guan believes only those with merit chi are true disciples who meet their requirements. By acting heroically, helping the weak, and saving the people, one naturally gains merit. For such disciples, there is no need to worry about their character, and Xuandu Guan can nurture them with peace of mind. Li Changsheng pondered for a long time. He had never dared to practice the chi induction mantra because he had other plans in mind. He frowned. What he induced was only blood slaughter chi. While meditating, Li Changsheng thought deeply. I was planning to find an excuse to skip the pre-exam check. Who would have thought Xuandu Guan would launch a surprise attack? Think, what good things have you done before? An elder bowed and asked the sect master. Sect master was not the inner sect disciple assessment originally set for 3 days from now. He replied slowly, it just so happens I have some time now, so let us conduct it early. The other could not help but wonder, evaluating inner disciples is a small matter.
Why must you do it yourself?
He explained patiently, everything leads to rise or fall. I wanted to see our Xuandu Guan's new seeds. Since senior sister Linglong entrusted Xuandu Guan to me, I must do my best and not be negligent. Sect master Linglong was invincible under heaven and had elevated Xuandu Guan to the status of the #1 immortal sect. If a predecessor does a great job, the successor faces immense pressure. The other seemed to realize the truth, so that is how it is. The sect master is wise. If one cannot win with strength, one must at least show the right attitude. Shortly after, other voices called out one by one, greetings, sect master. Among them was Li Daoyan's aunt. Li Changxi also greeted him. Greetings, sect master. He looked toward the square and declared, don't worry, the chi induction array has just begun to take effect. Let the merit chi fly for a while, and you will see it very soon. A lineage master stepped forward and asked him, sect master, are there any merit seeds this time that might surprise you? He thought for a moment and said, most outer disciples have just entered the chi refining stage and are under 30. With such short lives and limited experience, it is very rare to generate merit chi. Don't hope for too much. The other continued talking. Senior brother Yue said that our Xuandu Guan's recruitment requirements are truly too harsh. Other sects only consider talent and temperament, but we require disciples to activate merit chi while under 30 and still in the chi refining stage. Li Changxi spoke up. Disciples should be valued for quality over quantity. Xuandu Guan has never prioritized numbers to win. Among the great immortal sects, our Xuandu Guan has always had the fewest members, yet we remain the best in the world. The chatter did not stop. Even so, being under 30 and in the chi refining stage while inducing merit chi is indeed too difficult. Suddenly someone replied, last time, only 13 people passed the inner sect exam. He stroked his long beard and appraised, the quality of disciples this time is not as good as the last. This old man worries whether the entire group will be wiped out. The other was stunned, letting out a confused huh. From high above they looked at Li Changsheng and exclaimed, oh, look, is that a lotus petal from the golden lotus of merit? Another lineage master shouted in excitement, a single lotus petal, it represents that he has saved at least 100,000 lives. This lad has a bloodline affinity with my Shanto. He laughed loudly and said, this old lady is good at lying. This person is clearly a genius of our Yangxia lineage. The sect master looked at the two of them and reminded them with a smile, both of you are lineage masters. Can you act with some dignity? It is just a single lotus petal. It is not yet at the point where you need to fight over him. Sudden shouts rang out, oh my god, human Dao merit, the Xuanhuang light envelopes the world. Li Changsheng looked at his palm and wondered, merit chi actually descended from the sky. I do not need to run anymore. The chi induction array can make mistakes, but the Xuanhuang merit pagoda, the world's #1 treasure, cannot. The sect master continued to watch him intently from above, thinking to himself, I have just taken over Xuandu Guan, and already a disciple acknowledged by the Xuanhuang merit pagoda has appeared. This symbolizes heavenly mandate, the hope that under my leadership, Xuandu Guan will flourish. This is a great omen. Having thought this, he shouted in joy, an omen. This is a grand omen. This boy, could he be a reincarnated great power? Moreover, a great power of our righteous path. Otherwise, how could he have such merit chi at such a young age? Seeing this, one lineage master turned to discuss with the others. A true immortal reincarnation appearing in Xuandu Guan has only happened twice by chance. Could this time also be some great figure? Perhaps a true immortal great power from the upper realm? Li Changxi said coldly to him, not necessarily. She slowly recounted, this boy's name is Li Changsheng. He comes from the branch of my Li family, and is protected by us. His background was very ordinary, but not long ago, he asked my nephew to secretly report a heavenly demon sect mole to me. The female lineage master next to her gasped. He spoke up, no wonder you executed an outer disciple earlier. But reporting a single heavenly demon sect mole would not bring Li Changsheng this much merit, right? Li Changxi continued, under normal circumstances, that would be true. But it was different with that mole. That mole was the illegitimate son of the heavenly demon sect leader. The whole group, listening like a gossiping crowd, said in unison, an illegitimate son. He thought about the scene of Li Changsheng facing off against the heavenly demon sect, and said, excellent. This boy has not even reached foundation establishment, yet he is already an irreconcilable enemy of the world's strongest demon lord. The image of old demon Yu and Li Changsheng appeared in his mind, making him shiver in admiration. Hearing this, he stroked his beard and calculated. Old demon Yu of the heavenly demon sect is the demon lord who rivals senior sister Linglong. This boy will be under immense pressure. Old demon Yu's illegitimate son, how interesting. Old Demon Yu had a marriage alliance with the saintess of the Heiwen sect, but they produced a useless child with no cultivation talent. He continued, the illegitimate son who died must have been Old Demon Yu's true successor, one destined to become a giant arm of the demonic path, created to commit boundless slaughter. The other female lineage master wondered, why would Old Demon Yu dare send his illegitimate son to our Xuandu Guan? Was he certain he could pass our assessment? Li Changxi smiled and replied, he was indeed very confident. She said, after investigating, I found that Old Demon Yu specifically sent people to massacre 100,000 lives for this illegitimate son, then beat the butcher until he had only one breath left so the son could deliver the final blow. Imagining a sea of blood sent shivers down her spine as she said, if Li Changsheng had not reported it, these merit phenomena today might have been caused by that illegitimate son. Li Changxi continued, those in the demonic path stop at nothing, but only a few can create something of this scale. Old Demon Yu's situation is different. The Hewan sect is a major sect, no less famous than the Heavenly Demon sect, and the Hewan Saintess is not a useless person who can be manipulated by him. If this illegitimate son appeared in the Heavenly Demon sect, the Hewan Saintess would have killed him directly. Since he is just an illegitimate son, his death would not matter much. If his illegitimate son could become a disciple of Xuandu Guan and even display merit phenomena, our Xuandu Guan might have truly put all our effort into nurturing him. She voiced her concerns. Li Changxi sighed and concluded, Xuandu Guan is the #1 immortal sect of the righteous path, while the Heavenly Demon sect is the #1 leader of the demonic path. The sect master clenched his fists in frustration. With Old Demon Yu's support, the future of this illegitimate son would indeed have been limitless. It would not have been impossible for him to take over our Xuandu Guan in the future. Although this is just a deduction, it is not entirely impossible. He suddenly asked her curiously, right, how did Li Changsheng find out? Which left Li Changxi quite surprised. She suddenly let out a shy laugh. Li Changsheng heard the illegitimate son talking in his sleep. At that moment there was only the silence as everyone was speechless. Li Changxi said, so, according to my judgment, Li Changsheng is likely not a reincarnated true immortal great power from the upper realm. Rather, it is likely he accidentally ruined Old Demon Yu's plan, and the opportunity Old Demon Yu created for his illegitimate son was snatched away by him. Finally, the sect master concluded, regardless of whether Li Changsheng is a reincarnated true immortal or just happened to foil a plot against our Xuandu Guan, these are merit seeds that our Xuandu Guan must support with all our might. If Li Changsheng is not a reincarnated true immortal, we must nurture him with even more focus. The other lineage master agreed. The sect master is right. A reincarnated true immortal naturally has a background, but if Li Changsheng is a blank slate, that is even better. If Li Changsheng is a blank slate, he will obviously have a greater sense of belonging to Xuandu Guan. Moreover, Xuandu Guan is the righteous path after all. Though young, Li Changsheng has already become the sworn enemy of the Heavenly Demon sect leader. If Xuandu Guan cannot protect Li Changsheng, how can we talk about eliminating demons and defending the Tao? Suddenly the sect master stroked his beard and said offhandedly, I think Li Changsheng can become my disciple. These words immediately made Li Changxi's face turn dark.
No.
She hesitated. Sect master, I already promised Li Changsheng. He performed a great service by exposing the Heavenly Demon sect mole as long as he passes the inner sect disciple examination. Li Changxi continued, then I shall take him as my disciple. The four others once again held their heads in helplessness at her simplicity. Absolutely not. Sect master, do you and everyone else think I can't be a good master? Li Changxi turned on her heel defiantly, ignoring the sect master's attempts to stop her. Watching her leave, the sect master's mind was a mess of thoughts, wondering how to save her face. He stepped forward and told Li Changxi, you have taken 8 disciples, but all 8 are dead. Li Changsheng is a good kid. Please give him a path to live. She replied with a cold face, the world is but a great dream, so why worry about life and death? The beauty of a person's life lies not in the length of years, but in its breadth. 10 years of study under my guidance is worth more than 100 years lived like them. Besides, cultivation is an act of defying heaven. Life and death are common occurrences. Those previous 8 disciples lacked sufficient strength, which is why they could not break through the illusion of life and death. But Li Changsheng is different, Li Changxi said gently. She continued as she walked, he was able to condense a merit lotus petal while only at the chi refining stage, so I am very optimistic. He can inherit my mantle, shatter the illusions, and ascend as a true immortal, Li Changxi asserted. The sect master stood behind her, dazed. This is bad. She actually thinks she is alive today because of her own strength. It seems she skipped her medicine again and is going crazy. She walked straight ahead, rebuffing him. A mere body integration stage cultivator wants to ruin my Tao heart. I am perfectly normal. You are the one who is sick, drowning in an illusion without even knowing it. Li Changxi turned her head, mocking him with an annoyed expression. Forget it. Summer insects know nothing of ice, just as cicadas know nothing of spring and autumn. There are some things you would not understand even if I told you. In short, only I can teach this merit seed. Li Changsheng. Leaving him to you lot would be a waste of fine jade. Seeing the smell of gunpowder in the air, the sect master stroked his beard to mediate, then let Li Changsheng choose for himself. At the same time, Li Changsheng was in a state of panic. Oh no, my cultivation is about to lose control. I am on the verge of Foundation establishment. The disciples nearby shouted in shock. Look, someone is actually breaking through to Foundation establishment. Oh my god. Qi refining is the gate that filters out beings without the talent for cultivation. Foundation establishment is the second threshold of cultivation, and the most important one for distinguishing a cultivator's talent in the early stages. Foundation establishment screens for those with true talent, but only a few succeed. The failure rate at this stage is usually 10 to 1. Both his face and eyes began to radiate a bright golden light. Since the advent of Foundation establishment pills, the process has become much easier, but the success rate only increased to about 8 to 1. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Li Changsheng's mind. But wait, I am a mole. Is it really good to stand out this much? Finally he smirked, none of that matters anymore. His entire body and the tall tower behind him radiated that same dazzling golden aura. Li Changsheng stomped his foot on the ground and cursed inwardly. Mole, what mole? I am the #1 inner disciple of Xuandu Guan, a candidate for the future sect master and the star of hope for the righteous sects. What the hell am I afraid of? He thought. Besides, with a merit seed like me, even if I wanted to keep a low profile, my strength would not allow it. Li Changsheng suddenly remembered the old days. When he was in the heavenly demon sect, he lived very quietly, which led to an outer elder sending him to Xuandu Guan to die. No one in the high ranks of the demon sect protected him. That old man's voice echoed, "You brat, congrats on being chosen as a high-level mole. Tomorrow, find a chance to infiltrate Xuandu Guan with the other spies." He then decided, I will learn from that mistake. I must become an untouchable genius in the eyes of Xuandu Guan's leadership. Furthermore, after reaching Foundation establishment, the blood slaughter qi in my body surged instantly, making my physique 10 times stronger than before. It seems I can cultivate both merit qi and blood slaughter qi at the same time, Li Changsheng said while looking at his gradually changing body. The old sect master watched and evaluated him. Li Changsheng's merit has directly pushed him to the peak of the mid-stage Foundation establishment. Moreover, his physique far exceeds that of a normal cultivator. But why is there still blood slaughter qi inside him? Li Changshi stepped forward to explain. After discovering Bing Zipping was a heavenly demon sect spy, ordinary people would usually stay away to avoid trouble. But Li Changsheng decisively reported it to me. This proves the boy is resolute in slaughter. He is not the type of mediocre cultivator who has good intentions but no means. Based on his personality, he must have slain demons in the past, so it is no surprise he has some blood slaughter qi in him. That makes sense, the old man replied briefly. He raised his hand, performing a spell while saying, since Li Changsheng has performed a great service in exposing the demon sect leader's illegitimate son, showed such talent, and has the recommendation of lineage master Li. In an instant, Li Changsheng was brought up to the old man's eye level. He landed his feet on the ground. A man behind him spoke up. This is the sect master, who is also the master of our Xuandu Guan's 8 lineages. Why have not you paid your respects yet? Li Changsheng immediately turned and bowed obediently. Greetings, sect master. The old man smiled kindly and replied, and to the lineage masters as well. Li Changsheng, no need for formalities. I heard from lineage master Li that you reported a heavenly demon sect spy. Do you know that mole's identity? He replied with feigned confusion. What other identity could a heavenly demon sect mole have? He must have just been an ordinary disciple, right? The sect master explained with a wide smile. Unfortunately for him, your luck was too good. You happened upon a very special mole. You reported old Demon Yu's illegitimate son. But Li Changsheng only responded with another question. Who is old Demon Yu? The old man seemed to remember something. He stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, I almost forgot you come from an ordinary background, so it is natural you would not know. He patiently replied, Old Demon Yu is the sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. He is the strongest demon lord in the world. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng acted genuinely shocked. An image of a blood-red sky and the demon lord trampling over skeletons appeared in his mind. On the outside, he looked stunned, but inwardly he was cursing. Damn it, I just reported a random mole, and his background was that huge. Is the heavenly demon sect leader crazy, who sends their own son to Xuandu Guan to dance on his own grave? Li Changsheng was terrified. So from the very beginning, I became the sworn enemy of the strongest demon lord in the world. The old sect master continued to smile broadly to comfort him. Don't worry too much. Since you have joined Xuandu Guan, we will naturally protect you, he asserted firmly. Though old Demon Yu is strong, he cannot do anything to our Xuandu Guan. As for the person Xuandu Guan wants to protect, let no one dream of touching them. The old man spoke like a divine decree. Li Changsheng cursed in his heart. There is a saying about being a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no logic in defending against a thief for 1,000 days. But outwardly, he showed serious faith in the old man. If the heavenly demon sect leader wants me dead, he will have many ways to do it. The sect master walked and advised, don't worry, the cultivation world has its own rules. With old demon Yu's status, he is not allowed to move against you personally. If he does, our Xuandu Guan will surely retaliate equally or even doubly. Li Changsheng, you have now officially entered the inner sect of Xuandu Guan. If any demon master tries to bully the weak, even if they touch a single hair on your head, Xuandu Guan will annihilate all 10 of their true disciples. He cupped his hands in a bow. Thank you for your protection, sect master. But in his head he thought gloomily, this idea is too naive. Facing such hatred and expecting old demon Yu to follow the rules is like an ostrich sticking its head in the sand. You can't expect a grand demon lord who sent his own son to his death to follow any rule. Li Changshi also stepped up to reassure him. The news of you reporting Bing Zipping has not spread yet, so old demon Yu won't know. The sect master added, indeed. I will make everyone who knows about this swear an oath to the heavenly Tao not to spread it. Since you are a disciple of Xuandu Guan, we will protect you. Li Changsheng smiled brightly and bowed. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, Lineage Master Li. The old man decided to ask directly. All right, I called you here today to let you choose your apprenticeship. We are very pleased with your talent and merit. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Li Changsheng fell into deep thought. The sect master of Xuandu Guan was naturally the strongest lineage master and the biggest thigh to cling to. But the threat from old demon Yu was like a thorn in his side. Even though the sect master said he would make everyone swear a heavenly Tao oath, he still could not be completely at ease. He got straight to the point. This disciple is bold, but I asked the sect master, between you and old demon Yu, who is stronger? And there it was. The old man stood there with a blank face. Li Changsheng turned around curiously, wondering about the others, but the crowd behind them was dead silent. At this moment, only Li Changshi stepped forward to answer. Old demon Yu is the strongest demon lord in the world. Even in our Xuandu Guan, only one person can surpass him, the person recognized as the #1 individual in the present age, Linglong Fairy. Unfortunately, Linglong Fairy is currently focusing entirely on her tribulation for ascension, so she definitely won't take you as a disciple. She hesitated then added, however, Linglong Fairy is my mother. Li Changsheng instantly seized the opportunity and bowed to her. Greetings, master. As he knelt, he thought, my choice to take her as my master has nothing to do with the world's #1, Linglong Fairy. It is mainly because I think Li Changshi looks very kind-hearted. She took the chance to praise him. Your insight is not bad. You could tell at a glance that I am the best teacher. Let us go. In our lineage, we value quality over quantity when recruiting disciples. This time, I am only taking you. Even though you are joining as an inner disciple, you will receive the treatment of a true disciple. Li Changsheng replied with full sincerity. Thank you, master. Li Changshi laughed loudly and said, we are master and disciple now, no need for formalities. Then she performed a spell. As they both ascended into the sky, the sect master rubbed his temples and sighed. This is absurd. Just now, Changshi set up a soundproofing barrier around Li Changsheng to recruit him into the Yaoguang lineage, and she started cheating and deceiving again. The man next to him also sighed. This is normal. If it was not for her tricks, the Yaoguang lineage would not have had a single disciple for 3 years. Changshi could not even find an errand boy. The old man continued, I do not object to Changshi taking a disciple, but it is a pity to give Li Changsheng to her. Moreover, senior sister Linglong is her mother-in-law, not her biological mother, and Changshi's cultivation partner passed away long ago. Changsheng wants to hug senior sister Linglong's big leg, but given his talent and looks, having to live every day next to senior sister Linglong's widowed daughter-in-law, Changshi is truly killing people without shedding blood. The old man said slowly. The man replied, that is fine, but the problem is Changshi's cultivation methods are unreliable. The sect master hesitated. She might succeed, but the 8 disciples she took before were all ruined by her. I am very worried. Li Changsheng will be next. The lineage master added, it is too late for these words now. Li Changsheng has already performed the apprenticeship ceremony. It was his own choice. We have no reason to stop him. Finally, the old sect master walked away, saying, I wish Li Changsheng luck. You all worry about him, but I worry about Changshi. The lineage master sighed, followed by a sarcastic remark from someone else. I wonder if she took her medicine today. On the side of Li Changsheng and his master, the teacher led the way while the student followed for a long distance. He was once again immersed in thought. In both my lives, no matter which world I live in, circumstances are always more important than ability in 99% of cases. Until my strength can rival old demon Yu, Li Changshi's big leg is my most important protective talisman. I must maintain a good relationship with her. It would be best if we could become even closer. A bold thought appeared. Li Changsheng started calculating. Finding a godfather is a bit difficult, but finding a godmother carries no mental pressure. Linglong Fairy is Li Changshi's mother. If I marry Li Changshi, then Linglong Fairy becomes my mother. But how do I woo this beautiful master? Should I learn from the Return of the Condor Heroes novel? His unfinished thoughts were interrupted by her sweet voice. We have arrived. As soon as he saw the scene before him, Li Changsheng was stunned. Li Changshi flew up and opened a gate made of fire. Molten lava slowly coiled around him, causing Li Changsheng to unconsciously fly high into the air. Finally, they entered a completely different setting. Before him was the bright moonlight of a full moon, and next to the Forbidden Palace were the poetic pink hues of cherry blossom trees. The two of them stood one behind the other on a precarious cliffside. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Li Changshi, Master, what is this place? Look for yourself. What does this place look like? She asked back. Li Changsheng did not hesitate. It looks like the Moon Palace. She smiled and praised him. A child easy to teach. This is indeed the Moon Palace, which is also my temporary palace. Naturally, it will be your residence from now on. In his heart, he was ecstatic. Very good. This will be our wedding chamber in the future. Li Changshi pointed around while chatting away. The true Moon Palace is in the immortal realm. This place is just an illusion. The Yaoguang illusion can turn into anything your heart desires. I wanted to live in the Moon Palace, so I turned this place into it. Our Yaoguang lineage is unparalleled in the world regarding illusion techniques. At my level, even turning the false into reality is not an impossible dream, so you can consider this the real Moon Palace, she said. He heard this and replied, Master is mighty. Li Changshi turned and praised him. I like this style. If you have other preferences, you can create a different residence. Later, I will grant you some illusion permissions so you can use them as you please. Li Changsheng bowed to thank her and then flirted. I also like this style. It seems my aesthetic taste matches yours perfectly, Master. She laughed and reminded him. Not bad, you certainly have vision. Among the 8 lineages of Xuanduguan, Yaoguang is number 1. In the future, do not tarnish the reputation of our lineage. Hearing that, he acted like a top student to reassure his master. Rest assured, Master. This disciple will cultivate diligently to bring glory to you and the Yaoguang lineage. Li Changshi kept praising him. Very good, you truly deserve to be the only disciple I have recruited in the last 3 years. Li Changsheng grew narcissistic upon hearing this. I did not expect Master to go 3 years without a disciple only to make an exception for me. It is decided, after I marry her, I will be devoted to her until I die. He recalled the image of them both standing on the high mountain, seeing Li Changshi stretch out her hand and soar gracefully, then lean back and land gently on the ground. She sat on a throne surrounded by blue quartz. Seeing the vast palace made him feel a bit sentimental. Master, for tens of thousands of years, you have lived alone in this vast palace. Li Changsheng could not hide his surprise and a hint of pity. He looked at her and thought, cold moonlight, drinking alone in solitude, separated from the world, lonely and empty. It made anyone want to run over, hug her, and comfort her in her loneliness. Suddenly Li Changshi called out, Li Changsheng, how many memories of your past life do you remember? Good grief. A pale face and shock were his two states at that moment. Seeing his expression, she spoke up. Stop pretending. I know you are not from this world. But there is no need to be afraid because neither am I. And there it was. Li Changsheng's eyes were now wide open. She rested her chin on her hand, legs crossed, and asserted, you can hide it from the sect master and the others, but you can't fool me because we are the same kind of people. Let us officially get to know each other. I am the Lunar Star Sovereign. And which divine being from the immortal realm are you? Taoist friend. He could not suppress his panic now, thinking skeptically, no way. This beautiful master, is there something wrong with her head? Finally, Li Changsheng decided to answer hesitantly, I am the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole. Like finding gold, Li Changshi stood up abruptly and said, no wonder I felt like I would met you before when we first met. So Taoist friend is actually one of the 6 emperors, the Jade Clarity True King. You are indeed a man of your word, saying we would reunite in reincarnation. It turns out this is that moment. He put his hand to his forehead and sighed. Well, that is it. This beautiful master's brain definitely has a million problems. Li Changsheng rested his chin in thought. I was originally worried that she was a transmigrator like me. After hearing her speak, I wish she actually was a transmigrator. He looked at her and thought, because if she is not a transmigrator, combined with her words and actions, one can basically draw a bold conclusion. That is, Li Changshi is mentally ill. I thought I had just hugged a big leg, but looking at it now, it seems I have hugged a psychiatric patient. Even though her strength and status are real, Li Changsheng sighed again. He suddenly had a hypothesis, but if her brain does not work well, it is going to be really hard to feel safe. Since Taoist friend is one of the 6 emperors, then you are naturally qualified to discuss the Tao with me. As she finished speaking, an armchair was placed right next to her. She spoke politely, please, have a seat. At this point, he was truly panicked. Li Changsheng fell into a long train of thought. If I remember correctly from the legends, the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, also known as the Jade Clarity True King, is the ancestor of thunder and the source of thunder gods. After seeing him seated, she asked warmly, when did your true soul awaken? Taoist friend, Li Changsheng answered honestly, roughly a year ago. I just did not expect the Lunar Star Sovereign had also awakened her true soul. An image of Li Changshi in divine attire appeared. Li Changshi continued, I hold the Lunar Star. In ancient times, I was hailed as a great power alongside the East Emperor Demon Emperor. This mere illusion, even if created by a saint, how could it cause me to fall into oblivion? He covered his face in silence, though his heart was in an uproar. This lunatic has a rather well-contained worldview, does not she? Fortunately, I am no ordinary person. In my past life, I was a high-level VIP reader of Kidian novels, so when it comes to acting the part, I am not inferior to a crazy person. His thoughts ended as he replied, what the Star Sovereign says is absolutely correct. Although the saints are strong, we were lords of the immortal realm. Even if we can't break this illusion directly, staying sober is not difficult. She narrowed her eyes in annoyance. The true king is wrong to say that. Staying sober is only easy for you and me. But the other beings in this world do not have a foundation as profound as ours. They have all fallen into the illusion without even knowing it. Pathetic, pitiful. She uttered these last two words, making his head feel like it was about to explode. When you are strong, everything you say is right. Outwardly he asked caringly, why did the Star Sovereign fall into this illusion? She replied patiently, this story is very long. It involves the changing of eras and the shifting of overlords. I am a king of the old era, and the new era has no ship that can carry me. Li Changsheng rubbed his chin, chanting a mantra in his head, must endure, must not mock her. Even though she was delusional, she was indeed extraordinary. Outwardly, he pretended to understand and replied, so that is how it is. Suddenly, she spoke ambiguously about their relationship. Actually, the true king and I have a close relationship. It is just that my memory has not fully recovered yet. Otherwise, I would not need to explain so much. Hearing this, he felt a surge of panic in his heart. Damn it, I have to follow whatever story Li Changshi makes up, otherwise, there will be loopholes. Standing in unison with this big thigh is the only way to survive. Outwardly, he played along with a dazed expression, echoing her words. What the Star Lord says is absolutely correct. My memory has also been restored. He explained, the Star Lord governs the lunar star, which illuminates the heavens, and is a stellar sovereign equal in status to the solar star. As a ruler of the old era holding such authority, it is natural for the Star Lord to make the overlords of the new era feel uneasy. Li Changshi replied in agreement, the true king speaks sense. My excessive power is indeed one of the reasons. You and I, Star Lord, are truly kindred spirits. As one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court, the true king is nominally equal to Haotian. The images of the two deities appeared like a perfect pair. He pondered, is she referring to the Haotian emperor? She continued, but the cake of power is too small. Those like Haoshan and Ziwei who cling to authority will certainly not tolerate the true king. Li Changsheng followed the flow and replied, the Star Lord is extremely intelligent, and what you say is entirely accurate. In his mind, however, he was cursing, she is making less and less sense, but I can't refute her. I have to go along with it to keep clinging to this powerful backer. He prattled on, after the investiture of the gods, I ascended as the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, presiding over the cycle of life and death, rewarding good and punishing evil, controlling the clouds and rain, subduing demons, and commanding the thunder. Then Li Changsheng began to vent his grievances, governing the great Tao of the heavenly heart above and relieving the suffering of the netherworld below. My power was too great, so enemies were everywhere. Falling into this illusion this time. To be honest, I am ashamed to say that I still do not know which deity my opponent actually is. After listening, Li Changshi spoke more generously than usual. Haotian's strength was initially inferior to ours, but after he entered the heavenly court, bolstered by destiny, his strength is at most only slightly higher than ours. However, he absolutely could not have made us fall into an illusion without any resistance. I suspect that a quasi-emperor sage of the Western sect has secretly allied with Haotian. Therefore, we have fallen into the dream world of a quasi-emperor sage. Furthermore, our opponents might be more than one person. She recounted. An image of Li Changshi and him in an underlying war began to take root. In Li Changsheng's mind, he mocked, very good, the worldview of a lunatic is truly complete, with tight and perfect logic. Outwardly, he could only hum in agreement. If a quasi-emperor sage has made a move, then it won't be easy for you and me to break this illusion. Hearing this, Li Changshi comforted him. The true king does not need to worry too much. The deification war has already shattered the myth of the sage's immortality. Sages can be poisoned to death and can also be killed. Although Dongwang, Dijin, and the 12 ancestral witches failed before, it only proves their strength was not great enough. This sovereign wishes to attempt a rebellion against a sage and take their place, she said with firm conviction, glancing at him after finishing her sentence. His mouth twitched, but he only dared to lament in his heart. What a character! The more mentally ill she is, the more daring her thoughts become. As a transmigrator, I feel truly ashamed of myself. In the end, Li Changsheng still had to bow and thank her. The Star Lord has grand ambitions that I cannot match. Among 3 people walking, there must be one who can teach me. I hope the Star Lord will provide more guidance. Li Changshi sat grandly and remarked, the true king is not bad either. You realized early on that you would encounter danger, so you befriended me in advance and prepared many things. Now that we have reunited here, breaking the illusion is close at hand. Her words made his face turn increasingly pale. He wondered in his head, did I really sense danger and prepare in advance? Why does Li Changshi's voice sound more and more convincing? Finally, Li Changsheng spoke. I actually wanted to ask the Star Lord about this. How do we break this illusion? She replied slowly, this is not difficult. Since ascending to immortality is a rule stipulated by the heavenly Tao, as long as one ascends to immortality within the illusion, one can escape this realm and return to the immortal world. Li Changshi added sentimentally, the true king is a heavenly emperor. Although you attain the Tao after me, both you and I are Deluo, so I cannot insult the true king without reason. How about this? I will report to the temple master that from now on, the true king will call me senior sister. I will accept you on behalf of my master, so we remain of the same generation. She tilted her chin and asked, how is that? Li Changsheng replied with a squinting smile, then let it be as senior sister says. This matter is not important. He cupped his hands in a salute, then, my thanks to the Star Lord. Suddenly, a fat rabbit ran in shouting, oh no, master, you have not taken your medicine today. It gave him a start. Seeing his bewildered face, she quickly explained, this is a demon rabbit I have enlightened. It takes care of some chores in the palace for me. You can call it Steward Rabbit. It is a pity, its spirituality is far inferior to the Jade Rabbit in the Guanghen Palace. It still cannot see through the illusion. I have truly let the true king see something laughable. The chubby rabbit carried the medicine and walked inside. Li Changsheng smiled and replied, it is no matter. Those who understand me say my heart is sorrowful. Those who do not, ask what I am seeking. Li Changshi also smiled and said, the true king is indeed the true king. Looking across the world, only when discussing the Tao with you can I truly speak my mind. The demon rabbit urged anxiously, master, please drink the medicine quickly. This is what Fairy Linglong instructed. She sighed again, it is just an illusion after all. I can't bear it anymore, so I will just follow their wishes. Li Changshi whispered to him, true king, do not think I am actually sick. Li Changsheng nodded. That goes without saying. Then, Li Changshi drained the dose of medicine brought to her. Suddenly, she became confused, and asked, what are you sitting here for? Leaving him stuttering, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Li Changsheng's face looking like an unripe durian, Li Changshi burst into laughter and said, I am just joking. Don't worry true king, I am not sick. If we join forces, breaking this illusion is only a matter of time. The demon rabbit in the corner felt helpless. Great, master's illness is getting worse and worse. Half an hour later, he had moved outside the moon palace, following the demon rabbit who was leading the way. I will take you to your quarters. Li Changsheng flashed a bright smile, cupped his hands and replied, thank you, Steward Rabbit. He recalled that Li Changshi had already passed down to him the golden core inheritance of the Yaguang lineage. Holding a black card in his hand, Li Changsheng thought to himself, she also gave me this black card, saying it is the restricted access card for the moon palace. I can use this card to enter the palace and activate the moon palace's illusion for cultivation. He took a risk and called out, Steward Rabbit, about her master. The demon rabbit honestly recounted. There was a problem with her cultivation. The illusion techniques of the Yaguang lineage are unparalleled in the world, and master's supplementary cultivation of illusions is also called number 1 under heaven. However, because her illusion techniques far exceed master's own realm, its voice was filled with sorrow. It led her to believe that the entire world is just an illusion and that she is the only person who sees the truth. Li Changsheng secretly evaluated. That is hard to say. Then he asked, is the treatment not going well? The demon rabbit replied tartly, treatment is always ongoing, but as master's cultivation gets higher, the illness gets more serious. He asked curiously, is there any way to help her? It closed its eyes and replied, if one day you can find a woman more beautiful than master, then bring her to meet master. Perhaps that could cure it. The demon rabbit said mischievously. Li Changsheng was utterly confused and asked, why is that? The demon rabbit just let out a helpless sigh. It patiently explained, the reason master is convinced she is the lunar star lord is that she has never seen a woman more beautiful than herself. Therefore, she is confident she is the number 1 beauty of the immortal world. As if suddenly remembering something important, the rabbit switched to a harsh interrogation mode. That is right. Why does master call you true king? He scratched his chin and answered shyly. I am the reincarnation of the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, also known as the Jade Purity True Lord. It turned its head to evaluate him. Master is a madman pretending to be normal, and you are a normal person pretending to be mad. No wonder she took you as a disciple. Given your ability to adapt, perhaps you will be like a clap of thunder. Li Changsheng was startled and asked back. Longer than the 8 unlucky guys before you. Living longer than the 8 unlucky guys before me. What does that mean? The demon rabbit slowly approached him and asked, do you think you're the first inner disciple of the Yaoguang lineage? Li Changsheng answered bluntly, of course not. It continued, but currently, you are the only disciple of the Yaoguang lineage. I am not a disciple. I am just a pet and a steward. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine and asked, is Steward Rabbit saying that the disciples who entered before me are all dead? Li Changsheng kept this thought in his heart. That is right. The demon rabbit answered decisively. He asked curiously, how did they die? The demon rabbit did not hesitate to say, master's cultivation method is too dangerous. She leads her disciples to challenge all sorts of great demon lords in the demon realm. All the disciples died, but even when she is alone, she still fights on. It sighed helplessly. This cultivation method is only suitable for a super genius like her. If a normal genius tries it, they will definitely die. Besides, this master has mental issues, so she often leads her disciples to do dangerous things. Li Changsheng prayed in his heart. There are other dangerous things. Isn't leading disciples to fight all kinds of demon lords dangerous enough? The demon rabbit smiled brightly and wished him peace. Li Changsheng, good luck to you, and I hope you can live past 30. He took a risk and asked, Steward Rabbit, if Master's condition continues to worsen, what will happen? The demon rabbit frowned and replied, if Master's condition worsens, it means her cultivation will get higher and higher. Once her cultivation is unrivaled in the world, she will be the normal one, and we will be the madmen. It said in a serious tone, this world will be completely transformed by her from reality into a lie. The demon rabbit broke into a cold sweat imagining that day. Everything she says could become reality. Li Changsheng nodded while thinking about the future, ignoring the rabbit who was clutching its face in fear. Based on the previous coordination between Li Changshi and me, it seems, perhaps, roughly, this future might be acceptable. He smirked to himself. After all, I am the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, and this was personally confirmed by the Lunar Star Lord herself. It seems it is not absolutely necessary to cure Li Changshi. Perhaps helping her increase her cultivation is also an option. The demon rabbit led him into a room and spoke in a shrill voice. We have arrived. Master has already granted you authority. The demon rabbit pointed toward the large room behind them and instructed, you can transform this palace gift into anything you want, and you can also start activating the cultivation illusion. Furthermore, without your consent, neither Master nor I can enter this palace, and there is no way to know what is happening inside. Li Changsheng secretly evaluated, a normal master would hardly be so generous to a newly arrived inner disciple. Is this the advantage of having a mentally ill one? Bowing with his hands, he thanked her profusely. Thank you, Master, for the gift. Thank you, Steward Rabbit, for the guidance. It continued to advise, regarding cultivation, you can consult the lineage masters, or senior brothers of other lineages. Suddenly, it hesitated. The demon rabbit's voice became serious, but whatever you do, never listen to Master's words. Its voice sounded sad. I do not want to build another new grave in the Moon Palace. Dark clouds and fog covered the cold graves scattered throughout the room. Li Changsheng was suspicious. What is going on? Are there really graves here? Seeing the demon rabbit's figure gradually dissolving into the void, he shouted, Steward Rabbit. Suddenly, Li Changsheng turned his head. In an instant, the room was filled with thick fog, making him panic. Why is there suddenly smoke? This does not look good. I should probably close the door. No sooner said than done. Li Changsheng turned and slammed the door shut. He took out the powerful black card given by Li Changshi. He looked at the card and pondered. According to Li Changshi, by refining this black card, one could open the illusion to conduct cultivation. Li Changsheng quickly used his magic, causing a purple light to appear. In an instant, the entire room changed. Before him was a wooden door, and behind it was an entire army waiting. He took one step at a time. When he approached that wooden door, he was horrified. What is this? Right now, in front of him was a winged white tiger growling. He exclaimed, this illusion seems a bit too realistic, does not it? Li Changsheng quickly drew his blade. I have already entered the qi refining stage, so I can already condense the blood-slaughtered qi onto the blade. He looked at the white tiger and muttered, it is just that when I was at the Xuandu temple, I basically did not dare to use it. But in this other world, I naturally have no constraints, Li Changsheng said. The tiger did not hesitate and pounced on him. He did not give it any advantage, quickly moving into position to counterattack. Li Changsheng placed his blade behind him and carefully landed to gain momentum. He calculated silently, the blood-slaughtered qi on my body is getting thicker and thicker. I can't let it keep increasing. Otherwise, when I return to the Xuandu temple, I won't be able to control it. 3 white tigers approached at once, not to mention the ones behind. Everything was catching him by surprise. Dangerous, too many demon beasts, I am surrounded. It seems I can't worry about much anymore. This place is purely a holy land, for practicing demonic sect techniques. If that is the case, I will kill these monsters freely. As he leapt high, he thought, a pity this is only an illusion. If there were this many monsters in real life, I might become even stronger. Other monsters also attacked in turn, but fortunately this is only an illusion. Otherwise my identity as a spy would be exposed, he thought after slashing through 3 dragon-like monsters. He chuckled to himself, but regardless of whether it is demonic or righteous, any technique that can perform heroic deeds is a good one. Left and right were all illusions. Li Changsheng thought as he slashed the last few beasts surrounding him. Then I must make good use of these illusion resources and continue to cultivate. He kept slashing with his hands while his mind was deep in thought, constantly honing his killing skills. Li Changsheng quickly landed after finishing off the ones in the air. His eyes were now a bloodshot red. An entire area of monsters was blown apart by him. After 3 hours, his feet stepped onto the ground now soaked in a bright red liquid. He mused. The qi refining stage actually allowed me to cultivate the blood river phenomenon. Walking among the piles of corpses, Li Changsheng calculated, this proves that I have killed at least 10,000 living beings during the qi refining stage. He exhaled. If this were not an illusion, this blood river phenomenon would get me buried if I returned to the Xuandu temple. The beast tide has been wiped out. Staying in the illusion any longer is pointless. Time to head back. Li Changsheng landed on the ground once again. Everything returned to normal, making him overjoyed. I am back. Suddenly something changed, making him frown as he sensed it. He concluded, the blood-slaughtered qi in my body is dispersing. He was shocked and exclaimed, holy crap, the strength gained from cultivation in the illusion can actually be brought out. Looking at his 2 palms which were calculating merit, he was extremely happy. Wait, why has the merit increased so much? Does saving people in an illusion also grant merit? He clenched his fists and thought, what kind of crazy illusion is this? This neurotic Li Changxi. Something is wrong. Currently, the progress of my demonic cultivation is far ahead of the cultivation progress at Xuandu Temple. The next morning at dawn, Chang Sheng thought while cultivating the core technique of the Yaoguang lineage, the Yaoguang illusion has already reached the entry level under my training. Suddenly, a call came from somewhere. Chang Sheng, come to the scripture hall. An elder is giving the first class to us inner disciples. Chang Sheng guessed the voice belonged to Li Daoyan. This nephew has no cultivation talent at all. Yesterday in the Qi leading array, he could not even draw a bit of merit Qi. So how did he get into the inner sect? I thought my eldest nephew would go back to the Lai family. Li Daoyan saw him from afar and waved quickly. Changsheng, over here. As soon as he approached, Changsheng asked, did you manage to induce any merit Qi yesterday? Daoyan shook his head vigorously. Then do you have some special physique or a hidden spiritual root? Daoyan denied it even more. You already know my cultivation talent. It is quite terrible. Changsheng wondered, then how did you get into the inner sect? Daoyan said proudly, you and I are not the same. You guys have to pass the formal exams to enter the inner sect, while I am a special student with a specialized field of expertise. At this point, Changsheng became even more interested. What is your expertise? Daoyan answered confidently. My expertise is reincarnation. Changsheng held his head in helplessness. Right, Li Changxi is Li Daoyan's aunt. Li Daoyan could clearly go straight to the Xuandu military, yet he still wanted to come with us to the exam. Seeing the crowd behind them lingering, Changsheng asked, why are they looking at us like that? Daoyan replied, perhaps because we are so handsome that the female disciples have developed an admiration for us, while the new male disciples feel inferior. A girl spoke in a graceful voice, dear junior uncle, please do not misunderstand. I am not laughing at you. I am laughing at that guy Li Daoyan. Changsheng was surprised, you know me, she said with amusement, of course. Junior uncle is the number one in this year's inner disciple assessment, while Li Daoyan is the number one inner disciple from the bottom. Therefore, when you two walk together, it attracts a lot of attention. Daoyan was furious. Ying Hongye, what do you mean by that? Changsheng inquired. Do you know each other? Hongye did not hesitate to explain. He is from the Li family, and I am from the Ying family, so we know each other. But we are not very close. My mother does not let me play with idiots. Changsheng used all his strength to shout, just get inside already. Seeing them act so casually, Daoyan was choked with anger. You, and so, Changsheng entered inside. He was astonished. It turned out to be a one-armed female cultivator. Changsheng stood before the female cultivator. He thought to himself, Hongye said she and Li Daoyan have known each other since childhood. Perhaps both of them come from major cultivation clans. Moreover, the Li and Ying families must be quite famous in the world. It is a pity I have never heard of them. But looking at the two of them, they both seem to want to befriend me. Hongye whispered. This scripture-transmitting elder was once the lineage master of the Yangzia lineage's previous generation. 20 years ago, she encountered Elder Demon Yu of the Heavenly Demon sect, but was no match for him, so she was crushed by him, and her arm was severed. Unless she ascends to the true immortal realm, it will never recover. After that, she resigned from her position as Yangxia lineage master, and became a scripture-transmitting elder here. She hates it most when people see her broken arm, so senior brother must be careful. Changsheng frowned slightly. The Yangjia lineage is one of the 8 lineages of Xuandu. This previous Yangxia lineage master seems even older than Li Changxi, yet her arm was severed by Elder Demon Yu. The leader of the demonic sect is indeed a great demon lord whose demonic flames reach the heavens. The female cultivator spoke. Are you Li Changsheng? Changsheng cupped his hands in a salute. Disciple Li Changsheng. The female cultivator spoke in a coy manner. I heard you are the number one among this year's inner disciple candidates. If there is anything you do not understand, you may ask me privately for guidance in the future. This is my token. With it you can freely enter and leave the scripture transmission hall in Yangxia Peak. His face showed a hint of helplessness as he replied, many thanks elder. He stared blankly at the item, thinking, perhaps the scripture transmission elder knows I reported Elder Demon Yu's illegitimate son, which is why she is treating me differently. Little brat, do not overthink it. Elder Demon Yu and I have a grudge over this severed arm. I know of your situation, but I have sworn before the heavenly Tao that I will not speak of this to anyone. Outwardly, the female cultivator spoke in a stern, commanding voice. Although Li Changsheng ranked first in this inner sect assessment, since he has joined the Yaoguang lineage, his life naturally won't last long. There is a high probability that next time, he won't be able to claim the top spot in the inner sect competition. Xuandu Temple does not have many disciples. I hope everyone can support one another instead of being envious of a dying man. Li Changsheng was puzzled. What on earth? Why won't I live long just because I joined the Yaoguang lineage? And why won't I be able to take first place in the next assessment? What do these words mean? He spoke up. This disciple is bold enough to ask what is the meaning of the elder's words. The female cultivator gritted her teeth. Li Changsheng, your talent is superior to others, and I originally thought very highly of you. But unfortunately, your family allowed you to join the Yaoguang lineage. At this point, her voice softened. Yaoguang. Sigh. Everyone knows that the Yaoguang lineage is the shame of Xuandu Temple. If Li Changxi does not take in more disciples, the Yaoguang lineage will be abolished from Xuandu Temple. Li Changsheng spoke with a serious face. My master said that among the 8 lineages of Xuandu, Yaoguang is the number 1. The elder reminded him, you must be selective when listening to your master's words. She speaks of nothing but unreliable things. Since you have become an inner disciple of Xuandu Temple, cultivation is naturally your top priority. This also includes the reason why the Yaoguang lineage declined, the orthodox path of cultivation. Foundations are extremely important. As the saying goes in the records of the Ying Kingdom, a skyscraper rises from the ground, and every brick is part of the foundation. Li Changsheng pondered. The Ying Kingdom, this is the first time I have heard of this country. As expected, I need to quickly deepen my understanding of this world. The female cultivator continued, since you have entered Xuandu Temple, and each of the 8 lineages has its own heritage, you will absolutely not lack cultivation techniques. However, the biggest difference between our Xuandu Temple and other immortal sects is that we have a shortcut. One can quickly improve their realm through this shortcut, and that is merit. Everyone knows that Xuandu Temple is the sect that values merit above all else. In our Xuandu Temple, those with the highest merit and strength receive the most respect. Merit is infinitely subtle. It can protect us from the invasion of outer realm heavenly demons. It can increase our chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation by 30 or even 50%. And it also helps our Tao heart remain clear and courageous as we move forward. Merit also plays a very important role. When we reach a certain threshold in cultivation and need to break through, we will consume a certain amount of merit. By using the special secret techniques of Xuandu Temple, we can break through realms instantly. Li Changsheng was stunned. There is such a good thing. No wonder I was promoted directly to the foundation establishment stage in the Qi leading array. I have a merit golden lotus, so as long as I accumulate more merit, I have hope of reaching the nascent soul stage in 1 year, great ascension in 3 years, and ascending to immortality in 5. At that time, Elder Demon Yu will be nothing. Give me 5 years. Forget about killing his son. Even if I were to steal his wife, what would I have to fear? The female cultivator further explained, because we have this convenient method at Xuandu Temple, those with unstable mindsets will become accustomed to using merit for support once they reach a bottleneck. After taking the shortcut, it becomes very difficult for them to continue putting effort into their cultivation. They will also lose their original Tao heart and become mere passers-by on the long road of the great Tao, achieving nothing. The disciples answered in unison, we understand, Elder. Li Changsheng mused. The scripture transmission elder truly has a narrow vision. Merit is limited. How can I believe that? I can accumulate merit by killing monsters in the Moon Palace illusion. As long as my thinking is not skewed, there are always more solutions than problems. The female cultivator pointed out. Additionally, using merit to break through realms has one major drawback. Your strength will be significantly weaker than those at the same realm. Take lineage master Li of the Yaoguang lineage as an example. She began cultivating using merit after breaking through to the golden core stage, and since then, she has always been the weakest existence at her level. The disciples she taught previously all perished the moment they encountered danger. That is why, until now, the Yaoguang lineage has had no successor. You should take this as a warning and do not stray from the path. They obeyed her words. Understood. Only Changsheng was thinking, this scent, it is Li Changxi's aura. If Li Changxi has arrived, she naturally won't agree with this scripture transmission elder. Moreover, she will definitely want to reclaim her dignity. As the sole disciple of the Yaoguang lineage, the future Tao companion of Li Changxi, and the only son-in-law candidate for Fairy Linglong, my performance today will be seen by Li Changxi and might even be heard by Fairy Linglong. Therefore I cannot stab Li Changxi in the back. Thinking this, he spoke up, Elder, this disciple dares to disagree with your words. Since I have joined the Yaoguang lineage, I cannot sit idly by while others insult my master. I believe your words are somewhat biased. The female cultivator replied. What do you mean? What is there to be ashamed of in speaking the truth? The two of them argued back and forth. This disciple dares to ask the elder, how old is my master this year? 35. I dare to ask further, how old are the other 7 lineage masters? The current head of the Yangxia lineage is the youngest, having just turned 100. Changsheng said triumphantly, when my master was 30, she was already one of the 8 lineage masters of the strongest immortal sect in the world, standing equal to peerless experts who have been famous for over 100 years. She is clearly the number 1 genius of Xuandu Temple, perhaps even the number 1 genius of the era. How could that possibly be a source of shame? Li Changxi suddenly appeared and laughed loudly. Ha ha, well said. Li Changsheng looked toward the source of the sound. At the Moon Palace, she sat grandly on her chair and said, although I do not care for the opinions of these mediocre people, I am very pleased that my junior brother could speak a word of justice for me. However, you and I are the rulers of the immortal world, so we cannot dwell on the thoughts of these mortals. Remember, do not do this again in the future. Changsheng clenched his fist and affirmed, insulting me is fine, but insulting you is absolutely unacceptable. The girl waved her hand hurriedly. Oh you. There is no need for that, truly no need. Changsheng was determined. No, I have made up my mind. Senior sister does not need to persuade me. He thought to himself, experienced men know that when a woman says no while she is emotional, you must listen selectively. If she really meant no, it would be completely different. Li Changshi had no choice. Fine, have it your way. True king, it seems you acknowledge my method of cultivation, do not you? Chang Sheng replied respectfully, of course. Regardless of the source of your power, there is no need to worry about whether the foundation is solid. Speaking solely of the method of cultivation, I have never believed that one must be perfect and flawless in every world. Perhaps rapid progress brings instability to the foundation, but if I am fast enough to ascend, then none of it matters. When I was in the golden core stage, I did not just defeat opponents at the same level. I could kill those in the nascent soul stage. By the time they come to seek revenge at the nascent soul stage, I might have already reached the soul transformation stage. I see that the problem with senior sister's cultivation method is not that the foundation is unstable, but that many people cannot promote quickly enough. Theoretically, as long as one can promote rapidly, one will be forever invincible. Li Changshi was satisfied. Well said, among the world's immortal arts, only speed is unbreakable. As long as I cultivate fast enough, what does an unstable foundation or being the weakest at the same level matter? The 8 disciples I took before could not understand my painstaking efforts. Only you, true king, are worthy of sitting down to discuss the Tao with me and understanding my true ambition and brilliance. Come, true king, please be seated. Chang Sheng replied, thank you, senior sister. He thought to himself, although Li Changshi is a mental patient, theoretically, what she says is not wrong. The only potential danger is that merit is hard to obtain, but for the Yaoguang lineage, that is not an issue since merit can be easily earned in the illusion. Li Changshi pointed and said, the core of the rapid progress in our Yaoguang lineage's cultivation is only one thing: merit, 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 and more merit. But it is not like what that scripture transmission elder thinks. I believe merit is very easy to accumulate. The true king only needs to take a trip to the mortal world. As long as the true king does not tolerate injustice, he will return covered in merit. There is too much injustice in this world, and countless merits are waiting for us to harvest them. It is a pity only I can do it. Others would rather deceive themselves and others, closing their eyes to praise a peaceful and prosperous age, rather than acting heroically to receive free merit. Chang Sheng's face went blank as he thought, I understand now. There are too many tigers in this world that cannot be defeated. Others do not dare to strike, but Li Changshi has the number 1 person as her backer, and she herself is mentally unstable, so naturally she considers everyone here to be trash. Therefore, Li Changshi bravely charged forward and survived thanks to Fairy Linglong's help. Others might not lack courage, but they lack the support of the current number 1 expert and an abnormal brain. Perhaps this is the truth. However, I can also follow Li Changshi's path. After all, the current number 1 person, though not my biological mother, could still be my mother-in-law. Thinking this, Chang Sheng spoke up. After all, I am the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole. I have witnessed countless prosperous dynasties rise and fall in the immortal world, so naturally, I understand senior sister's point. Whether a dynasty prospers or falls, the common people suffer. Li Changshi was moved. The true king truly deserves his title. Looking at the whole world, only you and I are at the same level. He coughed. Senior sister, you flatter me. Li Changshi became even more emotional. It is not flattery. There are some things that are only useful when said to you. My previous 8 disciples had too little understanding of this mortal world. Only you understand me, and only I understand you. True king, I am truly lucky to have you. Chang Sheng pushed the praise away. Senior sister, you exaggerate. Li Changshi stood up with determination. Since the true king understands everything, I do not need to explain certain things. However, regarding the matter of merit, not much can be accumulated within Shrendu Temple. Don't go to the scripture transmission hall anymore. I will focus on teaching you for 3 days, and after that, the true king can go down the mountain to accumulate merit. Chang Sheng wondered, senior sister, can I not accumulate merit in the Yaoguang illusion? She replied, you can, but it is not as fast as going down the mountain. After all, it is just an illusion. It is not quite the same as the real world. Chang Sheng asked further, senior sister, I do not understand. Why can an illusion generate merit? Li Changshi explained, junior brother, would you believe it? Actually, it is not an illusion. It is the real world. I am the Lunar Star Lord. Once I fall, the main world I once suppressed will face doomsday. Saving a world at its end is how one obtains merit. I am just joking with you. Haha, junior brother, you did not actually believe that, did you? Li Changsheng sighed softly. Actually, I really do believe it. If one can practice and accumulate merit in the illusion, then what is the difference between a fictional world and the real world? The scripture transmission elder and others think merit is hard to obtain because they do not have the method to open this illusion to gain it. Based on this, could this really be Li Changshi's private secret? It is just that Li Changshi's mental state is still as it is. Perhaps she does not even know herself. He spoke up. Oh right, senior sister, can I really go down the mountain that easily? Li Changshi replied. You and I are both great powers of the immortal world. Learning those instructions in Xuandu Temple is actually meaningless. Seizing time and acting heroically to accumulate merit is the true kingly way. Chang Sheng acted submissively. I shall follow senior sister's words. In his heart, he calculated, it seems I already know how my 8 senior brothers died. Li Changxi's way of teaching disciples is essentially letting them court death. Li Changxi followed behind him. True king, your realm is at the early stage of foundation establishment and is still unstable. But it does not matter. As long as you advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, then whether the early stage foundation was solid or not is unimportant. With your status as the true king, you do not need to worry about stabilizing any foundation. Just break through. Changsheng followed along. Senior sister's words make sense. To my 8 senior brothers, you did not die in vain. Li Changxi was somewhat amused. Our true cultivation is at the quasi-sage level, so practicing in these mortal realms is just for fun. Must we really start from scratch? True king, let me help you with your cultivation. As she spoke, she placed an item into his hand. Changsheng was surprised. This is a top-grade spirit stone. Li Changxi explained, you are the top-ranked candidate in this year's inner disciple assessment, and your monthly allowance is 10 top-grade spirit stones. However, currently, there are only you and me in the Yaoguang lineage. You can freely use the spiritual energy of the entire Yaoguang illusion world. Breaking through requires favorable geographical conditions and spiritual energy, while the rest depends on merit. Junior brother, I think the merit you accumulated before has not been fully used yet. Use it all up. For something like merit, if the old does not go, the new won't come. There is no need to hide anything. Junior brother, use your lightning-fast cultivation speed to strike fear into the hearts of those ordinary people at Xuandu Temple. Changsheng's lips curled slightly. Since I have created a persona, I must act it out to the end. Merit, add points for me. Suddenly, his eyes filled with shock. Zigzagging lines began to crawl around. Li Changsheng was immersed in a sea of power. He shuddered. Damn it, this killing intent is out of control. How can I explain this? Ping Zi was killed outright by Li Changxi just because he condensed blood slaughter qi. What should I do? Li Changxi was surprised. Oh, the blood river reverse flow. The blood slaughter qi has condensed into a river, signifying that junior brother has killed at least 10,000 living beings. Ah, that makes sense. Junior brother is the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, after all. Presiding over life and death, rewarding good and punishing evil, slaying demons and commanding thunder. Having countless vengeful souls under your command is perfectly logical. Junior brother, do not panic. As the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, being born with an endless blood debt is a normal phenomenon. Changsheng was panicked. Senior sister, you truly have discerning eyes and can see through everything. If this had been someone else in the sect, they might have misunderstood me for a demonic spy. Li Changxi folded her arms and advised, you are quite the joker, are not you, but those mediocre people indeed lack vision, and might very well misunderstand. Never mind them. Junior brother, seize the time to break through. Changsheng's eyes shone brightly. If that is the case, then I won't be polite. Using merit to improve my realm is indeed a supreme weapon. I can already sense the threshold of the mid-stage foundation establishment. Break through. A streak of crimson power pierced straight into the sky. After it ended, Changsheng sighed in relief. I have promoted to the mid-stage foundation establishment. The blood river phenomenon and merit qi are finally under control. Li Changxi grabbed him excitedly. My judgment was correct. Junior brother, you and I are both quasi-sage level. Breaking through these mortal realms is as easy as eating and drinking. Since you are already at the mid-stage, rest for a while. Later, I will help you break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Changsheng was hesitant. Senior sister, my merit might not be enough. Li Changxi took his hand affectionately to reassure him. No need to worry. I am the reincarnation of the Lunar Star Lord. Naturally, I am not an ordinary person, but an extraordinary one. I have researched a method to transfer merit. The closer the relationship, the more merit is increased. Since you have acknowledged me as your senior sister, I will naturally help you in your cultivation. The two of them were enveloped in the magic she created. Changsheng closed his eyes to enjoy it. Li Changxi has transferred her own merit into my body. This is the cultivation version of power transmission. If Li Changxi is not careful, the risk of backlash is very high. However, I am not moved in the slightest. The blood river phenomenon can no longer be suppressed. The crimson color of eternal power filled the entire space. It caught the attention of disciples from afar. It seems that blood slaughter qi is being transmitted from the Yaoguang illusion. With a blood river phenomenon. Someone in Xuandu Temple is practicing demonic arts. Such boldness. An old man cried out in shock. Li Changxi, no, it can't be.
Could this be?
On this side, Changsheng was still focused on cultivation. My identity as a demonic spy has been exposed. What should I do? This is truly urgent. Li Changxi encouraged him. Junior brother, congratulations, in just one day, you have promoted from the early stage to the late stage of foundation establishment. He expressed, it is just a pity that at least half of the gifted merit was wasted. Otherwise, I really wanted to push your cultivation all the way to the golden core stage. Senior sister, you do not need to be so polite. I can cultivate on my own from now on. But right now, there might be a small bit of trouble. She wondered. What trouble? Changsheng said. Senior sister, you know my origin. On the path I have walked, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood are unavoidable. Li Changxi said. This is natural. The deification war pulled in the entire immortal world. Even sages personally took to the battlefield. Countless experts from the human, demon and witch tribes participated to compete for the 365 positions of honored gods. The final winners were only 360 righteous gods, specifically the 5 strongest emperors. Junior brother, you were one of those 5 emperors. The people she mentioned were described as omnipotent beings. The great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, after being officially deified, was promoted to one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. Junior brother fought desperately during the great catastrophe of heaven and earth to be promoted to heavenly emperor. If there were not a corresponding mountain of corpses and sea of blood, that would be the strange thing. Chang Sheng thought to himself, I really like communicating with lunatics. Their worldview is very comprehensive, and their logic is unbreakable. He smiled broadly, senior sister, you know my origin and naturally trust me. But others in Xuandu Temple are ordinary people who have not seen through the illusion. They might not understand my background. I heard that among this group of disciples there is a spy from the heavenly demon sect. I am very worried that someone will exploit this issue and misunderstand me as a spy for the heavenly demon sect. Li Changshi quickly dismissed his thought. How could that be? Junior brother, you are overthinking. You are definitely a good person of Xuandu Temple. Even a fool would not think you are a spy for the heavenly demon sect. Chang Sheng pondered, that is right. I am the person who reported the illegitimate son of the heavenly demon sect leader. If they suspected me of being a spy, it would be like praising Elder Demon Yu as a saint who sacrificed his son for the greater good. Where is the logic in that? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed in, Li Changshi, open the moon gate. Chang Sheng frowned. As expected, that blood river phenomenon just now must have alerted the upper echelons of Xuandu Temple. I'm afraid I am about to undergo a formal trial. Li Changshi reassured him, Junior brother, do not worry. With me here you and I are invincible in the immortal world, so what is a mere illusion? It is nothing. Senior sister is right. The temple master of Xuandu Temple walked in huffily. The crowd was in an uproar. As expected, he was still led onto the evil path by you, Li Changshi. He is already at the late stage of foundation establishment. Blood slaughter entering the body, the blood river turning back. That blood slaughter chi just now indeed came from this brat. At this moment, Changsheng carried a divine draconic power so overwhelming it was suffocating. The temple master questioned unpleasantly, speak, what was that blood river just now? Li Changshi replied casually, it is because my junior brother has killed too many people. Is there a problem? Hearing this, the temple master was even more surprised. Junior brother. Li Changshi said confidently, that is right. I discovered that my junior brother is the reincarnation of the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole from the upper realm. Therefore, I have accepted him on behalf of our master, making us of the same generation. Now is the perfect time to inform you all. The old men whispered among themselves. The great emperor of longevity of the South Pole. What kind of lunatic is this now? Truly, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. Sigh, and to think we once pinned our hopes on this brat Changsheng. Who knew that besides the real madman, there is a fake one too? I say he is a spy sent by the heavenly demon sect. The temple master exhaled sharply. Li Changsheng, do you have anything to explain? Reporting to the temple master, I suggest we take out and execute the one who just called me a spy sent by the heavenly demon sect. The old man was shocked. What? Brat, say that one more time. Li Changsheng spoke sharply. I suggest we take out and execute this fool who is spreading delusive lies to deceive the public. Keeping him here only lowers the standards of Xuandu Temple. Even a pig would know that I absolutely cannot be a mole for the heavenly demon sect. The old man pointed his finger. Brat, do you know who I am? Li Changsheng lashed out directly, an idiot not even equal to the likes of dogs and pigs. In his mind, he analyzed. From the moment I walked in, this fellow looked at me with eyes full of undisguised killing intent. I do not care who you are. With my current cultivation speed, it won't take long before I can kill you, so why should I bother about a dead man? The temple master warned. Watch your words. This is Elder Bai. Li Changsheng acted as if he did not care, whether it is Elder Bai or any other elder. A fool is still a fool. Elder Bai was furious. Good brat, I will let you experience the power of this bay. Li Changsheng was caught by surprise. Unexpectedly, Li Changshi charged forward to attack on his behalf. She sliced off Elder Bai's head in one swift motion. Then she spoke nonchalantly. That is almost finished. My junior brother is one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. Who are you to dare question him? Get out of here right now. Li Changsheng broke into a dazed smile. Is this the value of a big thigh? Love it, love it. He truly did not expect Li Changshi to strike so suddenly, but what he expected even less was that this kind of abrupt murder did not cause any opposition from the others. Not only did the temple master smile without any awkwardness, but half of the others were also looking quite gloating. The water in Xuandu Temple, the #1 righteous immortal sect, is indeed very deep. If one were to die here, everything would likely be in vain. The temple master spoke. Changshi, doing this makes things very difficult for me. Although your situation is special, and you were granted immunity from the crime of killing by Fairy Linglong, the person you killed was Elder Bai. Li Changshi replied, what is the big deal about killing someone named Bai? No one in the Bai family is clean. Temple master, stop pretending, laugh if you want to. If I kill this guy, you should be the happiest one. This person deserved to die, and you all were just inviting trouble. Unless you wanted to use this opportunity to suppress him and push him out of the #1 inner disciple spot of this term, just to elevate your own people. Am I right? Do you really believe my junior brother is a mole for the heavenly demon sect? The temple master was helpless. Chang Shi, watch your words. I have absolute trust in Chang Sheng. It is just that I need a reasonable explanation to persuade the other disciples in the temple. She waved her hand. When my junior brother acts, does he need to explain to others? Even if one day my junior brother leaves a trail of blood wherever he goes, those he kills will be people who deserve to die. So what is there to investigate? One elder was indignant, but was quickly blocked by the temple master. Chang Shi, the procedures still cannot be skipped. The Bai family will certainly go to the Hall of Discipline to accuse you of senseless murder. For the time being, you should not go out. Is this house arrest in the Moon Palace? Li Changsheng pondered. This time the temple master arrived without much aggressive momentum, and after being insulted, he was actually quite cheerful upon leaving. Li Changshi looked at him and said, Junior brother, are you curious about the temple master's attitude toward me? The temple master is an old-timer, but he has no ill will toward us. He does not suspect you at all. He only came here for the sake of appearances. The one who really had bad intentions toward you was that man named Bai. Li Changsheng replied, but I do not know anything about him. She wondered, don't you know Bai Guanlin? Li Changsheng was surprised. Who is Bai Guanlin? It is nothing, just a useless brat from the Bai family. Before you appeared, Bai Guanlin was almost certain to take the first place in this year's inner disciple assessment. But you suddenly emerged out of nowhere, stealing all his attention and, more importantly, his resources. He flashed a sly smile. So that is how it is. It turns out that besides relying on merit for my rapid breakthrough, half the reason was the spirit stones. The resources the first-ranked inner disciple receives are double what the second-ranked receives. Then Li Changsheng acted regretful. It seems I am blocking the Bai family's path. Senior sister, is this Bai family very powerful? Li Changshi turned around. Not worth mentioning. As long as we cling to mother's big thigh, their true strength is far inferior to the Li family. You do not need to worry. Li Changsheng was secretly satisfied. That is good then. Bai family, Bai Guanlin. I will remember that. Right, senior sister, if you killed Elder Bai, will you run into any trouble? Li Changshi affirmed firmly, not at all. If I kill someone, the temple master will find a reason for that person's death. This is just a formality. In a few days, the temple master will come out with evidence proving he deserved to be killed. Naturally, as long as one's strength is great enough, the heavenly laws are just wastepaper, let alone the rules and regulations of Xuandu Temple. Actually, these matters are quite boring. There is no such thing as righteous or evil, only the respect for the strong. Li Changsheng was appreciative. Senior sister is right. This junior brother has learned a lot. Senior sister, is not the relationship between the temple master and the Bai family quite good? Li Changshi nudged his shoulder. You saw it yourself. Before the temple master took the throne, the Bai family voted against him. If my mother had not been resolutely dictatorial and appointed the temple master's position, Xuandu Temple would probably belong to the Bai family by now. Li Changsheng was enlightened. So that is how it was. Xuandu Temple is the #1 immortal sect in this world. The temple master of Xuandu Temple, if compared to the blue star of my past life, would have a status equivalent to the President of the United States. Since the Bai family voted against the temple master, this grudge is even more serious than the grudge of killing a son. Looking at the temple master's performance today, even if I were caught red-handed committing murder, the temple master might even help me cover it up. Very good, I can start the killing now. At the peak master's quarters, the temple master laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, truly satisfying. A woman comforted him. Senior brother, please restrain yourself a bit. If the Bai family knew you were this happy, a heap of trouble would follow. This was Zhanghua, the peak master of the Shenshu lineage. The temple master spoke angrily. The Bai family is nothing. If not for senior sister Linglong's face, I would have wiped them out long ago. She explained, but who told the Bai family to be senior sister Linglong's in-laws? With senior sister Linglong here, no one dares to touch the Bai family. Bai Guanlin is senior sister Linglong's youngest son, and the next successor fully supported by the Bai family. With him here, Li Changsheng will face many dangers. Many people will frame him to support Bai Guanlin. Today is only the beginning. He sighed. Sigh. Your words are not entirely without reason. Meanwhile, Changsheng calculated. Bai family Bai Guanlin, right? It seems next. If you do not die, then I will. People at Xuandu Temple do not understand me at all. In my past life, I had only been working for 2 years. Because I was clever in social interactions and handsome, I nearly became the son-in-law of the vice mayor of the city where I lived. However, I suddenly transmigrated. Relying on my strong adaptability, I was even putting effort into thinking whether I should become the son-in-law of a wealthy older woman or participate in the imperial examinations of this world. The result was that the heavenly demon sect arrived, and I was captured by them. It took nearly a year for me to gain a foothold in the heavenly demon sect. But then, I was sent to Xuandu Temple. Life always brings me hope, but shortly after I gain hope, everything is crushed soon after. Facing all the bitter lessons of the past, I find it hard to feel secure. Especially now, I am at risk of being exposed at Xuandu Temple. My senior sister Li Changxi has mental issues, and the Bai family has shown very clear hostility. Even if I wanted to let the Bai family go, they would not let me go. Bai Guanlin's life was clearly arranged by the Bai family. I am just an ordinary person without a background blocking his path. Therefore, the Bai family will definitely find every way to eliminate me to clear the obstacles for him. Because of that, I am forced to strike first to gain the upper hand. Daoyan and Hong Ye ran over Changsheng. Little junior uncle. Daoyan warned Changsheng, you must be careful. That person in white is Bai Guanlin. He might be coming here to cause trouble for you. Han Ye was worried. Little junior uncle, do not have a direct conflict with him. It seemed that what just happened had already spread throughout Xuandu Temple. Truly there are no damn secrets here. Bai Guanlin lowered his head. Little junior uncle, there was a bit of a misunderstanding just now. After learning about it, I could not stop tossing and turning, so I came to apologize. Your merit has been recognized by the Xuanhuang Merit Tower, so you are absolutely not someone from the Heavenly Demon Sect. It was my tribal uncle's misunderstanding. Li Changsheng stood there calmly. He actually came to apologize. A biting dog does not change its nature. This dog needs to be killed as soon as possible, otherwise he will become a future disaster. Young Master Bai is truly too polite. The other disciples were deeply moved. Li Changsheng, young Master Bai has already apologized. Why have not you accepted it yet? Elder Bai is already dead, and yet young Master Bai still came to apologize. Sigh. This Yao Guang lineage is truly overbearing and domineering. Guanlin cupped his hands devoutly. Li Changsheng, you have offended our Bai family. From now on, you will not be able to take a single step into Xuandu Temple. Even Li Changxi won't be able to protect you. At this, Changsheng understood his scheme and smirked slightly. Haha, in the end, he is still a young man. This elder will teach you what a true best actor is. Suddenly, Changsheng flew backward. He questioned, Bai Guanlin, is this what you call an apology? Guanlin hurriedly explained, it was not me. Daoyan and Hong Ye spoke up to protect Changsheng. Bai Guanlin, a real man dares to act, but does not dare to take responsibility. You truly have the style of a hypocrite, one face in public and another behind people's backs. Bai Guanlin, if you do not go down the mountain to act, it is truly a waste. Guanlin was flustered as he tried to clear his name. It was not me. That Li Changsheng is acting. Daoyan snapped. Bai Guanlin, do you think I am stupid? How could Changsheng hit himself? Guanlin was squeezed until he had no words left to say. Han Ye mocked. Bai Guanlin, you actually let your Dao protector take action on your behalf to bully the weak. This has broken the rules of Xuandu Temple. Do you want to go to the Hall of Discipline to be punished? Guanlin was angry. Ying Hongye, what crazy things are you saying? In Xuandu Temple, Dao protectors are not allowed on the mountain. This is a hard rule. How could I break the regulations? Hongye pondered. The spiritual energy of Xuandu Temple is the most concentrated in the world, and the cultivation conditions are the best. Therefore the temple does not allow disciples Dao protectors to stay on the mountain. But since Bai Guanlin is Fairy Linglong's youngest son, could the rules of Xuandu Temple actually restrain him? Guanlin was helpless. None of you believe me, Daoyan said sternly. What I say is the complete truth. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. I see you are a hypocrite, deceiving the world for fame. Fortunately, Changsheng's strength is robust. If it were me, I am afraid I would have been killed by your sneak attack. He stepped forward and grabbed Guanlin's collar, saying fiercely, Li Daoyan, you are looking for death. This only served to confirm Daoyan's earlier words. Everyone, look, Bai Guanlin is threatening me. If anything happens to me, it was definitely done by him. Guanlin gritted his teeth. Li Changsheng secretly calculated. For young people who have never encountered such things, losing emotional control is normal. However, the ability to control emotions in time means this person has great potential to become an old silver coin, a crafty official. He truly cannot be kept around. Guanlin waved his hand and turned around. Fine. Since everyone has their own opinion, let us report to the Hall of Discipline and ask the Discipline Elder to uphold justice. Daoyan would not let it go. Who does not know your family background? Will the Hall of Discipline enforce the law fairly? Hongye reminded. Watch your words. Daoyan was startled, but that is how it is. Clearly Bai Guanlin did this. On this side, Guanlin ordered, go invite the law enforcement elder of the Hall of Discipline here. Understood. Li Changsheng wondered, who is the law enforcement elder of the Hall of Discipline? Hongye frowned slightly. He is one of the temple master's people, but the law enforcement elder has always enforced the law fairly. Li Changsheng smirked. If he is the temple master's man, that is enough. Ying Hongye likely saw through the truth as well, but it did not matter. Law enforcement elder, please come this way. Guanlin bowed. Please elder, uphold justice for me. The law enforcement elder straightened up. You are speaking nonsense. This seat enforces the law fairly and without personal feelings. Someone came before, asking me to give your family face. Then it has been hard on you, elder, he said. The elder continued, however, if I discipline lightly and do not warn heavily, I fear you will make even bigger mistakes in the future. Bai Guanlin, from this moment on, you must lock yourself in your cave for 3 days to reflect and set an example for others. If you repeat this, you will be severely punished. Guanlin was horrified. Elder, I was wronged. The elder snapped. Impudent. The wounds on Li Changsheng's body are plain to see. You have committed insubordination. Do you suspect this seat of slandering you? Guanlin clenched his fists. I am not convinced. The law enforcement elder said decisively. This is not for you to decide. A vortex surrounded Guanlin. The law enforcement elder departed, taking him along. The disciples who followed also retreated. Let us go. Daoyan was gloating. The law enforcement elder is wise and far-sighted, fair and just. Later, I will gift him a silk banner. Han Yi clung to Chang Sheng. Little junior uncle, why did that law enforcement elder help us? Can you explain it to me? Li Changsheng answered. I realized something a long time ago. Xuandu Temple, as the #1 immortal sect in the world, has very strict sect rules. But after all, I had a stable job for 2 years in my past life. Li Changxi killed a member of the Bai family in front of the temple master. And not only was he not angry, but he was also happy. This allowed me to understand the temple master's position. Now that I have expressed hostility toward the Bai family, I do not believe the temple master would refuse me leaning on him. The temple master hopes someone will deal with the Bai family, and I am the one taking the initiative. Therefore, the temple master will definitely protect me. This is the tacit understanding of reciprocity. Anyway, Bai Guanlin is still too young, but he has very good reincarnation skills, so he still should not be underestimated. Lady Ying. Hong Ye was shy. Little junior uncle, do not mock me. Just call me Hong Ye. Li Changsheng agreed. Fine, from now on, you can just call me by my name. No need for little junior uncle, we can just talk normally. Hong Ye, I see you and Bai Guanlin do not seem to get along very well. Those two are more than just at odds. The Ying and Bai families have a blood feud. Furthermore, in this year's inner disciple exam, you, Changsheng, ranked first, Bai Guanlin second, and Ying Hongye third. It would be strange if they could deal with us. Hong Yu was startled. So that is it. Everyone knows that the first and second ranks find it hard to get along, but actually the second and third do not either. Very good, a usable talent. Chang Sheng asked for a favor. I want to trouble Hong Ye with something.
Just say it.
As long as it is within my power, I will definitely do it. He spoke. That group of people who just came with Bai Guanlin, could you give me a list? Although Hong Ye was a bit surprised, she quickly agreed. That is not hard. What do you want it for? Li Changsheng found a random excuse to see if I can turn enemies into friends. On the side, he thought to himself as if, today this group and Bai Guanlin all lost face. Who knows if someone will harbor resentment toward me? In the world of cultivation, every step is terrifying. These people must be eliminated. Only the dead can truly put one at ease.
Hong Yi remarked, this group is not hard to deal with.
Only 4 are in the inner sect, and their cultivation has only just reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Most of their families have been dependent on the Bai family since they were below the mountain, and some came up just to cling to Bai Guanlin's thigh. It will be very hard to make friends with them. Changsheng, you must know that the conflict between you and them is basically irreconcilable. This list, I will give it to you. Li Changsheng took it with a heart full of ambition. One more reason to kill, but as expected, he was right about Ying Hongye. Although both came from great families, Li Daoyan was clearly a spoiled child, while Ying Hongye was a true elite of a noble house. He appreciated her. Hongye, I owe you a favor. Hongye was polite. It is just a simple matter. If there is nothing else, I will go cultivate first. Alright. At Yanxia Peak, the scenery was peaceful and poetic. Previously, the scripture transmission elder gave me this token. With it, I can freely enter and leave the scripture hall in Yanxia Peak. And this is Bai Guanlin's sound transmission talisman. Earlier, when Bai Guanlin was not paying attention, I used illusion and some tricks to swap his talisman. Sound transmission talismans in this world are somewhat like WeChat accounts on Blue Star. They can have fixed contacts. Almost everyone on Ying Hongye's list was in Bai Guanlin's talisman. Yi Beipei, Tu Xiaojiao, Bai Luo, Liao Feng, Guo Xian, Yuan Zibong. Furthermore, including Bai Guanlin, most of these people come from Yanxia Peak. Not only that, Li Daoyan is also a disciple of Yanxia Peak. Changsheng raised a question. This Yanxia Peak, could it be the territory of the great family disciples? The scripture elder's token is glowing. Great, Bai Guanlin has gone down the mountain. Time for me to start moving. The illusions of the Yaoguang lineage finally have a use. First, smash it, then kick the tiger. 10 minutes ago, in Bai Guanlin's room, Guanlin thought to himself, this piece of paper. I only found it on me after returning to my room. It says, I am a mole for the heavenly demon sect at Xuandu Temple. I want to leave the darkness for the light, but I fear Xuandu Temple will not tolerate me. If young Master Bai is willing to protect me, I can help you frame Li Changsheng as a mole for the heavenly demon sect. Furthermore, I have evidence of the Temple Master's secret collusion with the high-level officials of the heavenly demon sect. If young Master Bai is sincere, we can talk down at the Qingfeng Inn tonight at midnight. Don't miss it. Remember, come alone, or I won't appear. He pondered. There are definitely moles from the heavenly demon sect in Xuandu Temple, but he could not be certain if that paper was left by the other party. Furthermore, he was currently under house arrest. If someone found him at the foot of the mountain, his punishment would certainly be doubled. House arrest my foot, I was wronged. Can these damn sect rules really restrain me? If this really is a letter from a heavenly demon mole, if I miss it, it is gone. And if it is true, the Bai family will have immense initiative. Even the hope of toppling the temple master, let alone that annoying Li Changsheng. Even if it is fake, I have people protecting me at the foot of the mountain. It is perfectly safe. No need to hesitate further. Down the mountain I go. Just as predicted, Bai Guanlin fell into the trap. As soon as he left, I sneaked in, continuing the plan in his very form. Li Changsheng, disguised as Guanlin, casually pushed the door open and walked in. He transmitted a notice, "Everyone, hurry to my room quickly." In his mind, a conspiracy brewed. Dealing with them one by one is too troublesome. Better to wipe them out all at once. A moment later they had all gathered. "Senior brother Bai, are not you under house arrest? Coming to your place breaks the sect rules." Disguised Guanlin spoke arrogantly. "What the hell are sect rules? Can they really bind me?" Li Changsheng calculated. Bai Guanlin only had to call once, and these people did not care at all about violating sect rules and ran straight here. The threat from the Bai family seemed stronger than he thought. The more it is like this, the more Bai Guanlin and this group cannot be kept. A girl hugged his arm coquettishly. "Senior brother Bai, how did you break the restriction placed by the discipline elder?" In his heart, he mocked her. 2. Xiao Jiao. The Tu family at the foot of the mountain is a vassal clan of the Bai family. Tu Xiao Jiao grew up with Bai Guanlin, and the two have an engagement. When Bai Guanlin officially holds his ceremony, Tu Xiaojiao will naturally become his concubine. But outwardly, he answered politely, "Naturally, I have a dharma treasure bestowed by the clan." Li Changsheng, in Guanlin's form, sat grandly on the chair. Is being a second-generation immortal this great? Career, marriage, dharma treasures. Many paths were arranged after Bai Guanlin was born. I am absolutely an accident in Bai Guanlin's life, and the Bai family won't let such an accident happen. Therefore, I can only let the Bai family have an accident first. The girl shyly hugged his leg. "Senior brother Bai is truly powerful. It is all that Li Changsheng's fault for daring to trap and harm you. He deserves to die." "Senior brother Bai, do not worry, Li Changsheng won't stay on the mountain forever. When he comes down, I will have the family's protectors kill him." He put his arm around her waist and announced, "The reason I called everyone here this time is to discuss Li Changsheng. This brat is very scheming, and has the support of both Li Changxi and the temple master. Now he even dares to set a trap to frame me. I do not know what else he will pull in a few years, so I must naturally strike first to gain the upper hand." The other disciples were of one mind. "Senior brother Bai, do not worry. It is inconvenient to act on the mountain, but once he steps foot outside, Li Changsheng alone won't be able to stir up any waves. You are right. The mountain has sect rules that restrain us, making it impossible to truly harm him. We must find an opportunity to lure him down. Once he is off the mountain, he will have no choice but to surrender."
Exactly.
"Let us place an order with the Assassin Alliance. There is no need for us to do it ourselves when things can be settled with spirit stones." Li Changsheng thought to himself, "These people all seem to have powerful backgrounds and money. To deal with an ordinary person like me, they truly have too many methods. I absolutely cannot let them leave the mountain. Down there is their territory, but up here is mine." He smiled warmly. "Everyone, please sit down first. I have prepared some spirit fruits and spirit wine. We can chat while we eat." Everyone sat down happily. "Many thanks, Senior brother Bai." He raised his wine cup. A good boss should not be stingy with his underlings and absolutely must not be petty. Even small favors should not be lacking. If Bai Guanlin can manage this level, I can do even better. As soon as the wine took effect, a female disciple began to stir. "Today's spirit wine has a higher alcohol content than usual. It is actually making me feel a bit dizzy." Even the male disciples could not withstand Changsheng's trick.
Me too.
"I feel a bit sleepy." "Senior brother Bai, did you use the premium spirit wine our family offered? It feels completely different from the wine I have had before." Changsheng played along. "Junior sister too is right. This is a treasure from my Bai family's offerings. The spiritual energy inside is much purer than previous wines. If you feel sleepy, do not try to fight it. When you wake up, your cultivation will have advanced by a minor stage." They all followed without the slightest suspicion. "Thank you, Senior brother Bai. Senior brother Bai is truly kind." "Senior brother Bai, forgive me for the intrusion, but I can't hold on any longer. I need to sleep for a bit." Li Changsheng watched them slowly drift into slumber, and said softly, "Sleep well." Li Changsheng stood there observing. "Although they are all dead, to avoid danger, I still should not perform an autopsy. These people mostly come from great families, so heaven only knows what good items are hidden in their storage bags. But if I can't refine them quickly and cleanly, it might easily expose me. Therefore, I must endure. Next, I will apply poison to these corpses and set traps in the room. This should do it, but just killing these lackeys is far from enough. The biggest threat is that Bai Guanlin is still alive. He has been tricked into going down the mountain, but he will definitely return. Going down to kill him is too risky. Those followers mentioned they have great influence down there and can mobilize their families at any time. Therefore, I cannot risk going down the mountain. The most suitable ambush point is to wait for Bai Guanlin on the path he must take to return. Bai Guanlin is a very important figure in the Bai family, with exceptional talent and a solid background. Someone like him always has a few life-saving treasures. I have to take a risk this time. The success rate might be less than half, but to avoid future complications, I have to try. One is a noble disciple with a strong background, and the other is a demonic mole who could be exposed at any moment. Now is the best opportunity to kill Bai Guanlin. If I miss this chance, it will never come again. Thus, I must give it my all. Zhuandu Temple does not usually have mountain guarding beasts. The gates are always open, making it easy for disciples to leave and for enemies to enter. However, as the #1 immortal sect in the world, Zhuandu Temple's gates have never been breached because the Xuanhuang Merit Tower serves as a divine defensive artifact. This also gives Bai Guanlin and me the chance to act freely. After all, if it were a sect with stricter rules, moving in and out at will would be far from this easy. Li Changsheng watched from a tree branch. Bai Guanlin is here. He prepared a flaming blade. Hearing a movement, Guanlin immediately went on guard. Who is there? Li Changsheng plotted a fatal strike, intending to decapitate him directly. Was it blocked? Damn this second-generation immortal? Guanlin spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out he had protective Dharma robes. Li Changsheng quickly retreated. It takes at least a golden core level attack to break that. Fleeing is the best option now. Suddenly a voice rang out. There is blood slaughter Qi. Who is acting here? Li Changsheng was highly alert. Such a short skirmish already attracted the attention of the experts at Xuandu Temple, but I have already grasped a portion of the authority to control the Moon Palace, so I can return there at any time. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared, and an arm reached out to grab him, surprising Changsheng. Two purple streaks flashed across the sky. The man was surprised. Oh, so there is an accomplice. On this side, Changsheng was saved by a mysterious masked figure. He stayed on guard. Who are you? Why did you save me? The person only asked suspiciously, do you want to kill Bai Guanlin? Li Changsheng calculated. Although he did not know why this black-clothed person saved him, they had clearly been watching him. If that was the case, there was no need to hide it. Of course. The person seemed to have expected the answer. No wonder you are Li Changxi's disciple. Your head is just as abnormal as hers. Li Changxi killed her husband on their wedding night, and you, who have not even reached the golden core stage, dare to go and kill Bai Guanlin. You Yaoguang lineage truly produce nothing but fierce ones. The image of Changxi killing her husband appeared vividly. Li Changsheng was shocked. Li Changxi was actually married, but from what I have seen, she clearly looks like a maiden. Yet according to the black-clothed person, she seems to have killed her husband to prove her Dao. This, however, satisfied Li Changsheng. Very good, as expected of my senior sister. He then asked, why did your excellency save me? The masked person replied, it was not that I wanted to save you, but someone else asked me to. Li Changsheng guessed, is it senior sister? The person felt helpless. Wrong guess. Li Changxi truly does not know you are this reckless. It was the sect leader's wife. Li Changsheng's face went blank. The sect leader's wife. Then that naturally means the wife of the heavenly demon sect leader. The water in Xuandu Temple is truly deep. I was right to be careful. In this world of cultivation, if you're not careful, you won't even know who is behind your death. He said, I did not expect the sect leader's wife to have a confidant like you in Xuandu Temple. The masked person reminded him, you do not need to guess my identity, nor do you need to thank me. In the future, just serve the madam devotedly. Li Changsheng cupped his hands in thanks. That goes without saying. I am a disciple of the holy sect. I will naturally be loyal to the madam. Heavenly demon sect was how those of the righteous path addressed them. The sect itself always referred to themselves as the heavenly holy sect. The masked person wondered, as a mole from the holy sect, you accidentally killed the sect leader's illegitimate son. Are you feeling very panicked right now? Li Changsheng looked serious. I was not wrong. This person is indeed a high-ranking member of Xuandu Temple. The water here is so deep, you can't see the bottom. The temple master's heavenly Dao oath seems quite lonely. Good, it seems the sect leader does not have any ill will toward me for now. Li Changsheng expressed his sincerity. I believe the madam can see my loyalty. The masked person dismissed it. I have not seen loyalty yet, but the madam will soon see that your courage is as vast as the heavens. First, you exposed the old demon's illegitimate son. Then you went to kill the successor. The Bai family put all their effort into raising. Besides that mental patient Li Changxi, perhaps there's no one in this world as bold and arrogant as you. Li Changsheng replied calmly. I was only doing it to survive. This time, Li Changsheng made the masked person struggle internally. In truth, there was no conflict between Ping Zipping and Li Changsheng, but because Li Changsheng heard Ping Zipping talking in his sleep, he decisively exposed him to win Li Changxi's support. If that showed he was decisive, then his blatant move against Bai Guanlin was truly unreasonable. Killing Yu Laomo's illegitimate son already offended the #1 great demon in the world, and now he even dared to kill Fairy Linglong's son. How big was this guy's liver? He said. You are indeed suited to be a demonic cultivator acting recklessly, and refusing to suffer even the slightest grievance. Neither Ping Zipping nor Bai Guanlin mattered to you. They were not even threatening your life, yet you did not care about the consequences and dared to kill them. Seeing a young person like you, this old man feels truly aged. Li Changsheng only dared to think, no, I was not being reckless at all, but there are always treacherous people trying to harm me. The masked person continued, right, the madam already has your name on the mole list. From now on you will be under her direct supervision, and only perform tasks assigned by her. I am the liaison between you and the madam and also your only superior. No one else in the holy sect can give you any missions. Understood? Li Changsheng thought, this is a good thing. Since I already reported Yu Laomo's son, as long as the madam is someone who values her reputation, she will consider herself in my debt. Based on this black-clothed man's actions, she seems to be that type of person. Of course one cannot expect too much from the heavenly demon sect. Although the madam seems well-intentioned, I must still be careful. I need to find an opportunity to get information on her, or find a way to deal with her legendary useless son. Unable to wait, Li Changsheng asked, does the madam have any instructions now? The masked person threw something to him. Inside is the holy sect's cultivation technique. Learn it quickly. If you are a disciple of the holy sect, and do not even know its techniques, no one will believe you. Furthermore, the jade slip records the method for refining the 100-soul banner, and the necessary materials. The madam requires you to refine it within 3 months. Li Changsheng looked at the item in his hand with horror. It was a type of yin attribute Dharma treasure, refined from the souls of living beings, a signature equipment of demonic villains. Killing was not enough. The 100-soul banner required the refiner to extract the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a person while they were still alive. Moreover, they had to be cultivators with significant achievements, because the 100 souls referred to the souls of those who had stepped onto the path of cultivation. If it were just ordinary people, it would not be impossible, but it would take killing at least 10,000 to have a chance at refining a 100-soul banner. Each one represented endless resentment and sin. This kind of behavior went against the rules of Xuandu Temple. If seen by a disciple, one would certainly be slain on the spot to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Li Changsheng regained his composure. It seems the madam still does not trust me. The masked person instructed, your future at Xuandu Temple is bright. If the madam does not have some leverage over you, how could she trust and use you? The 100-soul banner is mandatory. You are a smart person, so do not do anything stupid. Li Changsheng understood the situation. The madam was finding an excuse to keep a leash on him. Let us go back to the Moon Palace illusion, and see if I can use the lives of demon beasts to refine the 100-soul banner. If it works, then Li Changshi has a very big problem, and all her crazy words might be true. Even if I can't refine it, it does not matter. I have to pass this hurdle first, Li Changsheng said. But Xuandu Temple relies on merit. If I forcibly refine the 100-soul banner, and am discovered by the higher-ups, what then? The masked person replied coldly, that is your problem, but you do not necessarily need to worry about that. You might not even pass the hurdle in front of you. You have underestimated the Bai family. The assassination of Bai Guanlin won't end like this. The truth might be revealed soon. In short, take good care of yourself. Having said that, the person left. Li Changsheng returned to the sect. He could not hide his smile. Although the black-clothed man called himself this old man and had both arms intact, he had smelled a familiar scent. Recognizing a woman by her scent is a basic quality of a good man. That person in black must be the scripture transmission elder. Before I started cultivating, I never failed at identifying women by scent. After starting cultivation, my senses expanded rapidly, so this ability also improved drastically. Whether it is the scripture elder or Li Chengxi, both have an inescapable flaw in their bones. They love beauty too much. I even suspect they do not know they have a unique scent on them. Another important point, the scripture elder is not a professional enough mole. She should not have revealed to me that she knew I killed Pingziping, because that matter was not spread around, only a few people knew. But who would have thought the scripture elder of Xuandu Temple would be a member of the heavenly demon sect's madam, the Hehuan Saintess? As expected, only Li Changxi, a powerful mental patient with a solid background, can provide a sense of security. Everyone else has heaven knows how many faces. He sighed wearyingly. A pure person like me must act extremely cautiously to survive in this dangerous world. At Li Changsheng's quarters in the Moon Palace, he activated the illusion. During the attempt on Bai Guanlin, the Dharma robes he wore clearly had an automatic protection function that caused me slight internal injuries. I must regain my peak state before dawn. Additionally, to prevent the Bai family from tracing the real culprit back to me, I need to prepare some things in advance. The scene shifted to the Junjiangyuan illusion. An official reported, Crown Prince, I truly do not know why that immortal appeared in Jiangyuan County before, and I certainly do not know where the immortal is now. The Crown Prince of Dali spoke, Lord Sa, the team of grandmasters I gathered in the capital was completely wiped out at Lenka Temple. That immortal might be the last hope for our Dali. Lord Sa also understood. Your Highness, I naturally hope the immortal will come to quell the beast tide, but I truly do not know their whereabouts. The Crown Prince asked sternly, is there any way to summon the immortal? If I could rely on myself, I would not place my hopes on deities. In the current Dali dynasty, the emperor and most civil and military officials had completely given up. From top to bottom, everyone lived in a state of drunk today, die tomorrow, waiting for the day the demon beasts would break into the palace. Everyone had once fought hard. However, when facing the beast tide, they had completely lost their resolve after being repeatedly defeated, eventually having no choice but to wait for death. Only because the crown prince of Dali was still young and did not want to die did he want to struggle a bit more. Now all those with willpower in the world had gathered around the prince to resist the beast tide, but the situation remained unimproved. Only in Jiangyuan County was it heard that an immortal had descended, resolving the doom of the county. It is just a pity the immortal came and went quickly. As for how to pray for the immortal's return, no one knew. Lord Sa bowed and reported, "Your Highness, I have set up observers in many places." That day, the immortal's descent had no pattern. Just when I was at my most desperate, the immortal suddenly appeared. I do not know how they were summoned. The Crown Prince of Dali was determined not to give up. Lord Sa, think carefully about what happened before the immortal descended, or what you said to those around you. Currently, most of the remaining Grand Masters of Dali who could still fight are buried at Lanka Temple. At this rate, in less than half a year, Dali will certainly follow the footsteps of the grasslands and become a paradise for demon beasts. The immortal is our only life-saving straw. He suddenly remembered something. Right, that day I intended to let my daughter leave first. She refused, saying that if there are monsters in this world, then how could there be no immortals or bodhisattvas to save us from suffering? She vowed to pay any price just to pray for an immortal to descend and save us. And after that, the immortal descended. Could the appearance of the immortal be related to my daughter? Instantly the crown prince was filled with hope. Is that true? Where is Lady Sa? I will go meet her personally. Lord Sa gestured. Your Highness, please come this way. The two went to the great hall together. Opening the door and seeing the portrait on the wall, the crown prince was amazed. Is this the legendary immortal? Lord Sa explained, since that day, my daughter has become the immortal's most loyal devotee. She asked a painter from Zhongyuan to create this portrait, and then came to worship and offer incense every day. The crown prince approached. Lady Sa, I am here to ask you to call upon the immortal. If you can invite them, you will have done a great service to the world of Dali. Lady Sa replied, Your Highness, I have no way to contact the immortal. The crown prince urged urgently, Lady Sa, try again. Perhaps you will unintentionally create a connection with this immortal. Lord Sa added, that is right, Jiang Shui. The immortal appeared after you prayed that day. Why not try once more? Jiang Shui had no choice.
Fine.
Since your Highness and Father have said so, I will try. But everyone should not hold too much hope. She then prayed, if there are monsters in this world, then can there be no immortals or bodhisattvas to save us from suffering? This devotee is willing to pay any price, only to pray for an immortal to descend and save us. Suddenly shouting rang out from somewhere. The immortal has come again. The immortal has appeared. We are saved. Eternal blessings to the immortal. The crown prince was overjoyed. Lady Sa, and you said you had no connection to the immortal. He thought to himself, from now on, Sa Jiang Shui is my biological mother. I must serve her well. But does the immortal prefer female beauty? Why respond to her summons so suddenly? If so, that is a good way. The figure of a man appeared from high in the sky. Jiang Shui choked up as tears flowed down. Immortal, Chang Sheng spoke, this time upon entering the illusion, I must see if I can refine the 100-soul banner while also gaining more merit. And while I am at it, I will discover what this illusion actually is. He made a brief assessment. The smell of blood was thick, and demonic slaughter chi was rising from the northwest. Even across 10,000 miles, it could not stop the spread of this aura. Li Changshi said an apocalypse had occurred in the illusion. If nothing unexpected happens, that place might be the source of the end times in this world. This momentum seems slightly stronger than my current self. The crisis of the apocalypse in this illusion is more troublesome than I thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out, I pay my respects to the immortal. Chang Sheng looked down from above. The crowd below knelt in a frenzy. This humble one pays respects to the immortal descending to the mortal realm. We beg the immortal to grace us with his presence and save the commoners from this disaster. Everyone in the Dali dynasty, high and low, will worship the immortal day and night with tears of gratitude. Chang Sheng was startled. They were all ordinary people, with only a few possessing a slightly stronger aura, but none had even reached the chi refining stage. They likely could not tell he was at the late stage of foundation establishment. As for this seven-colored cloud, it was merely an illusion created by the Daoguang La Huan. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, you may all rise. Are you the leader here? The Crown Prince of Dali bowed sincerely, reporting to the immortal, this humble one is the Crown Prince of Dali. Chang Sheng ordered, stand up and speak. Tell this sovereign, what has happened to your world? This sovereign was patrolling the myriad heavens when I discovered your small world and noticed a demon beast calamity had broken out. Thus, I have descended with a strand of my avatar to investigate the truth. The Crown Prince was overjoyed. Patrolling the myriad heavens, it seemed this immortal was indeed from the upper realm, a supreme great power. He introduced himself as the Great Gate True Lord. Could he be a Luohan or Bodhisattva of the Western sect? Chang Sheng was puzzled. Why do you say that? The Crown Prince of Dali explained. According to the Lanki Temple, the world we live in is a subsidiary world of the 3,000 Buddha kingdoms of the Western sect. That is why I thought a bodhisattva or Luo Han had descended. So it is the Jade Pure True King, the great Emperor of longevity, sovereign of heaven's origin, holy heavenly worthy of the high divine firmament. Please forgive me, immortal. According to the legends of Lanka Temple, the Emperor is one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court, residing in the Jade Pure Palace of the high divine firmament in the 9 heavens. Your Excellency is the incarnation of the 9 heavens responding primal thunder universal transformation heavenly worthy, presiding over the Jade Pivot Mansion and commanding the Thunder Department. Chang Sheng asked, Lanka Temple, is it that place to the north? That area seems to be the densest gathering of demon beasts, and the demonic energy is thick. It does not look like a sacred land of the Western sect at all. The Crown Prince replied, the Emperor's divine powers are boundless. You saw through the truth at a glance. The demon beast calamity indeed originated from Lanka Temple. Monk Wuxin of Lanka Temple was said to be the reincarnation of a Luo Han with deep Buddhist affinity. Over a year ago, he failed his ascension to the Buddha kingdom. From then on, he became demonized, spreading demonic energy throughout the world, causing the world's beasts to lose their minds. Since then, living beings have been slaughtered. I once organized all the Grand Masters in the world to infiltrate Lanka Temple to solve the problem at its root, but the team was completely wiped out. If the Emperor had not appeared, I fear we could only wait for death. We beg the Emperor to take action, to slay the demons and eliminate the evil. Everyone in Dali will be forever grateful for the Emperor's great benevolence and worship you day and night. If there is anything the Emperor requires, this humble one will do his utmost to provide it, and will never disappoint you. Chang Sheng quickly agreed to the request. Very well, then this sovereign shall make a trip to Lanka Temple. Before the battle, he sat down to read the records. All the information regarding Lanka Temple was gathered here. Just as Li Changshi had said, it seemed the actual timeline took place after the end of the investiture of the gods. The Western sect had flourished, and under the 3,000 Buddha kingdoms there were countless subsidiary small worlds. These worlds offered faith to the Buddha kingdom and recommended talents. They were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, and this small world was one of them. Lanka Temple was the most powerful force in this small world, even surpassing the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty revered Lanka Temple as the national religion. From the royal family to the commoners, all were completely devoted. Monk Wuxin was once the leader of this world, a master at the consummate grandmaster realm. After reading the records about the combat power of a consummate grandmaster in this world, it appeared that, barring any surprises, a grandmaster was very similar to the late stage of foundation establishment. Based on his judgment, the primary methods propagated in this world were body refining techniques, leaning heavily towards a martial arts and wuxia style. The peak strength should be the late stage of foundation establishment. If one wanted to go further, they would likely have to leave this world, as it could not nurture a gold core stage powerhouse. Looking at it this way, Lanka Temple was not very dangerous for him. Furthermore, according to the Crown Prince, the strongest Monk Wuxin was dead, and the other Grandmasters and Masters were essentially all gone. The strongest remaining combat power in this world, if converted to a cultivation system, would not even reach foundation establishment. As for the demon beasts over there, perhaps their leader would be more powerful, but mutated animals that had lost their sanity were not difficult for him to deal with. Safety was not a major concern. Of course, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was, it felt too real. Why did not it look like an illusion at all? I'm afraid Li Changshi really has a huge problem. The Crown Prince announced, the Emperor has come out.
Chang Sheng followed up, I plan to set out now.
You all just wait here for the good news. The Crown Prince said worriedly, Emperor, we have already prepared the dragon carriage. We hope the Emperor will give us a chance to serve you, and let us accompany you. Chang Sheng refused. No need, I do not have the time. This is a good opportunity to kill those demon beasts, and see if I can refine the 100-soul banner. The scene shifted to the outside of Lanka Temple. Chang Sheng was satisfied. Very quickly, the demon beasts outside Lanka Temple had been wiped out by him. Moreover, the beasts of this world could indeed be used to refine the 100-soul banner. His judgment was correct. However, he still had to see if he could bring it out of the illusion to confirm if the illusion and reality could complement each other. Inside Lanka Temple, there truly was no aura of life. Instead, demonic energy surged and continuously spread outward. This place was indeed the source of this world's apocalypse. He had come to the right place, but since he had come this far, there was no turning back. After walking for a while, Chang Sheng was surprised by what was before him. Looking at the dry skeletons scattered about, he could not help but feel horrified. They emitted the stench of death. This is inside a spiritual object was being enshrined. Chang Sheng quickly identified it as an evil Buddha Sarira. After high-ranking monks pass away, they leave behind Sarira. Buddhism believes that Sarira are formed through the cultivation of merit and are usually hard, brightly colored beads. This was a Sarira, but this bead had no color. Instead, it emitted a terrifying black demonic mist. The aura of destruction contained within made one want to turn around and run. However, for a disciple of the 10,000 demon sect like him, this thing was actually quite nourishing. Is this what that monk Wuxin produced? His father was the sect leader of a demonic sect, the world's #1 demon, while his mother was the most beautiful woman in the martial world. On the day he was born, because his father lowered his guard, he was personally poisoned by his mother. The demonic sect was leveled by the great orthodox sects, and subsequently it collapsed and disbanded. He was originally destined to suffer the same fate, but out of consideration for his mother's merit, he was sent to Lanki Temple to learn Buddhist Dharma. 18 years later, Wuxin defeated 18 opponents in a row and became the youngest successor to walk out of Lanki Temple. He traveled the world, aiding those in danger, eliminating tyranny, rewarding good and punishing evil, becoming a divine monk revered by the entire world, until he discovered his own origins. From then on, he became a great demon whom everyone wanted to kill. Wuxin was once lost and helpless, with no one to aid him. Eventually he achieved great enlightenment, laid down the butcher's knife, and instantly became a grandmaster. After that, he continued until his life force was exhausted. In the Buddha kingdom, he witnessed a scene that left him frozen in horror. The Buddhas were spitting blood, the Buddha kingdom was collapsing, and demonic energy ran rampant. Someone said to sect leader Shangren, "Tathagata is a traitor." These were the words a senior Luo Han shouted before dying to interrupt his ascension. So this was the final scene Wuxin saw before he was sent back to Lanka Temple. Regrettably, he never had the chance to fulfill the senior's trust. His ascension failed, his soul was extinguished, and he was contaminated by demonic energy, unintentionally involving the entire world. Only after his death did the Sarira manifest, recording everything he had experienced and becoming the source of this world's end. If this truly is not an illusion, if this is truly the world view of the investiture of the gods, then it is very likely that the Western sect Tathagata is a traitor to the Western sect. How could that be? After all, Tathagata is the ancestral Buddha of Buddhism. The Western sect has two saints, Jiayan and Junti. At this moment, Chang Sheng realized something. Could it be that Li Changxi is not crazy? Are the things she said all true? Whether true or false. For now, it has nothing to do with me. Currently, I am still too weak. The most important thing to do now is to accumulate merit and quickly raise my realm. Chang Sheng stepped outside. A moment later, at the Moon Palace, Chang Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Both the 100-soul banner and the evil Buddha Sarira had been brought out. I was in the illusion for at least a day, yet in this world only a second has passed. The merit gained is real, the 100-soul banner can be used, and the demonic energy on the evil Buddha Sarira can even help me practice the scripture of demonic desires that the sect leader's wife gave me. The black mist surrounding the evil Buddha Sarira was gradually weakening. Moreover, the scripture of demonic desires began to operate automatically. The scripture of demonic desires, the technique the sect leader's wife gave me, sounds a bit abnormal. Previously the scripture passing elder had followed the sect leader's wife's orders and given me a jade slip. In the jade slip, there was not only the scripture of demonic desires but also other secret demonic arts, as well as refining methods and materials for insidious dharma treasures. Clearly, the sect leader's wife wants me to master all of these and sever my ties with the heavenly demon sect. Only then can she feel at ease using and mentoring me. These things do not matter. Whether it is the technique or the demonic treasures, all are harmless. As long as one has a heart for goodness, any demonic art practiced will surely serve the people. Although the scripture of demonic desires does not sound like an orthodox technique, its effect after cultivation is merely to arouse the deep-seated desires and demonic thoughts in others' hearts. However, facing the overbearing power of the sect leader's wife, I do not dare not practice it. Moreover, the evil Buddha Sarira left by Wuxin contains so much demonic energy that the scripture of demonic desires absorbed it and reached completion in an instant, stimulating the desires and demonic thoughts in others' hearts. This kind of technique seems a bit useless. For someone full of righteousness, integrity, and honesty, who takes morality as their standard to serve the people, they would be completely immune to this kind of evil technique. It has no effect on me at all. I must find an opportunity to use it on Li Changxi to see if it works. As for a simple and kind person like me, I definitely won't be affected. Next is to check my cultivation status. Good, the blood and slaughter aura is becoming a bit uncontrollable again. It has evolved from a river of blood into a sea of blood. This proves that I have truly slaughtered millions of living beings. In reality, that is exactly how it is. Even those weak creatures that lost their sanity were still lives. At the same time, my merit energy is also starting to become difficult to control. Although I can't make an exact judgment yet, a rough estimate suggests the merit is enough to push me to the gold core stage. Even if this might be the weakest gold core in history, it is still a gold core. Crushing a lowly foundation establishment cultivator won't be an issue. Suddenly, there was a loud call. "Junior brother, open the door." Chang Sheng went to open the door. "Senior sister, please come in." Chang Shi said coquettishly, "Junior brother, although I know you are the great absolute heaven emperor who fought to escape the investiture war, your killing intent is too strong. How dare you kill so many people at Xuandu Pavilion? Why did not you wait until we went down the mountain to take action?" Chang Sheng was secretly worried. The act of killing could not be hidden. If Xuandu Pavilion could not decide the life and death of its disciples, how could it be called the number one immortal sect? But those people kept forcing me, so what could I do? I could only counterattack under pressure. He replied, Senior sister, these are small matters. You are different from me. You were a great absolute zenith heaven preparatory saint who cultivated to attain the Tao during the primordial era. In the primordial era, spiritual energy was abundant, and resources were plentiful, but the number of living beings was not high. Thus, ascending to the Daluo realm was not considered too difficult. By the time I attained the Tao, the primordial order had been established. The saints were high and far away, but the number of myriad souls began to explode. If I did not kill others, they would kill me. I had no choice but to be forced to counterattack. Changji considered this seriously. What you say makes sense. Later on, you Daluo practitioners were all more ruthless than others. During the investiture war, the Tao ancestor and the saints gave their word, keeping only 6 positions. Yet how he indirectly seized one. Disciples of saints, Daluo followers, subordinates of the human emperor, and remnants of the Wu and Yao tribes, millions of cultivators fought for 5 Daluo positions. Junior brother, your blood debt is even greater than mine. When I attained the Tao, I could still achieve Daluo at will. It is just that right now. This is an illusion after all. Junior brother, you killed so ruthlessly. I'm worried I won't be able to protect you. Changsheng thought to himself, if only others at Xuandu Pavilion could communicate as sincerely as Li Changxi, that would be great. But those things are not important. What is important is, he then explained, Senior sister, I was forced into this for a reason. Great changes have likely occurred in the primordial immortal realm, so we must quickly seize the time to break this illusion and return there. Otherwise, the consequences will be catastrophic. Changxi was surprised. Oh, junior brother, what have you discovered? Changsheng looked grave. Senior sister, I just entered an illusion world, and discovered that one of those worlds was a small world subsidiary to the 3000 Buddha kingdoms of the Western sect. An image of the demonic Buddhist room reappeared. That illusion world was plagued by demons, and its civilization was on the verge of collapse. I resolved the source of that world's apocalypse and uncovered some earth-shattering secrets. Images of skulls scattered about appeared. I investigated the source of the demons disturbing that small world and found that, in reality, internal strife had broken out within the Buddha kingdom to which it belonged. And in that Buddha kingdom, the final words of Aluohan before his death were, "Tell the saint sect leader, Tathagata is a traitor." Changxi was not impressed at all, not surprising. Changsheng did not expect that. Not surprising, senior sister, if I remember correctly, Buddha Tathagata is the current Buddha of the Western sect. Aside from the 2 high and mighty saint sect leaders, Tathagata has the final say in the Western sect. Is it not surprising that he would betray the Western sect? She replied, of course it is not surprising. As you said, aside from the 2 saint sect leaders, only Tathagata has the final say. So, who would want 2 saints sitting above their head? A saint is merely a more powerful Daluo, essentially in the same realm as a preparatory saint. A preparatory saint, who does not want to become a saint, is truly a waste. Tathagata is certainly not a waste. We want to become saints, and so does he. Now that the primordial order has been established, the Tao ancestor is uniquely supreme. Saints are immortal and indestructible, and preparatory saints are beyond worldly affairs. Only then come the various celestial deities and their positions. In this kind of order, every step of promotion is incredibly difficult. The Tao ancestor has arranged the order, each person in their position. If a preparatory saint wants to rise to saint, a current saint must first vacate their position. If a saint wants to go further, they need the Tao ancestor's spot. Regardless of whether Li Changxi has mental issues, what she says is the truth to me. Changsheng thought to himself, I even feel that Li Changxi might not have any mental problems at all. He said, I understand your meaning, senior sister. Tathagata wants to take a step further to replace the 2 saints of the Western sect. Having 2 vacant saint positions is a good thing at least for us. So, you have decided to help Tathagata. Changxi was satisfied. Junior brother is indeed on my side. We are both Daluos. If semi-saints like us want to take a step further and become saints, we naturally have to kill a few saints first. Anyone who wants to become a saint is our ally. He asked, how do we help? Changxi proposed a strategy. As long as we can break this illusion, the weakness of Saint Zunti will naturally be exposed. If Tathagata dares to plot for saintship, he must have the support of other saints behind him. Junior brother, you are right. The primordial immortal realm is about to descend into chaos, and a saint war is about to break out. If several saints die in the primordial immortal realm this time, we will all have a chance to take a step further. I hold the lunar star, and you, junior brother, are one of the 6 sovereigns of the heavenly court. As long as we can return in time, we will be a super strong alliance. In this great chaos, you and I will become decisive forces in the primordial realm situation, and we will have a chance to be among the final winners. Junior brother, you cannot die here. This time, I will definitely protect you. Suddenly he received a hidden message. Gui Changsheng, come with us. Your deeds have been exposed. He recognized it. It was the voice of the law enforcement elder from the precept hall. One of his own, no need to worry. Changxi, knowing nothing, comforted him. Junior brother, do not worry. It is just an illusion. Those people, if killed, then so be it. I have your back. Chang Sheng replied elegantly, senior sister. What have I not seen? How could I possibly be panicked? She smiled with amusement. Junior brother is right. In the first investiture war, you carried a blade and slaughtered your way from the southern heavenly gate straight to the Lingxiao Palace, killing over half of the heavenly court. Compared to this small situation before us, it is truly not worth mentioning. Chang Sheng walked quickly. He was not fundamentally panicked, but hearing Li Changshi say that the great emperor of longevity was that powerful made him suddenly a bit nervous. He prayed silently, Great Emperor of Longevity on high, I am Gui Changsheng. I never intended to impersonate you. This is all Li Changshi's doing. In my heart, I have nothing but reverence for you. The law enforcement elder of the Precept Hall was one of his own. Previously they had cooperated very well and tricked Bai Guanlin, but he should still be polite. He approached and said respectfully, Greetings, elder. You look even more handsome than you did earlier today. The elder replied crossly, Stop with the flattery. Tell me about the good deeds you have done. Chang Sheng feigned ignorance. This disciple does not understand what the elder is talking about. The elder turned his head wearily. Your Dao heart is indeed firm. You are a seed for cultivation. Previously, you and Bai Guanlin had a small conflict. As the pavilion master's man, it was not a big deal for me to side with you. But now you have caused too much trouble. Not only do you want to kill a fellow disciple, but more importantly, you actually tried to assassinate Bai Guanlin. Chang Sheng thought to himself, I have never heard of this. Well, that is not right. I witnessed it once. Li Changshi did the same thing. Moreover, back then, there was a reason for Li Changshi's killing spree. Even Fairy Linglong found it hard to use that incident against her. Additionally, with the Lai family's protection, Li Changshi broke through her realm on the spot and landed safely. Gui Changsheng basically has no background, so how does he dare to act like this? The elder ordered, Let us go. The pavilion master and the people from the Bai family are waiting for you. Changsheng followed behind, very well. Suddenly, a voice called out, Wait, seeing Changshi approach. The elder spoke, Changshi the pavilion master ordered you to be confined to the Moon Palace. Changshi frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. What time is it that you are still concerned with such trivialities? The Bai family wants to frame my junior brother, so naturally I cannot stand by and watch. The elder said, framing Gui Changsheng, you two truly are a perfect match. Changshi looked displeased. Your judgment is not bad. In this world, the only one worthy of me is my junior brother. Back then, that fellow had no self-awareness. What kind of person was he to dare dream of me? Even Hao Ocean would not dare marry me. Being able to die at my hands is a blessing he was lucky to have from his previous life. The elder questioned, if Hao Tian is not worthy of you, how can Gui Changsheng be? Changshi immediately dismantled his argument. Nonsense. Hao Tian is just a puppet child. Everyone knows he has no talent and relied on others to become a Deluo Heaven Emperor. My junior brother fought his way to the throne of Heaven Emperor during the investiture war. One relied on connections, the other rose to the peak on his own. What right does the former have to even be discussed? The elder grumbled and criticized. Changshi, your worldview is becoming increasingly distorted. She refused to back down. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. I have revealed the heavenly secrets to you, yet you do not know how to cherish them. You are beyond help. After saying that, she left. The elder warned, she can escape punishment by feigning madness, but in a moment, you won't be able to get off so easily, so, for heaven's sake, do not do anything foolish. Changsheng gave a sheepish smile. Elder, you worry too much. My senior sister wants to trade sincerity for sincerity, and so do I. The elder felt helpless, as expected. Mental illness is contagious. This boy is so young, yet he is already incurable. The scene shifts to the Peak Master's main hall. Changsheng stepped into the hall. As soon as one man saw him, he pointed an accusing finger. Gui Changsheng, do you admit your guilt? Changsheng maintained a friendly face. Disciple Gui Changsheng pays respects to the Pavilion Master and the various Peak Masters. He secretly reminded himself, remember whose side you are on. I am fighting for the Pavilion Master, so you must protect me. The Pavilion Master sat high above and asked, Gui Changsheng, where were you tonight? Changsheng replied, reporting to the Pavilion Master, I have been practicing at the Jiaoquang La Huan. The person beside the Pavilion Master quickly helped clear Changsheng's name. I can testify. I have been assisting junior brother in his cultivation. The man said angrily, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Gui Changsheng, do you know that all the disciples who caused trouble for you today with Bai Guanlin are dead? And do you know that Bai Guanlin was also assassinated? Changsheng answered innocently, how could such a thing happen? How could this occur within Xuandu Pavilion? He was infuriated by Changsheng's reaction. How could this happen? Don't you know in your heart? Everyone involved in this incident had a grudge against you. Gui Changsheng, how do you explain this? Changsheng chuckled softly, Pavilion Master, please judge wisely. Someone is clearly trying to frame me. I suspect that person is Bai Guanlin himself. Confess for leniency, sit in jail for life. Refuse persistently, turn the tide later. Achieve merit to receive rewards, turn black into white, and justice will prevail. He spoke to the Pavilion Master. Disciple dares not hide anything. I come from a humble background, alone and without support. Since entering Xuandu Pavilion, I have only dared to be a cautious person. I would never underestimate an enemy or create grudges, let alone commit murder to silence witnesses. He put on a sorrowful act. Disciple has something else to report. Earlier today, Bai Guanlin led a group to bully me in broad daylight. This event was witnessed by the law enforcement elder of the Precept Hall. Thanks to the elder's impartiality, my reputation was preserved. I speculate that Bai Guanlin held a grudge in his heart and chose this clumsy theatrical act to falsely accuse me. Changshi spoke up to protect him, so that is how it is. The Bai family people are indeed no good. My junior brother is so pitiful. Bai Guanlin's people were unconvinced and choked with rage. Li Changshi was one thing, she was mentally ill, so everyone was used to her, but what was wrong with Gi Changsheng? Changsheng clenched his fists and offered a hypothesis. Pavilion Master, this disciple is bold enough to guess. Is Bai Guanlin still alive? The Pavilion Master cleared his throat. Ahem, indeed, he is not dead. Changsheng argued. The person I had a conflict with was Bai Guanlin. Yet the ones who died were his subordinates, while Bai Guanlin himself remains safe and sound. With such a clumsy play, why would anyone believe I did it? Even if I wanted revenge, I would only target Bai Guanlin. Why bother with his lackeys? The killer behind this did not just insult my character. They insulted my intelligence. This is truly unacceptable. Where is this place? This is Xuandu Pavilion, the #1 immortal sect in the world. Who would dare to kill people to silence them here? Furthermore, after I returned, my senior sister lectured me, saying I should not provoke the Bai family. She said the Bai family does not even respect the Pavilion Master. So what am I? I was prepared to endure such heavy humiliation. Can the Bai family really not let me go? Changshi countered triumphantly. Junior brother, you are wrong there. Why would you think the Bai family would let you go just because you endured it? They want to kill you because you blocked Bai Guanlin's path. Those two things are unrelated. Changsheng trembled with emotion. Must honest people always be bullied? Just because Bai Guanlin was born into the Bai family, should I take the initiative to die just to clear a path for him? I only want to practice in peace. Why won't they leave me alone even for this? This is clearly a frame-up, yet you all pretend not to see it, even organizing a full trial.
Haha, how ironic.
Does Xuandu Pavilion still have laws and order? Could it be that in Xuandu Pavilion, anyone from a great family can arbitrarily frame and smear others without restraint? I refuse to accept this. The Pavilion Master held his head wearily. Li Changsheng, you have the right to defend yourself, but do not exaggerate the issue. Changsheng clasped his hands and spoke seriously. Pavilion Master, please judge. I am just a poor child of the common people. I do not even know the people following Bai Guanlin, let alone how to kill them without alerting anyone. How could I have such strength? Also, may I ask the Pavilion Master, where did those people die, and how did they die? The Pavilion Master replied, they died in Bai Guanlin's cave dwelling. The cause of death was drinking Bai Guanlin's spiritual wine, which was poison. This made Changsheng even more furious. They drank Bai Guanlin's wine and died in Bai Guanlin's room, and yet you say I am the killer. Is there no heavenly justice in Xuandu Pavilion? I refuse to accept this. Changshi advised. Junior brother, let it go. Being bullied by the Bai family is your honor. Just endure it a bit. Why are you still being stubborn? With tears in his eyes, Changsheng said, I thought Xuandu Pavilion would be different from other places, that at least here, there would be something called justice. The man behind said, the Yangzia Peak possesses an artifact, a replica of the monster revealing mirror. It recorded the scene of you transforming into Bai Guanlin and entering the room. Changsheng did not expect this and let out a curse under his breath. He glanced at the elders. A cultivation world with surveillance cameras. Isn't that overkill? That is just being a thug. No wonder the Pavilion Master and the others were looking at him strangely. It seems they had all watched the CCTV footage. The Pavilion Master's standards were actually quite lacking. Back when he worked at the edge of the universe, whenever something like this happened, the surveillance video was always released first. The footage from Xuandu Pavilion had actually been preserved. It truly sent a chill down one's spine. These people were not following the rules at all. Changsheng argued stubbornly. The monster revealing mirror only shows monsters. What does that have to do with me? Besides, is not that mirror just a fake? The elder was shocked. He was still arguing even at this point. The man pointed at him. Gui Changsheng, they say you are a mud-foot commoner, and you truly are. You have no knowledge at all. Changsheng schemed inwardly. Fine, I will remember this. Based on his status, I can't kill him in the short term. But after I descend the mountain, I will use this face to become a demonic cultivator. When I kill him then, it won't be an injustice. Changsheng asked, who are you? The man introduced himself proudly. This old man is Zhang Baqing.
Changsheng mocked, so your name is not Bai.
You are just a lapdog of the Bai family, are not you? Chengji added, his wife's surname is Bai. He sneered, so he married into the Bai family. No wonder he is willing to be a lapdog. Zhang Baqing acted superior. Wei Changsheng, this old man will teach you a secret only known to the strong. All things have spirits. Once they develop intelligence, they are called Yao monsters, including the human race. It was only later, as great human powers appeared one after another under the leadership of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, that the human race broke away from the Yao race to become an independent race. However, the monster revealing mirror can still reveal one's original form. As for the authenticity of the mirror, it cannot be faked. This is a fact known to all. Only ignorant mudfoots like you would not know, Changshi said disdainfully. Is that so? The monster-revealing mirror can't be faked. Then why do I remember that when it was first shown on me, the mirror made a mistake? Baking's expression changed instantly upon being countered. He warned, Peak Master Li, watch your words. Changshi looked for an opening. Zhang Baqing, you seem to be afraid. He thought to himself, how could I not be afraid? What Li Changshi said was a secret of Xuandu Pavilion that could not be revealed. The deceased was the son of Fairy Linglong, yet Li Changshi had survived unscathed. The waters behind this incident were too deep. Aside from Li Changshi, no one dared to touch it. Changshi brought up the past years ago. On my wedding night, my husband suddenly died. According to the images shown by the monster-revealing mirror, I was the one who killed him. Changsheng held his head. Her madness was about to act up again, and even he could not take it. Changshi continued her story. But in the end, my mother personally confirmed that the monster-revealing mirror had made a mistake, and it was not my doing. If the mirror could be wrong once, could not it be wrong a second time? Furthermore, are you all doubting my mother's judgment? Changsheng rejoiced inwardly. Senior sister is the best. He thought he was the peak of turning black into white, but Li Changshi was even more illogical than him. Fairy Linglong's protection was beyond imagination, even helping her clear her name in such a matter. Great, he loved having such a powerful thigh to lean on. Baking growled, Li Changshi, whether you did it or not back then, we all know the truth in our hearts. Pavilion Master Linglong shielded you because that person was too rebellious and complained about Fairy Linglong after getting drunk. You? Changshi asked sharply. It seems you are suspecting my mother of using her public office for private interests. Or should I invite her out to explain it herself? He argued loudly. I won't debate those matters with you. Wei Changsheng transformed into Bai Guanlin and entered his room. The monster-revealing mirror saw through this clearly.
Li Changshi, stop trying to turn black into white.
Changshi was not afraid and went straight to the point. The image is that clear, then bring out the monster-revealing mirror and let me see. Inside was the scene of Changsheng transforming. Changsheng prayed, big thigh, do your thing? Changshi asserted firmly, I believe this image is fake. At that moment, she secretly cast a spell. Baking was annoyed. Then what do you believe? She said, look at the mirror again. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. What? Even the pavilion master was shocked. What the hell is this? The image shown by the mirror actually changed. The image inside the mirror drew everyone's attention once more. It was different from before. The pavilion master was impressed. Li Changshi's illusion techniques have reached another level. This is turning reality into falsehood. He blurted out, turning reality into falsehood. Changsheng thought, I even feel like it is the manifestation of speech. Has Li Changshi's cultivation progressed again? How is that possible? Can illusions truly affect reality? Could those rumors be true? If one day Li Changshi becomes invincible, will the whole world be turned into a lie by her? At that point, we will be the mad ones, and only she will be normal. Zhao Kuangla Huan is the best in the world. Whether others admit it or not, I do. Just believe in the power of faith. Cultivating immortality is truly fun. Clearly, Li Changshi's cultivation had not reached the level of manifestation of speech yet, but she had begun to turn reality into falsehood, with her illusions affecting physical reality. Changshi gave him a slight wink. Receiving the signal, Changsheng spoke up. What nonsense. How could reality be turned into a lie? An illusion is an illusion. It can never become real. Furthermore, everyone knows my senior sister is the weakest among the 8 peak masters. How could she possibly perform tricks in front of the pavilion master? In your attempt to turn black into white, you have truly lost all face.
Changshi was satisfied.
Junior brother is indeed the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, full of schemes and quick wit. With just a glance, he understood the plan in seconds. What perfect coordination, she argued. You all overpraise me. If I could deceive the perception of the monster-revealing mirror, then I would truly be the reincarnation of the lunar star sovereign. Would you believe that? The disciples buzzed with conversation. Could this really be a frame-up? If it were the real monster-revealing mirror immortal artifact, it certainly would not be wrong. But the one atop Yangxia Peak is just a replica. Moreover, it was something senior sister Linglong seized from the Yao tribe. Something seized by senior sister Linglong. It is quite plausible the Bai family tampered with it. At least, that is more reasonable than Li Changshi being the reincarnation of the lunar star sovereign. What Gui Changsheng said was not wrong. Those people drank Bai Guanlin's wine and died in his room. Yet you say Gui Changsheng killed them. That in itself feels wrong. The pavilion master observed everything. Usually nothing escapes the mirror's gaze. However, once Li Changshi proved the replica could be faked, those suspecting the Bai family's orchestration quickly gained the upper hand. Now, the reason to protect Gui Changsheng had arrived. While the crowd was still noisy, the pavilion master spoke. Ahem. An elder immediately followed. Pavilion master, it seems there is indeed something suspicious here. We cannot easily convict Gui Changsheng. We must avoid framing an innocent person and discouraging other disciples. Changsheng said with delight, many thanks Peak Master for your righteous words. The pavilion master considered. Peak Master Zhong's words make sense. It seems a reinvestigation is needed. Speaking of which, there is something I do not understand. Wasn't Bai Guanlin punished by the precept hall this morning and ordered to be confined to his room for 3 days of self-reflection? The man bowed, reporting to the pavilion master, that is indeed true. The pavilion master frowned. So, according to what you say, Bai Guanlin descended the mountain. Backing stepped forward. Pavilion master, there must be a misunderstanding in this. The pavilion master gradually lost patience. A misunderstanding is better explained clearly. We are all waiting for an explanation. Why would Bai Guanlin, who was supposed to be reflecting in his room, accidentally run down the mountain? Or perhaps he did not go down the mountain, but did all this himself to smear Gi Changsheng. Changsheng also would not accept it. Guanlin coincidentally went down the mountain, and I coincidentally took his form, and his followers coincidentally died in his room. Backing was pushed to the point of being speechless. Damn it, you guys are just kicking me while I'm down. If he admitted Bai Guanlin was down the mountain while supposed to be reflecting, then Bai Guanlin had violated the sect rules, an additional crime. But if he did not admit he went down the mountain, then the incident was self-orchestrated by Bai Guanlin. Regardless of the admission, Bai Guanlin would suffer. However, between two evils, one should choose the lesser. Naturally, framing someone was a more serious crime. He had no choice but to confess honestly. Bai Guanlin did indeed descend the mountain. Whether Gui Changsheng killed anyone or not, Bai Guanlin knowingly broke the law, which is an additional crime. Relying on his high status, he ignored the sect rules. This must be strictly punished. Li Changxi did the same. She was also under the pavilion master's confinement but went in and out as she pleased. If the law enforcement elder presides over this, both should be punished. Otherwise, it will be hard to convince the public. Changxi actually admitted her guilt. I was wrong. I accept the punishment. Pavilion master, deduct my merit points. Deduct a lot, and then do the same to Bai Guanlin. Backing's face turned dark. Damn it, this crazy woman, where does she get so many merit points? The Bai family was not known for accumulating merit. There were too many dark secrets behind the great clan. At this time, Bai Guanlin was still waiting for good news from him. Baking thought it over. Furthermore, the merit the Bai family worked hard to accumulate could not just be transferred to Xuandu Pavilion for such a small matter. After all, Bai Guanlin would not die for this. He decided to just accept it. The elder asked, why did Bai Guanlin go down the mountain? He explained, the boy also fell into someone else's trap. Previously, he received a note. The message on it led him to make a wrong judgment, which gave Gui Changsheng the opportunity to kill the witnesses. The pavilion master held up a piece of paper. Is it this? Changsheng thought to himself, that is it, my handwriting. But it fell into the hands of the pavilion master. Then it is fine. The Bai family dares to oppose the pavilion master, so they must have strength. But after all, the pavilion master is the pavilion master. Even if Fairy Linglong appears, Xuandu Pavilion is still his home ground. He read, I am a disciple of the heavenly demon sect, and undercover in Xuandu Pavilion. I want to leave the darkness and join the light, but I fear the pavilion master won't accept me. If young Master Bai is willing to protect me, I can help him frame Gui Changsheng as a mole for the heavenly demon sect. Furthermore, I have evidence of the pavilion master's collusion with the sect's high command. If young Master Bai is sincere, come to Qingfeng Inn at midnight tonight. If you are late, I won't meet you. Remember, come alone, or I won't appear. Everyone listened in silence to the pavilion master's judgment. Changsheng raised his voice confidently. As expected, it was a frame-up, just because Bai Guanlin is from the Bai family and I am from a poor background and blocked his path. He and a heavenly demon sect mole tried to frame me. Where is the law? Where is the justice? Pavilion master, I am exhausted. If offending the Bai family is a crime, then I plead guilty. Please grant me death. The pavilion master comforted him. Don't be foolish, boy. You do not need to be so indignant. It is not just you. I was not spared from the framing attempt either. But the methods were indeed somewhat crude. He insisted on clarifying, this note was found on Bai Guanlin's person, correct? Baking argued stubbornly, Bai Guanlin suspects Gui Changsheng slipped that note onto him during the day. The person behind this is Gui Changsheng. Changsheng pointed at him. For the Bai family to stab someone in the back like this is too shameless. The pavilion master said, Senior brother Luan, you handle this fairly without siding with anyone.
Everyone trusts you.
Please examine this note. Elder Luan took it and analyzed. This paper is the agarwood paper of the Bai family. It is not circulated externally and can only be used by direct descendants of the Bai family. The ink is enlightening ink, which can communicate with spirits and is a specialty of the Danqing Pavilion. I do not have any in my collection. I heard that after Bai Guanlin was born, Danqing Pavilion sent a large amount of enlightening ink as a gift. The disciples were disappointed. Bai Guanlin did not fall for a trap at all. He orchestrated this entire thing himself. He went to such lengths, how truly base and shameless. Changsheng gloated inwardly. What agarwood paper and enlightening ink. This is the first I have heard of them today. The content of the note is correct, but the paper is not mine, nor is the ink. And of course, that unlucky Bai Guanlin definitely did not do it. The pavilion master. What a brilliant move. But wait, why does our side look more like the villains? He looked up at the pavilion master with eyes full of admiration. The pavilion master is too amazing. Baking insisted on following through. Peak Master Luan, may I see it? Peak Master Luan was displeased. Are you doubting my ability? Still doubting my impartiality? Bakqing quickly explained. I would not dare, but this is a serious matter, and I need to ensure there are no mistakes. Fine, he said, passing the note down. The note slowly traveled along, ensuring all disciples could see it. It was indeed agarwood paper and enlightening ink. Agarwood paper was a specialty of the Bai family with no external sales channels. Enlightening ink was a treasure of Dan King Pavilion. Those Confucian scholars were independent and did not interact much with us. They only gave some to the Bai family because of senior sister Linglong. Gui Changsheng likely did not even know these two things existed, let alone use them to set a trap. The pavilion master is right, mean tactics and a devious heart. Regrettably, Bai Guanlin. One may know a person's face but not their heart. What a waste of half my night just to see a kid who does not know the height of the heavens self-orchestrate such a boring show. Changsheng was triumphant. This time, the Bai family's people originally wanted to demand an explanation and even pressure the pavilion master for greater benefits than expected. They never imagined they would be hoisted by their own petard. Now, they all believed he was innocent. He smiled broadly. The truth is now clear. I beg the pavilion master to preside over justice and uphold righteousness for this disciple. The pavilion master advised Changsheng. I know you were wronged this time, but after all, Bai Guanlin has a different status. Changsheng refused to accept it. There is a saying in the mortal world, even if the prince breaks the law, he should be punished like a commoner. Although Bai Guanlin has a noble status, can he really disregard the sect rules? This disciple refuses to accept this. His statement took everyone by surprise. Changshi shared his view. What the hell is Bai Guanlin? His status is nothing compared to my junior brother. My junior brother is the reincarnation of the great emperor of longevity. A mere Bai Guanlin dared to slander my junior brother. This is insubordination against a superior and deserves the ultimate punishment. The various elders were speechless and exhausted. Changsheng only then realized the problem. Oh no, Li Changshi is acting crazy again. One cannot argue with a mentally ill person, especially since Fairy Linglong particularly appreciates this crazy one. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I heard someone wants to handle my liner. The pavilion master was startled. Old matriarch. Why have you come here? Guanlin supported the old matriarch as she hobbled forward and questioned. Someone wants to kill the Qilin son of my Bai family. If I did not come to see for myself, the Bai family would truly be wronged. The pavilion master was stunned. Old matriarch. Why do you say that? Changshi secretly sent a voice transmission to Changsheng. Junior brother, be careful. This is an old fogey of the Bai family. Her status is somewhat special. She once accidentally saved my mother's life. The prosperity of the Bai family is largely due to this. He silently evaluated her. This old lady looked as if she had no cultivation at all, looking like she could pass away at any moment. However, from the moment she appeared, the pavilion master became extremely anxious. Not just him, but everyone present became incredibly tense. The old matriarch stubbornly defended her logic. He has his reasons, she has hers. You say my Bai family framed you. The Bai family says you killed people to silence them. Since no one will admit it, then check the merit. Zhuandu Pavilion ranks merit above all. If someone killed many fellow disciples, their merit aura will naturally reveal the truth. Guanlin, emboldened by her presence, acted smugly. Gui Changsheng, you are dead meat. You will show your true colors immediately. Conversely, Changsheng was not afraid at all. Check merit. I am not afraid of that. I farmed merit in the illusion specifically to guard against this move. If sophistry fails and the pavilion master and Li Changshi can't protect me, I will directly manifest my merit and seek protection from the black-yellow merit tower. Only with the assurance of the pavilion master, Li Changshi, and the merit tower can I accomplish great things. The pavilion master activated the mechanism to check merit. Changsheng thought to himself that the situation was progressing exactly as he predicted, but he refused to back down easily. He said indignantly, are you teaching the pavilion master how to do his job? I thought the pavilion master of Xuandu Pavilion was the final decision maker. What position do you hold here? What right do you have to instruct him? The pavilion master reminded him, Changsheng, this is the old matriarch of the Bai family. He remained defiant. The old matriarch of the Bai family has nothing to do with our Xuandu Pavilion. No one has answered my question. What office does she hold here? What right does she have to tell the pavilion master how to work? The pavilion master cleared his throat. Ahem. Changji explained on his behalf. She holds no office in Xuandu Pavilion, but she is the old matriarch of the Bai family, so naturally, she feels entitled to lecture the pavilion master. Changsheng retorted, Xuandu Pavilion is the #1 immortal sect and the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the world. I recall a sect rule. Anyone who is not a disciple is not allowed to enter without the pavilion master's permission. Unauthorized entry into the immortal gate results in execution without trial. Pavilion master, may I ask if this old matriarch Bai's appearance in our pavilion was ever approved by you? The pavilion master softly uttered, no. Changsheng followed up. Then this disciple requests the precept hall to enforce the law and execute this old lady to uphold the sect rules. The elder behind him coughed repeatedly. Ahem, ahem, ahem. His forehead was beaded with sweat. Having a fierce general in the camp was indeed a joy, but if he was too strong, it was a bit hard to handle. The pavilion master scolded, Changsheng, do not speak nonsense. The Bai family has made great contributions to Xuandu Pavilion. The old matriarch is highly respected, even by Fairy Linglong. Do not be rude. He countered, I learned that sect rules require your approval for outsiders to enter. Is the pavilion master implying that Fairy Linglong abdicated but did not relinquish her power? The pavilion master was furious, insolent. Senior sister Linglong is a person of high virtue. How could she care for fame and wealth? Considering your youth, this sovereign will temporarily overlook your speculations about her. If you repeat this, I will punish you severely. Changsheng argued further. If that is the case, then should not this old matriarch be forbidden from violating our sect rules? The pavilion master is so harsh toward disciples yet so weak toward outsiders. I refuse to accept this. Changshi cut in, junior brother, it is useless to be indignant. You are just a commoner, while the old matriarch is the ancestor of the Bai family. It is normal for the pavilion master to favor the high and trample the low. You must learn to accept it and be grateful. Who told you not to have a rich and powerful father? Seeing the three of them exchange words, the other disciples realized they were all in cahoots. The pavilion master stepped forward and said in a gentler tone, Old matriarch, you see. Sai, Changshi and Changsheng are both my juniors, but they both cling to the sect rules. I cannot punish them without cause and make a laughingstock of you. She grimaced. Linglong has only just left her position, yet the tea is already growing cold. Truly, human emotions are fickle, and the world is cold. This old servant has realized it. Changsheng maintained his unfriendly attitude toward her. Old lady, stop relying on your age with me. Fairy Linglong allows you to stay out of sentiment, but the pavilion master telling you to leave is his duty. At your age to ignore the truth and use moral kidnapping is truly shameful. The old matriarch was choked with rage. You. Guanlin said worriedly, grandmother. Changsheng pushed further, pavilion master. Since this old lady is shameless, help her save face. For the sake of Fairy Linglong, her life can be spared, but she must be punished. Kick her down the mountain. I am a kind person. Out of respect for the elderly, I won't break her legs. The pavilion master held his head helplessly. This kid. I feel unworthy of being pavilion master now. Next term, I will definitely vote for you to be the spokesperson. In the story of the emperor's new clothes, the thing he feared most was a child suddenly speaking the truth and making everyone feel awkward. Changsheng was that child. Thus, she now felt quite embarrassed. Ignoring the truth, she could have stayed brazenly. The problem was Gui Changsheng refused to let the truth be ignored. As long as she felt shame, she had to leave. She coughed heavily. I will voluntarily go down the mountain immediately, as you wish. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Changsheng jumped back. Everyone saw it. I did not do anything. Does the Bei family always frame people like this? Bai Guanlin did it, and now this old lady is doing it too. How uncreative. He thought to himself, what a coincidence. Back then, when she endured the pain of losing her son, she sent off the younger generation without a single tear or spitting blood, burying her sorrow in silence. She gritted her teeth through humiliation and used the death of her kin to trade for greater benefits for the Bai family. That is how they became prosperous. Would such an old woman really cough blood out of mere anger? Guanlin spoke up. Ancestress never forced anyone, and neither did I. Ancestress was ambushed. The pavilion master was indignant. You mean she was ambushed here in Xuandu Pavilion? Peak Master Zhang was also displeased by Guanlin's words. Everyone had witnessed what just happened. Guanlin clenched his fists. Not here. It happened in my room. Gui Changsheng set traps and poison in my room. Ancestress was in my room and accidentally fell into the trap.
Changsheng was bored.
I left those traps for Bai Guanlin to deal with. That bastard actually let his ancestor take the hit for him. That old woman clearly has no cultivation. No wonder she clings to Xuandu Pavilion to absorb spiritual energy and prolong her life. Disloyal and unfilial, deserving of death, he said. If everything was done by me, why do not you just say I'm the one who fathered you? Guanlin could not believe his ears. Gi Changsheng, what did you just say? Changsheng stood proudly with his hands on his hips. I said, I am your father. The various elders felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Guanlin burst out laughing. My father was the husband of Fairy Linglong. Gui Changsheng, you even dare to pull a stunt like this. Impressive, truly impressive. The old matriarch wondered, has he been infected by Li Changshi? Is his intelligence also declining? Changsheng affirmed, my senior sister is very smart, open-minded, and exceptionally talented. No woman in the world is smarter than her. Changji stepped forward to help, satisfied. Junior brother, you are right, but next time no need to emphasize the word woman. He smiled brightly and replied, senior sister is right. No one in this world is smarter than you. Changshi looked at him intensely. Junior brother, you certainly know how to say sweet things. The old matriarch was furious. Today, the Bai family had suffered a great loss and lost face. If they could not catch Gui Changsheng, the situation would truly flip. At such a time, the Bai family could no longer maintain an air of mystery. They had to show absolute power. She said, in short, today's incident stems from someone committing murder in Shrandu Pavilion, acting like a demon, and attacking fellow disciples. Gui Changsheng says the Bai family framed him. We say he killed people to silence them. Since the monster revealing mirror provided an accurate result, let us use the black-yellow merit tower. It is the #1 divine treasure. It will not wrong a good person. Gui Changsheng, do you dare to go to the black-yellow merit tower for inspection? Changsheng turned to tattle. Pavilion master, she is trying to lecture a disciple again. The pavilion master felt helpless toward him. This child, he thought to himself, Gui Changsheng is a peerless warrior, always charging into battle for me, a true talent, but also a nuisance. He is too reckless, and more importantly, he really did kill those people. If someone kills, they will have a blood sea aura and their merit points will surely plummet. He imagined the scene of Changsheng slaughtering countless times. The black-yellow merit tower is not a replica. It is a projection of the #1 defensive treasure in the immortal realm, the heaven and earth black-yellow exquisite pagoda. It won't make a mistake. If Gui Changsheng is exposed on the spot, how can we protect him? Therefore, we cannot use the tower. After waiting for a response from the pavilion master, Changsheng said, enough. Since the Bai family wants to be humiliated, I will accept the inspection at the black-yellow merit tower. However, if it proves I am innocent, I demand that Bai Guanlin be punished for silencing witnesses and slandering me. Everyone was surprised. Gui Changsheng, are you crazy?
Changsheng was fearless. I am the incarnation of the Southern Pole Great Emperor of longevity, upright and solemn.
I fear no schemes or insults. Guanlin shouted. He is truly mad. He actually believes Li Changshi's crazy talk. Someone who brings trouble upon themselves deserves no pity. Gui Changsheng, cherish your final moments. Changsheng spoke confidently. Pavilion master, please take action. I wish to maintain my purity in this world. If my innocence is proven, let Bai Guanlin carry his shame to the end of the world. Guanlin confirmed for the last time. It is a deal. The crowd buzzed. Was Gui Changsheng's mind really troubled? Was he truly wronged? But if he was wronged, the old matriarch Bai was not a fool. Why would she insist on the merit tower test? Aunt, you truly see everything clearly. I did not expect Zhang Baqing to maintain his reason like this. The aunt analyzed. This is certainly Gui Changsheng's plot. No need to worry, Lin. You would not be so stupid as to throw your voice transmission talisman out of the illusion without any disguise, much less record the evidence yourself. That would be the most ridiculous thing in the world. I absolutely do not believe you are that stupid. Guanlin suppressed his bitterness. Aunt, it is great that you say that. Indeed, he thought, Aunt is an elder of Xuandu Pavilion who has weathered many storms. He still had much to learn. Baqing made a heated judgment. Gui Changsheng is full of devious tricks and has done many unrighteous things. But the fairy has exited seclusion. Gui Changsheng is like an autumn grasshopper. He won't be jumping for much longer. No need to pay him mind or stir up more trouble. Let it end here. Gui Changsheng's debt will be repaid very soon. Guanlin bowed his head. I listened to aunt. The aunt announced. This matter ends here. Everyone can disperse. These small schemes and plots will lead to nothing. Guanlin said devoutly. This is the first time I have realized aunt is such a wise and clear-sighted person. The old matriarch was speechless upon hearing this. As soon as Zhang Baqing left, Bai Zonghui collapsed to the ground. Guanlin asked hurriedly, Auntie, what is wrong? Are you crying because you are so happy? Zonghui replied resentfully, Bai Guanlin, I ask myself, I have always taken good care of you. Why did you harm me like this? You have Fairy Linglong's protection, so Jiang Baqing dares not touch you, but I do not. Guanlin was confused. Auntie, what are you talking about? Zonghui helplessly covered her face. Everyone at the table sighed wearily. This made Guanlin feel strange. Why is everyone reacting like this? Everyone looked at Guanlin with indescribable eyes. The old matriarch thought to herself that Jiang Baqing's words just now were very clear. Fairy Linglong had exited seclusion, so this was definitely Gui Changsheng's doing. Previously, in the Peak Master's Hall, Bai Guanlin had self-destructed in front of many eyes. Jiang Baqing was the involved party, so naturally he knew the truth, but he was helpless, as were they. To put it bluntly, Guanlin's relative was Fairy Linglong. The future of the Bai family would likely be handed to a fool like Bai Guanlin. The hearts of the Bai family members were full of despair. She spoke desperately, forget it, listen to Baqing. Everyone disperse. She thought that it was not easy for Fairy Linglong to speak up and settle things, but internal conflicts in the Bai family were starting to surface. She was this old and still could not have peace. The old matriarch approached and asked, Zonghui, you? She held her head helplessly. Actually, she had once liked this foster daughter, good at making money, well-spoken, skilled in both emotions and business, and very good at making her happy. She had even helped the Bai family win over Jiang Baqing, an elder of Xuandu Pavilion. As a result, she never expected this to happen. Bai Zonghui was likely coerced. The culprit was definitely Bai Guanlin. Considering his status, Zonghui was just a foster daughter and naturally did not dare to resist. However, before Fairy Linglong died, Bai Guanlin could not yet shoulder the responsibility, so this must be blamed on Gui Changsheng. She said gloomily, you should stand up. Treat Baqing well from now on. Linglong's deterrent power is still here, so he won't dare do anything to you. It will be fine. Time heals all. Bai Zhonghui wiped away her tears. Internal Bai family affairs were even stranger than this incident. In great families, there are too many shady things. By comparison, the matter between Bai Guanlin and Bai Zhonghui, who were not related by blood, was not even worth mentioning. It is just that the identities of the two parties were too special. This kind of embarrassing thing could only be covered up. Zhonghui sat there brooding. Before leaving, the old matriarch did not forget to advise, be a bit better to Ba King in the future, and try to win his forgiveness. Guanlin completely misunderstood what just happened. What on earth are you all talking about? Aunt believed in me and my innocence, so why does everyone think she still has such malicious intentions? The old matriarch clenched her fists. If this were her own son, she would definitely beat him to death with a cane right now. Keeping him would only implicate the family. Guanlin thought to himself, these people think too much. Why is being human so tiring? Guanlin's image at this moment was reflected through the divine mirror. Chang Sheng sighed softly. How pitiful. Actually, Bai Guanlin was not stupid. At 20, this was just his typical reaction. Others had plenty of experience, which is why they could understand his second-level thoughts. But in truth, only Bai Guanlin saw through his methods. This was a true master of playing the fool. Regrettably, no one believed a word he said anymore. Jiang Baqing was a bit special. He could even endure being cuckolded. No, he could not endure it, but he had to. I can't endure him though. Isn't he a righteous killer? Isn't he betraying the Bai family? What Jiang Baqing does not dare to do, I will do for him. Those he does not dare to kill, I will kill for him. Jiang Baqing, as a fellow man, this is my greatest support for you. As a disciple of the righteous path, seeing injustice and drawing a blade to help is what I should do. No need to be polite. The pavilion master observed closely. Although merit can be transferred, merit bestowed by others is completely different from one's own. Therefore, it would absolutely not escape the verification of the black-yellow merit tower. Where exactly was the problem? Was this kid really infected by Li Changxi? Chang Sheng clasped his hands. Pavilion master, please grant my request. The pavilion master thought, he clearly did it, so where does he get the confidence to accept the merit tower's test? The grade of the black-yellow merit tower was too high for him to control now, so there was no way to help Gui Changsheng cheat. He could only watch Gui Changsheng himself. He spoke, the merit tower is the supreme divine artifact of Xuandu Pavilion and its greatest foundation. But if it proves Gui Changsheng was wronged, Bai Guanlin will have to pay the price. At that time, even senior sister Linglong won't be able to protect Bai Guanlin. Do you all understand? Changsheng replied loudly. Understood, he thought. The true body of the black-yellow merit tower is in the primordial immortal realm, overlooking the world, held by the strongest saint. This is the foundation of Xuandu Pavilion's long-lasting prosperity. Otherwise, how could it be the #1 immortal gate in this world? To put it bluntly, even if Bai Guanlin really killed someone, it was not a huge deal. It could be hidden. However, if the merit tower confirmed it, even Fairy Linglong could not cover it up. There was a 99% chance that Gui Changsheng had a brain problem, likely infected by Li Chengxi, but there was still a 1% chance that all of this was truly self-orchestrated by Bai Guanlin. The old matriarch stepped forward and whispered, Lin, this is your last chance. Baking's voice reached Guanlin's ear. Lin, if you really did it, it is not too late to give up now. Seeing that he did not have their trust, Guanlin trembled with rage. He pointed his finger. Verify immediately. I do not believe evil can triumph over good. I am clean and innocent. I never did this. No one can frame me. Changsheng was indignant. Those are my lines. Are you trying to steal them? How embarrassing. Guanlin stood his ground firmly. Gui Changsheng, wait until your true nature is exposed, and I will see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Changsheng gloated. You simply do not understand the value of someone like me, the Southern Pole Great Emperor of Longevity. Changxi felt self-satisfied. Looking across the world, only I can understand my junior brother. Being invincible is truly lonely. The merit tower suddenly lit up abnormally. The pavilion master took charge. Since it has come to this, activate the black-yellow merit tower. Start the Chia guiding array. The light illuminated the entire room. The disciples were dazzled. Dark clouds appeared around the merit tower. Changsheng stood firm, holding a brilliant golden lotus in his hand. The pavilion master cried out in horror. This is... The various peak masters were shocked. Good heavens, in all my life I have never seen this much merit. Am I blind? Is this not a complete golden lotus of merit? One petal of a merit lotus means saving at least hundreds of thousands of lives. Yet this is a complete merit lotus. Has Gui Changsheng saved the world before? I now suspect he really is the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Great Emperor of Longevity. The influx of black-yellow chi is too terrifying. The tower has personally verified it. It absolutely cannot be fake. What exactly has Gui Changsheng done? I do not know what he did, but I know for certain he absolutely did not kill anyone to silence them. Changxi watched with her arms crossed, her heart in turmoil. Even the pavilion master could not hide his surprise. Is Gui Changsheng really the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Great Emperor of Longevity? I thought he was just a talent, but now it seems my vision was too narrow. Gui Changsheng is actually using the black-yellow qi to refine his body, and using the merit to raise his realm. The golden light of merit completely enveloped Changsheng. He thought to himself, now that the gold core has settled in my belly, I know that my fate is not determined by the heavens. The gold core stage. After the process concluded, he said smugly, "By Guanlin, congratulations. I have shown my true colors now." Guanlin was horrified. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can you have so much merit? Could it be that those people really were killed by me? Changsheng thought confidently. The black-yellow merit tower cannot be wrong. This is a deep-seated belief held by everyone. In fact, the tower truly is not wrong. I really did save an entire world. The tower's judgment is flawless, but it has nothing to do with whether I killed those people or not. However, this loophole is something only Li Changxi and I understand. Everyone else will be completely unable to see past it, and will only focus on my massive merit. The obvious truth is that Bai Guanlin and the Bai family forced the Pavilion Master to use the Merit Tower, intending to pin me down to my death. But instead, the Merit Tower has given me the official certification of being a peerless benevolent person. Now, let alone the Bai family, even if Fairy Linglong herself came, she could not touch a peerless benevolent person like me. Changsheng's merit was linked to the merit lotus petals. Everyone was disappointed. Could it be that all of this was truly self-orchestrated by Bai Guanlin? Bai Guanlin has deceived us all. Changsheng stood tall and proud. Bai Guanlin, stop pretending. If you are a man, stand up and admit everything. The witnesses and evidence are here. Facts speak louder than words. Confess, don't let others look down on you, and save some face for yourself. At this point, Guanlin could only plead for himself in vain. It was not me. It really was not me. Gui Changsheng. It was you. You are framing me. The crowd murmured. Could it be that all of this was truly orchestrated by Bai Guanlin? Changsheng acted indifferent and then mocked. How shameful, truly pathetic. You do not even dare to admit defeat, so how could you ever win? Still trying to quibble at this point, you're just like a stray dog barking nonsense, making a fool of yourself. Guanlin was trembling. Gui Changsheng, you are shameless, you bastard. He then fell to his knees, insisting, there is a problem with the black-yellow merit tower, ancestress. Please check again. There is definitely something wrong with Gui Changsheng. The old matriarch swung her hand and slapped him. Enough, you disgraceful thing. You have lived for so many years like a dog, and now you have even involved the family in your humiliation. This is the height of absurdity. At this point, she did not want to argue any further. Pavilion Master, this old woman will take her leave. Today, I have brought this humiliation upon myself. I have nothing more to say. Guanlin hurriedly followed her. Before leaving, the old matriarch left a message. Regardless of what the Pavilion Master finally decides, the Bai family will accept it. Guanlin was currently in a state of total confusion. Even his grandmother had turned her back on him. This is impossible. The black-yellow merit tower must have a problem. Pavilion Master, did you open a back door for Gui Changsheng? You must be colluding with each other. The Pavilion Master watched him ranting like a madman and was speechless. This idiot, his brain was fried. If he had just checked his own merit, would not he have proven his innocence? Changsheng reported, Pavilion Master, the truth is now clear. I have proven my innocence. I ask the Pavilion Master to punish Bai Guanlin for the crime of murder to silence witnesses and for false accusation. Pavilion Master, Bai Guanlin and I had a prior agreement, and everyone present is a witness. Could it be that just because he is a member of the Bai family, he can disregard the law? There are saints watching from 3 feet above. I need an explanation. If Bai Guanlin does not die, Xuandu Pavilion will lose its credibility. If this continues, the consequences will be catastrophic. Peak Master Zong stepped forward. Gui Changsheng, you should first return to the Jiaoquang illusion to continue your cultivation. The matter regarding Bai Guanlin is significant. We need to deliberate carefully. Tomorrow, there will be an official answer. Changsheng agreed fine. Out of respect for the Pavilion Master, I will take a step back for the greater good. But like the shining sun, all disciples of Xuandu Pavilion are waiting for the Pavilion Master to deliver a fair and just verdict. After finishing, Changsheng walked out to head back. Suddenly something startled him. Before him were many disciples of the sect waiting for him, letting out thunderous cheers. Dao and Gan hurriedly asked about the situation. Changsheng, are you alright? Changsheng replied confidently, I am fine. He secretly guessed the situation. This scene was likely orchestrated by these two, but it did not matter. What mattered was that the people's hearts were reliable, so even though he knew, he still tried to play his part well so as not to disappoint Down Gan and Hong Dai. Gui Changsheng, thanks all fellow disciples. That I could walk out of the Peak Masters Hall alive today is not a victory for me, Gui Changsheng, but a victory for justice. The Pavilion Master and the various elders watched from inside. The scene before them took them by surprise. Has something happened to my son? Changsheng's voice rang out with excitement. Fellow disciples, I know there are many places in this world where corruption is like a disease transmitted from mother to child, or through blood ties. But today, I, Gui Changsheng, have walked out alive, proving that the sky over Xuandu Pavilion is not yet completely dark. Under the leadership of the Pavilion Master, I believe Xuandu Pavilion will surely have a bright future. He praised himself inwardly. That was some good flattery. I must make sure the Pavilion Master hears it, and let everyone hear it too, while conveniently helping myself build some reputation.
Perfect.
The people below cheered enthusiastically. The sole remnant from the Sword God had recorded the entire event. The Pavilion Master bowed awkwardly. Senior sister, my disciples are a bit boisterous. I will handle it immediately. Yu Linglong replied, no need. Come to my place for a moment. The Pavilion Master immediately obeyed. Understood. The representative of the Jade Sword was the world's #1 powerhouse, Yu Linglong. Behind the 4 words, world's #1, lay the corpses of those who refused to submit. Now, all the surviving powerhouses in the world had bowed their proud heads. In short, they had all been defeated. Outside the hall, Hong Dai praised him without reservation. Changsheng, you are truly amazing. Changsheng thought to himself that currently, not many people in Xuandu Pavilion knew the truth, so Hong Dai should be the most surprised, as she was the one who helped gather all the information about Bai Guanlin's followers. Furthermore, Hong Dai was tight-lipped. He had not misjudged her. He said politely, I must also thank Hong Dai for your help. This time, I almost implicated you. Hong Dai said shyly, Brother Changsheng, you are too kind. This time I am also a winner. As long as we can cause trouble for the Bai family, the Dong family will certainly spare no effort. Since I helped you deal with Bai Guanlin, the family will support me even more. Dao and Gan added, she is right. The blood feud between the Dong family and the Bai family is much deeper than the one between you and the Bai family. Changsheng asked, a blood feud, is it irreconcilable? Hong Dai crossed her arms with a serious expression. The grudge of a father's murder and the hatred of a fallen nation, it won't end until one of us is dead. Changsheng stroked his chin, plotting slightly. Then it seems the Dong family and I have many common interests. I believe the Bai family won't let me go. Hong Dai said with some excitement, if Brother Changsheng is determined to be an enemy of the Bai family, then you will be an honored guest of our Dong family. Dao Angan stepped in to stop her. Changsheng, do not listen to her. This woman is full of bad ideas. The Bai family is not that easy to deal with.
Changsheng acted dismissive. Is it that hard? I feel like they are just mediocre.
Dao Angan tried to reason with him. This time Bai Guanlin was too stupid to self-orchestrate such a clumsy play, allowing you to catch him. Despite that, Bai Guanlin will definitely be fine, while you might even end up being the scapegoat. Yet Changsheng still replied nonchalantly. How could that be? He pondered. Does this nephew of mine still think I am innocent? But it can be seen that his judgment is not entirely unreliable. The black-yellow Merit Tower. Inside the 9th floor of the pagoda, the Pavilion Master arrived at the door. Senior sister, I am here. Yu Linglong appeared and questioned. Bai Guanlin crushed the token I left for him, saying he was framed by you and a young disciple. What is going on? The Pavilion Master replied calmly. The matter is like this. After hearing everything, Yu Linglong was surprised. So the Bai family was innocent from beginning to end. The Pavilion Master reported honestly. Not exactly. During the day, Bai Guanlin took the initiative to challenge Gui Changsheng. Before that, the first person to show malice toward Gui Changsheng was the Bai family. Gui Changsheng seemed to be forced to counterattack. It is just that his counterattack was indeed a bit too sharp, which was beyond my expectations. Yu Linglong was displeased. Let the children handle their own business. I'm only curious about one thing. How does Gui Changsheng have so much merit? The Pavilion Master explained. That is also what I do not understand. I originally thought Changsheng was dead for sure, but I did not expect him to use a merit golden lotus to turn the tide. Linglong frowned. I recently spirit traveled to the immortal realm, and discovered that the southern pole great emperor of longevity has not appeared for a long time, and is suspected to have descended to the mortal world. She involuntarily thought of the legendary emperor of longevity, a being with a shining aura and extraordinary power. The Pavilion Master was shocked. What? Has the southern pole great emperor of longevity fallen? He clasped his hands. Senior sister, you have not ascended yet. Spirit traveling to the immortal realm now is too dangerous. Yu Linglong reassured him. It is fine. With the black-yellow Merit Tower protecting my soul, I can secretly spirit travel through the primordial realm without being detected. But I truly cannot go there often, so this time was just luck. The Pavilion Master disagreed. It is too risky. With senior sister's deep foundation, successful ascension is almost certain. But exploring the primordial immortal realm now could easily lead to disaster. Senior sister, why take such a risk? Yu Linglong rubbed her head wearily. To be honest, I was scared by Changshi. At this point, the Pavilion Master became even more confused. Scared by Changshi, senior sister. Do you really believe that nonsense about Changshi being the reincarnation of the Lunar Star Sovereign? Yu Linglong replied seriously. Changshi's merit is so high it is absurd. I know she often goes down the mountain to perform righteous deeds, and she indeed has accumulated much merit over the years. But her merit is simply too high to be logical. Furthermore, her cultivation speed is truly too fast, seemingly breaking all my records. This makes no sense. Even if she used merit to take shortcuts, it is still irrationally fast. The Pavilion Master was gradually convinced. I see it too. Many of Li Changshi's actions are highly illogical. I even occasionally believe that crazy story about her being the Lunar Star Sovereign's reincarnation. But he quickly snapped out of it. Senior sister, Changji cannot be the fairy of the Guanghan Palace. We cannot be led astray by a lunatic. Yu Linglong considered. You are right. This time my spirit traveled to the primordial immortal realm and found that everything on the moon was normal, illuminating the heavens. Fairy Chang'e of Guanghan Palace occasionally appears, and each time she can cause a stir in the immortal realm. When Yu Linglong thought of Changxi, she had to admit that Changxi indeed had mental problems, but she unexpectedly discovered something even bigger. The Southern Pole Great Emperor of Longevity is suspected to have fallen. The pavilion master was worried, so Changxi has no relation to Fairy Chang. But could Guai Chengsheng really be the Southern Pole Great Emperor of Longevity? Linglong said, one who is a Daluo in the myriad heavens transcends space and is immortal. But if a Daluo truly falls, then all the heavens he controlled or even projected will face calamity. A Daluo is born to protect myriad souls. When a Daluo dies, all heavens can be extinguished in a single thought. Therefore, a compassionate Daluo will leave behind a successor or an inheritance before falling, to save against the apocalyptic disaster caused by their death. Gui Changsheng might be the reincarnation of a Daluo, but the higher possibility is that he is the successor of one. That would explain the sea-like merit he possesses. The pavilion master added, if Guai Changsheng is just a successor, it means he holds a Daluo inheritance. A Daluo inheritance points directly to the great Tao and transcends time and space. Could senior sister not be tempted? Yu Linglong reassured him. Don't worry, I am not interested in a Daluo inheritance. Furthermore, inheritance comes with the karmic ties of the Daluo. To gain is to lose. If Gui Changsheng has the inheritance of the Southern Pole Great Emperor, his enemies are at least at the Daluo level. If the secret of the emperor's background were to spread, I would not want this inheritance even if I could have it. At this point, the pavilion master asked with some surprise, Senior sister, does the Southern Pole Great Emperor of Longevity have a mysterious background? Yu Linglong replied, in the preface of the great canon of the Jade Pure True King of the High Divine Firmament, it is recorded in ancient times, before the universe was formed and primal energy was born, the primal heavenly king was the ancestor of the laws of the great Brahma. He condensed his spirit to form a fetus and named it Chaos. When chaos was broken, heaven and earth appeared. The energy inside and out was named Manhwa. The primal heavenly king established the charts of civilization. His golden radiance was like the red sun, his jade form like the heavens, nurturing the wonderful stars and dividing yin and yang. Later, he traveled down from Mount Yujing and met the ancestral mother of myriad energies, the natural holy mother of the nine heavens. They practiced the great mysteries together, and 3 chaotic elements transformed into the Tao, giving birth to 8 sons. The eldest was the Southern Pole, Great Emperor of Longevity. The image of the Great Emperor of Longevity appeared in their minds. He is also known as the Nine-Dragon Hibiscus Sun Palace Emperor and the Jade Pure of High Divine Firmament. 3 names for one being, but there is only one saint. The pavilion master spoke in a panic. Senior sister, watch your words. This is a topic that must not be touched. Yu Linglong remained calm and continued. If this is true, and the Southern Pole Great Emperor has truly fallen, then the primordial immortal realm must be filled with killing intent. There is a high probability that another great tribulation like the investiture war is coming, perhaps even the start of a holy war. Scenes of slaughter appeared. The pavilion master thought to himself, if the story about the emperor's background is false, it is fine. But if it is true, who would dare to touch the eldest son of the primal heavenly king? Aside from saints, no one else would even think of it. If his eldest son dies, what would the primal heavenly king do? And if the primal heavenly king takes action, how would the great supreme elder lord and the heavenly lord of Lingbao react? If a holy war breaks out, it will surely be like the investiture war, where living beings are slaughtered. We might even be caught in the crossfire. This cannot be spoken of. He regained his composure. Senior sister, was it Bai Guanlin who woke you up this time? Yu Linglong did not deny it. Yes, he did not want to die unjustly, so he could not help but contact me. The pavilion master said seriously, Senior sister once said that the younger generation will have their own fortune. Bai Guanlin being wronged is due to his own lack of strength and strategy. Of course, Gui Changsheng's actions were indeed a bit excessive. How do you plan to handle Gui Changsheng? Yu Linglong reminded him, you are currently the pavilion master of Xuandu Pavilion. You decide. If I abdicate but do not relinquish power, it will damage your authority. The pavilion master reassured her, Senior sister, do not worry. I won't let things be difficult for you. Yu Linglong replied calmly, I am not in a difficult position. No one in this world can make things difficult for me. Since I chose you as pavilion master instead of someone from the Bai family, you should just act decisively. Changsheng walked and thought to himself. Bai Guanlin had clearly killed fellow disciples and then framed him. The evidence was clear, yet the Bai family was cursing a victim like him in their group chat. The voice transmission talismans in this world were very similar to WeChat accounts on Earth, with even more complete functions. Who does that Gui Changsheng think he is? Daring to demand the execution of our family's Liner. Do not be angry. Once he leaves the mountain, I will spend a large sum to hire killers from the Assassin League to kill him and vent your anger. The members of the Bai family were truly vicious. Even this Bai Zhonghui, whom he did not know, wanted to kill him. Do you know Bai Zhonghui? That woman was taken as a foster daughter by the old matriarch. She is a big deal. Bai Zhonghui is a business genius. She did not originally have the surname Bai, but in just 1 year, she earned hundreds of millions of upper-grade spirit stones for the Bai family. Thus, she was favored by the old matriarch and adopted. Additionally, she is the wife of Zhang Baqing, an elder of our Xuandu pavilion. Birds of a feather flock together. The enemies have all gathered. Zhang Baqing's wife has no blood relation to the Bai family. Bai Zhonghui, has your husband gone out? Wait for me at your house. Wear a wedding dress and wait for me. Damn that Zhang Baqing. He dared to be rude to me in the hall. I must take it back from his wife. Once again, Changsheng transformed into Guanlin. Baking was shouting angrily from a distance. You harlot. Zhonghui's face showed terror. Baking clenched his fists. No wonder you are usually so friendly with that little beast. It turns out the two of you have been involved for a long time. Zhonghui explained desperately. Husband, I am innocent. He thought to himself, if this woman did not have the surname Bai, if she was not the foster daughter of the old matriarch, I would have skinned her alive already, making her wish she were dead. Baking shouted, do you take me for a fool? He tried to restrain himself. Therefore he had to endure first and then ask the Bai family for an explanation. Zhonghui wailed piteously. I was only close to Bai Guanlin because he is the son of Fairy Linglong. This has nothing to do with personal feelings. I only wanted to flatter him. Tears rolled down Baking's face. So you recorded that scene on his bed. Zhonghui handed him something and said, if my husband does not believe me, you can check the voice recordings between me and Bai Guanlin yourself. There is absolutely no affair between us. Baking snatched it. The situation was getting worse. With your methods, you would have cleaned up the recordings long ago without leaving a trace. That is how you have managed to hide this from me for so many years. I admire your tactics. It is just a pity that little beast is such a waste. It was clearly a private message to you, yet he posted it in the family group. You did not leave any openings, but you encountered a teammate as stupid as a pig. Zhonghui was helpless. Husband, there must be a misunderstanding. Guanlin is not stupid. He would not suddenly lose his mind. Perhaps his transmission talisman was lost. A voice came from within. Uncle, I swear to the heavens, someone definitely set me up. My transmission talisman was lost by someone. Only then did Ba King say, so that is how it is. It seems I misunderstood my wife. Zhonghui's face was full of panic. Husband, this definitely was not prearranged, and it certainly was not intended to humiliate you. She thought to herself that if Zhang Baqing was still angry, it meant he still cared. It was because he cared that he was angry. But if he was no longer angry, he had abandoned her completely. She needed to save the situation, so she whispered, husband, let us investigate ourselves. I will definitely make Bai Guanlin explain it to you and have the Bai family clear up the truth. Believe me, I would not do something so stupid. Baking considered. Zhonghui certainly would not do something so stupid, but Bai Guanlin would. Choosing a teammate as stupid as a pig to do this was simply too illogical. He fully believed that Bai Guanlin might have sent the message by mistake. He sighed heavily. I heard Fairy Linglong's jade sword appeared today, and Bai Guanlin was released on the spot. Zhonghui took his hand and confessed honestly. Husband, it really has nothing to do with Fairy Linglong. I am truly innocent. Baking turned around, then investigated, to return the innocence of my wife and Bai Guanlin. Zhonghui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was still a chance to make amends. She and Bai Guanlin were both clean. They had done nothing wrong, so why fear an investigation? She pointed and ordered her subordinates, investigate this clearly for me. Bai Zhonghui immediately mobilized her maximum power. At the same time, the Bei family was also investigating this matter with full force. After all, it involved Bai Guanlin and Zhang Baqing. There was no need to say much about Bai Guanlin, though his performance disappointed the family. He was born well. What could you do? Changsheng, having infiltrated, knew the whole plan. Furthermore, Zhang Baqing came from a humble background and rose to the position of an elder in Xuandu Pavilion. For the Bai family, he was a strong ally they did not want to lose. Therefore the Bai family also wanted to prove this was just a misunderstanding. In Xuandu Pavilion, if one wanted to investigate the truth of a matter, it was very easy. What was complicated were human hearts and schemes. The investigation was complete. The location of Guanlin's transmission talisman was outside the Jiaoquang illusion. It was found it was indeed outside the gates of the Moon Palace.
Gui Changsheng did it.
Changsheng tried to recall. I remember now, it was when the conflict between Gui Changsheng and me broke out during the day a few days ago. He must have stolen my transmission talisman then. Yes, that must be it. He guessed correctly. Well, what is said, and the noise is made. Let us stop making Bai Guanlin a laughingstock. As for me, Bai Guanlin is actually the person who sees most clearly what is happening in the Bai family, but the family has too many teammates as stupid as pigs, so he could not carry them. Guanlin stood up proudly. Aunt, this time Gui Changsheng won't escape. The Jiao Quang illusion is a restricted area, and I cannot enter. However, I have learned from my mistakes. After leaving the main hall, I set up a water mirror technique outside the illusion. It will surely prove my innocence. Baking secretly disdained him. With your pig brain, you actually have some sense of prevention. Still, he tried to answer cheerfully. Then let us look at the water mirror technique. Guanlin then activated the water mirror. Inside, it reflected the image of Bai Guanlin. In the image, Guanlin used a bit of magic. Then he threw away the object in his hand. Seeing this, Guanlin's eyes widened in surprise. Zhonghui spoke up. Even the old matriarch was speechless. If you wanted to fake evidence, you should at least make it look more real. However, Ba King keenly realized, it is an illusion. It was Gi Changsheng transforming into Guanlin, plotting to drive a wedge between us. Bai Guanlin said aggrievedly, Uncle, you truly see through everything. I did not expect Jiang Baqing to maintain his reasons so well. Jiang Baqing rested his chin on his hand and replied, this is certainly a plot by Gui Changsheng. No need to worry, Lin. You would not be so stupid as to throw your transmission talisman outside the illusion without any disguise at all, much less record the evidence yourself. That would be the most ridiculous thing in the world. I do not believe you would do such a stupid thing. Bai Guanlin wiped away his tears. Uncle, it is so good of you to say that. He thought to himself, indeed, Uncle is an elder of Xuandu Pavilion and has weathered many storms. I still have much to learn. Jiang Baqing's face was pensive. Gui Changsheng is full of devious tricks and has done many unrighteous things. But the fairy has exited seclusion. Gui Changsheng is like an autumn grasshopper. He won't be jumping for long. No need to pay him mind or stir up more trouble. Let it end here. Inwardly, he thought, Gui Changsheng's debt will be repaid very soon. Bai Guanlin bowed and replied, I listened to Uncle. Hearing this, Jiang Baqing turned and left with a sense of relief. This matter ends here. Everyone can disperse. These small schemes and plots will lead to nothing. Bai Guanlin bowed respectfully. This is the first time I have realized Uncle is such a wise and clear-sighted person. The people nearby were speechless upon hearing his words, their faces full of disdain. As soon as Jiang Baqing left, Bai Zonghui collapsed to the ground. Bai Guanlin immediately ran to her. Auntie, what is wrong? Are you crying because you are so happy? Bai Zonghui's face was dark as she replied. Bai Guanlin, I ask myself, I have always taken good care of you. Why did you harm me like this? She thought to herself. You have Fairy Linglong's protection, so Jiang Baqing dares not touch you, but I do not. He did not understand and asked, Auntie, what are you talking about? Bai Zonghui did not respond but covered her face and sobbed. The surrounding people seemed to understand something and chose to remain silent. Bai Guanlin was still confused. Why is everyone reacting like this? He saw two elders staring at him with indescribable eyes. One elder thought to himself that Jiang Baqing's words just now were very clear. Fairy Linglong had exited seclusion, so this was definitely Gui Changsheng's doing. She continued to speculate that previously, in the Peak Master's Hall, Bai Guanlin had self-destructed in front of many eyes. Jiang Baqing was the involved party, so naturally he knew the truth, but he was helpless, as were they. To put it bluntly, Guanlin's relative was Fairy Linglong. The future of the Bai family would likely be handed to a fool like Bai Guanlin. The hearts of the Bai family members were full of despair. She spoke desperately, forget it, listen to Baqing. Everyone disperse. The old woman was deeply troubled. It was not easy for Fairy Linglong to settle things, but internal conflicts in the Bai family were starting to surface. She was this old and still could not have peace. She approached Bai Zonghui and gently patted her back.
Zonghui.
She seemed to want to offer comfort, but could not find the words. She rubbed her head wearily. Actually, I once liked this foster daughter very much. She recalled her memories of Zonghui, good at making money, well-spoken, skilled in both emotions and business, and good at making her happy. She had even helped the Bai family win over Jiang Baqing, a powerful elder of Xuandu Pavilion. Now, this kind of thing had happened. She looked at Bai Guanlin again. Bai Zonghui was likely coerced, and the culprit was definitely Bai Guanlin. Considering his status, Zonghui was just a foster daughter and naturally did not dare to resist. However, before Fairy Linglong died, Bai Guanlin could not yet shoulder the responsibility, so this must be blamed on Gui Changsheng. She sighed and made a decision. You should stand up. Treat Baqing well from now on. Linglong's deterrent power is still here, so he won't dare do anything to you. It will be fine. Time heals all. Bai Zonghui wiped away her tears and agreed. Internal Bai family affairs were even stranger than this incident. In great families, there are too many shady things. By comparison, the matter between Bai Guanlin and Bai Zonghui, who were not related by blood, was not even worth mentioning. It is just that the identities of the two parties were too special. This kind of embarrassing thing could only be covered up. When everyone left, Bai Zonghui still sat motionless on the ground. The elder did not forget to advise her once more before leaving, be better to Baqing in the future, and try to win his forgiveness. Bai Guanlin was still too stupid to understand. What on earth are you all talking about? Uncle believed in me and Auntie's innocence, so why does everyone think he still has such malicious intentions? The elder was so angry, he clenched his fists, thinking, if this were my own son, I would beat him to death with a cane right now. Keeping him will only implicate the family. Contrary to the others, Bai Guanlin thought, these people think too much. Why is being human so tiring? The entire scene was observed through a lens. Gui Changsheng sighed behind it. How piteous. He evaluated the situation in detail. Actually, Bai Guanlin was not stupid. At 20, this was just his typical reaction. Others had plenty of experience, which is why they could understand his second-level thoughts. But in truth, only Bai Guanlin saw through his methods. This was a true master of playing the fool. Regrettably, no one believed a word he said anymore. Chang Sheng thought again, Jiang Baqing is a bit special. He can even endure being cuckolded. No, to endure is not to endure. I cannot endure him. Fine, boys help boys. Isn't he a righteous killer? Isn't he betraying the Bai family? What Jiang Baqing does not dare to do, I will do for him. Those he does not dare to kill, I will kill for him. Feeling his own chivalry, Chang Sheng exclaimed, Jiang Baqing, as a fellow man, this is my greatest support for you. As a disciple of the righteous path, seeing injustice and drawing a blade to help is what I should do. No need to be polite. He remembered the past. Although back on Earth, he had worked for 2 years at the edge of the universe and was used to a snail-paced work efficiency. That was only for work. In personal matters, he was always proactive. The world is complex. If you think of something, act immediately, especially regarding defense. If you do not take proactive legitimate defense, the opponent will likely put a knife to your throat first. He remembered Bai Guanlin and the Bai family. They were the kind of violent crowd he feared. Even before he knew them, they had considered him an enemy. Before he understood Bai Guanlin, the family was already preparing to kick him out to make room for Guanlin. Then Chang Sheng remembered the woman named Bai Zhonghui. When he did not even know her, she actually wanted to hire an assassin league to kill him. If he had not acted quickly, would not he be a corpse by now? Thinking this way, Chang Sheng continued to fight without mercy. This is a high possibility. Therefore, legitimate defense must be effective. One must seize the initiative. Seeing Bai Zhonghui state today, he thought, Bai Zhonghui looks piteous indeed, but considering I almost got assassinated, I am clearly the more piteous one. Thus, Chang Sheng stroked his chin and decided, I will go kill Bai Zhonghui first, using Jiang Baqing's appearance. I will let Jiang Baqing know what it feels like. Suddenly a voice came from Ying Hongdi. Chang Sheng, has something happened on your end again? I see the Bai family people heading toward Daoquang. Hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately understood. It seemed Bai Guanlin and Bai Zhonghui's alleged affair had been discovered by Jiang Baqing, yet Bai Guanlin was as brazen as ever, framing him for stealing the transmission talisman. Ying Hongdi understood instantly. You were the one who stole his transmission talisman, were not you, Chang Sheng immediately explained. Hongdi, what nonsense are you saying? I do not even know who Bai Zhonghui is, so how could I think of such a trick? She did not believe a word of it. Alright, I understand. It was you, Chang Sheng complained inwardly. Suddenly I realize Ying Hongdi is not cute at all. Li Changshi is much better. We can exchange sincerity for sincerity. Li Daongan is also fine, he believes whatever I say. Ying Hongdi is the most annoying, having such a prejudice against my character. Ying Hongdi ignored him and continued, didn't Bai Zhonghui offend you? Based on your style, you won't forgive even a small grievance. Chang Sheng, are you thinking of killing Bai Zhonghui? Chang Sheng was hit right where it hurt. What kind of monster is she, to actually evaluate my character so disgustingly? Seeing him silent, Ying Hongdi understood. I hit the mark, did not I? She sincerely advised Chang Sheng, listen to me. You must remain still now. Bai Zhonghui might not be a powerhouse, but she is an important figure in the Bai family and likely has protective treasures. Most importantly, you are currently at the center of the storm, with many people targeting you. If you are caught, the accusations against you will become real. Chang Sheng thought it over. Although he still believed time waited for no one and one should strike when necessary, he truly was in a precarious position now. Bai Guanlin's image appeared, and he thought, if I am caught red-handed now, all my previous slandering of Bai Guanlin will become meaningless. I should endure for a day. Ying Hongdi added, Bai Zhonghui's talent is mediocre. You will have plenty of chances later. No need to hurry. What you should do most now is be humble and avoid creating more trouble, or the consequences will be severe. Chang Sheng's face darkened as he asked, why are you telling me this? Ying Hongdi did not hide it. Precisely because Fairy Linglong has appeared. He was overjoyed. Then does not that mean my strongest big thigh has shown up? He immediately replied, I understand. Hongdi, thanks for the reminder. Chang Sheng plotted inwardly. Originally he wanted to ask Li Changxi about her mother-in-law's preferences and taboos, but he realized that doing so would reveal his wolfish heart, so he temporarily suppressed that thought. He analyzed carefully, although Li Changxi had not refused dual cultivation with him as the Emperor of Longevity, he should stay safe first. After all, no one in this world is worthy of the Lunar Star Sovereign. But Bai Zhonghui was going through painful days. Disaster had struck her seemingly perfect marriage. After returning to Jiang Baqing's cave, the first thing she wanted to do was explain. Although she did not understand how Bai Guanlin had gone mad and harmed her, she could not clear it up immediately. She first needed to convince Jiang Baqing of her innocence. Regrettably, she was met with a closed door. Even when she brought snacks to his study, Jiang Baqing replied coldly from inside, Wife, go to sleep first. I must cultivate tonight and will not return to the room. She thought angrily, how could I possibly sleep? She stared at the door. Jiang Baqing was determined to ignore her, but she could not give up. However, she stopped trying to force her way in. Bai Zonghui chose to stand outside like a waiting for husband stone, quietly waiting for him to emerge. She wanted him to see her sincerity. However, she saw many women visiting the area. She was not sure if Jiang Baking saw her sincerity, but she soon discovered many female disciples of the Yangxia lineage were being very sincere toward her husband. Furthermore, they could freely enter the cave where he was cultivating. Resentment and jealousy gradually rose in Bai Zonghui's heart. Changsheng calculated inwardly. After reaching the gold core stage, I estimate that with normal cultivation and enough spirit stones, I would need 5 years of hard study to reach the middle stage, and it would take roughly 30 years of hard cultivation to have any hope of reaching the nascent soul stage. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give up on hard cultivation. Sitting and practicing is impossible not in this life. Using effort and deeds to increase my realm is the true kingly way. So now he ate, drank, and slept on schedule, letting the Tao take its natural course. He ate voraciously, drawing a judgmental look from Li Daongan. During his practice, Changsheng made progress. He felt his realm advancing, while Li Daongan felt his horizons were being broadened. One fine day, Changsheng observed the distant scenery and asked, "What is all the commotion at Yanxia Peak?" Li Daongan laughed and explained, "I heard Zhang Baqing was caught cheating by Bai Zonghui. She is currently scolding the other woman fiercely." Although no one suspected him, Changsheng thought to himself, "I swear to the heavens, this really was not my doing." Ying Hongdi and Li Daoengan called out from afar, "We are over here." After they arrived, Changsheng could not help but sigh. "Wow, that is quite a scene." Li Daoengan followed up, "Changsheng, you do not know, but in Xuandu Pavilion, Jiang Baqing has a nickname." He was curious.
What nickname?
The other gave a thumbs up. "The #1 sentimental man of Xuandu Pavilion." Changsheng was indignant. Is there such a shameless person? If he is the #1 sentimental man, then what am I? He thought to himself. My heart for senior sister is as constant as gold. Li Daoengan and Ying Hongdi were helpless against his self-satisfaction. She whispered, "Changsheng, this could not be your doing too, could it?" Changsheng replied unhappily, "Hongdi, your thinking is problematic. You are just like Bai Guanlin. Don't blame everything on me.
I am clean."
He emphasized angrily, "This time I am truly innocent. I do not even know what is happening yet." Ying Hongdi reflected inwardly. The wolf after effects have arrived. In my heart, you have become a wildly arrogant genius, but also one who is bold and proactive. Changsheng turned and asked, "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Li Daoengan recounted excitedly. "I heard last night Zhang Baqing and Bai Zonghui argued. She stood outside his cave waiting for him all night, but he would not let her in. Inside, Bai Zonghui held a snack box, so angry she wanted to hit the other woman. Outside, Li Daoengan continued, as a result this morning, a female disciple of Yanxia Peak entered Jiang Baqing's cave without permission. When she came out, her clothes were wet. Bai Zonghui immediately exploded. Changsheng thought to himself, Zhang Baqing surely believes she and Bai Guanlin had an affair. When a man faces this, especially when the wife's family is powerful, how does he usually handle it? He thought, I am a good man, so it is hard to guess how a vile person would act, but I can guess Bai Zonghui's thoughts. She likely fears Zhang Baqing is using this female disciple to get revenge for her alleged affair with Bai Guanlin. Changsheng chuckled. Therefore, the innocent Bai Zonghui is fuming. The female disciple was being held tightly by Bai Zonghui, who would not let go. Changsheng keenly noticed that the water on the clothes was spring water, and the female disciple's red lipstick was still intact. She and Jiang Baqing had no affair. Changsheng felt a bit apprehensive. I think the scripture of demonic desires is not a technique of the heavenly demon sect. It is likely a sacred scripture of the Hewan sect. Because the sect's magic has such a powerful effect, I do not dare use it in front of others. He hesitated. But a technique like the scripture of demonic desires shows no abnormal signs when used, making it perfect for my introverted and humble personality. Ying Hongdi saw this and asked, Changsheng, can you tell if that girl has ever experienced that? Li Daoengan said with interest, Father, I want to learn this. Changsheng replied coldly, calling me father feels like nothing. I do not even know what your mother looks like. Better call me uncle. If I am happy, I might actually teach you this secret technique. Bai Zonghui likely noticed this too. She probably suffered at Zhang Baqing's hands and is intentionally venting on that disciple. This is exactly what someone from the Bai family would do. Ying Hongdi replied, if Bai Zonghui makes a scene, it might expose the conflict between her and Jiang Baqing. Be careful not to reveal the framing of her and Bai Guanlin. Changsheng feigned ignorance. I am completely clean. I have no idea what you're talking about. He thought to himself as he watched Bai Zonghui and the others surround the piteous female disciple, accusing her of lewdness. A flame of justice immediately rose in his heart. Watching everyone point at the girl, Changsheng chuckled. It seemed like another chance to smear the Bai family. No, he meant as a disciple of the righteous path, he had to intervene when seeing injustice. The flame of justice in his heart burned even brighter. Jiang Baqing is a man, and I am a man. He was cuckolded by Bai Zongui, and now she is accusing him in return, framing him for cheating. Having gathered enough courage, Chang Sheng shouted, "All of you stop." The surroundings immediately went quiet. Bai Zongui turned to look toward the voice. Seeing it was Gi Changsheng, she gritted her teeth. Changsheng did not say much but used the water mirror technique. History. Bai Zongui panicked. Gui Changsheng, what are you trying to do? He simply replied, seeing injustice and lending a hand. She warned him, this is Bai family business. You dare help her. Are you her father? Changsheng froze for a moment. That sounds familiar, but I have a backer. I certainly won't ignore this. He pulled the female disciple up behind him. As a fellow disciple, of course I must stand up for senior sister. Changsheng questioned, daring to insult a disciple of my Xuandu pavilion here. You are quite arrogant. What position do you hold here? Bai Zongui went stiff. Li Daogan teased from behind. She is Elder Jiang's wife. She has no office in Xuandu Pavilion. Emboldened, Changsheng shouted, what exactly is wrong with the Bai family? Do you think Xuandu Pavilion is your family's back garden, to let any small fry enter? How insolent? He did not forget to mention Jiang Baqing. Elder Jiang, it was clearly you who discovered the affair between your wife and Bai Guanlin, yet you were the one framed by the Bai family. Is the most devoted man in Xuandu Temple actually its most spineless coward? Elder Jiang, if you are a man, stand up bravely and I will back you up. I am truly moved by my own burst of righteousness. For your sake, Jiang Baqing, I'm willing to oppose the Bai family. This is what it means to be upright and ready to take risks for a friend. Hearing this, the disciples in the sect immediately fell into a state of confusion. What? Bai Zongui and Bai Guanlin are having an affair? Aren't they from the same clan? What does being from the same clan matter? Every great family is a mess, and the Bai family is no exception. One person whispered from behind, don't you guys know yet? Bai Zonghui changed her surname to Bai later on. She is not actually a blood member of the Bai family. It seems Madame Jiang is just playing the victim while being the culprit here. The surrounding gossip grew louder. Elder Jiang is truly pitiful. How can he endure this? I believe in Elder Jiang. He won't compromise just for the sake of power and status. Li Changsheng observed the situation and thought to himself, my nephew Li Daoyan is truly useless, but Ying Hanye is indeed talented. Ordinary people would not dare meddle in the scandals between Jiang Baqing and the Bai family. With so many people eating melons watching the drama like this, I am not the only one leaking information behind the scenes. There is also a water army hired trolls fanning the flames. Since Li Daoyan lacks both the wit and the initiative, it must be Ying Hongye who made the move. Li Changsheng looked over at Ying Hongye and mused. The feud between the Ying and Bai families is truly a fight to the death. The moment Ying Hongye saw an opportunity, she acted decisively and coordinated perfectly with me. My revelations combined with her instigation have pushed Jiang Baqing into a corner. Handling this matter quietly has now become impossible. Seeing the public outcry, Bai Zonghui gritted her teeth in fury.
Li Changsheng, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?
He replied bluntly without a shred of fear. Bai Zongwei, you know exactly what you have done. You are already at such an age, yet you are having an affair with Bai Guanlin. How can you face Elder Jiang? Bai Zonghui scolded, utter nonsense. How could you possibly know all of this? Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng shouted, did you all hear that? Fellow disciples, Bai Zonghui asked me how I knew about this. This proves that it actually happened. Ying Hongye, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire.
Exactly.
If you did not do it, just deny it. Why ask how others found out? I never would have guessed that Elder Jiang, the most devoted man of Xuandu Temple who shared stories of marital bliss, was just acting. Oh, the Bai family, what a mess. In a panic, Bai Zongwei tried to justify herself. Li Changsheng, do not spit blood at people. My husband and I are very much in love. There is absolutely nothing like what you are describing. Li Changsheng brought out his water mirror art again. Is that so? Yesterday, Bai Guanlin plotted to frame me. Fortunately, the temple master was wise, and your Bai family's conspiracy failed. From then on, I became wary of your family. As they say, a dog can't stop eating filth. It is just a pity that evil never triumphs over good. The images from the water mirror art were immediately displayed for everyone to see. Our Yaoguang lineage does not have a monster-revealing mirror for surveillance like Yanha Peak, but I personally set up this water mirror art. I recorded the Bai family's continued attempts to frame me. Now that the evidence is clear, do you have any more excuses? Someone exclaimed in shock. It is real. The water mirror art shows no signs of being fake. The surrounding disciples grew even more rowdy. It seems Bai Guanlin has ruined the Bai family again. One does not fear a god-like opponent, but a pig-like teammate. Poor Elder Jiang. A pitiful man surely has his share of faults. Although his situation is sympathetic, the fact that he does not dare break with the Bai family shows he is a man who kicks those below and licks those above. Compared to junior brother Li, Elder Jiang truly makes us men feel ashamed. Li Changsheng comforted the female disciple. Sister, do not be afraid. This is Xuandu Temple. The Bai family cannot cover the sky with one hand here. He turned around and said to his nephew behind him, Daoyan, go and invite the law enforcement elder from the Hall of Discipline. With me here, this kind of robbery and bullying will never be allowed in Xuandu Temple. Elder Jiang may be cowardly, but there are still righteous warriors in Xuandu Temple who dare to speak the truth. Li Dayan immediately agreed upon hearing this. The onlookers kept praising Li Changsheng. Junior brother Li is right. This is truly too much. It is a disgrace that such things happen in Xuandu Temple. Li Changsheng thought to himself, the momentum is on my side. The Bai family can't turn the tide now. Then again, Jiang Baqing is remarkably patient. I have pushed him into such a difficult spot, yet he still won't come out. Is he practicing the Bhikshu sword bitter blood sword or something? Suddenly someone cried out, look quickly, the elder is here. Without a word, the law enforcement elder grabbed Li Changsheng. You, come with me. He spoke loudly to the crowd. This is a matter of great importance. No one is allowed to gossip. If this news spreads down the mountain, the temple will punish you severely. Though indignant, the surrounding people could only fall silent. Seeing this, Bai Zonghui felt smug. This is the consequence of challenging our Bai family. She thought to herself, yesterday, Fairy Linglong ended her secluded cultivation. Xuandu Temple is about to undergo a great change. At this moment, Bai Zonghui's negative emotions were being amplified by the Mara Desire Sutra. She was no longer afraid. A normal Bai Zonghui would not be like this, but one under the influence of the sutra certainly could. She grew more and more arrogant. No matter how much the temple master calculates, or how much Li Changsheng wins over the people's hearts, what can they do? Before absolute power, everything is an illusion. However, she had miscalculated one thing. The scene shifted to the Peak Master's Great Hall. Inside the hall, the temple master of Xuandu Temple thought, although my senior sister has ended her seclusion, she did not say she would help the Bai family. I know Li Changxi wants Li Changsheng to go down the mountain to accumulate merit. This mess between Bai Zonghui and Jiang Baqing is also an opportunity for me. If I use this as a pretext to send Li Changsheng down the mountain for some unspeakable reason, the Bai family will surely lose all public support in Xuandu Temple. I am certain I can use this excuse to directly expel the Bai family. He thought further, before absolute power, everything else is indeed an illusion. But the one who holds absolute power is Fairy Linglong, not the Bai family. Regarding closeness to her, no one surpasses me. I still remember how I became the temple master, and how senior sister favored me over the Bai family. The most important thing now is to figure out how to comfort Changsheng so he can perform this perfect play with me. The Xuandu temple master could not help but feel tired. If I were a more cold-blooded ruler, I would simply sacrifice Li Changsheng and wipe him out along with the Bai family right now. However, Li Changsheng was the first auspicious sign after I took office, and he has always shown me great respect. I do not want to abandon him. He secretly made up his mind. The Bai family must be destroyed, but Li Changsheng and I reaching a win-win situation and taking them down is the outcome I want. After leaving the crowd and being taken out of sight by the law enforcement elder, Li Changsheng realized that the temple master did not want to use this incident to eliminate Jiang Baqing according to his plan. He calculated as he walked, based on my previous interactions with the temple master, he does not seem like an easy person to talk to. I do not think Fairy Linglong will help the Bai family, so is the master's target not Jiang Baqing. In the blink of an eye, Li Changsheng arrived at the main hall. As soon as he arrived, he spoke up, Temple Master, why not use the fact that Bai Zonghui bullied a female disciple, and that I stood up for the others as an excuse to expel me from the mountain? That would be most beneficial for you. Hearing this, the Temple Master felt a bit of joy in his heart. I truly did not misjudge this person. Although Changsheng has a bit of a heavy killing intent, he is fundamentally kind and sensible. It is all the Bai family's fault for bullying such a good child. Li Changsheng continued, although the evidence against Bai Guanlin for framing me is clear, there has been no follow-up action. If I am expelled for acting out of righteousness and offending the Bai family, they will face immense moral pressure. After all, senior sister wanted me to go down the mountain to do good deeds anyway, so I can just help you deal with the Bai family along the way. The temple master happily patted his shoulder. Come Changsheng, sit down first. Let us talk slowly. Li Changsheng sat down, feeling somewhat certain. The temple master's attitude revealed a lot. This seat was usually only for the 8 peak masters. Even influential elders like Jiang Baqing were not qualified to sit before the temple master, yet he had invited him directly. The master asked, Changsheng, is not this a bit unfair to you? He replied obediently, being able to serve the temple master makes this little injustice unimportant to me. In his head, he thought, when one needs to take the initiative to play the wronged party, one must do it. Superiors always prioritize promoting subordinates who willingly shoulder grievances for them. The temple master was delighted. Changsheng, you are truly a good and clever child. Therefore, I will no longer hide things from you.
Li Changsheng chuckled. Thank you for your trust, Temple Master.
The temple master leaned in and shared his thoughts. Using this chance to push you and the Bai family down the mountain together is indeed a good opportunity. But if I do that, your safety will be hard to guarantee. On the mountain, I can protect you, and the Bai family would not dare act against the rules. He continued with concern, but once you are down the mountain, even if I want to protect you, I won't be able to reach you in time. You could very likely die in the Bai family's revenge. Have you thought about this?
Li Changsheng replied respectfully, I have.
However, my abilities are limited, and I lack a perfect solution. I ask for the temple master's guidance. The master immediately answered, you should find a background even stronger than the Bai family for protection. For example, the heavenly demon sect. Li Changsheng was momentarily panicked, thinking, is the temple master testing my identity as a mole for the heavenly demon sect? No, his strength is enough to insta-kill me. There is no need for such a complicated test. He calculated for a moment. Based on his previous intelligence regarding bingzipping, he understood the master's true thought process. He spoke up, Temple Master, do you mean I should join the wife of the heavenly demon sect leader? The temple master was overjoyed. This kid can actually follow my train of thought perfectly and guess the truth directly. I really like him more and more. He replied, exactly. You previously reported the illegitimate child of old devil Yu. That is your entry gift to gain the protection of the Heiwan Saintess. I have thought it through. Although I made everyone involved swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, there is no guarantee this secret can be kept forever. Li Changsheng felt helpless internally. It is not that it can be kept. It is that it definitely can't be. The Heiwan Saintess already knows, and even sent someone to contact me. The temple master continued, instead of hoping to keep it a secret, it is better to take this secret directly to the Heiwan Saintess. In this world, she is the only one qualified to be compared with my senior sister Linglong. The image of the Heiwan Saintess appeared in his mind's eye. Hearing this, Li Changsheng was surprised. Is my other thick thigh powerful backer actually that strong? He asked curiously, can the Heiwan Saintess's strength really rival Fairy Linglong's? The master explained, naturally, she is a bit inferior to senior sister. Linglong's senior sister is invincible under the heavens, but the Heiwan Saintess has a special status and can mobilize power even greater than senior sisters. She is the saintess of the Heiwan sect, second only to the sect leader, and also the sect leader's wife. Her power in the heavenly demon sect is second only to old devil Yu. Li Changsheng understood immediately. Now I see her true value. Whether the demon path is in chaos or not depends on her word. The heavenly demon sect and the Heiwan sect were both forces equivalent to Xuandu Temple. While each might not be as strong as Xuandu Temple individually, in a 2-on-1 situation excluding Fairy Linglong and the Xuanhuang Merit Tower, they could certainly defeat Xuandu Temple. The master concluded, as long as the Heiwan Saintess is willing to protect you, your safety is guaranteed. Looking at the world, very few dare to oppose the Bai family, except for my senior sister. The Heiwan Saintess will definitely want to protect you, especially since you helped her eliminate old devil Yu's illegitimate child. She does not care about the Bai family's grudges. Li Changsheng finally understood. Temple Master, if I am not mistaken, do you want me to fake a betrayal of Xuandu Temple and become a mole in the Heiwan sect? The master replied, the Heiwan Saintess spends most of her time at the heavenly demon sect now. If you just go to the Heiwan sect, I worry she won't be able to protect you effectively. Li Changsheng felt complicated. How should I put this? The master's suggestion is actually very reasonable. But I was originally sent by the heavenly demon sect to be a mole in Xuandu Temple, and now the master wants to send me back as a mole in the heavenly demon sect. You guys keep pushing me back and forth. It is a lot of pressure on my fragile heart. Furthermore, the master's comment, Changsheng, I think your style of action is very suitable for the heavenly demon sect, made Li Changsheng feel a bit awkward. He acted displeased. Temple Master, I am an upright and honest person. How can you compare me to those little devils of the demon sect? The master laughed kindly.
Exactly.
You are even more shameless than the disciples of the demon sect, and your killing is even more ruthless than theirs. Li Changsheng had a headache. Oh no, after Ying Hongye, the temple master has also developed a prejudice against me. The master continued logically, given your violent behavior, your decisiveness in killing, and your sharp way of handling things, you will surely pass their tests easily. Most importantly, once you join the demon sect, many things will become much easier like killing people from the Bai family. He added, as a disciple of Xuandu Temple, it is hard for you to act freely at the foot of the mountain. If you go too far, even I would be forced by pressure to punish you according to sect rules. But if you are not a disciple here, everything you do is perfectly reasonable for a demon, and Xuandu Temple cannot use its rules to punish you. He kept analyzing, as for slaying demons and protecting the Tao, do not you have me, plus, with Li Changxi watching over, the pressure from Xuandu Temple on you will be virtually non-existent. Even if you do something so extreme that the righteous sects are outraged, I can just send someone like Changxi, or the law enforcement elder to arrest you. Do you understand my meaning? Li Changsheng understood perfectly. He understood it all too well. The righteous path needed to put on a show. If he went on a killing spree down the mountain as a righteous disciple and was caught, the master could not protect him. But if he were a demon sect disciple, the master could assign his own people to hunt him, ensuring his absolute safety. However, he asked with a dark expression, Temple Master, if I am a mole in the heavenly demon sect, and accidentally become the sect leader, what should I do? The master laughed and replied, if you become the leader of the heavenly demon sect, I will hand Xuandu Temple over to you in the future. At that time, you will be the one to unite both the righteous and demon paths, becoming the number one under the heavens. Li Changsheng replied seriously, Temple Master, please do not forget your promise. The master was not entirely joking. I have no objection to giving you Xuandu Temple in the future. I have always had great expectations for you. Being a mole in the heavenly demon sect is the fastest way for you to gain immense merit.
Changsheng, I am helping you pave the way.
Li Changsheng thought to himself, in the cultivation world, power is not actually that attractive. The master's talent is not lacking, and the resources he can access are the best in the world. He will surely strive to ascend as an immortal. My only worry is that if I level up too fast, I might actually ascend before him. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng could not help but imagine the scene of his own ascension, with his aura piercing the sky. But he quickly suppressed the thought. Anyway, it does not matter. I do not care much for power. What I care about is living and becoming stronger. After thinking it through, he asked, Temple Master, even if I want to join the Heihuan Saintess, how can I contact her? Internally he mused, even though the Temple Master is on my side, I definitely won't tell him I have already been in contact with her. The Master comforted him, rest assured. Years ago, the scripture transmission elder had a clash with old Devil Yu and cut off one of his arms, which still has not recovered. He rested his chin on his hand and continued, she thinks no one knows, but she can't hide it from me. She has a connection with the Heihuan Saintess, so I will ask her to help you get in touch. In his heart, Li Changsheng evaluated compared to Li Changxi, Li Daoyan and Bai Guanlin are just trash. Everyone else seems like a waste too. He then spoke up with a firm, questioning look. Does the scripture transmission elder really have a connection with the Heihuan Saintess? Is she a mole sent by the Saintess to our Xuandu temple? The temple master stroked his beard calmly with a calculating gaze. That is impossible. Her background is quite clean. I suspect she only formed a secret alliance with the Heihuan Saintess after becoming enemies with old Devil Yu. The righteous and demon paths may be sworn enemies on the surface, but internally there are many connections. Even my senior sister has a fairly good relationship with the great emperor of the Yellow Springs. This is not unusual. Li Changsheng's expression became very complicated as he calculated. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed very logical. In his past life on Earth, his country and the United States had almost publicly cut ties, yet many big shots on the other side were still investing in real estate. It seems I am the only one who is simple and kind, without so many twists and turns. These big league players have endless complexities in their hearts. The water behind them is so deep you can't see the bottom. Without hesitation, he turned back to the old man with the expression of a pitiful puppy. Will the scripture transmission elder really help me? The temple master, as if reading his mind, gave a dark meaningful smile. Changsheng, seeing you be so wary and only speaking 3 parts of the truth to people makes me feel more and more at ease about you. Li Changsheng was startled. Crap, it seems the temple master knows even more than I thought. Before he could speak, the old man continued, when you intended to assassinate Bai Guanlin, a mysterious person saved you. You surely remember that, right? That person was the scripture transmission elder. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's smile looked more like a cry. He thought to himself, it has not been easy for the Bai family to survive until now. The temple master is even more terrifying than I imagined. The temple master suddenly turned serious. Even if I did not seek her out, she would likely still help you contact the Heihuan Saintess. In fact, she has already expressed goodwill to the Saintess on your behalf and you have already accepted it. Li Changsheng listened to the long explanation, his face clearly showing confusion as he did not understand a word the old man was saying. The master of Xuandu Temple rested his chin on his hand and spoke, unaware of the boy's confusion. No need to pretend in front of me.
I have no ill will toward you.
As long as you do not do anything truly harmful to Xuandu Temple, I won't even mind if one day you and the Heihuan Saintess engage in dual cultivation. Li Changsheng spoke up, but that man, Bing Zipping, whom I reported earlier, was killed because of it. Li Daoyan also said that if any moles from the heavenly demon sect are found, they should be killed on sight. That made me believe the two sides were irreconcilable enemies. The temple master's mouth twitched as he explained. Bing Zipping had no one to protect him at that time. Li Changsheng frowned and thought, the master's words are perfectly logical. Indeed, circumstances dictate everything. There is no such thing as an absolute iron law across the 4 seas. Suddenly the master of Xuandu Temple was shrouded in killing intent, his voice full of threat. This is one of the reasons I want to let you go. Changsheng, your background and actions are not clean, but that does not matter. What matters is that the Xuanhuang Merit Tower has recognized you, so I have no intention of killing you. You must trust me and Xuandu Temple. As long as I am in power, what you do won't be a problem. And when you become the master, it will be even less of an issue. Do you understand? He offered a firm smile. I understand. The old man approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Right, one more thing. Senior sister has confirmed it. Changxi is not the reincarnation of the Taiyin Star Lord. Li Changsheng hesitated in doubt. How could she confirm that? The master of Xuandu Temple warned him with a grim expression. Last time, senior sister's spirit traveled to the primordial immortal realm and found that the goddess Chang'e was perfectly fine. Thus, she could not have reincarnated into our world. Therefore you must be careful with what Changxi says. Do not let her deceive you. In his heart, the old man felt troubled, thinking, Li Changsheng's future is bright, but I truly worry that Li Changxi will lead him astray. After hearing this, he began to calculate. Li Changxi is not goddess Chang'e, but there is no logical link between that and her not being the Taiyin Star Lord. Change was merely a high-level dancer, while the Taiyin Star Lord Li Changxi mentioned has attained the Tao of Deluo since the primordial era when the liches were invincible. She is a powerhouse among powerhouses. I do not think Chang'e is the Taiyin Star Lord. At most, Chang'e was just a guest living on the lunar star, not its master. Li Changxi truly has mental issues because she also confused goddess Chang'e with the Taiyin Star Lord. Regardless, I do not care much about this right now. Whether Li Changxi is the Taiyin Star Lord or not has nothing to do with me. As long as she is the daughter of Fairy Linglong, I am willing to marry her. One cannot be too picky. Thinking this, his face filled with confidence as he spoke. Temple Master, if I kill a few more people before betraying Xuandu Temple, would not it be more plausible? The old man's face filled with hope as he quickly replied, an opportunity is coming soon. Outside, Bai Zhonghui's group was arriving in droves, each of them wearing an expression of displeasure. A female disciple gritted her teeth in anger. Li Changsheng flipped black and white, using me to drive a wedge between Elder Jiang and Madame Jiang. In an instant, she changed her attitude, bowing humbly with a voice as sweet as honey. This disciple was temporarily confused and made a grave mistake. After being counseled by Elder Jiang and Madame Jiang, I have repented and wish to expose Li Changsheng. I ask the Hall of Discipline to deal with Li Changsheng according to the law. At this point, the female disciple suddenly screamed, restore the innocence of Elder Jiang and Madame Jiang. Li Changsheng walked out and, hearing this, pointed at her and questioned angrily, you say I bribed you to sabotage the relationship between Zhang Baqing and Bai Zhonghui. The female disciple kowtowed and answered without hesitation, yes. He laughed loudly as if he had heard a joke. I do not even know your name. Suddenly, Li Changsheng gritted his teeth in fury. Jiang Baqing, your wife is having an affair with Bai Guanlin. I stood up to tell the truth for your sake. Do you have nothing to say? Jiang Baqing's face showed anxiety and restlessness as he thought, Bai Guanlin truly deserves to die. But what can I say even if I think too much? He muttered, my wife and I love each other deeply. This is all just a plot orchestrated by you. The fellow disciples accompanying them could no longer defend him, swearing in their hearts, how shameless. This female disciple was obviously coerced by the Bai family to return kindness with enmity, trying to stab Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng's brows furrowed as he shouted in anger, you are truly a disgrace to men. Jiang Baqing seemed not to care about his words, turning to the elder behind him. Law enforcement elder, say something. The elder stroked his beard, looking at him with an annoyed gaze. Li Changsheng, since someone has reported you, we must temporarily detain you and wait for the Hall of Discipline. Seeing this, the female disciple cried out with tearful eyes. Enough. Just as she finished, her tongue was severed. It turned out that Li Changsheng had acted without hesitation, blood still lingering on his blade. Jiang Baqing stood nearby, dodging in horror. Li Changsheng, you are insane. He did not stop, rushing forward to help the female disciple reincarnate, his voice full of indignation. Li Changsheng, a man devoted to the righteous path, underwent countless trials before joining Xuandu Temple. Since joining, I have always respected the master, honored the teachers, loved my fellow disciples and remained upright, disregarding wealth and power. I originally wanted to stay in Xuandu Temple to be led by the sages to eliminate demons and protect the Tao, upholding the righteous chi of heaven and earth. But since joining, I have seen nothing but flies, dogs, petty schemes, power struggles, the reversal of truth and falsehood, and slanderous lies. In Xuandu Temple, I see the kind forced to lie, the upright forced to bow, the passionate becoming cold and indifferent, the honest being silenced, and the idealists witnessing their dreams shatter. After finishing his task, Li Changsheng walked away calmly under Jiang Baqing's terrified gaze. In my eyes, this is no longer the number one righteous sect. This is no longer the number one righteous sect. If I can't bear it, there is no need to bear it anymore. You flip black and white and say I am guilty. I will grant you your wish. At this moment, Li Changxi, with a calculating look, used a voice transmission. Li Changsheng shouted with a heart full of fury, but I will not accept your unjust judgment. Today, Li Changsheng voluntarily leaves Xuandu Temple. If you want to fight or kill me, so be it. Hearing this, the disciples behind them could not help but whisper in shock. This is insane. Li Changsheng is actually meeting hardness with hardness like this. Contrary to their reactions, the master of Xuandu Temple clapped his hands, feeling both satisfied and angry. The killing was good, and the scolding was even better. This outburst has completely blocked the Bai family's path of retreat in Xuandu Temple. I now have enough reason to thoroughly expel the Bai family. At that moment, inside the Great Hall, the master paced restlessly. Then, Li Changxi's familiar voice rang out. Temple Master, you are happy now, are not you? But junior brother, if this continues, there will be no turning back for a while. She landed gently on the ground from the air. The old man's voice was firm. Don't worry, Changsheng's path forward will not require him to look back. Li Changxi gave a meaningful smile.
That is true.
Staying in Xuandu Temple, at most he could only become like you. Only by leaving the mountain can he fully manifest the greatness of the great emperor of longevity. How about this? I also do not agree with your plan. The master's face turned serious, his voice cold. What do you mean at most he could become me? Is becoming me a disgrace? In today's world, how many can surpass me? In his heart, he thought. Then again, if he truly is the great emperor of longevity, then I am indeed not his final goal. Then, the master of Xuandu Temple turned to her. Changshi, you might be right this time. Li Changshi asked casually. Right about what? The old man's face was solemn. Li Changsheng might truly be the great emperor of longevity. There is at least a 10/10 chance. I won't deny that I have a very good attitude toward him partly for this reason. But I have even more faith that he may have obtained a Daluo inheritance. Because of that, I have no intention of stealing it from him. Every man has his destiny, and I have my own Dao. Stealing the opportunity of a junior is shameful, not to mention such a massive karmic burden. I see that Li Changsheng knows how to conduct himself, so I want to form a good karmic tie with him even more. Hearing this, her face showed calculation as she sighed. I already told you about junior brother's identity, yet you only believe it now. You are just looking for trouble. At this point, Li Changshi made a pitiful face and added, forget it. You people were born blind, so I can't expect much from you. Seeing this change in tone, the master of Xuandu Temple stroked his beard helplessly and cursed in his heart. She is a lunatic. I do not want to argue with her. I have my composure. Otherwise, if it were someone narrow-minded, based on her sharp tongue alone, they certainly would not be kind to her. Li Changshi is not my enemy. On the contrary, she supports me a lot, so I can fully tolerate her rude remarks. Li Changshi looked up at him and said nonchalantly, the Bai family has truly cultivated great fortune in this life. To have my junior brother personally deal with them. With such a good opportunity, Temple Master, you must seize it. Otherwise, my junior brother's performance will have been in vain. The master clenched his fist and affirmed, don't worry, everything is already within my grasp. He calculated in his mind, I did not originally intend to move against the Bai family so quickly, since I just took my position. My original plan was to wait until Fairy Linglong ascended before raising the blade. But Li Changsheng is too capable. The opportunity he created for me is too perfect, so I do not want to wait anymore. With that thought, the master said, Changshi, you escort Changsheng safely down the mountain. Leave the rest to my arrangement. Li Changshi replied without hesitation, no problem. What about on the mountain? The old man was filled with killing intent. Leave it to me. Changsheng has already prepared to this extent. Dragging the Bai family down the mountain with him is only natural. Hearing this, she winked, showing everyone her adorable side. Without another word, Li Changshi appeared right outside the Great Hall. Li Changsheng thought to himself, Li Changshi did not say it outright to protect me. Actually, it was not necessary, because except for the Bai family, no one would stand in my way amidst such public outrage. The most important thing is that among the Bai family members present, Zhang Baqing has the highest cultivation. Even if someone were to act, it would have to be him. But just now, when I moved to kill, Zhang Baqing could not even react in time. The sect members began to whisper. Junior brother Li is truly too tough. One person sighed. A pity. Xuandu Temple is losing a man of steel. Who told him to offend the Bai family? Another person gritted their teeth. Is junior brother Li really being kicked out just for speaking the truth? A male disciple crossed his arms, his voice full of indignation. If it is just being expelled, that is fine. I'm only afraid the temple will hunt him down because of this. The person beside him spoke in doubt. That can't be. He pointed angrily at the crowd in front of them and shouted, look at the Bai family's perverted state right now. What is impossible? If Li Changsheng saw a glimmer of hope, he would not have chosen such a desperate path. The person on the other side did not give in. No, I do not think it is like that. In a moment, both were locked in a verbal battle. I can't take it anymore. Xuandu Temple cannot be like this. Junior brother stood up for his fellow disciples but was miserably harmed. If I stand by with folded arms today, no one will be there to cheer when disaster strikes me tomorrow. Let us go together to plead for junior brother Li. At least we can't let the Hall of Discipline kill him. Otherwise, I will be deeply disappointed in the temple. Li Changsheng thought. At least half of the disciples are truly moved by my courage and character. The other half are water armies fanning the flames. These water armies are divided into two types, one from the temple master and one from Ying Hongye. Ying Hongye's water army only dares to voice their indignation for me, but the master's water army clearly has much more summoning power. The girl in front of him was one of the master's agents. She shouted angrily, if junior brother Li is publicly executed at the Hall of Discipline today, then I will also withdraw from Xuandu Temple. With her lead, the disciples behind began to stir. We agree, the ones who should be kicked out are the Bai family. What junior brother Li faced truly chills our hearts. We are willing to petition together on his behalf. We hope the temple will spare him. The Hall of Discipline is unfair and we do not accept it. If the Bai family does not receive their proper punishment, I will pack my bags today and follow junior brother Li. We hope the master will seriously consider our demand and deal with the Bai family fairly. Xuandu Temple needs a fair, upright, and transparent environment. Ying Hongye watched the scene and tilted her head, thinking, at first, I really thought Li Changsheng was being manipulated. It turns out the temple master and I are doing the same thing. I used a water army, and he used a water army, but the level between us is quite different. Then she rushed toward the water army and spoke excitedly. Why are not you following? The law spares no one. Follow the master's water army and beat those stray dogs of the Bai family to death. Inside the great hall, the master of Xuandu Temple sat majestically on his throne. His face was full of smugness as he smiled and thought, the grand scheme is set. Halfway up the mountain of Xuandu Temple, Li Changxi suddenly pounced on him, hugging him repeatedly. Junior brother, you have given the Bai family too much face. I remember back then, I directly killed their successor, and the Bai family did not even dare to fart. Li Changsheng looked at her and thought, that is because you are sick. It is still better to keep a low profile. But outwardly, he spoke politely, senior sister, I have other reasons. The temple master must have told you right. Li Changshi smiled faintly. The master has no ill will toward you. He wants you to accumulate some merit in the demon sect and then come back to take over his position. It is a good idea. The only problem is it does not consider that you basically look down on such illusory fame and wealth. Hearing this, he thought helplessly, it seems senior sister overestimates me too much. She continued, but going down the mountain is good for you. You can't become a grandmaster by just cultivating in seclusion on the mountain. I also need to go down to accumulate merit. With my background, I can roam freely across the vast world, always turning misfortune into luck. Li Changsheng felt doubtful. I strongly suspect my 8 previous seniors died this way. Fortunately, I am different from those 8 unlucky guys. I know who I can offend and who I can't. Moreover, those cheap seniors clearly did not know how to deal with a mental patient, so Li Changxi probably let them go. No wonder they died young. From the start, I have clung tightly to Li Changxi's thick thigh, so I am not afraid. Li Changsheng looked down at his hands and asked, senior sister, what should I do after I go down the mountain? In his heart, he worried. Without his thick thigh by his side, he felt a lack of security. Li Changsheng feigned a cough. With a confident look he said, in this world the only person who can share a soul resonance with me is you, senior sister. So we must still communicate often. Hearing this, she nodded vigorously in agreement. Junior brother is right. We will use voice transmission talismans to keep in touch regularly. Li Changsheng's eyes welled up, his voice trembling. Only voice transmission talismans. Li Changxi rested her chin on her hand and thought and whispered, lately I have been plotting something big. You can join me, and we will surely see each other often then. He asked in doubt, what big matter? She pointed straight ahead. Destroying the Bai family. This sentence left Li Changsheng stunned in surprise. Li Changxi said proudly, I have observed them. The Bai family has accumulated enough bad karma to provoke heaven's wrath and human resentment. If we destroy them, it will surely bring a lot of merit, perhaps even enough to break through a major realm. Since you are going down the mountain, you can be the vanguard. Li Changsheng clenched his fists, his eyes full of righteous fury as he thought, good girl, after I go down, the thing I want to do most is also to destroy the Bai family. Heaven knows how much hidden foundation such a large family has. Without completely wiping them out, how can I be at peace? Thinking this, he made a pitiful face and said, senior sister, will the Bai family really be destroyed just like that? He calculated. Although he did not think the Bai family could win against the temple master, they had to be stronger than her at least. Li Changsheng asked further, then what about Fairy Linglong's side? Will she no longer protect the Bai family? Li Changxi replied confidently, there is no problem on her side. Her affection for the Bai family has its limits. He rested his chin on his hand with a light smile. I thought so too. Li Changxi glanced at him and added, actually I should thank you junior brother. Otherwise, the Bai family would not be this unstable. As far as I know, my mother gave the Bai family 3 chances to ask for help. During those 3 times, they would remain safe. After 3 times, my mother will be busy with her ascension and won't have time to manage their trivial matters. Li Changsheng sighed in frustration. Didn't Bai Guanlin already use one? She agreed. Exactly. The Bai family had used one before, and Bai Guanlin used another. Now the Bai family only has one last chance to call for help. The Bai family now only has 1 life left. He frowned, his voice full of indignation. So, after the master kicks the Bai family down the mountain, they won't dare to ask Fairy Linglong for help yet. Li Changxi explained calmly, of course the overall situation is set. That cunning and scheming old master not only wants to push them down the mountain, but he has a series of plots waiting for them. The Bai family is indeed not easy to destroy, but our side is also very large. The Bai family has offended many people, and many want to strike them. He asked curiously, is the Li family prepared too? She gave a meaningful smile. Not just the Li family, but the Ying family as well. The Ying and Bai families have the deepest hatred. Furthermore, as long as we give the signal to attack, the demon sect side will surely join in. Li Changsheng was stunned and asked, why? Li Changxi laughed softly. There are not many opportunities to embarrass my mother, so the demon sect will definitely seize it, especially the heavenly demon sect and the Hewan sect. Right, junior brother, this time when you go down, if you encounter danger and I can't save you in time, you can ask the Hehuan Saintess for help. The Hehuan Saintess is the one the master told you to join. Choosing her was intentional. For my sake, she will definitely protect you. He was shocked. Senior sister, you know the Hehuan saintess, she replied nonchalantly. I do not just know her. Her surname is Li. According to the bloodline in this illusion, she is my paternal aunt. Li Changsheng was bewildered.
The Li family.
Dominating both the righteous and demon paths so grandly, do they not hide it at all? Li Changshi continued. The Li family truly dominates both paths. Not just the Li family, but all major cultivation families place bets on both sides. However, right now the evil cannot suppress the righteous, so those family members who nominally join the demon sect have been expelled from the family. The Hehuan saintess is a Li, but not many people know this. You won't even find her name in the genealogy. Junior brother, do not spread this around. After hearing this, he rested his head on his hand in thought. So all your infighting is just caused by the top brass, Xuandu for 3 generations, heavenly demon father and son relation. It is all too realistic. Then Li Changsheng spoke. Senior sister, your relationship with the Hehuan saintess is very good, right? Li Changshi answered nonchalantly. Even the temple master does not accept me as the Taiyin Star Lord, but she still believes it. This shows her discernment and wisdom. I am optimistic she can also ascend to the celestial realm. He gave a faint smile and calculated. It seems the Hehuan saintess is just like me. She has found a way to communicate with a lunatic. If she did not have such a powerful background, I doubt Li Changshi would treat her as an equal. On the other hand, the fact that the Hehuan saintess was willing to cooperate with Li Changshi proved that the relationship was indeed very good. The value of Li Changshi as a thick thigh backer was still rising. It is decided. Once the day my mother-in-law ascends comes, I will marry Li Changshi as my primary wife. Whether the Hehuan saintess is Li Changshi's aunt or not is irrelevant. What matters is that I believe in love at first sight. Just then, Li Changshi spoke, interrupting his train of thought. However, the temple master is thinking too simply. My aunt might take care of you for my sake, but she won't easily admit you into the heavenly demon sect. Li Changsheng sighed internally. Senior sister, you might not believe it, but I was originally a member of the heavenly demon sect. But if it is better that you do not know, then I will keep that to myself. Li Changshi sighed in frustration. Furthermore, the master's goal of having you gain my aunt's complete trust is impossible. You have only offended the Bai family. Honestly, if my mother had not spoken up, you would not have been kicked out of Xuandu Temple. Under these circumstances, how could the demon sect fully trust you? If you want to join the heavenly demon sect and win the trust of my aunt and the entire sect, your current entry gift is far from enough. He matched her tone, sounding annoyed. Senior sister, the temple master said he has his own contact channel with the Hehuan saintess. Li Changshi waved her hand and shouted, useless, I know my aunt. She does not trust anyone easily. Believing I am the Taiyin Star Lord was already at the limit of her understanding. If you expect her to acknowledge your identity as the Southern Polar Emperor of Longevity, it would be difficult. She does not have that level of insight yet. Li Changsheng looked at her and thought, I always feel that Li Changshi uses flawed logic to reach such decisive conclusions. He turned and spoke. The master said my heart can pass the demon sect's test. He was hinting that by going down the mountain, I can kill the Bai family as I please. As long as I kill enough of them, Xuandu Temple will eventually strike my name from the records, and the heavenly demon sect will surely believe I am no longer of the righteous path. Li Changshi immediately lectured him. You are wrong. Killing many people is beneficial, but not very useful. You need to kill someone with special status. For example, even if you kill 100,000 ordinary people, you will only be considered a common demon. But if you kill Bai Guanlin, even old devil you won't doubt your sincerity in joining the heavenly demon sect. Li Changsheng laughed secretly. Just like when I reported Bing Zipping, the master still does not suspect me of being a spy. What spy would dare kill the sect leader's son? The master has never seen such a tactic. However, if I truly kill Bai Guanlin, old devil you might suspect me, but the top brass of the heavenly demon sect will just think old devil you has gone mad. After I go down the mountain, I must find a way to kill Bai Guanlin. I have never forgotten this matter. The main reason is that I failed to kill him the first time at Xuandu Temple and could not find another chance. Action can only be taken once we are off the mountain. Li Changshi's expression softened as she continued. The Bai family's influence at the foot of the mountain is stronger than on the mountain, and they will use more tricks. But do not worry, I will talk to the master later and have Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye go down the mountain with you. With those two by your side, the Bai family won't dare touch you. Junior brother, as the Southern Polar Emperor of Longevity, you should at least grant them some fortuitous opportunities. Li Changsheng replied politely, Senior sister, you are so good to me. As soon as he finished, she took out a mask and said with a smile, you and I have both fallen into this illusion realm. Meeting is fate. If I do not help you, who else can I help, right? I will give you a treasure to make things easier for you down the mountain. Li Changsheng held the item in his hand, stuttering in surprise. This is, Li Changshi explained its effects seriously. The illusions of our Yaguang lineage are aimed directly at the Daluo level. With minor mastery, one can turn reality into falsehood. At grand mastery, one can turn falsehood into reality. This is the supreme treasure of our Yaguang lineage, the mask of 10,000 faces. In short, by refining this treasure, you can take on any form you desire, just like the Yaoguang illusion. Hearing this, Li Changsheng asked excitedly, Senior sister, what level of expert can it hide from? Li Changshi spoke confidently, if I used it, even my mother could not see through it. With you using it, I can't be sure, but at the very least you can hide from the nascent soul realm. Above that, it is hard to say. Also, keep in mind your current cultivation is only at the golden core realm. Your practice of our lineage's illusion arts has not even reached minor mastery. Thus, even with the mask of 10,000 faces, you can only create appearances but cannot use the illusion to cause damage. You must not be careless. His heart leaped with joy. Even so, I am very satisfied. One must know how to enjoy the simple pleasures. Li Changsheng then asked, Senior sister, are there any members of the Bai family at the nascent soul realm or above who are about to be expelled from the mountain by the master? She gave a thumbs up. Junior brother, you truly deserve the title of Daluo Heavenly Emperor, who survived the great investiture of gods. Your actions are indeed more decisive and ruthless than mine. Your idea is good. The Bai family certainly has nascent soul experts, but those powerhouses won't be kicked off the mountain. Furthermore, those types of experts do not usually seek perks from Xuandu Temple. Most of them cultivate in the mortal world. Only those arrogant boasters who cling to Xuandu Temple are the Bai family members with no real talent or strength. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng immediately used the mask. In an instant, a flow of energy surrounded his face. When the energy dissipated, Li Changsheng appeared with a completely different face. He smiled and asked, Senior sister, can you see through it? Li Changshi liked his expression and calculating eyes. I can see through it, but those people being chased off the mountain won't have that kind of insight. Before leaving, Li Changsheng asked for one more favor. Then I will trouble you to help me inside the temple. If Zhang Baqing goes down the mountain with us, I will be exposed. Li Changshi reassured him, rest easy. He has performed great merits and shed blood for Xuandu Temple. The master won't harm him. He definitely won't go down the mountain with the Bai family. You act as you see fit. If you transform into Zhang Baqing, you might actually be able to kill Bai Guanlin by surprise. With a face full of determination, he said, I think so too. Elder Zhang, I know you surely want revenge. I'm just taking action on your behalf. A great man living between heaven and earth, how can he remain beneath others forever? Back at the master's quarters, the master of Xuandu Temple shouted angrily, expel the Bai family from Xuandu Temple. Outside, Zhang Baqing stood amidst a barrage of insults.
Get out! Leave Xuandu Temple!
He recalled his own achievements. Not long ago, he had led northern expeditions against the demon sect and established illustrious military merits. This was what had helped him become a powerful elder of Xuandu Temple. I made my name first, and then the Bai family married their daughter to me. Years ago, before the name Jiang Baqing was tied to the Bai family, I was praised by both paths across the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. But now, everything was gone, causing him to break down in constant internal conflict. Why has it turned out like this? The Bai family has turned me, a talented young hero of Xuandu Temple with great merits, into the biggest cuckold in Xuandu Temple. They say the one who endures is invincible, but what if one can no longer endure? Why were Li Changsheng's 2 strikes so refreshing, moving forward without retreat? The humiliation Li Changsheng suffered is nothing compared to mine, yet I still can't bear it. I can't take it. This is what it means to be a cultivator. If a cultivator loses their inner fire, what is the point of cultivating? I have not lost my reason yet. I understand the cruelty of cultivation and the power of Fairy Linglong. Therefore, although I desperately want to kill the Bai family, I will still use a method to leave. I cannot personally attack them. I admit I cannot withstand the revenge of the Bai family and Fairy Linglong. Even though I am not a descendant of the Yaoguang lineage, mastering a bit of illusion magic is not hard for me. At this thought, Zhang Baqing gritted his teeth and growled, Li Changsheng, I'm sorry, I will be borrowing your name for a bit. He transformed into the likeness of Li Changsheng and shouted with a voice full of fury, a great man living between heaven and earth, how can he remain beneath others forever? A short while later, the Bai family members descended the mountain quickly and in a disheveled state. Initially, the temple master wanted to save them some face, but public opinion surged so fiercely that he eventually prioritized the grand scheme and let the Bai family suffer some grievances. The temple master smiled smugly. Of course, it is not that the Bai family has no chance to turn things around. In fact, I do not even expect them to flip the table this time. If I can use this opportunity to exhaust the final bit of favor Fairy Linglong has for the Bai family, that would be the real prize. I truly hope the Bai family makes things difficult for Fairy Linglong this time. That would make my future work much easier. Unfortunately, the one in charge now is old Madame Bai, not Bai Guanlin. When she learned that Li Changsheng had risked his life to go down the mountain, and that public opinion inside the temple was in an uproar, she did not say another word, and immediately ordered the Bai family to pack their bags. A young disciple carrying 2 chests sighed. Old ancestor, if you just said a word to Linglong and asked her to speak up, we would not have to worry about these people. As soon as he finished, he was educated by the old lady's divine palm slap. Old Madam Bai scolded angrily. Ignorant, is Linglong a name you are fit to call? You want Linglong to speak up for us. Who do I think I am? Do I have that much face? You have lived this long only for dogs to climb over you. Do you really think Linglong is someone our Bai family can control? The old lady thought to herself. The elite of the Bai family are all working hard at the foot of the mountain to build the family's eternal legacy. Those left at Xuandu Temple are all direct descendants with no future or ability, possessing only the skill of being born well. These people are basically useless trash, but they are also the ones the Bai family finds hardest to let go. There is no other way. This is the loophole of great families. Bloodline determines 95% of things. Great clans do not lack wise individuals, and they are not unaware of these flaws. But how many can truly change their own fate? The smart and strong members of the Bai family naturally understand that no matter how powerful Fairy Linglong is, that is her own business. Her surname is Nok Mok 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 Mok. Therefore they use her name to bolster their own reputation and strengthen the family business. That is the proper way. Those who stayed on the mountain have much poorer judgment. This is the difference in intellectual talent. They are hopelessly stupid, and I am also at my wit's end. I can only try to defy fate. At the very least, I cannot exhaust Linglong's favor. At this thought, old Madam Bai gripped her cane tightly and gritted her teeth. Even if all these people die, the foundation of the Bai family won't collapse. But I cannot allow these people to make the entire family lose our biggest backer. Then the old lady ordered loudly, within 1 hour, I must see everyone at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, your names will be struck from the genealogy. Old Madam Bai's prestige was still very influential. Once she spoke, even if the Bai family members were indignant, they did not dare openly disobey. In less than half an hour, under the indifferent and contemptuous gazes of many Xuandu Temple disciples, the Bai family began their journey down. New eras bring new ministers. There were plenty of smart people in the temple. Anyone with eyes could see that the master was truly dissatisfied with the Bai family. They certainly would not offend the master for the Bai family's sake. The world is cold. Experiencing this, many in the Bai family found it hard to accept, but very quickly, a warm feeling rose in their hearts, and even old Madam Bai felt it. This was because they saw Jiang Ba-king waiting halfway down the road for them. When the Bai family had been descending, Jiang Ba-ching had been nowhere to be seen. The old lady lowered her guard as she looked at him, thinking, I thought Jiang Ba-ching would cut ties with us because of this, but I never expected him to let it go. Old Madam Bai bowed and took Jiang Ba-ching's hand. Strong winds reveal sturdy grass. Fire tests gold. And time reveals a person's heart. Backing, the Bai family has wronged you. He gritted his teeth and spoke with a dark tone. Mother, Zonghui may have done me wrong, but you have always treated me well. I remember all the support you have given me. I was there when the Bai family was in its glory. Now that the family is declining, I cannot cut ties. Otherwise would not I be an ungrateful wretch? Moved to tears, the old lady said good. Baking, rest assured. Zonghui's death was her own doing. I do not blame you. In her heart, she calculated, your strength is several levels higher than Li Changsheng's. How could you have let him kill her in front of you? Your so-called failure to react was obviously an intentional choice, but that no longer matters. Outwardly, the old lady flattered him. Even if the Bai family wants revenge for Zonghui, they will seek Li Changsheng, not you. If you do not mind, I will continue to be your mother. As for this beast, Liner, the old lady thought, if it were an unimportant direct descendant versus a powerful son-in-law with a boundless future, I would sell the descendant without hesitation. But Bai Guanlin's status is too special, far exceeding that of a typical direct descendant, so I do not dare deal with him carelessly. She turned around, her voice no longer joyful but stern. Liner, come here and kneel before Ba Qing. Though unwilling, she felt the need to humble him before Jiang Ba Qing. The young man shouted in confusion at his grandmother's words. Why should I kneel before my uncle? What did I do wrong? Old Madam Bai gritted her teeth. You, Jiang Ba Qing offered a friendly smile. Mother, no need to be angry. The past is in the past. Liner and I will share an embrace, and all old grudges will be forgotten. In an instant he rushed in front of Liner and hugged him tightly. The old lady's face filled with horror. It turned out this was Li Changsheng in Jiang Baqing's form, driving a blade straight into the heart of her beloved grandson. He thought smugly, last time I failed to kill Bai Guanlin, I learned he has protective armor. That is why before coming down the mountain, I specifically asked the master for a sharp weapon, the heartbreaking demon blade. When drawn, it will surely strike the heart. It is impossible to defend against. Of course, surely striking the heart and certain death are two very different things. If I were hugging Fairy Linglong, forget the heartbreaking demon blade. Even the world-ending heavenly demon blade would not work. However, Bai Guanlin is just a side character at the early stage of Foundation establishment. He can't possibly withstand it. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng knocked away the surrounding Bai family members. Old Madam Bai held her grandson, screaming in panic. Liner, how are you? Her voice was full of resentment. Jiang Baqing, you dare kill a member of our Bai family. Li Changsheng laughed loudly. A great man living between heaven and earth, how can he remain beneath others forever? People of the Bai family today, Jiang will surely kill you all. At that moment, Jiang Ba King in Li Changsheng's form rushed over. You thief, how dare you? His heart was full of anger, mixed with pain. Seeing his own face with such an expression was truly suspicious. Li Changsheng saw Jiang Baqing and showed clear surprise. Without hesitation, he teleported away, not forgetting to leave a parting shot. Li Changsheng, you want to return evil with kindness and save the Bai family. It is too late. He left the real Jiang Baqing standing frozen in place. He roared in fury, I hate you. Ba Qing's mind was racing at this moment. In truth, he felt a surge of resentment. That Li Gui imposter appearing out of nowhere had truly given him a fright. He could clearly feel that Bai Guanlin's heart had been right within the reach of his blade. Recalling other matters, he muttered to himself that although the man's heart clearly possessed protective measures, the heartbreaking demon blade bestowed upon him by the Guanju was of no low quality. Bai Qing's expression was extremely unsightly. If he had been given just 3 seconds, he was certain he could have killed Bai Guanlin completely. He then turned his gaze elsewhere and spotted Changsheng's figure. However, since the imposter had appeared so suddenly, he had not dared to hesitate and could only flee headlong, hoping that the traps he had set would finish Bai Guanlin off. Because he sensed the imposter's cultivation base was higher, yet since the imposter was mimicking him, they would not dare strike with full force. Thus, he had directly utilized the blood escape art of the demonic cult to flee in an instant. On this side, Changsheng was moving forward at high speed. Ba Qing also began to accelerate. This place was not one to linger. With such a huge commotion, the higher-ups of Xuandu Guan would surely react immediately. He had to return to his immortal cave quickly to prove his innocence. Afterward he returned to the room. Ba Qing's expression was one of annoyance. This matter was going to be troublesome. In the sky at this moment, Changshi was calling down bolts of lightning. The people below could only flee in total chaos. Yet among them, some did not forget to snatch up a few gold bars. A smile played on Changshi's face. This purple mysterious yin thunder stolen from Jiang Baqing's cave was indeed useful. Only then did she speak up. I said it long ago. The Daoguang illusory silk is the finest in Xuandu. Yet no one believed me. This seed has always been sincere and has never uttered a lie. Only my junior brother believes in me wholeheartedly, which is why only he is worthy of my assistance. On the ground, the Grand Matriarch was anxiously checking the surroundings. Suddenly an explosion occurred. Changshi's figure swayed along with the blast. From within the tower came the Guanzu's loud, cursing voice, who dares to be so insolent in Xuandu Guan? Changshi thought to herself that although her Daoguang illusory silk was the best in Xuandu, her mystic arts would certainly not remain hidden from the Guanju. After all, the Guanzu held the greatest power in Xuandu Guan. But by the time the Guanju noticed, it was already too late. Once she and her junior brother returned to the Great Desolation Immortal Realm, she could promote the Guanzu to be her junior brother's subordinate. Her junior brother would surely need a talent like the Guanju. As for herself, as the Taiyan Star Lord, her only concern was attaining sainthood. No one could shake the authority of the Taiyan Star. As long as she did not care for power struggles, all heavenly emperors would have to submit to her. Remembering Changsheng, she continued her calculations. Junior brother, this chaotic world is our stage. Charge straight toward the great path to heaven, and let the world witness the majesty of a Dalao who has slaughtered his way through the great investiture of God's tribulation. On the other side, the Guanju was thinking to himself that although he trusted Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi, the things these two did together were truly a massive trial for his fragile heart. His eyebrows knitted together. He had thought he was merely providing cover for Li Changshi to create illusions while Ji Changsheng tried to steal weapons. What big trouble could that cause? He did not expect these two to actually tear a hole in the sky. Looking down at the scene below, the Guanzu could only think simply horrific. He kept reminding himself, you two are the ones causing trouble. Do not go too far. Time is on my side. As long as I take it step by step, the future will surely be mine. But these two are just too strong. They give me no chance to plan slowly at all. And then the question arose. The problem now is, how to clean this up. At that moment, a voice rang out to accuse. Guanzu, Jiang Baqing did it. The Guanju only asked back, is there evidence? The person beside him explained briefly, yes, before the Bai family members died, they screamed that Jiang Baqing was killing them to silence them, and Jiang Baqing himself admitted it. Furthermore, Ji Changsheng seemingly witnessed this with his own eyes. We can use Ji Changsheng as a witness. The corpses of the unfortunate souls were already submerged in the raging fire. The Guanju's eyebrows narrowed. On senior sister's side, this could not be hidden. The person on this side continued. Fairy Ling Long is in closed-door cultivation, and who knows for how many years. As long as no one reports it, how could she know? The Guanju can simply claim he did not want to disturb senior sister's cultivation. It was definitely not intentional. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Guanju asked back, is that so? The other party insisted firmly, that is exactly how it is. Hearing that, he asked again then, where is Jiang Baqing? The answer he received was, he has already fled. Hearing this, the Guanju could not help but sigh. He was once an upright and incorruptible fellow who campaigned north against the demonic cult. But one wrong step leads to eternal regret. He directly gave the order, issue a wanted warrant. We must give senior sister an answer. In truth, the person beside him already had his own calculations. Someone had to take responsibility for the death of the Bai family. Li Changxi and Ji Changsheng were out of the question. Their responsibility was no different from the Guanzu's own. Thus the one to take the fall must be Jiang Baqing. Who told him to choose the wrong side earlier? The smile on this person's face gradually lost its humanity. If Jiang Baqing is held responsible, no one will be heartbroken. Besides, Jiang Baqing must die. Dead men tell no tales. He then spoke up again. Rest assured, Guanzu, the Hall of Discipline will never tolerate such a demon roaming free outside. Hearing this, the Guanzu was momentarily satisfied. At the foot of the mountain, a few figures were currently practicing. Daoyan spoke up excitedly. Mister, why have you come here? A huge event occurred at the Bei family. Jiang Baqing wiped them all out in one go. He truly is deep and enduring. On this side, Changsheng replied in a calm voice. I know, because I saw it with my own eyes. I am the witness. Hearing that, he commented, I really did not expect Jiang Baqing to have such bloody courage. But it is normal. No man can endure that kind of humiliation. Jiang Baqing can be considered a true man.
Changsheng agreed with these words. Indeed, I admit I spoke a bit harshly about Jiang Baqing before.
Elder Jiang is truly a man. But in his heart, Changsheng was thinking, I must spread the word of Elder Jiang's slaughter to the whole world, so that 10,000 people may revere him. Hong Yi frowned, telling herself, it is hard for me to describe my feelings right now. Li Daoyan is a fool, but I am not. She was full of thoughts. Jiang Baqing dared to directly kill the Bai family right on Xuanduguan territory, and Ji Changsheng just happened to witness it. I would not believe it even if I were beaten to death. If Ji Changsheng did it, I would find it perfectly reasonable. In my eyes, Ji Changsheng is a peerless fierce man. He even dared to assassinate Bai Guanlin before. If there is a first time, there is a second. It is just that this kind of matter does not seem like something Ji Changsheng could do alone. Although the Bai family parasites living at Xuanduguan were somewhat incompetent, they were numerous. Ji Changsheng is just a monk who recently entered the Golden Core stage. His combat power is extremely weak. He does not have the strength to pull off such an earth-shattering feat. It was likely the Guanzu who acted. The Guanzu is always extremely cautious before he acts. If he dared to do this, he must be certain he can handle the investigation from consort Ling Long. The more she thought, the more the smile on her face lost its humanity. I can send word back to the clan, urging them to act more aggressively. Even the Guanzu is acting like this, so as victors, we have no reason to continue enduring. Excellent, the Bai family is unlucky, and the victors are all the more delighted. Afterward, Hong Ye directly hugged Changsheng. Changsheng, thank you. This action immediately met with Daoyan's objection. What are you thanking Changsheng for? Are you intentionally trying to take advantage of him? As for Changsheng himself, he was very relaxed. Actually, there is no need to thank me. I was just passing by and could not help the Bai family. To avoid being targeted by the Bai family's revenge, Hong Ye, if you want to thank someone, you should still thank Jiang Baqing. Hearing this, Hong Ye promised, don't worry on Jiang Baqing's side. The family will provide a generous reward. In her heart, she continued to wonder. Jiang Baqing has done something that makes it impossible for him to stay at Xuanduguan any longer. He must go down the mountain to avoid trouble, perhaps even betraying Xuanduguan. At that time, our family will naturally protect him. But I suspect it will be very difficult for Jiang Baqing to get down the mountain. Before this fool and I even left, the Guanzu had already ordered the Hall of Discipline to act. Jiang Baqing will surely find it hard to escape this calamity. At this moment, Changsheng spoke up. If Hong Ye says so, it seems that Guanzu is also coordinating his move. Very good, everyone is indeed from the righteous path. The coordination is perfect. To have such high-level teammates is truly fortunate. Elder Jiang is an upright man. For his curtain to fall like this is truly heart-wrenching. Daoyan, beside him, was also puzzled. I really did not expect Jiang Baqing to have such bloody courage. It is truly a pity if he dies. Otherwise, I would go beg my aunt to see if she can save his life. But before long, he changed his mind. Forget it, Jiang Baqing is as good as dead. No one's plea will help. This time Jiang Baqing was too ruthless, killing both old Madame Bai and Bai Guanlin. Not even an immortal descending to earth could save him. Changsheng looked around and seriously calculated in his mind. Grand Matriarch Bai is indeed dead. It is not surprising. When I was on the mountain, I discovered that the old lady's end was near. She stayed on the mountain relying on Xuanduguan's spiritual energy to prolong her life. He remembered an elder. Grand Matriarch Bai was not a cultivator to begin with and had no talent for it, so heavenly materials and earthly treasures had limited effects on her. Theoretically, she should have had defensive artifacts, but perhaps because she had not planned to go down the mountain, she had no time to prepare. Killing Grand Matriarch Bai was not hard for me, but I clearly remember Bai Guanlin was not dead before I ran away at most. He just had a knife in his heart. Changsheng's thoughts continued. In this world of cultivation, that kind of injury is not actually that serious. It is much lighter than Elder Xuanjing's severed arm, which could not be recovered even with cultivation. But Bai Guanlin is dead. Could it really be that Jiang Baqing killed him? Then there was the matter of Li Changxi using a transmission talisman earlier to tell him that Jiang Baqing had transformed into his appearance. At that time, he was truly scared into a cold sweat. That man named Jiang was far too sinister and ruthless. He intended to use my name to commit murder and then frame me. A question arose. My grudge with the Bai family is no secret. If Jiang Baqing had succeeded, perhaps few would have doubted it. He was so shameless to devise such a plot. Luckily, I anticipated Jiang Baqing's move. If Jiang Baqing had not pushed me step by step like that, I would not have struck first. Finally, Chang Sheng reached a conclusion. Bai Guanlin was likely truly killed by Jiang Baqing as well. This guy's bloodthirst is quite heavy. Several high mountains nearly touched the layer of white clouds. The group of three, including Chang Sheng, were still at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Ba Qing's screams could be heard from almost anywhere. I did not do it. I am being framed. Another person immediately accused him. Jiang Baqing, surrender without a fight. As for Fairy Ling Long's side, the Guanzu has already pleaded on your behalf. However, Ba Qing still insisted on denying it. It really was not me. The opponent pressed on. Jiang Baqing, stop resisting. The Hall of Discipline has already investigated the truth. The evidence is irrefutable. The reason the Bai family was wiped out was the purple mysterious yin thunder you obtained during the northern campaign against the demonic cult. Before they died, the Bai family members confirmed you were the killer. Even Ji Changsheng witnessed your brutal act of murder with his own eyes. The more he heard, the more his mood plummeted. Someone is framing me. Get away from me. Once I go down the mountain and investigate the truth, I will surely return to prove my innocence. But his explanations were met with 4 words: stubborn and unrepentant. Bei Qing looked up high. Then he frantically brandished the weapon in his hand. The figure of Elder Chuanjing covered a large area of the sky. She appeared with total elegance. In an instant, Ba Qing was struck by Elder Chuanjing's dharma. His entire body was pushed into another space. Several rings of red liquid left Ba Qing's body. Elder Chuanjing just stood there, watching from above. The majestic mountains remained silent in the early morning. Han Ye looked up and murmured a comment. A cultivator of our generation should be like this. Dalian, opposite her, added, since Elder Chuanjing resigned as the Yangzia branch master, the Yangzia lineage has grown weaker and weaker. The peak of Yangzia peak was during the time Elder Chuanjing was in charge. After all, even at her peak, she could hold her own against old devil Yu. Jiang Baqing is nowhere near that level. Han Ye's thoughts were articulated. I did not expect Elder Chuanjing to take action this time. That is right, the disciplinary elders have just changed, so they might not have been able to subdue Jiang Baqing quickly. Elder Chuanjing's willingness to intervene on behalf of the Hall of Discipline shows she is trying to please the Guanju. It is quite ironic, actually, given that Elder Chuanjing and Fairy Ling Long once traveled together and were recognized as good sisters. Hearing this, Chang Sheng thought to himself, senior sister is truly wonderful. Other than having a few psychological issues, she has no other flaws. He continued thinking more deeply. Other women are truly too complicated, not suitable for a pure and kind person like me. All 3 of them turned their eyes in the same direction. Why is Elder Chuanjing coming toward us? Chang Sheng immediately raised his guard. Is she trying to make contact with me? In his heart, he was thinking, these demonic cult members act so recklessly, doing this in broad daylight. I can only admire Elder Chuanjing's audacity. But then again, since she dares to do this, she clearly is not worried about being suspected. Elder Chuanjing waved her hand as a signal. After what happened to the Bai family, the elders have entrusted me to look after you, or at least escort you safely down the mountain. Han Ye understood and took the order. Many thanks, Elder. Before leaving, she also casually reminded Ji Changsheng, you have been very impulsive lately. Chang Sheng bowed with cupped hands to Elder Chuanjing. Greetings, Elder. She questioned him sternly. Didn't you say you were leaving Xuandu Guan? Why are you still performing the disciples' salute before me? He smiled and thought to himself, even if I go to the heavenly demon sect, I would still have to perform the disciples' salute to you as before. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. What kind of ghost stories are you trying to play with me? A moment later, Hong Ye spoke up to explain for Chang Sheng. Elder, please be discerning. Although Junior Marshal Uncle killed out of righteous anger, he did violate Xuandu Guan's regulations. However, neither Branch Master Li nor the Guanzu has officially decided to expel this Junior Marshal Uncle from Xuandu Guan yet. Elder Chuanjing heard this and pondered for a long while. It is only a matter of time. With this kid's overbearing style, the Guanzu certainly won't be able to tolerate him for long. Heaven knows when he will be able to break through his destiny. Just like the Guanzu, I was almost scared to death. His assassination of Bai Guanlin last time terrified me. I have truly never seen someone so fierce. This time, if Ji Changsheng really killed Bai Guanlin, who could bear it, I believe even the Guanzu could not stand it. Connecting with a demonic cult disciple like this is also very exhausting for me. But it was decided that I should not appear. Now that we are in the same boat, there is no other way. I can only say that with this blood tithe of Ji Changsheng's, neither the Hewan Saintess nor Old Devil Yu would have any reason to refuse him. On the other side, Hong Ye was also constantly lost in thought. I agree with Elder Chuanjing's view on Ji Changsheng's future. With his extremely ruthless style, even the Guanzu might not be able to control him. Perhaps Ji Changsheng really will have to leave Xuandu Guan, even being considered a traitor by Xuandu Guan itself. But this won't matter to the victor. As long as he is an enemy of the Bai family, the winning side will welcome him. Moreover, a peerless genius like Ji Changsheng, who acts so ruthlessly, is truly worth recruiting. But she still cheerfully waved her hand. At least Junior Marshal Uncle is still a member of Xuandu Guan in name. I recall that you, Elder, also value Junior Marshal Uncle quite highly. Elder Chuanjing paused for a beat. Of course I value him, but I did not expect him to have so much potential. She recalculated a bit. I just thought Ji Changsheng was a good undercover agent, but he has directly shown me what a master-level undercover looks like. That demonic cult mole, without a word, directly killed Fairy Ling Long's youngest son. Have you ever seen an undercover agent act like that? I certainly have not. When I sent the message to the Heihuan Saintess, the other party was silent for a long time. Ji Changsheng is a man no one can understand. I admire him from the bottom of my heart. After weighing the pros and cons, Elder Chuanjing made a decision. Forget it, I will take you to the Qingfeng Inn at the foot of the mountain to rest for the night. Once your family guards arrive, I will return to the Guan. She needed a private space to talk to Ji Changsheng, so using this obvious reason was naturally the most appropriate. Douyin was completely bewildered. Elder, is not the array at Qingfeng Inn enough to withstand experts below the deity transformation stage? Do you really need to be so serious? Speaking of which, Elder Chuanjing's tone also softened. What the Bai family encountered has frightened both of your families. Furthermore, with Ji Changsheng here, unexpected situations are indeed likely to occur. In other words, I will protect you for one night. Tomorrow, your Dao protectors may arrive, so nothing will happen. He winked at Changsheng and said, many thanks, Elder.
Changsheng, sleep with me tonight.
Changsheng irritably gave him a direct kick. Get lost. Daoyan could only scream, I'm just trying to protect you. Quickly, Changsheng returned to the main point. With the Elder, here, is it even your turn? Go play somewhere else? In his heart, he thought, Elder Chuanjing will definitely raid me in the middle of the night. I naturally cannot have a third person in my room. A while later, Changsheng returned to the Qingfeng Inn, to the superior room. Elder Chuanjing suddenly appeared in his room like a gust of wind. As soon as he saw her, Changsheng carefully saluted. Greetings, Elder. Elder Chuanjing waved her hand, using spiritual energy to surround the entire room. Once finished, she spoke softly to reassure him. All right, I have set up a barrier, so you do not need to worry about anything happening in this room being discovered by outsiders. Receiving these words, Changsheng nodded seriously in confirmation. Elder Chuanjing no longer maintained her previous dignified attitude and directly complained, that old geezer Guanju, just to appear noble before everyone, exposed the nature I worked so hard to cultivate. Without the Guanzu's tip-off, you would never have known my identity in your entire life. Changsheng did not respond but cautiously calculated each step. Fine, I will save you some face. I believe in the Guanzu's judgment. Elder Chuanjing is not a professional undercover agent, just a simple collaborator with the Heihuan Saintess. Because she is so unprofessional, one does not even need the Guanju to figure out her identity. Suddenly she changed the subject. It is useless to say these things. You already know my identity. Ji Changsheng, now that you know it is me, are not you curious why I work for the Heihuan Saintess? He immediately dispelled Elder Chuanjing's suspicion. Not at all. This disciple is not curious in the slightest. The answer conversely made her the curious one. Why? Changsheng rubbed his chin and hit the nail on the head. Because curiosity usually kills, so this disciple will control his own curiosity. Surprise was clear in Elder Chuanjing's eyes. I really did not expect you to be such a cautious person. Why do not you look like it at all? Changsheng shrugged to explain. Elder, you have misunderstood me. Actually my nature is inherently very cautious. This statement accidentally made her cover her mouth and burst out laughing. With his appearance, saying such a sentence was just too much. Sorry, I usually do not laugh, unless I can't help it. Elder Chuanjing judged in her heart. If Ji Changsheng is a cautious person, then I feel like I have never met anyone who is not cautious. After speaking, Elder Chuanjing took out a red thread tied with knots at both ends. Take it. Changsheng looked at the object before him with wide eyes. What is this? She gave a short answer, a string, so he had to waste his breath to ask further. What does this mean? Elder Chuanjing turned and explained with a smile. One end of this string is yours, and the other belongs to the Heihuan Saintess. From now on, you two will communicate directly. I will not be involved. She is holding the other end right now. If you want to see her, refine this connecting thread and she can lead you there. Changsheng took it, his heart pounding and his legs trembling. Only after a good while could he regain his composure to reflect. This was a mobile teleportation array, albeit a fixed direction, one that could only warp him to the side of the Heihuan Saintess. The problem was, the Heihuan Saintess spent most of her time within the heavenly demon cult, potentially even in Old Devil Yu's bedroom. If he suddenly appeared in Old Devil Yu's bedroom, how on earth would he explain it? Even if he claimed his relationship with the Heihuan Saintess was strictly platonic, would Old Devil Yu believe him? Seeing his reaction, Elder Chuanjing curled her lips in a tease. Scared now, Changsheng did not hide it and raised his hand to ask, Elder, if by chance the madam pulls me into Old Devil Yu's bedroom, I would not be able to explain myself even if I had 100 mouths. He absolutely had to find a way out for himself. He had never met the Heihuan Saintess before. Although Elder Chuanjing and Li Chengxi said she would protect him, logically speaking, she indeed had no reason to harm him. However, one could never be too careful. Who knew where the Heihuan Saintess might drag him to? Elder Chuanjing tilted her head and clarified a certain matter. Impossible. The Hewan Saintess and Old Devil Yu have not shared a bed for at least 20 years. When she has nothing to do, she usually stays in her own temporary palace. Chang Sheng showed clear surprise, so that is how it is. But I still feel like the demonic cult makes me feel very unsafe. Not stopping there, she added a few more sentences. Furthermore, you can only be pulled over if the Hewan Saintess is willing to pull you. If she does not initiate the pull, the connecting string is useless. It functions much like a transmission talisman. Hearing this hidden condition, Chang Sheng's face slumped in disappointment. Suddenly, he lost a lot of interest in the string. The only thing that remained attractive was the chance to meet the Hehuan Saintess first to scout her strength, and perhaps even join forces with her to secretly kill Old Devil Yu. Thus, Elder Chuan Jing urged Chang Sheng to activate the red thread quickly, stop hesitating and refine it. The Saintess is waiting for you over there. Believe me, making a woman wait too long is definitely not a wise choice. He was stunned for a moment before reacting. The madam wants to see me. Elder Chuan Jing nodded in affirmation. Naturally. Anyone who knows what you have done would want to see you in person. Someone who could frame Old Devil Yu's illegitimate son is truly a rare talent of this world. Someone who could kill the son of Fairy Ling Long is truly a peerless monstrous genius. It would be hard for the Hehuan Saintess not to be curious about you. Just how massive is your audacity to dare offend the leaders of both the righteous and demonic paths? Chang Sheng could not explain it even with 10 mouths. This was all a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, he had to explain it clearly when they met face to face. Old Devil Yu's threat was like a thorn in his back, and the Hehuan Saintess was the thick thigh he had to cling to. Thinking of this, Chang Sheng followed the thread and vanished. And so, after using the connecting string, he disappeared from the room without attracting anyone's attention, not even the defensive arrays of the Qingfeng Inn. After he left, Elder Chuanjing's face darkened with a cunning look. Ji Chang Sheng, I have not told you yet, a single string teleportation Dharma treasure is actually an extremely precious item, and a specialty of the Hehuan sect at that. In her heart, she recalled that cold relationship from 20 years ago. One of the purposes of the marriage between Old Devil Yu and the Hehuan Saintess back then was to discover the method for refining the lead string. It was just a pity that conflict arose between the two sides early on, and until now, Old Devil Yu had yet to achieve his goal. For a second generation immortal from a prestigious family, the lead string was particularly attractive. If Bing Zipping could have refined even a single lead string, he could have pulled himself back to Old Devil Yu's side in a crisis, and would not have been killed so easily. If Bai Guanlin could have refined even one, he would not have died so easily on the mountain road of Xuandu Guan. She silently remarked to the absent party, things you look down on are actually supreme treasures in the outside world. Only you are unaware. Returning to Chang Sheng, he seemed to have experienced an interesting journey. It turned out what disappointed him was not being able to face the sect leader's wife directly. This was too disappointing. The Hehuan Saintess was actually just a single screen away from him. She could see him, but he could not see her. This was truly unfair. Nonetheless, Chang Sheng politely cupped his hands and spoke. This disciple pays respects to the sect leader's wife. May the madam enjoy eternal immortal bliss and attain the Tao through ascension. A thought flashed by, however, logic told him that discussing fairness within the heavenly demon cult was a very dangerous thing. Suddenly, a special fragrance wafted out from within. Chang Sheng's face flushed from a peculiar emotion. As expected of the Hehuan Saintess, even the air seemed to carry a hint of passion. He somewhat understood why she wanted to meet behind a screen. If he met the Hehuan Saintess directly, he might end up utterly disappointed. Although he had weathered many storms, this annoying world still allowed for cultivation. He truly could not resist the cultivation techniques of the Hehuan sect. After a long while, a sweet voice rang out, Ji Chang Sheng. He replied solemnly, the disciple is here. She pointed a hand and curled her lips in a provocative smirk. You do not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Yet your gall is big enough to wrap the heavens. It really is quite large. Restrain yourself for this queen. Although he felt a bit lightheaded, Chang Sheng tried to maintain some clarity. This woman's cultivation technique and palace were both very wrong. When he faced Li Changxi, he could control himself, yet he failed when facing this woman. It was absolutely the opponent's fault. The sect leader's wife, lounging on the bed, continuously posed questions. Ji Changsheng, if you currently had to choose loyalty between Mu Xian and this queen, who would your house choose? He widened his eyes at the name, Mu Xian. Seeing that reaction, she looked suspicious. Do you not even know the name of the Xuandu Guan's Guanju? Changsheng's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily a few times. She probably would not believe it, but after joining Xuandu Guan, when he was not busy with murder and arson, he was on his way to murder and arson. He truly had no time to collect such information. Furthermore, he had no interest in men. Currently, he only knew his senior sister was named Li Changxi and his mother-in-law was named Fairy Ling Long. Everything else was unimportant. The Guanju was actually named Mu Xian. That name was quite interesting. He went with the flow. This disciple is naturally loyal to the madam. The sect leader's wife continued her provocation. Mu Xian treats you so well, yet the heavenly demon sect is sending you to your death. Are you willing to be loyal to me? Moreover, I heard your merit manifestations are sky high. I fear the demonic arts I told you to cultivate won't work out. Suddenly she coughed slightly in annoyance. A few seconds later, the sect leader's wife's eyes went wide. Changsheng's entire body emitted a thick aura of slaughter, with souls of the dead floating up. The sect leader's wife was dazed by the pressure. What kind of demonic genius was this? Who would believe this was the #1 person of Xuanduguan's current generation? At this point Changsheng's expression turned cold. Madam, if I said I was a disciple of the righteous path, would you believe me? She frowned, looking puzzled. Don't you possess the golden lotus of merit? Where did this sea of blood and demonic qi come from? The sect leader's wife imagined a confrontation between the two. Seeing Ji Changsheng like this made her feel ashamed enough to commit suicide. This was because she mainly practiced Hehuan sect techniques, which differed from the heavenly demon cult. Their techniques focused on the 7 emotions and 6 desires, not killing and demonification. Although she did not consider herself a good person compared to someone like Ji Changsheng, who could even master the 10,000 soul banner, she truly felt ashamed. If she could conjure a sea of blood with a wave of her hand like him, many more people in the heavenly demon cult would surely submit to her. By then, Changsheng's tone had completely changed. I originally intended to treat the madam like an ordinary person, but since you have some doubts about me, I won't disguise myself anymore. Today, I wish to exchange heart to heart with the madam. To be honest, I am the reincarnation of the Antarctic Longevity Emperor from the Great Desolation Immortal Realm, possessing boundless merit but also accompanied by infinite karmic burden. She froze, staring in disbelief. Did Changshi's madness truly spread? This guy's illness is not light. Changsheng kept talking incessantly on the other side. Madam, the 10,000 soul banner and the sea of blood manifestation are not fake. I have always been at Xuanduguan before, and never left the mountain. If I were not the Antarctic Longevity Emperor, how could there be such a result? These words momentarily forced her to ponder. This question was also something the Bai family never understood. When Ji Changsheng entered the inner sect, the Qi induction array only pointed to a single petal of the golden lotus of merit. After joining, Ji Changsheng used his merit to level up his realm and killed so many people. Logically, he should have exhausted his merit by now and been shrouded in evil qi. Therefore, the Bai family members were confident enough to let the Xuanhuang Merit Pagoda verify him, only to be blinded by his golden lotus of merit afterward. Thus, Grand Matriarch Bai did not hesitate to conclude that everything was orchestrated by Bai Guanlin. As for Ji Changsheng's merit, she truly did not understand it. However, the sect leader's wife continued to pry. You have always been at Xuanduguan. How did you refine a 10,000 soul banner? How did you slaughter enough to create a sea of blood manifestation? Did Changshi pass it to you? No, the merit and karma of others are clearly different from those created by oneself. This can be distinguished easily. The slaughtered qi, resentful souls, and demonic qi all emanate from your body. They cannot be external forces. Furthermore, if your merit was bestowed by Changshi, it definitely would not have escaped the verification of the Xuanhuang Merit Pagoda. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke cryptically. Changsheng. Still Changsheng. Suddenly she realized something. Could it be a Daluo inheritance? Has something changed in the immortal realm? Changsheng, left ignored in the corner, spoke up slowly. Madam, what are you talking about? She curled her lips slightly to brush it off. It is nothing. I am the second in command of the dual Hehuan and heavenly demon sects, and the only woman in the world qualified to rival Fairy Ling Long. She quickly grasped his deduction, though she did not yet have the ability to travel to the immortal realm in spirit, so she could not be entirely certain. Once these words were out, the sect leader's wife reassured herself. It is better to believe it exists than not. If Ji Changsheng was truly the reincarnation of a Daluo, then she could not interfere. If it were a typical Daluo inheritance, she would not normally have greedy thoughts, but for the inheritance of the Antarctic Longevity Emperor, she did not have a single such thought. She knew the rumors about his origin well. No one in the Great Desolation Immortal Realm dared to touch such karma. She knew what was important, so she might as well forge a good affinity. She had no conflict of interest with Ji Changsheng. On the contrary, there was a basis for cooperation. Thus, she did not want to dig deeper into the matter. With that thought, she casually opened another path. It seems you have your own fortuitous providence. Since that is the case, I won't dig further. Anyone who reaches a high position has their own destiny. As long as you work diligently for this queen, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. Though he did not quite understand, Changsheng was quite happy. Rest assured, madam. You and I have a mutually beneficial relationship. Unless the sect leader can be magnanimous and forgive the grudge of his son's death, I can only stand on your side. A spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. Then you can go ask the sect leader and see if he can forgive you. In this world, besides me, there is fundamentally no one to protect you. After all, you previously reported the name of old Devil Yu's son and then killed Fairy Ling Long's youngest son. I can't believe Bai Guanlin was killed by Jiang Baqing. However, it is not suitable for you to return to the holy cult right now. Although I have killed all those in the holy cult who knew you, the more you kill, the harder it is to gain their trust. Unless you are willing to return bearing the reputation of having killed Bai Guanlin, every step in the holy cult will be fraught with immense difficulty. At this point Changsheng scratched his head anxiously and said, I definitely can't do that. The Guanzu has already decided to make Jiang Baqing take the blame for the Bai family. If I proactively take the fall, would not that be a slap in the Guanzu's face? Please advise me, madam, what must I do to convince the holy cult that I sincerely want to join? The sect leader's wife briefly outlined a path. After descending the mountain, you just need to restrain your murderous nature a little. This method indeed gave him a bit of a headache. Was this kind of prejudice contagious? First Ying Hongye and the Guanzu, now even the Hewan Saintess. Why was everyone starting to doubt his character? Without letting Chang Sheng worry, she directly threw a bucket of cold water on him. With your rowdy style of acting, I will give you 6 months to cause chaos. After 6 months, you can return to the holy cult without anyone suspecting a thing. How could ordinary demonic disciples even compare to you? Additionally, do something for me. Chang Sheng replied seriously. Please speak, madam. The sect leader's wife threw out a painting along with a request. Help me kill a person. Looking at the sharp face in the picture, he was a bit curious. What is this person's name? Why are they madam's enemy? Her eyes shot daggers. My love rival. Chang Sheng was shocked. The Hehuan Saintess's love rival was actually a man. He imagined their intimacy and could not help but marvel. Old devil, you is truly something. Reading the letter was like a thunderclap to Chang Sheng. A man's love rival was actually a man. The sect leader's wife swayed, doubting herself. Over the years, this queen has asked herself this question countless times. Could it be that I am truly too ugly and weak? Hearing that, he quickly affirmed, what are you joking about? Although I have not seen madam's beautiful face, I can be certain you must be world-shakingly beautiful, definitely ranking as the third most exquisite beauty in the world. She was sharp enough to see through his thoughts. Flattery is useless. This lead string is an advance on the reward I am giving you. If you truly manage to kill him, then after the deed is done, I can fulfill one of your requests. He chuckled and intentionally added some conditions. A request from the Hehuan Saintess is indeed tempting. However, someone qualified to be your rival surely is not an ordinary person. I understand madam does not want to act personally and affect the relationship with the sect leader, but currently, I am just a small figure who has just entered the golden core stage. Furthermore, I used merit to forcibly raise my realm. My combat power is likely inferior to those rogue golden cores. Although I want to strive for madam, I fear I have the will, but not the strength. The sect leader's wife wagged her finger and spoke comfortingly. Rest assured, his strength is only lower than yours, not higher. Sheng Taiping has only reached the golden core realm, and that was only through using drugs to force it up, so he has no actual combat ability. You do not need to hide from me. From Xuandu Guan's perspective, your combat power is surely an insult to the golden core stage, but you still have the holy cult's techniques for protection. In her heart, she began evaluating Chang Sheng. This kid's dual track operation was truly staggering. At Xuandu Guan, he used merit points to increase his realm. At the heavenly demon cult, he used demonic arts to increase his combat power. Both were not inferior. Most importantly, it was one thing to accumulate merit quickly, but his demonic arts progressed just as fast, and he had even mastered the scripture of demonic desire. She reflexively recalled old memories. Back then, when I cultivated the scripture of demonic desire, it took me 6 months. Even so, I was still considered the seed for the revival of the Hehuan sect by the higher-ups. When I gave you the scripture, I truly did not expect you to master it. If the Hewan sect leadership knew you mastered it in just a few days, those people would go insane. Finally, she had to frown and acknowledge him, using merit to raise your realm, and demonic arts to raise combat power.
Ji Chang Sheng, you are very capable.
Chang Sheng looked at the wafting aura and fell into thought. Although separated by a screen, it felt as if he were being seen through by the Hewan Saintess. This kind of feeling, thinking of this, his face suddenly flushed. It was not bad. After all, the purpose of staying hidden was to wait for the right moment. What if the Hewan Saintess appreciated his grand aura? The sect leader's wife saw his intent and praised him incessantly. According to my understanding of Sheng Taiping, he would not last more than 5 moves in your hands. Even if he has some defensive artifacts, it won't exceed 10 moves. You have enough trump cards. If you could kill Bai Guanlin, you can kill Sheng Taiping. Chang Sheng smirked and swirled his hand in the air. It seems the danger is not great. However, I still need to verify this information through other sources when I return. Madam, what does this Sheng Taiping do? She thought for a moment and gave an answer. On the surface he is a merchant. He widened his eyes in surprise, and in reality, the sect leader's wife's eyebrows furrowed further as she spoke. Still a merchant. Only the way he makes money is very disgraceful. She could visualize the layout of the entire city. First, he uses his background to obtain spirit gathering array diagrams. Then, he uses these diagrams to borrow money from the Tongtian Chamber of Commerce. Once he has the capital, he buys a piece of land. At this point, she remembered Taiping's eerie smile. Sheng Taiping is a man with many connections. In peaceful times it is fine, but once the great sects start investigating thoroughly, his spirit-gathering arrays will be confiscated. A surge of rage rose within her heart, but the people who paid a high price to buy those earthly paradises can never get their spirit stones back. She hated him even more. What makes this fellow most detestable is that he created a prepaid spirit stone system. Previously, when the great sects used paradises to make money, they built a series of them beforehand and then sold them to rogue cultivators and commoners for cash on delivery. No debts, no shortages. The sorrow of most rogue cultivators was deeply ingrained in her heart. Then this person changed the method. With just one array diagram and a piece of wasteland, he dared to collect money up front from cultivators and mortals, usually 30% of the total value. She was indignant but felt some pity for the landscape. Since then, countless earthly paradises have sprouted across the world, causing the number of wronged cultivators and mortals to increase daily. Meanwhile, his pockets are overflowing. Combined with his background, even if he is cursed by 10,000 people, it does not affect his wealth or his arrogant behavior. Learning of this situation, Chang Sheng drew his sword but hesitated. Madam, say no more. This person deserves to die. Nonetheless, since he has the sect leader's protection, and as you said, he is not easy to deal with. How could an ordinary golden core cultivator dare to challenge the entire world? A spark flashed in her mind, and she teased him. Are you scared? From what I know you should not be. You even dared to kill Fairy Ling Long's son, so why fear this kind of scum? Chang Sheng did not hide it and drawled with implication. I fear this matter requires
extra pay.
The sect leader's wife hummed, yet she still took out another estate. You brat, you are truly interesting. She personally offered the precious house to Chang Sheng. This is a Dharma treasure I obtained after killing an outer sect elder who wanted to take revenge on you. The White Bone Traveling Palace. It can be used as your transport or residence outside. Furthermore, the White Bone Traveling Palace can be upgraded. In the future, as you kill more, souls can be absorbed into the 10,000 soul banner, and white bones can be used to forge the palace. The more white bones there are, the faster your demonic cultivation speed will be within the palace. He slowly accepted it, but his heart remained guarded. The Heaven Saintess killing that outer sect elder meant she already had more power than him. However, dealing with a rich lady was much easier than dealing with a man whose son he had killed. This was also a good thing. A marriage between the heavenly demon cult and the Hehuan sect should have been a good thing, but combined with the information revealed by the Saintess, old devil Yu turned out to not like women. With this kind of fake marriage, no wonder the Hehuan Saintess was so angry. Chang Sheng sat in meditation, eyes closed deep in thought. However, there was a small problem he had not dared to ask in front of the Hehuan Saintess. If old devil Yu was in a political marriage and essentially did not like women, then what about the son the Hehuan Saintess bore for him, and what about his own biological child? If he did not like women yet forced them to bear his children, was this old devil Yu really that much of a scumbag? At that moment, Elder Chuanjing unexpectedly stepped in. How did your discussion with the madam go? Chang Sheng frowned and questioned her. Elder, have not you left yet? Elder Chuanjing's face darkened, and she put her hands on her hips in anger. The bride has entered the room, so now you throw the matchmaker over the wall. You have already started ignoring me. He reminded her somewhat warily. Elder, if you have arranged things between me and the madam, the sect leader won't be happy when he hears of it. Actually forget it. Consider that I said nothing. Elder Chuanjing crossly folded her arms to intimidate him. Whether old devil Yu is happy or not has nothing to do with me. Chang Sheng did not want to linger on the topic and redirected the conversation. That is right, Elder. Do you know this person? As soon as she saw it, she was beyond surprised. Sheng Taiping of Sheng State, a pretty boy and a dishonest merchant. Why are you asking about him? He reported flatly. The madam told me to kill this man. However, Elder Chuanjing seemed to understand the situation. Not strange. She is exactly the type to do such a thing. Chang Sheng immediately regained his spirit, sitting up straight to ask, how is this person's strength? She touched her chin and remained silent for a moment. You used merit to raise your realm to the golden core stage, but your combat power is mismatched. You would currently be considered a disgrace to the golden core stage. However, his strength is even weaker than yours. Hearing that, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then I am at ease. The information from Elder Chuanjing and the Hehuan Saintess was basically the same. Sheng Taiping was protected by old devil Yu, but he did not care much. He had already killed old devil Yu's illegitimate son, so he did not mind killing one of old devil Yu's lovers as well. Chang Sheng drew his sword unhurriedly. Perhaps the Hehuan Saintess thinks the same. It will certainly aggravate the already strained relationship between the husband and wife. The madam has an issue, and the disciple takes revenge on her behalf, no problem at all. Outside, Hong Ye and Dao Yan had flown over very quickly. Both of them questioned him in unison. Chang Sheng, what do you plan to do next? Chang Sheng gave a sinister smile, revealing a bit of a secret. I want to take a trip to Sheng State to kill someone first. They were immediately excited. Sheng State, she could not hide the joy in her eyes. Chang Sheng, are you also going to Sheng State for a mission? Chang Sheng pondered briefly at these words. Mission, he indeed had a mission, but it was from the Hehuan Saintess. Perhaps this mission was not on the same path as theirs, but he suspected all roads would lead to the same destination. Hong Ye did not notice and was still immersed in her happiness. Someone reported to the Xuandu Guan office in Sheng State, so Li Daoyan and I were assigned to investigate the truth. He also opened his eyes wide to provide a brief introduction. The person in charge of the Sheng State branch of Xuandu Guan is a member of the Bai family. At this, Chang Sheng suddenly understood. So that was it. The person the Hehuan Saintess ordered him to kill was in Sheng State, and the mission Ying Hong Ye and Li Daoyan received was also in Sheng State. He could not help but think about the relationship between Elder Chuanjing and the sect leader's wife. Given the relationship between Li Changxi and the Hehuan Saintess, it was only natural to send their descendants to work at a friend's place so they could handle things themselves. It all fit the rules, no problem at all. On the surface, Changsheng calmly probed for information. What is the current situation at the Sheng State branch of Xuandu Guan? He had secretly made his own plan. If he could confirm that Sheng Taiping and the branch were common enemies, then they would need to be careful. However, it did not escape Changsheng's thoughts. Taiping was also included in that plan. Meanwhile, Hong Ye was discussing the presence of the elders. Xuandu Guan branches are located everywhere in the world, usually guarded by outer sect disciples. The main purpose is to perform chivalrous deeds, accumulate merit, gather resources, and simultaneously help the sect look for talented disciples. Changsheng quickly realized their intention. This was indeed the normal operating model of an immortal sect. Even if one truly became an immortal, they still needed resources to progress. However, he was still puzzled by the Guanzu. But even if they need personal disciples, they have to fight over talented ones. The old man's connection surfaced in his mind. Among all the great immortal sects, Xuandu Guan had the fewest members. However, it still possessed a vast network of relationships just as before. Both Elder Chuanjing and the sect leader's wife were also connected to each other. Hong Ye continued her report. In recent years, the Xuandu Guan branch in Sheng State has been receiving fewer and fewer spirit stones, while the number of accusers has been increasing. This time, Li Daoyan and I are going down the mountain with the mission to lead the Sheng State branch and restore the old order. After completing these tasks, we can receive merit points upon returning to the mountain, and we can also accumulate merit ourselves. Changsheng became even more interested upon hearing this. Is the Bai family's influence in Sheng State very large? To what extent have they infiltrated the Xuandu Guan branch? She quickly reached a conclusion. If nothing unexpected happens, it is essentially the Bai family's private garden. He immediately sat up in an instant. If that is the case, we have to plan for the long term. Li Changxi already said that the Bai family below the mountain is not on the same level as the Bai family on the mountain. Changsheng still remembered the trio of Guanzu. 99% of the Bai family members at Xuandu Guan were useless parasites. The Bai family members with genuine talent all chose to go down the mountain, risking their lives to build their careers. Dealing with such people naturally required double the caution. He always had a difficult to voice suspicion. Had the Xuandu Guan branch become the Bai family's backyard, or was it Sheng State itself that was their backyard? Hong Ye turned slightly to look at Changsheng's back. The entire Sheng State is basically the Bai family's backyard, but there is no need to take it too seriously. These mortal world countries only have so much strength. Changsheng, with your golden core stage strength, it should be enough for you to travel freely. Dayan beside her chimed in. Aside from the Ying State, these countries currently are not even worth mentioning. Hearing that, he suddenly felt a spark of interest. The Ying State. Her expression suddenly became grave. Indeed, we won once, but that is in the past. In reality, the current Ying State is not much stronger than the Sheng State. He followed up with a detailed explanation. It is still much stronger, but the Ying State is truly no longer as powerful as it once was. Changsheng, there is something you do not know. The current Sheng State was once merely Sheng province of the Ying State. Changsheng instinctively moved closer to the two of them. The Li family is a cultivation clan and has resource conflicts with the Bai family. I roughly understand that. As for how the Ying family and Ying State are connected, I am still not quite clear. Can you tell me more about the grudge between the Bai family and the Ying family? He glanced slightly at Hong Ye. Ying Hong Ye had spared no effort in dealing with the Bai family, and the help she gave him was much greater than that of the nephew. However, until now, there had not been time to find out the clear reason. Changsheng only recalled the scene of Elder Chuanjing spitting blood in front of him. It could not be helped. He was truly too busy. If he was not killing someone, he was on his way to kill someone. Only now did he have a bit of free time. Seeing him silent, Hong Ye reminded him, among the high-ups, this is not a secret. But it is normal for you, Changsheng, not to know this, because that period of history was suppressed by the combined efforts of both righteous sects. So even if you go to the sutra library to search, you won't find the true history. She mentioned the ruler, the Ying emperor. Now, everyone believes the Ying family is just a cultivation clan, and the Ying state is just an ordinary small country. Speaking to this point, Hong Ye felt a bit of regret. Few remember there was once a country that unified the 4 seas and 8 directions, pointing its sword at the immortal sects of the world, nearly completing the legacy of the human emperor, and creating a paradise on earth. After hearing this, Changsheng bowed to apologize. My apologies, my apologies. It sounds like the Ying family back then was not at all inferior to Xuandu Guan. She could not forget the army led by him. Leaving aside the Xuanhuang Merit Pagoda and Fairy Ling Long, the Ying family was indeed much stronger than Xuandu Guan at that time. That year, the Ying emperor unified the 4 seas and 8 directions, then used the power of the nation to confront the entire cultivation world, attempting to bring them under the rule of the Ying imperial court, so that cultivators would serve the world. He became even more interested upon hearing this story. A very grand ambition. Only Daoyan was still miserably biting his lip. That is why the Ying emperor died a very tragic death. Changsheng could only helplessly protest in his heart. That was not strange at all. If a cultivator were willing to serve commoners, that would be truly ghostly. Only later did he voice an explanation. The Ying emperor was essentially going against heaven. In a world where one can cultivate, standing on the side of commoners against cultivators was fundamentally impossible to succeed. Changsheng viewed the Ying Emperor as no different from a cultivator. A powerful cultivator can make everyone an enemy. In such a world, talking about sacrifice is simply unrealistic. Hong Yi then unconsciously spoke a short sentence. We nearly succeeded back then. He was slightly stunned and questioned her back. How could you succeed? How could commoners compete with cultivators? Her expression immediately became eerie. Naturally, there was another evolutionary path. Although commoners are limited by spirit roots and resources and cannot cultivate, human wisdom is boundless. Hong Yi was speaking of massive, powerful weapons. Even a scholar who could not even catch a chicken could use wisdom to create weapons that could threaten cultivators. Changsheng was like a man struck by lightning upon hearing these words. He secretly admitted to himself, fine, this is very logical. This world's heritage has existed for so long. The history of civilization is much older than Earth's. Changsheng thought back to modern canons. Earth could develop science and technology, so there was no reason to think the people of this world could not. He looked at the token before him and marveled. Previously, when studying transmission talismans at Xuanduguan, he discovered they were even more advanced than WeChat technology on Earth. Hong Ye took the opportunity to interrupt and describe the fire dragon. The ancestor back then unified the 4 seas in 8 directions and made a great oath, hoping that the people of the Great Ying would be like dragons, that cultivators would no longer be high and mighty, and that everyone could enjoy equal rights. At that time, the general had carried the flag and run to the mountaintop. She recounted with an attitude of great admiration. Under his powerful drive, countless heroes of the mortal world gathered in Ying State. They learned about immortal arts, analyzed immortal arts, and together they created immortal arts. A series of flying machines appeared at that time. In just a few short decades, the commoners of the Great Ying could use tools to fly through the sky and burrow through the earth just like cultivators. Even regarding the guns Changsheng held, Hong Ye was very knowledgeable. The weapons they created even made powerful cultivators tremble with fear. Speaking of this, he had some impressions of explosions. Perhaps this was science versus cultivation. To be honest, if the nuclear weapons of Earth in his previous life could blow up the powerful beings of the immortal realm, like Ji Changsheng, it would not be at all strange. The golden statue in Changsheng's memory still stood tall. However, if they continued fighting like that, unless the technological level developed to an extremely high degree allowing the common human body to undergo transformation, it would be very difficult to resist cultivators. Meanwhile, the humans on the ground had been waiting for a long time. Changsheng could only sigh helplessly. It could not be helped. The human body is too fragile. The Ying state deserves respect, but its collapse in my view was destined. Hong Yi thought back to famous faces of the old days. That year, many powerful cultivators were bosom friends of the old ancestor. They stood by his side and betrayed their sex for this cause. Changsheng could not hide his excitement.
Incredible.
This person's charisma was too powerful. If he could win the support of some powerful beings, then the chance of success would be quite high. He suddenly thought of a bold idea regarding the Ying Emperor. Once a immortal court was created, the Ying Emperor might lead these cultivators, including the world's commoners, to victory. A mortal dynasty could continuously evolve into a divine dynasty, an immortal dynasty, and eventually even achieve total ascension, creating a legacy rivaling the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Ying Emperor was truly a man of great spirit. Whenever she mentioned him, she became a bit sad. Yes, the old ancestor was truly an extraordinary person. Even those who were once his enemies cannot deny this. Changsheng continued to probe deeper. Why did this Ying Emperor fail back then? Douyin quickly interjected. There was a traitor within the Ying state. On the eve of the Great War between the Ying state and the 9 great sects, half of the Ying state's arsenal was paralyzed. Changsheng immediately switched to detective mode. Let me guess, was this traitor named Bai? At this, Hong Ye's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. It must be said, the Bai family members could not bear to see the common people suffer. For the sake of righteousness and justice in the world, they proactively bore the insults. The Bai family was the great merit holder who prevented the war. He also understood her mood. No wonder Ying Hongye went all out to deal with the Bai family. With this kind of national and family grudge, if it were me, it would be a fight to the death. Changsheng then felt a bit of malice towards Xue Yao. Initially he thought the Bai family rose because of Fairy Ling Long. Now it seemed he had underestimated them. Even the Grand Matriarch could not escape. To be sure, he asked for more information. Did the Bai family have a very high status in the Ying state back then? Hong Yi confirmed directly, very high. The old master Bai back then was the left prime minister of the Ying state, nominally considered the 3rd highest in the Ying court. Furthermore, old master Bai had a good son. She flatly recounted each past misdeed. The Bai family selling out the Ying state gave them a bargain, which laid the foundation for their future prosperity. That year. Forget it, let us not mention it. In short, the Ying family and the Bai family are irreconcilable. The traitor is the one insulted by all. Moreover, although the Ying state was defeated back then, it was only fragmented, not completely destroyed. However, whenever she mentioned her clan, Hong Ye felt nothing but indignation. The remaining forces of the Ying state wish for nothing more than to grind the Bai family's bones to ash. However, the great immortal sects did not want their merit holders to suffer a tragic end. Changsheng quickly guessed the situation at that time. So then, the Bai family became part of Fairy Ling Long's dowry. She turned her back, seemingly having reached a decision. The cleanup can be delayed, but understand, Fairy Ling Long is about to ascend. But the Bai family's plot for the position of Xuandu Guan's Guanzu has failed. Now, it is time for the Bai family to pay for what they have done. Chang Sheng reached out a hand to gently comfort her. Hongye, do not worry. The Bai family is our common enemy, so when you need my help, please do not be polite. Hongye quickly regained her usual spirit. Currently both Li Daoyan and I are disciples of Xuandu Guan, so our actions are somewhat restricted. In some aspects, we truly need your help, Chang Sheng. Daoyan quickly added a reminder. Chang Sheng has not been removed from the Guan yet. In name, he is still a Xuandu Guan disciple, so he can't go too far either. Hearing him mention him, Chang Sheng gave a few instructions. A great sect like Xuandu Guan always prioritizes procedure. It is better to do nothing than to do it wrong. Yesterday, you killed openly, naturally violating the sect rules. However, the procedure of the Hall of Discipline has not been completed yet. He smiled lightly, not taking the issue seriously. Mainly, the disciplinary elder still has not found a way to handle it. Strictly following sect rules would mean arrest or even public execution. If investigated, that female disciple and Bai Zongui deserve to die. Although you violated sect rules first, your actions are still understandable. 3 penalty cups of wine should be enough. There is fundamentally no need to expel you. But Daoyan was still wary of the Guanzu and the elders. Since yesterday, too many things have happened. The disciplinary elder needs precise instructions from the Guanzu before a final decision can be made. Chang Sheng quickly comforted him. It is fine. I understood the Guanzu's intent long ago. Don't worry, senior sister has already given careful instructions. Ignore the sect rules and act as you wish. She will cover it all up. Daoyan was slightly stunned, but still gave a stiff praise. Aunt is mighty. He also chuckled along. Indeed, senior sister was very mighty. But in Hongyi's heart, it was the opposite of those two. You are even mightier. When Li Changxi killed her husband, she had a legitimate reason. You killed Bai Guanlin and then directly framed him. Honestly, you are even more formidable than Li Changxi. Following someone as formidable as you, Ying Hongye feels very safe. A second later, she remembered the main point. By the way, Chang Sheng, who are you going to Sheng State to kill? Chang Sheng did not hide it. Sheng Taiping. Hongye jumped up as soon as she heard it. Sheng Taiping. He was a bit surprised by the reaction. What is wrong? Is there something wrong with this person? Douyin quickly explained for her. Our main target for this trip to Sheng State is Sheng Taiping. Someone reported that Sheng Taiping and the Xuandu Guan branch in Sheng State are colluding to harm rogue cultivators and commoners. Chang Sheng now had to look up at the sky and marvel, Madam, you and the Guanju coordinate way too well. Very soon, it was one day later in the capital of Sheng State. He walked while glancing around.
Chang Sheng, do you think that man up ahead looks like Sheng Taiping?
Not far away, Taiping was holding Shui Yao in his arms. Chang Sheng was darkened by the sight. A true warrior is being Old Devil Yu's lover a job, while keeping a lover yourself is life. Old Devil Yu, congratulations, you are about to be crowned King Cuckolded. But he quickly controlled his emotions. As a gentleman of pure nature and kind heart, he found the messy relationships of the demonic heretics somewhat incomprehensible for a moment. Chang Sheng instinctively remembered the sect leader couple. Old Devil Yu married the Hefuan Saintess and had 2 sons, yet in the end, he fell in love with a man. He marveled at his way of having an affair. Old Devil Yu's true beloved was Sheng Taiping, who on the surface relied on Old Devil Yu to prosper, but in reality, used Old Devil Yu's money to keep young women. Chang Sheng had no choice but to cover his face helplessly. Fine, it is not actually that chaotic. I can only say as expected of demonic heretics. Suddenly, Taiping stopped in front of the 3 of them. We seem to have been discovered. He breathed a sigh of relief in an instant. Luckily I did not use my real face back then. When in the martial world, a vest alias is very important. In Chang Sheng's heart, he was sometimes a bit excited. Coming to the Bai family's territory, if he used his real face, he would be like an old man eating frost just tired of living. But now, the 3 of them looked at each other with wide eyes. Zhu Yao, with no grudge or enmity, pointed her finger and snitched. My lord, this person's gaze is truly disgusting. Hong Yi was infuriated by that look. She then knocked Daoyan's head hard without mercy. She is talking about you, he complained aggrievedly while grimacing. What do you mean me? Hong Ye put on an ugly face to scare Daoyan out of his wits. That woman said your gaze was disgusting. She quickly hugged Taiping and continued to disparage him. Not only disgusting, but he also looks like a criminal. My lord, I feel like he is a degenerate from the Hehuan sect. Only the innocent Daoyan stared in shock. Are you addicted to acting? How can you write and direct this yourself? Zhu Yao was immediately choked up and frozen. Huh? She put on a look of fear mixed with surprise. Your forehead looks dark, your footsteps are unsteady, and your eyes are wicked. You look like a hooligan, a criminal at first glance. Were you peeping at me just now? He was indignant and cursed angrily. Are you sick? I, Li Daoyan, am a member of the Li family after all. Li Changxi, the Hehuan Saintess, even Fairy Ling Long, I have met them all. Daoyan even added a civilized insult. You can insult me and say my brain is not right, but I am not stupid enough to stand in the street staring at a woman. Hong Ye could not help but give a thumbs up in praise. 666. My man. Unable to do anything else, Shui Yao acted like a spoiled child to Taiping. My lord, he is insulting me. Chang Sheng and Hong Ye suddenly locked eyes and exchanged a signal. She secretly sent a voice transmission to him. Chang Sheng, this woman looks like Sheng Taiping's mistress. She is intentionally causing trouble with Li Daoyan, so Sheng Taiping will stand up for her. Just a little trick to win favor. Li Daoyan has run into some bad luck. Hong Ye felt a sense of repulsion toward Shui Yao. As a member of the Ying royal family, she could see through the petty schemes of women competing for favor at a single glance. At this moment, Chang Sheng replied, your guess sounds reasonable, but there is still another possibility. She widened her eyes curiously and turned to him. What possibility? He smirked, firm in his deduction. This woman is incredibly overconfident. She truly believes she is beautiful enough to make people peek at her. Although it sounds unbelievable, I have witnessed this with my own eyes. Chang Sheng always remained soberly aware of the era he lived in. Since transmigrating to this world, he had gained many new insights. Initially, he was not familiar with the great sects of this world, but earlier, when he framed Bai Guanlin when he exposed Bai Guanlin's treacherous plot, he had heard the Guanzu and the others mention the Danqing Pavilion. Meanwhile, the Danqing Pavilion remained shrouded in silence. He thought about someone appearing here. The letter Bai Guanlin used to frame him was written with enlightened ink, which he had heard very clearly at the time. There was still moisture in the inkstone. Enlightened ink was a specialty of the Danqing Pavilion and was extremely precious. Even an elder of Xuandu Guan would not have it readily available in their stores. Chang Sheng smiled to himself as he calculated. From that moment, he knew the Danqing Pavilion was definitely not an ordinary force. Therefore, he had specifically asked Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan in private. The Danqing Pavilion was indeed one of the righteous immortal sects on par with Xuandu Guan. He quickly made some comparisons of the landscape. If one set aside Fairy Ling Long and the Shuanghuang Merit Pagoda, the strength of the Danqing Pavilion was not necessarily weaker than that of Xuandu Guan. In the night, a mysterious person had urgently sent a letter. What was more noteworthy was that while Danqing Pavilion and Xuandu Guan shared a similar path, the Danqing Pavilion cultivated noble Haranchi, dreaming of eternal scholar heroes truly azure blood and vermilion ink. This was the very foundation of the Danqing Pavilion. Chang Sheng did not rule out his appearance. There was another very important point. The master of the Danqing Pavilion was a supporter of the Ying Emperor. He could not help but marvel at the estate amidst the cloud forest. The current Ying family held an immense amount of influence within the Danqing Pavilion, which was one of the reasons they maintained their position to this day. Chang Sheng quickly deduced further. Ying state was partitioned but not completely destroyed because there were many power struggles behind the scenes. He finished all his calculations while Daoyan was still scowling. We will have to disguise ourselves as disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. Even if we are discovered later, with Ying Hanye here, it won't be a big problem. However, Chang Sheng still had to look around warily. Sheng State was the Bai family's territory. If someone came here to investigate the Bai family under the guise of Xuandu Guan disciples, they would be walking straight into a trap. If they were not careful, another assassin steed of Sheng State would appear. He did not let down his guard and put on his mask again. He naturally did not want to take risks, so pretending to be a disciple of the Danqing Pavilion was the best choice. Chang Sheng drew his sword, radiating a powerful aura. Disciples of the Danqing Pavilion performed chivalrous deeds with azure blood and a loyal heart, making them the perfect fit for drawing a blade to help when encountering injustice on the road. However, he faced a small difficulty. Of course, noble Haran Chi was a problem. He truly did not know it, but the issue was not major. Chang Sheng remained very optimistic and smiled brightly. Although he did not possess noble Haran Chi, he knew illusions. At that moment, they were surrounded. Who dares to be insolent here? Surround them for me. He did not panic but turned to evaluate Taiping. Sheng Taiping was just a minor golden core who reached the stage through pills, so these catchers from the 6 doors were even less worth mentioning. Chang Sheng was very certain of his actions. The illusions he cast under the empowerment of 10,000 faces could not be seen through even by nascent soul experts, so he was not worried about these people seeing through them. Immediately after, he used the 10,000 faces technique to intimidate them. I am a disciple of the Danqing Pavilion, who dares to cause trouble. The soldiers were terrified upon hearing this. What? They are actually from the Danqing Pavilion. They intended to retreat but still had to ask his opinion Marquis, this matter. Taiping smiled sinisterly and stood as their backup. I have a background too. The name of Danqing Pavilion might scare the 6 doors, but it won't scare me. He unexpectedly bowed, as if in welcome. So it turns out you are disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. It seems today's matter is merely a misunderstanding. Incidentally, Taiping used the excuse to probe. Might I ask for your great name, Excellency? Chang Sheng stalled for a moment. I do not change my name when traveling, nor my surname when resting. He lied and picked a name at random. I am Cao Mengde. He had originally thought about using Zhang Baqing's name to make things easier, but Zhang Baqing was too familiar to the Bai family. Hearing that Sheng Taiping was colluding with the Bai family, he must have heard that name or even met the man. Chang Sheng considered it a very honorable act. After consideration, he decided to use the name of his idol. In the modern era, he was also very confident in himself. In his previous life, he had worked for 2 years at the edge of the universe, where he learned many things, for example, to always stand on the side of the great cause, to always maintain a moral high ground when communicating with others, and to always represent justice. Only in this way could one stand tall without falling. So now Chang Sheng put on his mask without fear. He first had to seize the status of being the one who defined justice. Disciples of Xuandu Guan had this right, and disciples of Danqing Pavilion had it too, but the demonic cult did not. That was why he had not wanted to go there from the start. He was just someone forced by others. He stood motionless for a long time. Furthermore, right now, he was the representative of justice for that side. Despite Shu Yao's fury, Chang Sheng continued to preach, "There is noble spirit in heaven and earth, manifesting in many forms. Marquis Sheng, you are indeed a man of immense power in Sheng State, but if you want our Dan King Pavilion to bow its head, then just try drawing your blade." Having no other choice, she huddled into Taiping's arms. Only he knew how afraid he was. His power in Sheng State was quite large, but it depended on the situation. If it was just bullying commoners, he did not care about public opinion. However, if he bullied a disciple of the Danqing Pavilion, there would surely be those who would not mind watching a grand drama unfold. Taiping tried to stay calm and spoke gently. "Little friend, there is perhaps a misunderstanding here." But Chang Sheng cut him off, not giving him a chance to speak further. "There is no misunderstanding. We 3 siblings are disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. In Sheng State we have never encountered such unfair treatment. I imagine how you oppress commoners every day. You truly are shameless." He even pointed at himself, acting powerful and arrogant. "Others fear you, Sheng Taiping, but our Danqing Pavilion does not. In Shengjing City, at the Peace Inn, we will be staying there for the next 3 days. In these years, if anyone has ever been cheated or had their money seized by Sheng Taiping, just come to us." Afterward, Chang Sheng turned and walked away coldly. Disciples of the Danqing Pavilion, relying on the Haran Qi in our chests, are ready to sweep away the injustices of the world. "Junior brother, junior sister, let us go." He just left the crowd standing there as if frozen. Daoyan followed behind, constantly praising Chang Sheng. "Chang Sheng, it is a real pity you did not become an actor." Hong Ye was equally delighted. "I have learned it now. Bai Guanlin was tricked to death just like this." But at that moment, someone was following them. Chang Sheng, still unaware, continued discussing. "Bai Guanlin brought disaster upon himself, but Sheng Taiping's sins are even greater, and he deserves to die even more. We are acting on behalf of heaven." He immediately chimed in, "Yes, acting on behalf of heaven." She was more cautious, imagining a bad scenario. What if Sheng Taiping is driven to desperation like a cornered dog? He had thought of this too and immediately arranged for Daoyan. Naturally he will be driven to desperation. After all, he has done so many evil deeds. Daoyan in a moment, send someone to buy a few sets of Assassin Alliance uniforms. He could not react in time, Hong Ye also had to silently marvel at Chang Sheng. If you smear your enemy first, then the enemy cannot smear you. This is roughly what you call justifiable self-defense. Old Ji, you really know how to torment people. Over here, Shui Yao was acting coy with Taiping. "My lord, if the images from the water mirror recording are spread out." He darkened his face and coldly dismissed her. "You go back first. Leave this matter to me to handle." She still wanted to linger a bit. "What if we hire assassins from the Assassin Alliance to strike?" A murderous glint had long since flashed in Taiping's eyes. That Danqing Pavilion disciple. His noble Haran Qi cannot be faked. Killing commoners or rogue cultivators is nothing, but if we kill a disciple of the Danqing Pavilion, do you think this commotion is not serious enough? This kind of famous orthodox sect, if you hit the small ones, the big ones come running out. Zhu Yao looked up warily, "But they have the water mirror recording, and besides, my lord, you are not afraid of the Danqing Pavilion." Taiping was no longer gentle and directly scolded her. "Shut up, I am not afraid of the Danqing Pavilion, but I am very afraid of the water mirror recording being exposed. However, if I kill Danqing Pavilion disciples because of this, then my head is truly diseased. If a problem can be solved with money, why bother with killing?" He also bluntly drove Shui Yao away. "Disciples of the Danqing Pavilion are not immune to being bribed, so do not worry. You just go home first." Once settled, Taiping turned to warn everyone. "I am warning everyone on this street. If even half a bit of today's matter leaks out, all of you will be in trouble." The lackeys were very obedient and flattered him. "Rest assured, Marquis, leave it to us. In Shengjing City, no one dares to spread news about you." Only then did Taiping smile mockingly with a clear conscience. "Go warn them yourselves. Ordinarily, no one in Shengjing City would dare spread my scandals. Those who did not submit to me are all dead." As he turned away, he had identified his target. "But still, my opponents are 3 Danqing Pavilion disciples, while my public identity is just a leisure member of the Sheng State royalty and a black-hearted merchant." His subordinates who could not follow reported, "Marquis, we take our leave first." Taiping remained silent in thought. There was no guarantee that those harboring grudges against him would not try to take revenge on the Danqing disciples, so he had to be on guard. At this moment, a round fat face appeared. The man mocked Taiping with a sneer. "Master, it seems you have run into 3 stubborn ones." He was still fuming, unable to vent his rage. Danqing Pavilion disciples indeed have some background. That woman likely wanted me to cause trouble. The man frowned slightly and complained. I said long ago that woman's brain is not right, not a good match. You truly have a good taste. Typing immediately showed a look of utter disgust. I did not take her as my main wife. Give her some money, and send her away. After settling that woman, go to Tianxiang Pavilion and prepare a table for me. Prepare a caddy of enlightened ink. I am hosting a banquet for the 3 Dan King Pavilion disciples. Upon hearing this, the man's face darkened and he reminded him, Tianxiang Pavilion is fine, but a caddy of enlightened ink is a priceless treasure. He thought his idea was excellent as it could surely move them. Remember, we are doing business. If a problem can be solved with money, then do not resort to killing. The sinister smile on Taiping's face could no longer be hidden. I believe as long as I act politely, they will return the favor. Perhaps we can even forge a good affinity. The man did not dare to argue further and could only comply. Yes, master is wise. At the Peace Inn, the scene was still very quiet. Inside, Hong Ye spoke her thoughts worriedly. Chang Sheng, do you feel Shang Taiping will really hire assassins from the Assassin Alliance to assassinate us? Chang Sheng affirmed with absolute certainty. Definitely. Dao Yan kept praising him. How is this even logical? Luckily you prepared early, Chang Sheng. You are too clever. He could only rest his chin on his hand and smile. I am just practicing justifiable self-defense. She was annoyed by his words, but still countered this second idiot Li Dao Yan. I am a genuine royal descendant, receiving an orthodox royal education since childhood. I am no stranger to schemes and maneuvers, but this so-called justifiable self-defense is something I have truly never learned. Neither my family nor Xuandu Guan taught it, yet I have learned it from Ji Chongsheng. Hong Ye, afraid of looking foolish, quickly changed the subject. If I have already joined Chang Sheng's bandit ship, then I must constantly perfect the methods of justifiable self-defense for Ji Changsheng's sake.
Chang Sheng, who are you preparing to play the assassin?
Chang Sheng leaned back in his chair and gently discussed the plan that will likely require the help of your family guards. After all, I am just an ordinary disciple of the Dan Qing Pavilion, with a common background and no one to back me up. I can only rely on you, my second-generation immortal junior siblings. Hearing this, he stood up straight and patted his chest. No problem. Han Ye also found it hard to refuse at this point. I have no problem either. Faking an assassin from the Assassin Alliance is not hard, but there is one thing I need to remind you. However, she still weighed several issues. Chang Sheng, although our Ying family indeed has a voice in the Danqing Pavilion, we do not have such a large network in the Assassin Alliance. If we let the Assassin Alliance take the blame for this, what if it leads to their revenge? Hong Yi did not dare to risk it with a shadow assassin squad. The Assassin Alliance is an organization that even dares to kill Don King Pavilion disciples. They will kill anyone for money, but if they are not paid and are framed for assassinating a Dan Qing disciple, do you really think they are easy to bully? Chang Sheng was stunned for a moment. How strong is the Assassin Alliance? She looked him over once. Compared to Xuandu Guan, they are naturally a level lower, but assassins are completely hidden in the shadows and impossible to guard against. Therefore, even Xuandu Guan disciples must keep their distance from the Assassin Alliance. He thoughtfully touched his chin. It seems these terrorist-like creatures truly must be kept at a distance if they cannot be completely eradicated. However, there is still another way. Immediately after, a crazy thought flashed by. The Assassin Alliance does not kill their own people much, do they? Hong Ye did not understand that look for a moment. Chang Sheng, what do you mean? Chang Sheng pointed at himself, boasting confidently. I feel that I have extraordinary bones and innate talent. I would surely be a once-in-a-century genius assassin. Tell me, if I apply to join the Assassin Alliance, would they accept me? A second later, Dao Yan jumped up. The Assassin Alliance indeed would not dare kill their own, but that is the Assassin Alliance. Hong Ye also raised her voice to remind him. Chang Sheng, do you want to be an assassin who never sees the light of day? He continued to lean back and asked nonchalantly, is that not allowed? Hearing this, her mind felt like it was about to explode. Could it be that she was the one with the problem? What normal person would want to be an assassin, let alone a Xuandu Guan disciple? His tone was just too confident. He also tried to advise him out of concern. Chang Sheng, assassins are very looked down upon, but Chang Sheng saw it as a simple matter. That is a common misunderstanding of the world. People always admire assassins taking a life in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. He even cited examples. A profession is innocent. The guilt always lies with the people. If an assassin does well, they can significantly influence the course of history. I have always admired true assassins like Yamagami-kun, for example. The two were puzzled again. Yamagami-kun, who is that? Chang Sheng became even more arrogant and proud. In my heart, he is the king of assassins, and that is the goal I pursue. A great man should be like him. Hong Ye stopped trying to prevent him now. Although I do not fully understand, of course, if you do not object to joining the Assassin Alliance, then my concerns are indeed resolved. As long as you do not refuse to join, I believe they will surely be willing to welcome you. Waiting only for these words, he was happy. Then it is settled. As long as I join all the demonic sects, the demonic heretics won't be able to threaten me. Chang Sheng began to calculate his new identity. He was in Ying and Sao disguise, but his heart was with Han Justice. As long as his heart was righteous, all disguises were just methods of justifiable self-defense, not worth mentioning. Afterward, he ran to Daoyan and made a request. Daoyan, leave the task of arranging assassins from the Assassin Alliance to assassinate us to you. No problem, right? He agreed immediately without suspicion. Of course no problem, rest assured, Changsheng. Once done, Changsheng glanced at her. Hongye, it will be a bit of hard work on your end too, and it is very likely you will have to pay a fee. He also reminded them of the obstacles ahead. Sheng Taiping is a wealthy merchant doing business in blessed lands. His reputation in that field is notorious, but due to his power and background, ordinary people and rogue cultivators who are cheated have nowhere to cry for justice. Even when they come to our Xuandu Guan for help, it is just like throwing a stone into the sea, they even get retaliated against. Hongye was also very indignant about the current situation. The entire Sheng state falls under the Bai family's sphere of influence, so Sheng Taiping is definitely colluding with them. The person in charge of the Xuandu Guan branch in Sheng state is also one of their own. Those mistreated rogue cultivators and commoners seeking justice from the Xuandu Guan abbot are actually walking into a trap. No one can stand up for them. If this continues, no one will dare oppose Sheng Taiping anymore. Having gained support, Changsheng focused on rallying them. Therefore, we need to raise the banner and stand up on behalf of those who uphold justice. But she did not dare to agree with this. Are you telling us to encourage those victims to speak out? He immediately denied it, and explained in a positive direction. No. In my experience, victims are often very weak and powerless. I do not want to make things harder for those vulnerable hurt victims because we cannot protect them forever. If possible, I hope you will buy up all the agreements signed by the victims to purchase blessed lands under Sheng Taiping's name. In that way we will become the victims, naturally giving us sufficient reason to cause trouble for him. Changsheng deeply empathized with the cold fate of the peasants and no longer made things difficult for ordinary people. It was already hard enough for them just to survive, so he did not want them to fight a futile war. Hongye understood the plan and prepared to act. No problem, leave it to me. Changsheng, you truly have ruthless methods, but the heart of a bodhisattva. But in her heart, she was silently calculating. Initially, Ji Changsheng was a cunning and scheming old fox in her mind, but now she realized the true value of his golden lotus of merit. Hongye did not forget to evaluate his inner self. Perhaps he truly is a ruthless killer and thick-skinned, but his kind-hearted nature is absolutely genuine. Junior Marshal Uncle's heart is full of love. I have met many righteous heroes who also claim to act for the people and justice, but to think for commoners to this extent I have only seen it in Ji Changsheng. Most heroes are just people who encourage victims to speak up, or even maintain silence and use harsh words toward them. Afterward, she continued to express her perspective. I can understand the hardships of commoners and the pressure the victims face. Yet, you do not merely stand on the side of justice and use moral blackmail. That makes me admire you immensely. It is truly a pity if you had been born 100 years earlier, you would have likely become a great general under our old ancestor. Meanwhile, Changsheng drew his sword, exuding the same aura as the Ying Emperor. He waved his hand, clarifying his objective. My ruthless methods are real, and my bodhisattva heart is not fake either. But I only have one mouth. If you truly want me to do all this, I will need you to pay a little Hongye fee. Hongye smiled brightly, as if she understood Changsheng's thoughts perfectly. The fact that you considered the victims to this extent shows your kind nature. Investigating Sheng Taiping was already our mission upon descending the mountain, so doing these things is only right. She put her hands on her hips, speaking highly of herself. We of the Ying family cannot afford to take a loss. The spirit stones the victims lost will surely be taken back from Sheng Taiping. I have great confidence in this. He naturally praised her but also countered. I also have faith in the Ying family. He is just a concubine-like lover of old Devil Yu and a lover who has handed old Devil Yu a green hat of forgiveness at that. Back then, the Ying family was an existence capable of opposing the entire cultivation world. If we are afraid of one little pretty boy, how can we even walk the world anymore? Incidentally, Changsheng tactfully requested, there is one more thing I need you to do, Hongye. Investigate that woman who was with Sheng Taiping today as well. There might be some unexpected surprises. She remained very certain of her capabilities. Correct. That woman might be brainless, but Sheng Taiping knows what is important. If I were Sheng Taiping, I would never let a woman offend disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. He smirked and offered a suggestion. Then that woman might be a decent breakthrough point. Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan lack experience, but I have it. Many big shots did not fall during the scheming power struggles of the officialdom, but instead fell because of a capricious wife. Now, even Changsheng silently held women in high regard. Therefore, one must never underestimate a woman. Even a mistress, if used correctly, can become a sharp blade. Daoyan, having held back long enough, finally spoke up. Changsheng, you have given the two of us so many tasks, so what are you going to do yourself? He forced a smile that clearly carried an annoyed tone. I am giving this nephew a good deal and he does not want it. Hongye also raised her sword to defend Changsheng. Changsheng just broke through to the golden core stage. He needs time to consolidate his realm. Being protected, he began to look at her with a slight blush. I like Hongye more for a reason. It has absolutely nothing to do with her beauty, but mainly because I like her eloquent speech and high EQ. Ying Hongye truly is a treasure girl. Hongye did not notice anything unusual and sat cross-legged, asking Chang Sheng, regarding that girl you told me to investigate, have you found out anything yet? Chang Sheng spoke with a bit of effort. She has quite a background, though her upbringing does not quite look the part. She immediately used this deduction to correct him. Chang Sheng, you guessed completely wrong this time. That woman indeed has a status. She is a little fairy from the Baidi Academy, having studied under a famous great scholar whose name I should not mention. Chang Sheng heard this and his mind went blank. Baidi Academy, little fairy, what on earth? Hong Yi scratched her head, slightly embarrassed. I forgot you did not know these things. Didn't I tell you earlier about what our Ying family went through? But she still patiently recounted the story. After the failure of the second old ancestor, the things the Ying family widely proposed to the great sects were publicly rejected. However, the great sects are not stupid. They know that dredging is better than blocking. The old ancestor had pioneered many things that indeed brought great convenience. Hong Ye's words were detailed for every circumstance. Therefore, to a certain extent, many customs of the Ying state were preserved. The only change was shifting from cultivators serving the commoners to commoners creating higher productivity to better serve the cultivators. She also mentioned Shui Yao. Beidi Academy was established by the Bei family to nurture talents in this field. The woman in Shang Taiping's manor is named Ren Shuiyao, an elite talent nurtured by the Beidi Academy. Chang Sheng quickly reached a conclusion.
I see.
Dredging is better than blocking. Following the flow is better than obstruction. Forcibly stopping class progression brings no benefit. Leaving a gap is better for everyone. To think the Bai family even established such an academy, he could not help but marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. As expected, the Bai family members at the foot of the mountain were entirely different from the useless crowd on the mountain, showing great foresight. However, at the mention of her, he was still surprised. Basically, I understand now. I did not expect Ren Shuiyao to actually be a scholar. Piff, I really could not tell she was a scholar at all. Even Hong Ye had shared Changsheng's expression. The things you did not expect do not end there. After I received the information on Ren Shuiyao, my whole body froze. I realized just how naive I was. She instinctively said a few words then hesitated. This Ren Shuiyao
Has a husband.
Yet he understood immediately. Damn, I am a bit confused now. I really am too naive. I completely can't keep up with these people's rhythm. Chang Sheng took quite a while to reorganize his thoughts. Let me sort this out. Old Devil Yu has a wife and children, but ends up liking Sheng Taiping. The relationship quickly shifted to the scoundrel Taiping. Sheng Taiping is actually Old Devil Yu's sugar baby, yet he ends up keeping a mistress named Ren Shuiyao. Shuiyao was also part of this complicated affair. Ren Shuiyao is seeing her sugar daddy Sheng Taiping and even openly walks the streets with him. Yet it turns out she actually has a husband. A materialistic cycle of infidelity had formed.
Alright, I have got it.
Sheng Taiping uses Old Devil Yu's money to support Ren Shuiyao, and Ren Shuiyao uses Sheng Taiping's money to support her husband. He felt a bit sorry for Old Devil Yu. Only Old Devil Yu has to endure a world of pain. I really want to pay Old Devil Yu a visit now. Hong Yi worked very quickly. In a short time, she brought a notebook. Ren Shuiyao has a habit of writing a diary, and my people have copied it. Take a look at Ren Shuiyao's latest diary entry. Chang Sheng opened it and was stunned. The first whisper started from the saddest day. Today is the darkest day of my life, the day I parted with my lord. Sitting beside my husband, I did not even dare to cry out loud. Zhui Yao wrote about two affairs as if they held great suffering. Before I was married, I made a secret vow with my husband, afraid to tell my parents. Now I have a secret vow with my lord, yet I still do not dare tell my husband. In the end, it is a lifetime of regret. His face darkened the more he read. What a precious woman. Her charming face suddenly appeared in his mind. That graceful appearance always tempted people to commit a sin. Hong Ye saw his changing expressions and felt relieved. It turns out you are also very shocked. That is good. When I first found out about Ren Shuiyao, my whole body went numb, and I thought I was the abnormal one. Knowing this, she still asked, were you startled? Now, Chang Sheng's mind was spinning in a mess. I have met many outstanding people, but I agree to nominate Ren Shuiyao and Sheng Taiping for the top 10. These two are quite interesting. To support their families, they have worked far too hard. This mutual effort for their families was truly touching. Although Hong Ye provided the evidence, she still gave some advice. Based on Ren Shuiyao's diary, Sheng Taiping, just like us, has already discarded her. However, I do not suggest you start with her. Sheng Taiping has many scandals, and womanizing is the least of his problems. But Chang Sheng held on to his own opinion. I do not think so. In the eyes of outsiders, Sheng Taiping's most serious issue is naturally harming rogue cultivators and commoners. But in Old Devil Yu's eyes, this Ren Shuiyao is Sheng Taiping's most serious problem. When striking a snake, you must hit the 7-inch mark. She could only try to remind him further. However, Ren Shuiyao's teacher has a rather special status, so we should not confront him right now to avoid exposing our identities. Hearing this, he switched back to curiosity mode. Her teacher has a very great background. Hong Ye spoke of the mysterious person with gloom. If it were not for her teacher, I would have suspected Sheng Taiping of silencing Ren Shuiyao already. Both Taiping and Shuiyao were likely pawns for that other person. Chang Sheng nodded as he realized several issues. Is that so? I know much less about the big figures of this world than Ying Hongye, so naturally I won't offend people recklessly. He was considering how to keep things from getting too bad. But I will release the water mirror recording. She won't be able to run for long. At that time, Old Devil Yu will need an explanation. If possible, I do not want Old Devil Yu to know that I personally killed his lover. After all, what if Old Devil Yu's heart is full of love and he chooses to forgive even in this situation? Thinking of this, Chang Sheng imagined Old Devil Yu's face. Who can say for sure? I have met many generous men like that, so I do not want to risk it. He still hesitated, fearing it would affect the old man. But if it can't be hidden and Old Devil Yu finds out I did it, the water mirror recording will be the answer. As long as Old Devil Yu does not know I also killed his illegitimate son, there is still a chance to maneuver. At this moment, Hong Yi suddenly brought bad news. Chang Sheng, you won't be able to expose it. The news won't spread. No one in Shengjing City dares to spread Sheng Taiping's scandals. She had deduced this from many investigations. Ren Chuiyao dared to hold Sheng Taiping's hand in the market, not even fearing her husband discovering it, precisely because Sheng Taiping can suppress rumors. Chang Sheng had naturally thought of this.
I believe that too.
It is just that it won't be mentioned. That is a basic principle of the saints of the Western sect. However, he had a sinister plan. But outside of Sheng State, Sheng Taiping's hand cannot reach too far. One day, it will be useful. She continued with another report. My people even saw Sheng Taiping going to the Shrandu Guan branch in Sheng State without any intention of hiding it. Chang Sheng understood the root of the matter. This is likely why Sheng Taiping has such unspeakable power in Shengjing City. He also understood the situation in the bustling area. Currently, Shrandu Guan holds the strongest expert and the #1 divine artifact in the world. Thus, no one can touch those Xuandu Guan wishes to protect at this time. Dai Weiyan quickly interrupted by mentioning a powerful figure. Of course, the Xuandu Guan branch in Sheng State does not represent the Guan itself, but in a small country like Sheng State, Sheng Taiping and the Xuandu Guan office are considered top-tier figures. Chang Sheng flatly brushed them all aside. Ignore them. We will proceed according to plan. As long as everything is reasonable and legal, we can openly use a grand strategy to crush them, then honorably deal with Sheng Taiping and purge the Xuandu Guan office of Sheng State. Han Ye quickly joined his side. You are right, Chang Sheng. Petty schemes are not my forte. As a royal elite, I was taught the way of kings and the way of hegemony. But using a grand strategy to crush them, that is back in my familiar territory. I'm used to doing that. At this time, the luxurious estate was still very gloomy. Tunian quickly went to meet Taiping. Marquis, how do you plan to deal with those 3 Denqing Pavilion disciples? They did not come with good intentions. He was Bai Tunian, the person in charge of the Sheng State branch of Xuandu Guan and a member of the Bai family. At the Golden Core stage, Tunian could be called very daring. He was not just an ordinary outer disciple of Xuandu Guan. He was considered an outer elder. It was only because his talent was limited and promotion was hopeless that he proactively asked to be transferred out to manage the Sheng State branch, but he could never be compared to others in his clan. Bai Tunian's strength at Xuandu Guan was merely average. Even as a member of the Bai family, he would not be highly regarded. After all, there were too many big shots in Xuandu Guan, and then there were lunatics like Li Changxi who dared to kill Bai family members. Yet, Tunian's reputation in this foreign land was resounding. When he came to Sheng State, he became a local emperor. Even the true emperor of Sheng State had to yield his seat. He still tried to make himself subordinate to Taiping, but currently, Sheng Taiping was the one sitting in the high seat while he sat below. He glared at Tunian, clearly showing his displeasure. They indeed came with ill intent, seemingly targeting me. I never proactively gave my name, yet they called me Marquis Sheng directly, showing this was no coincidence. He took a sip of tea and remained silent for a long while. Actually, Sheng Taiping was mistaken. The encounter between Ji Changsheng and the other two was truly accidental. But his vigilance was correct before meeting him. Ji Changsheng and the others already knew about him and were definitely there for him. Only later did Tunian speak up to explain. Danqing Pavilion disciples possess noble Haran Qi and always side with the weak. So targeting you, Marquis, is not actually strange. The bit of trouble is that they are too young, and the young are often impulsive and ignore the big picture. Additionally, that female cultivator has begun sending people to collect agreements from others to buy back the blessed lands under your name. Taiping really wanted to teach them a lesson and immediately made a proposal. They do not know my true background, and regardless of their Danqing Pavilion origin, they could truly cause a commotion. Therefore, I plan to host a banquet at Tianshang Pavilion, prepare a caddy of enlightened ink and invite you to oversee it. If they do not respect me, they must respect you. Tunian was a bit hesitant when speaking of this. Previously, when encountering such things, this method would indeed work. But right now, there is a bit of a problem. He did not understand the meaning. What problem? He indeed argued very logically. At this critical moment, the Guanju has held a knife to our Bai family's throat, and then 3 strange disciples from Danqing Pavilion suddenly appear to cause trouble for the Marquis. My friendship with the Marquis is no secret. Causing trouble for you is the same as causing trouble for me. Therefore, I suspect someone is behind them. Even if I appear in the name of Xuandu Guan, they might not give me that face. Only then did Taiping realize the problem. You are right, there is indeed such a possibility. What is your opinion? Tunian waved his hand in the air, arranging a plan, etiquette first, force later. No matter what, give them face first. If they leave now, that is for the best. But if not, use the name of the Assassin Alliance to kill them, leaving no one as a witness. Right now, things are chaotic. In times like these, the Bai family must be even stronger to deter any petty people with prying eyes. He greatly admired this speed of arrangement. Brother Bai, what spirit, I, Sheng, am in awe. He also acted modest and chuckled. The Marquis overpraises me. Next, we need to cooperate sincerely to deal with those three. Suddenly, Tunian's footsteps became hurried. Oh no, Elder, something has happened. As soon as they arrived, they heard the bad news. Those three Danqing Pavilion disciples encountered an assassination attempt by the Assassin Alliance. Everyone outside is saying the Marquis did it. He could not help but scold a few words. Marcus, why were you so careless as to let others catch you? If you can't endure small matters, you will ruin the grand plan. Killing is only the final method. Taiping could only deny it aggrievedly. It was not me who behind my back hired the Assassin Alliance. He could not help but think of the powerful assassin squad. The Assassin Alliance and Xuanduguan disciples are not easy to mess with under normal circumstances. Because of that, Taiping remembered Shui Yao. Could it be Ren Shuiyao? She once said in front of me that she wanted to hire the Assassin Alliance to act. Don't worry yet. I will investigate this clearly right away. He forced himself to think thoroughly. Sheng State is just a small country and cannot withstand too much upheaval. With those famous orthodox sects, if you hit the small ones, the old ones come. Taiping was very afraid of meeting the elders. If the matter of the Assassin Alliance assassinating Danqing Pavilion disciples is exposed, and the Danqing Pavilion sends elders to investigate, I truly won't be able to hide it anymore. He could only hurriedly try to cover it up. To control the scope of this news spreading, we must not let too many people know. Otherwise, we will truly fall out with them, making it very hard to act in the name of the Assassin Alliance. But thanks to these words, Tunian realized something unusual. Wait a minute. Could it be that they arranged this themselves? Taiping was also surprised for a moment. He quickly regained his composure to question, were those three injured or killed by the Assassin Alliance? Speak quickly. The servant reported everything in detail. One person was lightly injured, the other two were fine. Tunian's suspicion grew. Injured but not dead, and even then, just a light injury. He did not believe the situation he saw. When did the Assassin Alliance become so merciful and soft-handed? Tunian then left, not forgetting to remind him, Marquis, you should still investigate yourself first to see if it is your mistress in the Assassin Alliance. He darkened his face, frowned, and nodded. Fine. Very quickly, half a shichen passed. In Taiping's manner, cursing broke out again. I am fuming. He could not accept it and pounded the table, cursing, that brat ruined my reputation. He is bullying me too much. Taiping strained his neck, nearly jumping up to defend himself. It has been investigated. The Assassin Alliance has absolutely no connection with my people. My people have already investigated the scene where they were assassinated. Now, he was officially so angry, he was in tears. It was clearly fake, done so crudely, it fundamentally can't hide from a smart person. Pity is, there are not many smart people in this world to begin with. Outside proclamations were already posted all over the boards. Taiping considered every option, but was still at a loss. Even if the government issues a notice saying the assassination attempt on Ji Chengsheng's group was fake, not many people will believe it. The world will only think Sheng Taiping and the Six Doors are in cahoots. He could not swallow this anger and lamented to Tunian, I have always been the one to smear others. This is the first time I have been smeared by someone else. Taiping did not hold back his tongue, mocking incessantly. To think Danqing Pavilion disciples would resort to such petty schemes. Do people like this even deserve to cultivate noble Haran Chi? Seeing the unstable situation, he tried to advise Marquis calm down. Anger won't solve the problem. Noble Haran Chi is the Danqing Pavilion's special technique. We never knew how to cultivate it anyway. Tunian prioritized reminding him about Changsheng's group, but these three came with ill intent and are not easy to deal with, so we must be even more cautious. Taiping completely lost control and yelled, at this rate, even if we turn against them, we won't be able to hire the Assassin Alliance to act anymore. He immediately used some logic to soothe him, then used their own spear to pierce their shield. Danqing Pavilion disciples must always have a justification when they act abroad. Therefore they must have solid evidence before they can harm you. If they find no evidence, then naturally, you have nothing to worry about. Tunian took a sip of tea with a cunning look. If those three continue to cause trouble, we will deal with them decisively. It will also be easier to explain to the Danqing Pavilion, this is nothing but slanderous fabrication. As long as we kill them, we will be the ones to decide the charges. He also took the chance to comfort his partner's mood. Rest assured, Marquis. I have prepared ironclad evidence, leaving no room for any loopholes. Taiping finally calmed down. Fine, then do as you say. Returning to the Peace Inn, the three of them, including Changsheng, were still in a fit of anger. Hong Yi was the first to speak out in a curse. That kind of person deserves to be hacked into 10,000 pieces. She clenched her fists, glaring at the paper as if she wanted to burn it with her eyes. I have always known human hearts could be cruel, but I have never seen anyone so shameless in my entire life. Even the usually calm Changsheng could not help but scowl. Bastard! I, Ji Changsheng, witnessed many things on Earth, but Sheng Taiping's actions still exceed my understanding. Taiping Blessed Land is a newly developed blessed land he opened last year. It can be considered one of the highest-grade blessed lands in Sheng State, utilizing a first-rank spirit gathering array. Naturally, the price is also among the highest in the country. At this time, the resting area of Taiping was still very peaceful. He had secretly investigated this place. Through Taiping Blessed Land alone, Sheng Taiping had earned at least several 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Changsheng quickly grasped the situation. After the Taiping Blessed Land was officially completed, rogue cultivators and wealthy commoners moved in. The transactions were finished. Although Sheng Taiping's prices were high, it was still within the scope of a mutually agreed-upon business deal. That resort was no different from a bloodthirsty demon. Sheng Taiping's shady maneuvers lay in the fact that after selling out the Taiping Blessed Land, he was not satisfied with the profits. As a result, the Taiping Blessed Land, once brimming with spiritual energy, became a place for 100 ghosts' night walk at night. When night fell, people encountered massive ghosts. The rogue cultivators and commoners who bought the Blessed Land valued its spiritual energy for cultivation and longevity. But if the 100 Ghosts Night Walk kills half the inhabitants every night, who could possibly endure that? Even rogue cultivators who had succumbed to demonic possession could infiltrate this place. At the critical moment, Taiping unexpectedly appeared. At this time, Sheng Taiping would show up and buy back the plots of blessed land they had purchased for only 1% of the original price. Afterward, Sheng Taiping spent a large sum to invite high-level masters from Xuandu Guan to perform rituals, slaying demons and purging the 100 ghosts. Han Ye grew even more furious after hearing this. Now Sheng Taiping is opening a high-priced second sale. One blessed land sold twice. Changsheng, full of momentum, drew his sword and declared, "This is clearly blatant robbery, yet he can still act it out like a play. Not even Fairy Ling Long can save him, I guarantee it." But a second later, he felt helpless. Originally killing Sheng Taiping was to complete the mission given to him by the Hewen Madam. The situation had changed. Even without her request, and even if there were no benefits, he would still kill Sheng Taiping. If Sheng Taiping does not die, his Dao heart will not be clear. Changsheng covered his face, unable to hide the disgust in his features. Compared to Sheng Taiping, Bai Guanlin was a for-good youth. "Little Bai, I have wronged you. It turns out those below the mountain are so much more malicious. You are dead, so by what right does Sheng Taiping get to live? This is truly unfair to you." He nearly exploded, roaring. Even robbing money is not as fast as Sheng Taiping's methods. Changsheng's tone became increasingly eerie. Indeed, robbing money does not happen that fast. It is because rogue cultivators and commoners cannot obtain ultimate-grade spirit stones. The ultimate-grade spirit stones most suitable for cultivation are always controlled by the great sects of both the immortal and demonic paths. They fundamentally never circulate in the mortal world. He still remembered the rare spirit stones from last time. Otherwise, I suspect Sheng Taiping would have used these methods to obtain ultimate-grade spirit stones as well. But Changsheng had to calmly reassess the situation. Does this guy have nothing but money in his eyes? To earn spirit stones, he dares to do such depraved things? Is this behavior any different from the demonic path? He did not forget to remind Dao Yan, "And do not you dare insult the demonic cult." Would demonic disciples really be that shameless? Dao Yan helplessly protested in his heart. What is with the sarcasm? I have never made that kind of dark money. Changsheng's expression returned to normal once again. But Sheng Taiping is truly too greedy. I know most merchants are profit-oriented, but few people make money by cutting off others' paths like he does. This kind of dirty money should be punished by heaven. It is very easy to be exorcised as a demon. Hong Ye quickly chimed in. Sheng Taiping naturally knows such overbearing actions cause public resentment, yet he still dares to do it. Naturally, it is because he has a backer shielding him. Over the years, it is not that people have not tried to act for justice, but in the end, they all disappeared. As time passed, the hearts of the Sheng State people gradually turned completely cold. They fundamentally no longer dare to resist. At this moment Taiping appeared at the door. The person in the courtyard quickly blocked his path. Elsewhere, she also had no way to eliminate Taiping and Tunian. Bei Tunian, the person in charge of the Sheng State branch of Xuandu Guan, was Sheng Taiping's honored guest. Sheng Taiping himself was a royal marquis of Sheng State. In Sheng State with a background like this, who could do anything to him? Hong Ye even made a bold deduction. Not to mention, the Bai family is clearly standing behind Sheng Taiping. I even suspect that Sheng Taiping has been turned into a puppet by some master in the Bai family. Changsheng took the opportunity to clear Old Devil Yu as well. This likely has nothing to do with Old Devil Yu. He would not care for this kind of petty person in Sheng State. Regarding his own concubines, Old Devil Yu might very well turn a blind eye. After all, the Hehuan Saintess's face must be preserved. Based on that, he reached a conclusion. Therefore, all these things Sheng Taiping does are likely in collusion with the Bai family. Dao Yan heard a lot, but his brain still had not processed it. I still do not understand. Money can never be fully exhausted. With Sheng Taiping's background and connections, there are many ways to make money. Why be in such a hurry to target the Taiping Blessed Land, repeatedly scamming people and even causing so much blood debt? What is the purpose? Even Changsheng found this question difficult. I am not sure either. Because I am a good person with my own moral standards, and you are a normal person. It is perfectly normal that we can't understand scum like Sheng Taiping. Suddenly, she had a realization and blurted out, it is because of the spirit gathering array diagrams. He turned his eyes toward Hong Ye and questioned, what does this have to do with spirit gathering array diagrams? She quickly explained heavenly and earthly spiritual energy is finite, so spirit gathering is a method that great sects do not spread outside. Each portion of a spirit-gathering array is a priceless treasure in the mortal world, capable of creating a small-scale grotto heaven or blessed land. This is the largest source of income for all great sects, so they will not allow their merchants to abuse spirit-gathering array diagrams. Han Yi was very certain in her deduction about typing. Although Sheng Taiping has a background, it is impossible for him to obtain so many array diagrams, let alone create numerous blessed lands. She seemed to understand his method of operation. Therefore, he can only repeatedly scam within the typing blessed land. He does not dare offend the great sects, so he can only bully rogue cultivators and commoners. After all, harming these people still leaves him protected. Chang Sheng felt revitalized after hearing this. This logic is perfectly sound. Big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimp. No wonder Li Changshi said merit is everywhere at the foot of the mountain. My senior sister was right. However, he was still a bit puzzled. With his constant shifts and deceptive tactics, can't the people of Sheng State see through Sheng Taiping's schemes? Will they just let him slaughter them? Hong Yi shook her head and lectured slowly. First, there are indeed those who cannot see through the situation. In this world, those who are eternally stupider than smart people are many. Second, even if they see through it, it is useless. Many of the first buyers of Taiping Blessed Land knew the 100 Ghosts Night Walk was Sheng Taiping's doing. Otherwise, I would not have been able to investigate it. She could almost explain everything about the martial world. What can they do? Who in Sheng State can raise the banner of justice? They can only swallow their resentment and let Sheng Taiping buy it back for a pittance. Third, not everyone preparing to buy land in Taiping Blessed Land is a fool. Many understand it is a scam, but there is still no way to resolve it. Some things are beyond their control. Hong Yi even gave a very striking example. For instance, Sheng Taiping could convince the Sheng State Emperor that those who do not buy a blessed land will not be allowed to serve as officials in Sheng State. She could not forget the Sinner Tunian. Or, he cooperates with the Xuandu Guan branch in Sheng State. As long as they buy Taiping Blessed Land, their descendants get priority in participating in the Xuandu Guan disciple recruitment exams. Hong Yi fell silent and looked up at the sky. In this world, no matter how smart you are, or how clearly you see things, it is useless. Without enough strength, living soberly is worse than living in a mess. Most people are helpless to resist and can only be slaughtered at will. The old ancestor back then could not stand this state of the world, so he wanted to re-establish order and change the situation. That is why he stood on the high platform and gave a great shout. She remembered the Ying Emperor again. At that time, Hong Ye's ancestor fell before the sword. Pity, in the end, it was a failure. For the sake of face, Sheng Taiping can still sit high above, enjoying wealth and glory. I only regret I was not born 100 years earlier to follow the old ancestor in conquering the world and eliminating all that inhuman scum. Chang Sheng saw her sadness and stepped forward to pat her shoulder. No need to be born 100 years earlier. We can kill him now. Hong Ye's expression became grave again. Sheng Taiping already solved the 100 Ghosts Night Walk in Taiping Blessed Land. Killing him now would be killing without teaching. If we can't find clear evidence, it would truly be too good for him. She looked up and saw only his neck and chin moving. The 100 Ghosts Night Walk in Taiping Blessed Land has disappeared. Ha ha. If I create a zombie world, how will Sheng Taiping handle it? I remember in the Moon Palace's illusion world there really is an illusion where zombies run rampant. A group of rogue cultivators who had succumbed to madness gradually appeared in his mind. Chang Sheng casually put his arm around Hong Ye's shoulder and continued to talk. The reason Sheng Taiping is selling Taiping Blessed Land, again, is that the 100 Ghosts Night Walk was solved by him. She kept trying to shrug him off. Hey, take your pig arm off me. His eyes suddenly flashed with coldness. What if white bones like mountains are discovered in Taiping Blessed Land, and the 100 Ghosts Night Walk remains the same or even becomes more severe? Hong Yi was gradually understanding Chang Sheng's intent. That Taiping Blessed Land would surely be ruined in Sheng Taiping's hands. That way we will have enough reason to put him to a public execution. But she did not entirely agree. Even if someone pleads for Sheng Taiping, we would not need to give them face. It is just. Where will we find mountains of white bones and 100 Ghosts Night Walk? He just chuckled confidently. Leave it to me. I will act personally. There is no lack of food. Chang Sheng finished the discussion. That is all for today. Everyone go prepare for your tasks. Dao Yun excitedly showed his determination. No problem, let us go to war. A moment later, a space portal opened. After refining the black card Li Changshi gave him, he could return to the Moon Palace anytime to enter the illusion for cultivation. This time, he would try the zombie illusion. As soon as he appeared, the entire space was submerged in chaos. In the sky, countless zombies were frantically flying through the air. He landed and was immediately surrounded by swarming corpses. Chang Sheng took out a banner painted with a massive talisman. If my judgment is not wrong, zombies also have souls. He waved the talisman in his hand coldly. Blood, refining saber technique. Following the incantation, hundreds of souls were instantly gathered. White Bone Traveling Palace. Souls escaped from the bodies of innocent commoners in a blink of an eye. They opened their mouths to reveal sharp fangs and pitch-black aura. After finishing the task, Changsheng retracted the talisman while simultaneously using the blood-refining saber technique. The remaining desperate zombies were sent flying by his momentum. Wherever the tip of his spear glanced, they were annihilated. Not stopping there, Changsheng directly took out a small treasure. 100-soul traveling palace. The zombies stared in confusion as their bodies were sucked into the tower. Just as I thought, zombies are not actually dead, they just failed to evolve. Much like the beast tied in the previous illusion, the beasts lost their reason, and so have the zombies. His eyes revealed sharp insight. But in reality they have not died, they are just frenzied. In essence, they are still living beings, and even stronger than before. Thinking so, Changsheng was quite happy as he looked down at the dazed faces below. Killing them is synonymous with taking life, but also with saving the world. Simultaneously for me, this is a ready-made demonic cultivation base. The zombies' blood essence is used to refine demonic blades, their souls to upgrade the 10,000 soul banner, and their white bones as nutrients for the Dao Palace. He rubbed his chin, expressing his satisfaction. Ho, I truly am a master of environmental protection. In this zombie world, human presence is barely seen. For the survivors, the first issue they consider is survival, not hygiene. At the same time, in another corner, zombies gathered frantically. Changsheng covered his mouth and chuckled in mockery. I fell from the sky to help them solve the crisis and clean up for them. Truly boundless merit. Next is the time to cultivate demonic arts. No, the time to save the world. So he continued to descend into the zombie horde to clear the chaos. Changsheng's eyebrows knitted tightly. It truly is endless. But having lamented just a second ago, his pupils vanished in the next. Then let me kill to my heart's content. Changsheng created a spirit-absorbing flame atop the tower's roof. This attracted the zombies to rush forward and offer themselves up. He showed no mercy. Whatever he touched was scorched. One by one, the zombies were all knocked away. Along with that, the flames gradually incinerated their demonic bodies. A while later, a mountain of white bones was piled up beneath Changsheng's feet. Suddenly, a blue spirit stone glowed brightly. His face showed clear surprise. Oh, killing zombies also gives rewards. This thing seems to be the source of why the zombies failed to evolve. It contains a substance I do not yet understand. Success leads to abilities. Failure leads to a biochemical disaster. Changsheng remembered fighting them and analyzed, collect them for now. When I meet survivors in this world, someone will surely answer my questions. As the number of zombies he killed increased, the sea of blood tended to grow as large as the Pacific Ocean, and the 10,000 soul banner quickly developed into the 100,000 soul banner, heading straight for the million mark. The talisman stuck in the ground flew lightly with the wind, dissolving the zombies. Changsheng looked up at the building and assessed darkly. The White Bone Dao Palace is also growing in power. From a distance it looks like a mountain, emitting a terrifying aura that makes people tremble with fear. He quickly gripped the hilt of his sword. This is the destructive power of a golden core-level demonic cultivator. I have regained the joy of playing a slaughter game on the blue star. Changsheng's feeling at this moment was summed up in one word: satisfying. Suddenly, something caught his attention. From afar, a helicopter appeared out of nowhere. Changsheng stopped his slaughter and muttered to himself, finally seeing a living person. Truly was not easy. Above, Ruining used binoculars to observe the situation on the battlefield below. He casually waved a greeting. Hi. His face darkened, his eyes full of suspicion. Zhongyang calling headquarters. Requesting a nuclear strike on the target. Changsheng frowned, realizing something was wrong here. And then a bomb was dropped, blowing the entire city to pieces. He was submerged in the annoying white smoke. Why are the people of this world so rude? Can't they see that this seed is the Antarctic longevity emperor specifically descended to save them from suffering? Conversely, on Ruining's side, he was ready for combat. My name is Gongyang Ruining. Among the current survivors, I am an absolute rank A expert. My ability is controlling iron and steel, but today, my worldview has collapsed. I could only watch him from afar with a sea of blood and mountain of bones spanning the heaven and earth. I was so scared by that Dao Palace I almost peed my pants. No exaggeration. I have lived through the apocalypse, but this is the first time I have seen such a terrifying zombie king. Facing Changsheng's pressure, Ruining gritted his teeth warily. Too terrifying. He began to grow more urgent. Headquarters. Suspected discovery of a zombie emperor. With a wave of his hand, there is a boundless sea of blood and bones piled like mountains. Heavens, this is definitely a corpse emperor. Does heaven want to destroy us? Why did zombies mutate so fast? Headquarters. I recommend using a nuclear bomb to clear it. I recommend a nuclear bomb. The admiral looked at the series of reports on the screen with hands on his hips. Headquarters acknowledges. 10 seconds until nuclear annihilation. Air Force One, nuclear missile launched. Reaching target in 10 seconds. Report complete. As the words ended, a mushroom cloud erupted between the islands in mid-air. Ruining curled his body, recalling that feeling. I felt it was completely impossible to resist him. The only thing I could suggest was using nuclear weapons to eliminate him. Go, let us fly back to see the situation. But then, what was before his eyes horrified him even more. The admiral hurriedly wanted an update. Mr. Gongyang, what is the situation? Please report on site. Ruining's eyes went wide, his mouth unable to make a sound. Corpse Emperor. It turned out he thought Chang Shang was the Corpse Emperor and was still there after the attack. Ruining's spirit was severely traumatized. After the nuclear blast, the zombie king is completely unharmed. Hearing these words, the admiral and the entire crew were stunned. Ruining quickly landed the helicopter at Chang Shang's location. Before he could react, he was overtaken by Chang Shang's teleportation behind his back. Chang Shang's face darkened as he spoke a quiet question. What is with these people? I came here to save them, yet they welcome me like this. Ruining looked back and forth, still unable to process the situation. Below, Chang Shang's figure was sitting steadily in place. The Corpse Emperor was still there. He turned left and right in confusion, pointing back and forth. You. At this point, Ruining turned pale, unable to say another word, because the shock was too great. He directly foamed at the mouth and fainted. Looking at this behavior, Chang Shang's mood lightened. This kid's spirit is a bit weak to actually faint on the spot. I only gave him a little illusion. Actually, after I discovered the welcome ceremony falling from the sky, I immediately left. Whether those scientific bombs could kill a golden core cultivator like me, I do not know, and I do not want to know. Only a fool would choose to resist, but I chose to leave. Before the bombs annihilated everything, I appeared behind Dongyang Ruining's back. The exploding bombs were just an illusion I created. No wonder it is the Dao Guang illusory silk, #1 in the world. Simultaneously it confirmed one thing: this illusion technology is not much more advanced than the technology on Earth. It does not pose a big threat to me. Chang Shang helped Ruining onto a bed to rest and muttered, just treat it as a dream. Even if he wakes up, he will be moved for a long time. Seeing him wake up, Chang Shang took the opportunity to intimidate him a bit more. He chuckled and said in a serious tone, awake, how was my lullaby? No need to repay me, friend. You gave me such a big gift. How could I not return the favor a little? Ruining struggled to sit up. Damn, I can't move. He could only obediently let Chang Shang pat his head. You have roughly the strength of the mid-foundation establishment stage. Your ability is quite interesting. It is not physical cultivation, but more like a genetic mutation. But the development speed is very low. This kind of system is temporarily of little use to me. Then a thought appeared in his mind. When cultivation reaches the end, one can't really be considered human anymore, and abilities are far more diverse. Furthermore, my cultivation progression speed is much faster, so there is no need to risk becoming a zombie to try this system. Based on Gongyang Ruining's body that I checked, this world's evolution system is somewhat simple and the abilities are quite limited. I do not see much room for imagination yet. Thinking of this, Chang Shang asked directly, what level are the experts in this world? Ruining heard this and replied quite confidently, I am a top-level rank A expert, currently one of the 5 strongest people in the world. Yet he showed a face of disdain. If that is the case, this world is actually a bit stronger than the previous illusion, because it has an evolution system and its technology is more advanced. But my strength is also progressing very fast, and the combined attack methods of this world could surely kill me, but only on the condition that I stand there, motionless, and let them kill me. Let us go. Take me to see your surviving person in charge. Very soon after, Chang Sheng had to endure the admiral's intense glare. It was because he had casually taken the man's seat at the commander-in-chief's desk. Chang Sheng did a brief study of the zombies this time. Every apocalyptic crisis has its origin. In the previous chaotic world of martial arts and monsters, the origin was the heartless demonic chi returning from the upper Buddhist realm, causing the entire world to mutate, making humanity great again in this world. The source of the apocalyptic crisis came from a former federal president. He wanted to use scientific methods to modify genes, thereby achieving the goal of immortality, so he could rule the Federation forever. Under his powerful drive, the research department indeed developed a new drug. This drug could cause human genes to mutate, thereby breaking the limits of age. Unfortunately, the research eventually spiraled out of control, and the entire world had to pay the price for that federal president's ambition for immortality. An outcome that no one desired occurred. 9/10 of humanity turned into living corpses. Subsequently, during the process of being hunted by the living corpses, the survivors were also transformed into zombies one by one. Ruining recounted everything. At this point, it had been exactly 1 year since the zombies first appeared among that initially lucky group of survivors. Now, out of every 10 people, less than 1 remained. Next, unless the surviving humans quickly completed their evolution, according to the current rate of development, this world would become a paradise for zombies within half a year. Chang Sheng frowned and pointed out the situation clearly, but obviously, humanity has failed to evolve. The zombies are the products of that failed evolution. This also meant that the evolutionary path of this world had reached its end, and the flame of civilization was flickering on the verge of extinction. These words plunged the headquarters into a state of helpless silence. A green-haired girl nearby was absorbed in scrolling through the phone in her hand. She happened to receive a new message: join the team to fight zombies. Is he really not the zombie king? As long as he says he is not, then he definitely is not. That was a chat box named Join the Team to Fight Zombies, containing messages exchanged between the girl and her colleagues. Roughly, that colleague did not quite trust Chang Sheng. Is he a level 5 evolver? I do not think level 5 is this strong. Why discuss that? As long as he helps us fight zombies and leads us to survival, that is enough. Even if he says he is my father, I won't have an objection. She also sent a follow-up. What if he is a demon even more cruel than the zombies? A red-haired girl nearby was also carefully reading every line. She sent a message to settle the chaos. Everyone be quiet. He has finished reading the documents. At this moment Chang Sheng spoke up, addressing the whole team. Very well. I have a general grasp of your situation. Now, it is my turn to speak about mine. Everyone, I am the Antarctic Longevity Emperor of the Immortal Realm, the one who patrols the myriad worlds of the heavens. Although he said that, he still felt a bit anxious in his heart. He had to exchange sincerity for sincerity first. He had to make them believe his words. Ruining and the Admiral quickly believed him. We pay our respects to the Antarctic Longevity Emperor. However, Chang Sheng did not rush to speak but carefully observed his surroundings. He silently organized everything. The apocalypse is truly a furnace for tempering people. It seems the fools have all been weeded out. The survivors are all elites. I am very satisfied my sincerity has been exchanged for theirs. Thinking so, Chang Sheng stood up and spoke. Very good. Since everyone believes in my identity, let us directly discuss the next issue. This seat will help you solve the zombie crisis, but your world was not destroyed by zombies. It was destroyed by man-made disasters. To allow you to rebuild your country and stay away from apocalyptic crises, I will take away all the weapons created by your mechanisms that can destroy humanity. His gaze shifted toward the distance. I remember a friend once asked a question, can a nuclear bomb kill old devil you? I hope this time I can help that friend resolve their doubts. As a golden core cultivator, I still feel very safe in this zombie world, but once I return to the illusion world mentioned by Li Changxi, I do not feel any sense of security at all. After all, I have offended old devil Yu, and I am about to offend him once more. Thinking of the scene where old devil Yu screams made Chang Sheng shiver. Who dares to harm my son? Or perhaps the old man would roar and pull off a double kill. Chang Sheng chuckled to reassure himself. Old devil Yu and I truly share a bond. First I kill his illegitimate son, then I kill his lover. If I do not kill old devil Yu, I truly feel it will be hard to end this well. To rely on strength to kill him, I will need at least 3 to 5 years. Therefore, during these 3 to 5 years, I must prepare more self-defense weapons for myself. However, I am a fair and polite good person. These firearms are items of this illusion world. If I take them directly, it would be no different from looting. I have never done that kind of thing before. I am just engaging in a friendly negotiation with the other party. He still left a path for democracy. Who agrees, who opposes? The entire tower was momentarily plunged into a terrifying silence. Murderous intent and displeasure were clear in Chang Sheng's eyes. Thus, Ruining stood out as the first to take the brunt. I agree. Next was the Admiral's turn. The Emperor's judgment is as sharp as a torch. His few words hold great meaning, enlightening me. Indeed, the origin of our world's apocalypse was entirely a man-made disaster. We created weapons we could not control ourselves. The green-haired girl became frantic upon hearing this. The Emperor is great in mercy and compassion, saving us from suffering, making us feel grateful to the point of tears. In a blink, he became the idol of the youth. Many thanks to the Emperor for your help. Please rest assured, Emperor, anyone who disagrees is the common enemy of all humanity. Standing among the crowd, Chang Sheng's lips twitched. It seems I misunderstood the people of this world before. Their nature is actually very well-mannered. Previously, it was likely because they did not understand me, so the welcoming method was a bit simple and crude. Once they understood me better, they were quickly conquered by my charismatic personality. He who gives me a peach, I return with a plum. Since everyone is giving me such face, I naturally won't disappoint you. Everyone, actually, your guess was not wrong. The Zombie King has been born. Just as he said, the Zombie King stepped out from within the space portal. Before the fight, he casually shared some knowledge. Speaking of which, you all know the Zombie King quite well. It is that federal president who always wanted immortality. These words immediately struck the morale of the soldiers in the headquarters. However, Chang Sheng happened to comfort the group just in time. But do not worry, this seat will resolve this right now. You should not be idle either. Use your energy to gather the remaining zombies into one place. Don't make me run to too many places. Let us seize this chance to wipe out the whole nest in one go. His certainty made the green-haired girl jump with joy. Great. Ruining, on the other hand, was a bit incredulous. Emperor, do you mean to resolve them all in one single attempt? Chang Sheng drew his sword and confirmed with a smile. Naturally. This emperor has 100 tasks and 1,000 matters. I do not have much time to waste in this minor world of yours. Mainly, this world has just gone through a zombie crisis and is in a ruined state waiting for reconstruction. There is no entertainment at all. Saving the world quickly and returning to kill Sheng Taiping is the main priority. And then he rushed out to get to work immediately. Time passed, and it was now 3 hours later. Having cleared out the zombie horde, Chang Sheng moved in to deal with the Zombie King. His pitch-black shadow sat in the center chair of the meeting table. Chang Sheng's eyes flickered slightly. At that moment, the Zombie King angrily pointed directly at his face. How can you evolve faster than me? Have you reached SSS rank? Chang Sheng did not bother saying much, and quickly drew his sword. You actually managed to keep your reason and even awakened lightning abilities. In his heart, he thought that back in the previous martial world, he had discovered he could directly understand the speech of these natives and communicate in their language, but when he muttered to himself, the opponent could not understand. The Zombie King frowned and asked, "Who are you exactly? We can cooperate. I can help you continue evolving. I can help you rule the world. However, Changsheng rushed forward and grabbed his collar. Regarding dictatorial rulers like you who drag down countless people for personal gain, I have always wanted to kill you just to clear my sight. With extremely fast movements, he seized the crystal from within the zombie king's body. Changsheng continuously felt the power radiating from it. It felt as if he only needed to absorb this transparent crystal to possess the lightning manipulation ability. Naturally, the power still needed constant exploitation and evolution to see if it would be helpful later. Having lost all his strength, the zombie king could only beg, Save me. I will take you to the lab. Inside there are products that can control half of the zombies. He replied to him with the silence of an ex-lover. And then Changsheng directly sliced off the coconut on the zombie king's neck. After that battle, everyone was present at the experimental base headquarters. The green-haired girl was the most delighted. We won. Ruining moved closer and cupped his hands to ask, Emperor, why have you brought us here? Changsheng looked into the distance and gestured, inside here lies the secret for you survivors to continue evolving. As long as you use it well, it can help you quickly complete reconstruction and even create a more prosperous world. Naturally, the flip side of opportunity is danger. Perhaps reopening the lab will be the start of another apocalyptic crisis. If it fails, it has the potential to create a zombie wave several times more powerful. Changsheng left a few messages without getting deeply involved. This is your own world. Whether to open this door or not is for you to decide for yourselves. This seat will not do it for you. His entire body was suddenly covered in a multicolored aura. The matter here is settled. This seat is leaving. The teleportation door opened, and Changsheng bid farewell to the crowd below. This accidentally startled Ruining for a moment. Finally, he and the others said goodbye to Changsheng. After a stressful outing, he returned to the Peace Hotel. Inside the room, Changsheng continuously adjusted his internal energy. While meditating, he silently calculated. The scripture of demonic desire seems to rely on absorbing emotions to level up. Moreover, it is best if those emotions and desires are negative. That will bring greater progress. It is all thanks to Sheng Taiping that I learned how to repeatedly earn merit. A second later, Changsheng's attitude immediately shifted. I have my principles. I did not operate the scripture of demonic desire in the zombie world. I do not lack the merit of one world. But if they can't control their own greed, then I won't refuse to save another apocalyptic world that poses no danger to me. After all, the only lesson humanity learns from history is that it never learns any lessons. Merit has increased again, the crystal has been brought out, and firearms have been brought out too. His words were left unfinished as a thought crossed his mind. The Moon Palace has a big problem. Li Changxi has a big secret. Those places are likely the true apocalyptic minor worlds. With so many worlds experiencing concentrated apocalyptic crises, the true source is clearly in a higher dimension. In the sky, a vortex and lightning appeared hidden behind the towering clouds. Changsheng frowned, unsure what to do. Saving these worlds now is likely just treating the symptoms, not the cause. I still have to strive to become stronger, to be able to see through the true source and thoroughly solve the seeds of the apocalypse. And the most important issue is, senior sister's thigh is getting more and more fragrant, reliable. While he was reminiscing, Hong Ye knocked on the door outside. Changsheng, are you alright? He set aside his thoughts for a moment. Hong Ye, what is the matter? Ying Hong Ye had no idea he had just returned from the Moon Palace, because in Hong Ye's timeline, only a second had passed since they returned to their rooms. She walked in and expressed her worry. I felt the aura in your room suddenly surge. I thought an assassin from the Assassin Alliance had attacked. Hearing this, Changsheng immediately reassured her. It is fine. The Assassin Alliance's reaction is not that fast. These big forces take a few days just to run through procedures. Furthermore, I fear that after the assassins receive the news, their first reaction will be to conduct an internal self-inspection. Who would have expected someone to proactively cause trouble for the Assassin Alliance? Hong Yi waved her hand, explaining the previous anomaly. Initially, I thought so too, but just now a burst of blood-slaughtering chi erupted in your room, very similar to those assassins who have incurred heavy blood debts. It seems I sensed it incorrectly. I was truly too concerned and grew confused. She smiled, but did not stop being suspicious. Changsheng could even assassinate Bai Guanlin while on the mountain. The assassins of the Assassin Alliance should feel ashamed compared to Changsheng. That aura just now was clearly his. As for why a righteous disciple like Ji Changsheng can burst out with such thick killing intent, I fundamentally do not want to know. A smart person must know how to play dumb. I do not care what Ji Changsheng has done. I only care what he wants to do. Changsheng gave a vague explanation to hide his secret. It is nothing. I just practiced the illusion technique of our Daguang lineage. I was about to tell you, Hongye, the preparations targeting Taiping Blessed Land are finished. We only need to catch the Taiping Blessed Land's weakness and strike repeatedly. We can surely make Sheng Taiping reveal his true colors. This information was too unexpected for Hongye. Changsheng, are you sure? Infinite confidence flashed in his eyes. Certain. My illusion technique has broken through again. Even those in the nascent soul stage won't be able to distinguish truth from falsehood. Forget nascent soul. Even if Fairy Linglong herself came, she would not see through it. Because what I brought back are real, genuine zombies, and the resentful souls and white bones are exactly as named, not fake at all. The set of white bones gradually dissolved along with the thick red and black aura. Once finished, Changsheng walked straight out the door. I am going out for a bit to make some preparations at Taiping Blessed Land. Hongye, you just go about your business. Throughout the journey, he continuously arranged each step. Sheng Taiping wants to continue selling Taiping Blessed Land at a high price in the second round, and even put out the slogan that after being blessed by a Xuandu Guan master, it has become a true grotto heaven. Therefore, I plan to give him a hand. If a blessed land can help rogue cultivators and prolong the life of commoners, then for those demonic and ghost cultivators who need a special environment, they should experience it too. Half a shichen later, Changsheng returned to the inn. Friends, I am back. Hongye lightly twisted a lock of her hair and announced, Changsheng, Sheng Taiping sent us an invitation to gather at Tianxiang Pavilion in a while. He made a poetic remark, etiquette first, force later. This is the first step. He plans to bribe us first. Daoyan understood and was extremely annoyed. He looks down on us too much. Who would want his 3 filthy coins? However, Changsheng's affirmation made him freeze. I want them. Money is innocent. Since Sheng Taiping wants to bribe us, we just accept it. Why not take something given for free? Daoyan hesitated at those words. Changsheng, if we take the money and do not do the work, it is a bit lacking in martial world ethic. The corners of Changsheng's mouth curled slightly. With scum like Sheng Taiping, why talk about ethics? Furthermore, as long as we kill Sheng Taiping, who will know we lacked martial world ethics? His decision happened to align with Hongye's. Changsheng, you are absolutely right. Changsheng turned and pointed to himself. Naturally, what I say is always logical. Learn from me in the future. Let us go to Tianxiang Pavilion together. Half an hour later at Tianxiang Pavilion, Taiping welcomed them warmly. You three, let me introduce you. He flatteringly massaged Tunian's shoulders and back. This is the outer sect elder Bai Tunian of Xuandu Guan. And this is the outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion, Cao Mengde. The burly man sat in the seat of honor, his body feeling slightly warm. Changsheng was dazed, his eyes popping out. He did not expect things to go this far. Huh, Prime Minister, is your name that common? Hong Yi was annoyed by Taiping's behavior. Sheng Taiping calling Bai Tunian to suppress us was within our expectations, but he could actually reach all the way to the Danqing Pavilion. The most critical thing is, Ji Changsheng picked a name at random. Does your Danqing Pavilion truly have such a person? Among the top sects, Danqing Pavilion has the second largest number of disciples. I fear even the pavilion master himself does not know the identities of all of them. It is truly unexpected that Sheng Taiping could find the real Cao Mengde from among tens of thousands of outer disciples. In a corner, Taiping did not forget to probe. There are tens of thousands of ordinary Danqing Pavilion disciples. If he is not a Dao child or a genius, I naturally would not have heard of him. I have a special network. I checked, and there is indeed an outer elder named Cao Mengde, but he is the complete opposite of this person looking for trouble with me. I used my influence to invite Cao Mengde here, naturally to verify Ji Changsheng's identity. Although noble Haran Chi cannot be faked, disguising his identity to find trouble with me surely means his schemes are not small. Only by exposing him on the spot can I seize the upper hand. Only now did Mengde speak up to inquire. Does this little friend share the same name and surname as this old man? In his heart he silently noted, with a talent and appearance like this little friend, I actually have not heard of him in the pavilion. I wonder when little friend joined the Danqing Pavilion. Yet Changsheng was still confident enough to declare, you do not have the qualification to know. Mengde maintained the same attitude, if little friend does not want to say, I won't force it. It is just, could I have a look at little friend's noble Haran Chi? Life gives a role, so why not act it out? This Cao Mengde's aura was close to a nascent soul cultivator, likely at the peak of the golden core realm. But for me, it poses no pressure. Peak golden core is far from being able to see through my illusions. Black and white Taoist aura appeared around Changsheng's body. Mengde was stunned for a few seconds. It is you. He did not rush to reply because this statement was beyond his control. Daoyan stood behind with his arms folded, chiming in. Who is it? Could it be that Changsheng has a hidden identity at the Danqing Pavilion? Based on the situation, Changsheng adapted. It seems this guy has mistaken me for someone else. Mengde bowed low and cupped his hands. Little friend, I was presumptuous. When you return to the pavilion in the future, I will come to your door to apologize. Even he had no idea what the hell had just happened. Mengde's attitude surprised both Tunian and Taiping. He darkened his face at the man's sudden reversal. Elder Cao, what has happened? Responding to the question, Mengde frowned. Marquis Sheng, you and I have no grudge or enmity. Why did you harm me today? Taiping was momentarily frightened pale. Elder Cao, why do you say this? He put on a look of resentment and gave a cold snort. Afterward, Mengde went to explain to Changsheng, I have never had a friendship with this person. He used connections to call me, telling me to make a trip today. If little friend has a grudge with him, there is no need to respect my face. I take my leave today. On another day, if I am lucky, I hope to share wine with little friend. Having said that, he walked straight out the door. Taiping could not help but reach out and call after him. Elder Cao. He still held a resentful attitude behind Changsheng. From this it seems the identity of these three has been revealed. However, another identity that cannot be ignored has been discovered, the surname Ji. A member of the Ji family, but the Danqing Pavilion is not afraid of the Ji family. What exactly is going on? Tunian annoyedly ordered Taiping. Why have not you quickly followed him out? He startled into remembrance and hurried to grab Mengde's wrist. Elder Cao, please stay. Taiping quickly took out a bag of gold to soothe the atmosphere. I still invite Elder Cao to clarify that little friend. Surname Ji, what kind of person is he exactly? Yet Mengde was still not at all satisfied. Marquis Sheng, you have truly harmed me. If not for the sake of the Bai family, I certainly would not settle today's matter for you. Hearing this, he was both bitter and curious. Could it be a young master of the Ji family? The guess made Mengde show blatant disdain. What does the face of a Ji family young master count for in the Danqing Pavilion? Marquis Sheng, I said his surname is Ji, and he has such talented looks. Do not you think of a certain person in our Danqing Pavilion? Taiping was frightened out of his wits, learning swordsmanship at 15, transforming the feudal lords, writing literature at 30, a minister of state. His surname is Ji. Is it the Ji of the Qinglian sword immortal? A face appeared in his imagination. Mengde said nothing but nodded solemnly in confirmation. Taiping followed up with his own interpretation. There are rumors that the Qinglian sword immortal indeed has an illegitimate son, but he has never appeared, so I thought it was just a rumor. He chimed in, before today, I also thought it was just a rumor. But this person's noble Haran Qi carries the special aura of the Qinglian lineage, and his appearance is 30% similar to the Qinglian sword immortal. Marquis Sheng, if I were you, I certainly would not make an enemy of him. After hearing this, he did not forget to cup his hands in thanks. I understand. I will surely repay Elder Cao's guidance today in the future. Only then did Mengde stroke his beard in satisfaction. He bid farewell and lightly stepped on the air, flying away. Outside the door, Taiping continued to calculate. If he is the illegitimate son of the Qinglian sword immortal, I fear I must change my tactics regarding today's matter. The Qinglian sword immortal is one of the 5 great sword immortals of the current age. The face of the Danqing Pavilion, no one wants to offend him. Simultaneously, inside Tianxiang Pavilion, Daoyan was constantly sending messages to the chat group. Changsheng, are you a member of our Ji family? Hong Dai, standing nearby, could not hide her curiosity either. Chang Sheng, you actually have a hidden identity in the Danqing Pavilion. Chang Sheng sat in the middle, feeling extremely awkward because even he did not know. Chang Sheng, what exactly happened? I am asking you. Chang Sheng, answer me. Furthermore, Chang Sheng was busy pondering Mengde's words. Before leaving, Cao Mengde had sent him a final voice transmission. The saintess asked me to send you her regards. He tried to piece everything together. His mission to kill Sheng Taiping was given by the Heihuan saintess. On his first day in Shengjing, he had already clashed with Sheng Taiping. Clearly, none of this had escaped the saintess's divine gaze, and Sheng Taiping's subsequent reactions were likely within her expectations as well. The most terrifying part was that the Heihuan saintess could actually command the outer elders of the Danqing Pavilion, and even the scripture-passing elder of the Xuandu Monastery. The monastery master had once warned him that the Heihuan saintess was currently the only woman in the world qualified to rival Fairy Linglong. At the same time, she was vying for power against the world's #1 great demon, Old Devil Yu, without falling behind. Previously, he had not truly realized the significance of this. Now he understood, whether the demonic path fell into chaos or not depended on the Heihuan saintess. If she went all out, even the righteous path would likely be thrown into turmoil. Moreover, considering the Heihuan saintess also shared the surname Ji, and Fairy Linglong was about to ascend, perhaps the Heihuan saintess would be his biggest gold thigh to lean on in the near future. Just then, Taiping returned with a forced smile. Brother Ji, you certainly kept me in the dark. He grabbed Chang Sheng's hand to show friendliness. If I had known your background earlier, yesterday's misunderstanding would never have happened. Chang Sheng clicked his tongue and yanked his hand away, wondering what kind of background the Heihuan saintess had fabricated for him. It seemed she did not fully trust him yet and was still testing his abilities. He then replied with feigned disgust, disciples of the Danqing Pavilion act based on their original heart, never their background. Marquis Sheng, please do not give me such special treatment. It is actually a bit embarrassing. Taiping did not dare push further. Brother Ji is right to lecture me. However, I am a mere mortal mired in the red dust. Naturally, I cannot compare to your realm, Brother Ji. Left ignored in a corner, Tu Ran was slightly displeased. Marquis Sheng, you still have not introduced this Brother Ji's background to me. Taiping's expression immediately became solemn. Brother Ji comes from the Qinglian lineage of the Danqing Pavilion. Upon hearing that name, Tu Ran's jaw dropped in shock. In another corner, Dao Yan and Hong Dai were eavesdropping. Has it really come to this? Why do not we understand anything? Naturally, even Chang Sheng did not understand a damn thing. He gave a hollow laugh, screaming internally about this strange identity. However, Chang Sheng quickly regained his composure. What the hell was the Qinglian lineage? It did not matter. Sheng Taiping and Bai Sudi would eventually let him know. Suddenly, Tu Ran burst into laughter as if they were old friends. So, you are the illegitimate son of the Qinglian sword immortal. Hong Dai suddenly appeared and added a comment. We would not dare claim a connection with Fairy Linglong. Fairy Linglong does not specialize in swordsmanship, yet she can still rank among the 5 great sword immortals of the current era. Being #1 under heaven is truly a well-deserved title. How could we dare to stand on equal footing with her? Is Elder Bai intending to use the name of the Xuandu Monastery to guarantee Marquis Sheng's safety? Tu Ran rubbed his chin to hide his annoyance. I only share a friendship with Marquis Sheng. Young lady, do not overthink it. She stood with hands on her hips, declaring sharply, if Marquis Sheng has truly committed heinous crimes, our Xuandu monastery will naturally not stand idly by. I will definitely not let personal feelings ruin official business. Before leaving, Hong Dai added one final sentence. It is best if it stays that way. He flashed a corporate smile and gave a flirtatious farewell. Rest assured, young lady. The Xuandu Monastery and the Danqing Pavilion have always been in the same boat. Years ago, when our Bai family's great libationer had her grand wedding, the Qinglian Sword Immortal even attended in person to offer congratulations. The people of the Bai family and the Xuandu Monastery act with boundaries. We would never call white black. The two did not say more, but they both happened to share the same thought. Those words sounded incredibly fake. Meanwhile, Chang Sheng stood in the corner, distracted. The title, libationer, usually referred to the head of the educational system, managing the Imperial Academy or the National University. Though it was his first time hearing of the Qinglian Sword Immortal, anyone who could be called one of the 5 great sword immortals alongside his mother-in-law was certainly no simple character. He must be one of the peak powerhouses of the current era, and he even attended libationer Bai's wedding. The more he thought, the less it made sense. Was he a Grand Master in charge of the Ying state's previous evolutionary system? Li Changxi was right, the Bai family below the mountain and the Bai family on the mountain felt like 2 different species. The Bai family on the mountain were all weaklings who could not take a single hit, while the Bai family below the mountain seemed to produce grandmasters one after another. The most obvious manifestation was the siblings, Tu Ran and his brother. At this thought, Chang Sheng could not stop scrutinizing him. Even someone like Bai Sudi, who was considered only middle tier in the Bai family, acted and spoke with great depth. Suddenly, he spoke up, breaking the atmosphere on the other side. Libationer Bai is Libationer Bai, and Sheng Taiping is Sheng Taiping. They are not the same person. We naturally cannot lump them together. Marquis Sheng, you know our Danqing Pavilion. I cultivate the noble righteous key. When I encounter injustice, I must seek justice for the victims. It is the righteous aura of heaven and earth. There are many rumors in Shengjing that you, Marquis Sheng, treat human lives like grass, especially the Taiping Blessed Land project you recently developed, which has caused many families to be destroyed. Do you have any explanation for this? Taiping was momentarily embarrassed and could only offer a perfunctory smile. It took a few seconds before he returned to his usual jovial demeanor. Our first meeting was not very pleasant, which caused Brother Li to doubt my character. I shall punish myself with 3 cups first. After draining 1 cup, Taiping thought to himself, I originally planned to be polite before using force, but now that I know from Cao Mengde that this man is the illegitimate son of the Qinglian Sword Immortal, I must pay even more attention to etiquette. He raised the 2nd cup. Regarding Brother Li's claim that I treat human lives like grass, those are entirely baseless rumors among the commoners. As for the Taiping Blessed Land, causing families to perish, that was due to ghost cultivators causing trouble. It had nothing to do with me. To solve this, I even spent a large sum of money to invite Elder Bai of the Xuandu Monastery to personally perform a ritual to dispel those lonely ghosts and wild spirits. Elder Bai can testify for me. Drawn into the conversation, Tu Ran had to speak up to help him out. There was indeed such a matter. Chang Sheng followed up with a question. So Marquis Sheng is saying those citizens are framing you. Do they really have such audacity? Taiping waved his hand with an air of innocence. Brother Li, you might not fully understand the common people of the mortal world. Many ignorant mortals are simply unbearable. They do not understand me, and even less so the hardships of the imperial court. Those ordinary people only see my glory and prominence as the richest man in the Sheng state, but they do not know how I walk on thin ice every day, nor how much I have contributed to this entire country. Dao Yan heard this and could not believe his ears. You contributed greatly to the Sheng state. Taiping flaunted his wealth to bolster his prestige. Of course. Every year, the income tax I contribute alone is an astronomical figure. Not to mention I support tens of thousands of servants, thereby allowing tens of thousands of families to live happy lives. They truly do not understand. I do not earn money for myself. I do it for the Sheng state. I run the Blessed Land business so the empire's coffers can be more abundant. Without me, I fear the civil and military officials of the court would not even receive their salaries. Not to mention the national strength of the Sheng state has grown stronger over the years, has not at all relied on the money earned from the Blessed Land business. The commoners are ignorant. They eat from the bowl and then curse the provider once they put it down. I will endure the bad reputation. I just hope the 3 esteemed disciples of the Danqing Pavilion won't misunderstand me. I believe that history will surely give me a fair assessment. He truly spoke as beautifully as a song. Dao Yan could never reach this level of rhetoric. Even someone as silver-tongued as Chang Sheng could not find a single word to rebut. After a long silence, he slowly opened a different path for counter-argument. Marquis Sheng, if you put it that way, not only are you not a heartless wealthy man, but you are instead a great hero helping the Sheng state develop. Right on theme, Taiping was ready to write a 3-page essay. I would not dare claim the title of hero, but everything I do is within the scope of commerce, reasonable and legal. If it were not so, I could not have brought my business to this stage today. Elder Bai of the Xuandu Monastery would be the first to not let me off. Chang Sheng did not rush to accuse but wanted further confirmation. Does Elder Bai also agree with Marquis Sheng's perspective? He nodded while gloating internally. The Qinglian sword immortal may be strong, but the Bai family is not afraid. We just do not want to offend him easily. I believe the sword immortal would not want to offend the Bai family for no reason either, so I have no psychological pressure and no need to fear him. After reassuring himself, Tu Ran affirmed with a dignified air, young friend Li might not know, but before Marquis Sheng entered commerce, the national strength of the Sheng state was actually weak, and the people were so poor they did not have enough to eat. Since Marquis Sheng started his business and pioneered the blessed land trade, the state's strength has grown daily, and the citizens have begun to escape poverty. He and Taiping painted a non-existent rosy path. Tu Ran then mentioned the rumors. Although Marquis Sheng's reputation outside has mixed reviews, in my eyes, he is indeed a key figure in the development of the Sheng state, worthy of being called its hero. Suddenly, Chang Sheng let out a few strange shouts. Excellent. He bluntly critiqued the two. Your tongues are truly skilled. You really can turn black into white. Tu Ran lowered his voice and asked back, why does Brother Ji say that? Following that, he directly exposed them. The Sheng state has been under the protection of the Xuandu monastery for decades. Just by resting and recovering, the lives of the people would naturally improve. What does this have to do with a merchant like you? Stealing the credit of heaven as your own, how utterly shameless. Tu Ran was furious, but had to endure it. Brother Ji, you are too young. Heroes must come first to create the times. The ignorant masses are easily influenced by schemes and plots, leading to wrong judgments about the situation and Marquis Sheng. Previously, I also thought he was wealthy but lacked virtue. But after I urged the 6 doors of the Sheng state to investigate, I discovered that those targeting him were actually part of a Ying state conspiracy. The Sheng state was originally Ying territory. Since gaining independence, the Ying state has held a grudge. They see Marquis Sheng as the key to our rise, so they have done many things to target him, including spreading rumors and framing him. The 100 Ghosts Night Walk at the Taiping Blessed Land you mentioned was also later proven to be a Ying state plot. Hong Dai could not take it anymore and almost gave him a punch. Fortunately, Chang Sheng was sober enough to step forward and stop her. At this moment, Taiping clapped his hands, ordering a group of servants to appear. He walked over and introduced each item. Brother Li, these are the case files investigated by the 6 doors. The evidence is solid. I did not want you to have any misunderstandings, so I prepared these in advance. Please, have a look. He carefully picked up a random scroll from the tray and examined it meticulously. After skimming it, Chang Sheng handed it to the person beside him. Hong Dai, you should look too. Chang Sheng thought with confusion. The files are all real, and the chain of evidence seems very complete. But back when I framed Bai Guanlin, the evidence was even more seamless than this. If I believe even one word, my name is not Li Daoyan. Taiping was also a genuine old fox. Guessing that Chang Sheng would not believe it, he still had a second move. He continued waving his hand to signal the next mate. I know Brother Li had a bad impression before and might think I am in cahoots with the 6 doors. That is fine. Actually, the 6th elder of the Danqing Pavilion was once like you, but after a deep investigation, he finally realized he had wronged me. He even gave me a caddy of enlightening ink as an apology gift. The Qinglian sword immortal began learning swordsmanship at 15, traveled through all the vassal states, possessed 10 parts literary talent, and befriended ministers and generals. I have always admired him. Meeting Brother Li is fate. Could you perhaps gift this caddy of enlightening ink to the Qinglian sword immortal on my behalf to express my respect for him? Following his words, the maid quickly brought the gift before him. Chang Sheng hesitated for a moment before reacting. Sheng Taiping, this pale-faced fellow truly has skills. These words are both a carrot and a stick, giving plenty of face. Not only does he give me enough reason to stay out of it, but he also hints that he has connections in the Danqing Pavilion, and the hidden meaning is that as long as I stop interfering, this caddy of enlightening ink is a gift for me. The so-called gift for the Qinglian sword immortal was of course just an excuse. An ordinary person in this situation would likely choose to settle things peacefully. When Taiping saw him reach out to touch it, he gloated in his heart. Excellent, he accepted it. He smiled and added an encouraging remark. Chang Sheng frowned and stated, in the Danqing Pavilion, the elders often teach us that without investigation, one has no right to speak. Marquis Sheng is right. My impression of you was a bit biased. If Marquis Sheng has a clear conscience, could you lead us to the Taiping Blessed Land for a visit? The 3 of us would like to conduct an on-site inspection. Chang Sheng gave a firm affirmation. If the Taiping Blessed Land truly has no issues, the 3 of us will definitely apologize to Marquis Sheng. Taiping put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. That is exactly what I desire. I did not dare to ask. He felt extremely comfortable. He did not expect the sword immortal's illegitimate son to be so sensible. It was just putting on a show. He had already arranged everything at the Blessed Land. How could there be any problems? After that conversation, Taiping confidently extended an invitation. Brother Li, please, I shall lead the way. And so, a moment later at the Taiping Blessed Land, he still maintained his smug attitude. Brother Li, please look. Ahead is the place of abundant spiritual qi, singing birds and blooming flowers that I developed Taiping bless. But then Taiping's smile vanished instantly. He screamed, unable to believe his eyes. Where is my Taiping blessed land? Chang Sheng took the opportunity to draw his sword to punish Taiping. You dog thief. Do you still dare to say you do not treat human lives like grass? His face turned as pale as a squeezed lemon. Where is my huge Taiping blessed land? What the hell is this ghost realm on earth before me? Suddenly, Taiping sensed killing intent coming from behind his neck. He frantically backed away and screamed immediately, Brother Li, do not be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. There must be a misunderstanding. Yet Chang Sheng showed no mercy, and swung his sword. The truth is right before us. You said it was a blessed land, yet it turned into a ghost realm. Sheng Taiping, do you have any more excuses? Taiping knew he was cornered and shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Li, this must be a frame-up by some demonic sect villain. Chang Sheng frowned and refuted, demonic sect villains, they sure are unlucky. Everything gets blamed on them. Taiping gritted his teeth and thought, that is right. The Sheng state is protected by the Xuandu Monastery, and I have the Bai family as my backing. Everyone knows Fairy Linglong is behind the Bai family. Which demonic sect villain would dare to cause trouble on my turf? Are they tired of living? Thinking this, Taiping pouted and intentionally blamed someone else. Perhaps it was done by the Ying state. Hong Dai understood everything and was furious. What Li Changsheng did has nothing to do with our Ying state. This man truly deserves to die. So she directly spoke to Chang Sheng, senior brother, no need to waste words with him. This place is haunted and infested, with resentment reaching the heavens. It is clear that Sheng Taiping acts tyrannically. Who knows how many innocent people he has killed here? He deserves 1,000 cuts. Chang Sheng reversed his sword, pointing it straight at the ground. He took momentum from Hong Dai's words and charged. Sheng Taiping, I shall eliminate you in the name of justice. Suddenly, a massive sword blocked the path between them. It turned out to be the interference of that fellow Tu Ran. Young friend Li, wait. This must be a misunderstanding. Chang Sheng backed up to create distance before questioning him directly. Elder Bai, the evidence is now undeniable, and the truth is revealed. Do the Xuandu Monastery and the Bai family still want to shield this beast? Are you not afraid of the world's criticism? Tu Ran was also someone who knew the rules. Danqing disciples cultivated noble qi, which required exorcising demons and implementing justice. Now that the Blessed Land had turned into this monster state, if a Danqing disciple saw it and did not draw their sword, how could they face themselves? Sheng Taiping, how could you let such a massive error occur? At the same time, Chang Sheng had his own calculations. You have to provide a ladder for someone to climb down. If you kick the ladder away, how can they save face? After a long while, Tu Ran's lips curled slightly. Young friend Li, I know you are furious, but what we see can actually be explained. Chang Sheng followed the lead to create an opportunity. I am all ears. And so, he was given a lecture on logic. This place is a blessed land, and it indeed has distinct characteristics compared to others. But this is actually a unique feature of the Sheng state. Young friend Li, demonic and ghost cultivators are also living beings. All beings are equal and should be treated the same. Marquis Sheng established this blessed land for the purpose of great universal harmony. Furthermore, spiritual qi in the mortal world is sparse. Pursuing cultivation and longevity is difficult. Conversely, after Marquis Sheng's modification, it is even more suitable for extending the lives of the Sheng state citizens. Chang Sheng did not accept such a defensive argument. Absurdity. Despite this, Tu Ran was not finished. Of course, perhaps there are other hidden details. Young friend Li, do not be hasty. Give me 3 days, and I will surely uncover the truth and give you a satisfactory answer. But for now, Sheng Taiping cannot die. Chang Sheng pointed right at his face and asked back, give me one reason why he can't die right now. Otherwise, I will kill you too. This threat had no effect. The young friend is indeed the successor of the Qinglian sword, immortal such noble righteousness. I'm impressed. But Sheng Taiping truly cannot be killed because he is the libationer's man. 40% of the Blessed Land's income goes to providing for the libationer's research. If he dies, the libationer will be very displeased. Chang Sheng's brows knit together tightly. What does the libationer's displeasure have to do with me? As soon as he spoke, Hong Dai and Dao Yan stepped in to stop him from speaking further. She stood up to answer on Chang Sheng's behalf. Fine. We will wait 3 days. In 3 days, Sheng Taiping must provide an explanation. If not, we will invite the Qinglian sword immortal to personally pay a visit to libationer Bai. He was satisfied and did not forget to promise. Rest assured, there will definitely be an answer. Back downstairs, Hong Dai whispered into Chang Sheng's ear, senior brother, let us go. Give them 3 days to investigate. He sheathed his sword with lingering anger, believing Hong Dai surely had her reasons. It seemed this libationer Bai's status was higher than imagined. Behind Sheng Taiping, besides old devil Yu, there was unexpectedly a libationer Bai. Following that, Hong Dai directly utilized the sound-insulating boat. An illusory boat appeared, placing the 3 of them inside. Only now did she have the chance to vent. I knew there were people from the Bai family backing Sheng Taiping, but I never expected it would be that person. This time we are in trouble. Dao Yan held his head and lamented for a long time. Of all people, it had to be that person wanting to guarantee him. No wonder Sheng Taiping dared to despise human life so recklessly. With that person around, I fear even if the Qinglian sword immortal came in person, he could not kill Sheng Taiping. Seeing their moods, Chang Sheng calmly reorganized his thoughts. I have no idea who this libationer Bai is, but I can tell the opponent is very strong, no doubt a top-tier figure of this world. First old devil Yu, now libationer Bai. It seems that on the surface, Sheng Taiping really cannot be killed. Even with undeniable evidence, monsters without a background are beaten to death, while monsters with a background are always retrieved by their masters. And those people were the ones who backed Taiping. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh. As expected, I still have to follow in my idol's footsteps. Suddenly, Dao Yan whipped around when he noticed something unusual.
Chang Sheng, what are you taking out?
Chang Sheng smiled, his hand stroking the body of an AK-47. Hong Dai walked over looking at it curiously. Why does this look a bit like the long-range weapons targeting cultivators that our Ying state once researched? But this is the first time I have seen this model. Chang Sheng, what is this? He smiled and thought to himself, this is my harvest from the world of the living dead. He then gave a brief reply, a sniper rifle. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt. Sheng Taiping was just a golden core cultivator built on pills. He had observed closely. The man was not worth mentioning just a paper tank. It was the perfect chance to use him as a test subject to see if a weapon researched by the wisdom of ordinary people could assassinate a cultivator. Remember, I once said I have an idol. He reminisced about his former self from his past life. Because the situation was too ambiguous, Hong Dai hurriedly tried to stop him. Chang Sheng, do not be impulsive. Sheng Taiping has people backing him. To her surprise, Chang Sheng replied with a serious attitude, I know. That is why I can't kill him publicly in front of everyone, to prevent us from being unable to escape. Hong Dai, Dao Yan, you two withdraw first. Sheng Taiping is a man with a background, and an assassin is better off traveling 10,000 miles alone. Therefore, you have no reason to stay. After saying goodbye to them, he carried his hot hardware and hid on someone's rooftop. Chang Sheng settled into a sniping position and recited the military mantra, load, bolt, aim, fire. As the gunshot rang out, a powerful bolt of lightning simultaneously tore through the sky. The bullet struck Taiping right in the middle of his forehead. His entire body was enveloped in a protective aura. Even a golden core stage reached through pills was still a golden core. He actually had not died yet. If one bullet did not work, Chang Sheng immediately followed up with another. Every time he pulled the trigger, the thunder in the sky boomed, as if in support. This time, the bullet directly pierced through Taiping's protective aura. Turan had also sensed the unusual killing intent that had just descended. Chang Sheng brought him into his sights and muttered a line, satisfying. Thinking back to when my idol ranked up to the #1 machine gunner on the Japanese server, he must have felt this exhilarated. Turan froze for a second. He turned his head, glancing toward the place where the killing intent surrounding him originated. Turan's pupils showed extreme terror. He quickly rushed to the spot where Taiping lay sprawled out. There is an assassin, Marquis Sheng. Turan supported him and shook him gently. Marquis Sheng, hold on. The event happened so suddenly that he jolted and reminded himself, no, there is an ambush. I must protect myself first. At that moment, a bullet whistled in from the distance, but it was not as fast as Turan's speed. With a single touch, he caught it. After a thorough examination, he reached a conclusion, a weapon from the Ying state. Is it a remnant of the Ying state? On the other side, Chang Sheng was quite annoyed by Turan's tenacity. Combat dregs like Sheng Taiping could be settled with a sniper rifle plus a bit of cultivation support. But Bai Turan was a golden core cultivator of a significantly higher level. I only broke through to the golden core realm 2 days ago. I'm certainly no match for an old-timer like Bai Turan. I should still borrow some external items. Luckily, I'd buried them under the Taiping Blessed Land early on. This is the resting place I specially and carefully chose for Sheng Taiping. It was unclear what he did, but the ground beneath Turan's feet began to glow. A massive explosion occurred in the middle of the open courtyard. Turan remained unharmed, only coughing a few times from the dust. Chang Sheng observed everything. Even this did not blow him to death, as expected of a long-famed golden core cultivator. He is truly not someone a newly entered golden core like me can rival. He pulled out a submachine gun to fire another volley. Turan repeatedly took several such hits. By now, he had been provoked to the point of madness. Who exactly is it? Chang Sheng also turned pale seeing that persistent vitality. Truly an unkillable cockroach. One shot is not enough, then have another. He showed no mercy and flatly pulled the trigger. To be even more certain, Chang Sheng's fingers slipped, firing 3 consecutive bursts. The entire sky was filled with white smoke and the light generated by the explosions. By this time, Turan had gradually lost his strength and collapsed. Chang Sheng held a talisman and placed his hand on the top of Turan's head. Finally, the soul within Turan was sucked into it in an instant. Suddenly, Chang Sheng heard the sound of Taiping coughing again. Another Taiping emerged from the body lying below. He himself had to witness his own body growing cold. Taiping no longer showed any courtesy, questioning in a low, harsh voice. You actually killed this soul clone of mine, wasting one of my death substitution dolls. Chang Sheng was startled, as he had not anticipated this. A puppet soul clone, a death substitution doll. The Sheng Taiping, who appeared daily, was not the true body, but just a stand-in. Is this the level of old devil Yu's lover? Just a disgrace to the Golden Core Circle, yet so cautious about survival that he specifically arranged a puppet soul clone to show his face. Wait, something's wrong. This guy's actual strength does not seem to be just Golden Core. This aura. Why does it smell like a nascent soul cultivator? He gathered a ball of primordial essence mixed with lightning. Just a golden core and you dare try to kill me. You are seeking death. He finally realized he had stepped into a massive trap. As someone from Earth, there is a common disease in my bones that it seems white rabbits simply cannot avoid. Chang Sheng pulled out a set of switches. Firepower Deficiency Syndrome. Chang Sheng took out a remote control. Against this kind of monster, only full coverage firepower can make me feel a bit of safety. While typing was acting all imposing, the ground shook again. On this side, Chang Sheng pressed the detonation switch. Typing was terrified because the explosion happened right before his eyes. Typing's face was covered in grime. Damn it, remnants of the Ying state. Impossible. More than half of the Ying state's weapons were destroyed. Taking that opportunity, Chang Sheng leaped high into the air. Marquis Sheng, farewell. His eyes lit up, carrying words reeking of radiation. Nuclear bomb activate. Typing reached out as if to stop him. Stop, I am actually. However, those words were completely drowned out by the explosion. Chang Sheng had quickly run out of the impact zone. This time it is finally over. Fearing Sheng Taiping might escape again, I emptied the entire warehouse. Hopefully, quantity can be converted into quality. After everything gradually dispersed, he returned and landed in the main hall. Walking through the ruins, Chang Sheng conveniently checked around. He could no longer sense any fluctuations of life. Above his head, a tower appeared along with the soul-collecting talisman in his hand. Chang Sheng's face darkened as he calculated the next step. I must deploy my mystical arts to the limit, making others think I am old devil Yu. The commotion I caused just now was too loud. Sheng Taiping's people, or the Bai family might have already arrived. I must guard against all possibilities and leave myself room to maneuver. The physique of a nascent soul cultivator was indeed much stronger than a golden core's. Even though he was missing an arm and 2 legs, he still had not turned to ash. He noticed a scroll lying near Taiping, as well as a painting. It seemed to be an extraordinary treasure, but Sheng Taiping had not had time to use it before being blown to death. Just then, a graceful figure appeared. Chang Sheng quickly detected this presence. The woman before him now was none other than Linglong. Her eyes met the scene of devastation. Facing Linglong, Chang Sheng quickly analyzed, a tall figure. She is trembling. She likely heard the commotion and rushed here, then was terrified by the scene before her, so he plucked up the courage to speak. Fairy, do not be afraid. I am not some demon lord. Her voice rang out, trembling, but the Blood Sea phenomenon, the White Bone Dao Palace, the Myriad Soul Banner, and your world-ending celestial demon aura. They all prove you are a demon lord. Chang Sheng playfully kicked the flag in his hand and replied, Fairy, you have mistaken me. Actually, I am a good man who carries the Dao. The one I just killed was the real demon lord. Linglong hesitated for a moment, and then shouted, but he was my husband. This news made him jump in shock. Sheng Taiping, this piece of trash, was old devil Yu's lover, kept a married woman, and yet had such a peerless wife. He truly deserved to die. A second later, Chang Sheng regained his serious demeanor. Fairy, we righteous disciples take eliminating demons as our duty. I killed a degenerate husband for you. You do not need to thank me. To his surprise, his response was met only by Linglong's silence. She shed her previous weak appearance and tilted her head, musing, You do not recognize me. Chang Sheng shook his head several times with conviction. Though you are very beautiful and look a lot like the wife I have never met, my heart belongs entirely to my senior sister. Her face darkened as she introduced herself. I am Yu Linglong. At first he did not realize who she was. Yu Linglong. Fairy's name sounds truly beautiful. Wait, what did you say your name was? By the time he realized, his expression had completely changed. Yu Linglong. Chang Sheng's eyes went wide and his mouth formed a giant O. If I remember correctly, my mother-in-law's name is roughly, seemingly, perhaps. Yu Linglong. He braced himself to ask one more question. Which Yu? Which Linglong? She shyly replied in a vague manner. Probably the Yu in Yu Linglong, and the Linglong in Yu Linglong. Chang Sheng forced himself not to believe what was in front of him. Don't panic. Do not panic. He tried to reanalyze carefully. Sheng Taiping was old devil Yu's lover. How could he be my fake father-in-law? There must be a misunderstanding somewhere. Thinking this, Chang Sheng repeatedly denied the coincidence. Fairy's name is truly ethereal and refined. To think it shares the same name as the world's #1 powerhouse, Fairy Linglong. It seems you are also someone with great luck. She patiently hinted to him. Is it possible that I am Fairy Linglong? Chang Sheng laughed it off, waving his hands repeatedly.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Linglong hid the emotions on her face, leaving only a scrutinizing gaze for him. After a moment, she did not say much and just snapped her fingers. The scroll in Taiping's hand was directly lifted up. Linglong retrieved the treasure into her hand and shook her head with regret. If he had been able to open this painting in time, I could have appeared immediately to save him. How pitiful. He thought that because he was at the nascent soul realm, he did not need to take a golden core cultivator like you seriously. As a result, he slipped up and lost the entire game. I gave him 2 extra lives. One was lost at your hands, and before he could use the other, his soul had already departed for the Yellow Springs. Each of her words was like salt on Chang Sheng's tiny spirit. What is going on? How could Fairy Linglong be Sheng Taiping's wife? My brain is not enough for this anymore, he stammered, unable to be clearer. Mother-in-law. Have you eaten anything today? Linglong's eyes went wide at that form of address. Below, Chang Sheng stood at military attention, his shoulders unable to stop trembling. A while later, at the heavenly demon sect's soul-severing palace, the sect master's wife received some news and was incredibly happy. This is killing me. I can't take it anymore. This kid is truly too adorable. Oh my god, I really did not expect it. He actually really killed that guy. On the monitoring mirror, Chang Sheng was pleading desperately. Fairy, spare my life. Suddenly, old devil Yu appeared out of nowhere in her room. The sect master's wife sat up, assuming a delicate air.
What are you doing here?
The old man smiled, but killing intent billowed around him. It was the heavenly demon sect master Yu Bihai. The atmosphere in the room became increasingly oppressive. Old devil Yu spoke first. I received word that Yu Linglong suddenly ended her seclusion and left the Xuandu monastery. I fear this has alarmed all four directions. I was about to come and tell you, but it seems you knew early on. Is this your handiwork? She tilted her head, the corners of her lips curling slightly. The sect master's wife acted shyly, but her words were sharp.
Of course.
Besides me, who else in this world would dare to plot against Yu Linglong right now? Hearing this, he expressed his thoughts. I have always admired your methods, madam. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend. Her cultivation has reached an unprecedented peak. At this time, even I would not want to offend her casually. I only hope she ascends to the immortal realm as quickly as possible. Only you have the courage to stroke the tiger's whiskers at a time like this. These words happened to be exactly to her liking. However, old devil Yu did not stop there. Yu Linglong is currently focused entirely on her ascension. Some time ago, when the Bai family was kicked out of the Xuandu monastery, she did not even bother to come out. Yet you managed to lure her out and ruin her great ascension plan. What did you do? Right now, every peak sect in the world is speculating on Yu Linglong's sudden appearance. Every move of the world's #1 powerhouse before ascension will draw countless eyes. It will also have a massive impact on the global situation. I have to be so cautious that if Fairy Linglong wants to perform one last demon-slaying act before she goes, I must immediately open the mountain protecting array and enter seclusion. No one is foolish enough to face Fairy Linglong head-on right now. The sect master's wife crossed her legs on the bed and smirked. I managed to estrange a disciple of the Xuandu monastery, the one in this water screen. His name is Li Changsheng, the most outstanding inner disciple of this generation at the Xuandu monastery. Hearing this, old devil Yu showed surprise. And then, she made a killing gesture without hiding anything. Then, I gave him a mission, kill Sheng Taiping. That name conversely caught his attention. Sheng Taiping? Who is Sheng Taiping? Is he worth your concern? If Li Changsheng heard the conversation between old devil Yu and the Heiwen Saintess right now, he would surely jump up in terror. He had always assumed Sheng Taiping was old devil Yu's lover, but in reality, old devil Yu did not even know which scallion Sheng Taiping was. The sect master's wife only saw Taiping as a puppet in her hands. On the surface, Sheng Taiping was a corrupt merchant in the Sheng state. In reality, he was a soul-cloned puppet controlled by Bai Shiji. This earth-shattering news made even old devil Yu unable to suppress his excitement. What? Are you crazy? You dared to kill Bai Shiji, that is Yu Linglong's husband. Unexpectedly, she did not care at all. So what? Old devil Yu shook the sect master's wife until she felt like vomiting. You still ask so what? If Bai Shiji dies and Yu Linglong goes mad, what then? Do you want our holy sect in Hehuan to be annihilated? She announced even more shocking news. Bai Shiji is already dead. Old devil Yu had to receive another shock in his old age. He momentarily could not take it and slumped to the ground. His face showed clear tension. How dare you? Did you personally take action? The sect master's wife was a bigger old fox than anyone. I only watched the show. The one who took action was that kid I estranged. He could not understand and could only roar. How is this possible? The disciple you estranged is at most at the golden core stage. Although Bai Shiji was a scholar, back then he reached the nascent soul stage with Yu Linglong's help. Even if he was not good at fighting, he definitely would not die easily at the hands of a golden core cultivator. Furthermore, Yu Linglong surely gave him a life-saving trump card. How could he die at the hands of a tiny golden core cultivator? The sect master's wife maintained her usual composure. Bai Shiji did indeed have a trump card. Sheng Taiping was a soul clone puppet he controlled. Usually he was responsible for traveling through the mortal world to earn money to fund his research. He also used this puppet to do some things he did not dare to do openly, such as having affairs with his female students. These things made an old man like old devil Yu hold his head in frustration. Have I been in the heavenly demon sect for too long, to the point I can't keep up with outside developments? Why are men nowadays increasingly more reckless than the last? Bai Shiji was also someone who did not know the meaning of death, married to Yu Linglong yet daring to go out and flirt with other women. As soon as these words were out, he was immediately called out. Do you have the right to despise him? Are you any better? This is just the wicked nature of you men, is not it? He could not find his masculine dignity with Yu Linglong, so naturally, he had to find it from other women. Yet he did not dare let Yu Linglong know, so he controlled a soul clone puppet. Yu Linglong is also a fool, only knowing how to enter seclusion and cultivate, completely unaware of how many things Bai Shiji was doing behind her back. Old devil Yu expressed his indignation through a clenched fist. If Bai Shiji did these things, I fear not only Yu Linglong did not know, but likely no one in the Bai family knew either. If the Bai family knew, they certainly would not have let Bai Shiji seek death like this. He was practically dancing on the Bai family's ancestral graves. Even Yu Linglong, who is so close to the Bai family and Bai Shiji, did not know about this. How did you know, madam? The sect master's wife gave a cryptic reply. There are many things I know. Do you want to find out? Old devil Yu did not catch her drift and commented through gritted teeth, as expected of the Hehuan sect. Not only is your dual cultivation method unrivaled in the world, but you also possess an intelligence network spread everywhere. In unusual situations, few people can refuse the advances of a Hehuan sect cultivator. They do not distinguish between male or female, nor do they obsess over love, though lifelong couples do exist. However, those who enjoy a one-night stand and leave behind a trail of karmic affinity are far more numerous. Thus, the Hehuan sect's network of connections is indeed vast, and the Hehuan saintess is the one in charge of holding that intelligence network. The secrets she knows are likely the most in the world. Suddenly her eyes narrowed visibly. I also did not expect Li Changsheng to actually be able to kill Bai Shiji. My original expectation was for him to kill Sheng Taiping. As long as Sheng Taiping died, Bai Shiji would surely appear. At that time, if Li Changsheng were no match, I would step in to save him. After that, he would surely be absolutely loyal and grateful to me. Every scenario the sect master's wife had imagined in her head had gone completely off the rails. She pouted a bit in displeasure. Everything was supposed to be under my control. Sheng Taiping would die at Li Changsheng's hands, and Bai Shiji would appear in time to act against Li Changsheng. But instead, Li Changsheng killed Bai Shiji too. Old Devil Yu still had one thing he could not understand. Though Bai Shiji was useless in combat, he was still a whole major realm higher. Furthermore, according to what I know, Yu Linglong definitely left a backup measure on him. He could summon her at any time. So how exactly did he die at the hands of a golden core cultivator? The sect master's wife gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Bai Shiji was blown to death instantly before he could use his backup measure. Yu Linglong was a step too late. By the time she arrived, he was already dead. At that moment, the old man realized something. Could it be the Ying state? Madam, this Randu disciple you recruited. Has not he received the inheritance of the Ying emperor, or is he a fireseed secretly nurtured by the remnants of the Ying state? She shook her head and refuted immediately. It is not certain yet, but he is indeed very close to the current Princess Hong Dai of the Ying state. This time when he went to kill Sheng Taiping, Ying Hong Dai also went with him. The two of them, along with Dao Yan, formed a top-tier three-person team. Old Devil Yu laughed as if realizing something. Looking at it this way, this matter seems to have nothing to do with our holy sect. That Bai Shiji truly deserved to die. If Yu Linglong handles it fairly, she might not even make things difficult for Li Changsheng. My wife's wisdom is truly heavenly. The sect master's wife quickly turned her head away, showing a sorrowful look. It is not that simple. There is one thing you still do not know. What? Yu Linglong and Bai Shiji's youngest son, Bai Guanlin, was also killed by Li Changsheng. He went from one surprise to another. It seems I really have fallen behind the times. Young people nowadays are so fierce that I can't even understand them. Back when my demonic might shook the world, I never did anything like that. The more she spoke, the more she treated it as entertainment. Bai Shiji's death can be considered well-deserved, but the death of Bai Guanru was entirely due to Li Changsheng's framing and slander. Old Devil Yu could only lament one sentence. This kid really should belong to our holy sect. Not stopping there, the sect master's wife added another piece of fresh news. There is one more thing the sect master needs to know. Before I recruited him, he was already an undercover agent sent by the holy sect to the Xuandu monastery. Hearing this, the old man could not help but be shocked. What did you say? This matter also involves me. I did not do anything. Yet she flatly affirmed. You did, sect master. Your own confidant sent him. Do you want Yu Linglong to find out about this? The matter became increasingly grave. Do you know, if Yu Linglong finds out that an undercover agent sent by my confidant killed her son and husband, how severe the consequences will be. It could even trigger a great war between the righteous and demonic paths, becoming the spark that throws the whole world into chaos. Is this your way of turning your hand to clouds and covering it for rain? Furthermore, you said Li Changsheng is the top scorer of this generation's inner sect examination at the Xuandu monastery. The sect master's wife casually observed every change on Old Devil Yu's face. Sect master, why is your expression so unsightly? Could it be that your son died? As soon as she finished speaking, the auras surrounding both of them surged. Old Devil Yu and the sect master's wife waited for each other to make the first move. In the end, it was the old man who let go first. The sect master's wife remained stretched out on the bed with a leisurely posture. However, Old Devil Yu offered a final warning. Li Huanyan, do not test my limits. At that, she clicked her tongue in annoyance. The entire room was bathed in a blinding purple light. Old Devil Yu walked out in a fit of rage. Just then, a guard appeared urgently. Sect master, he gave a low-voiced order. Investigate a Xuandu monastery disciple named Li Changsheng for me. I want his full detailed profile. It is best to uncover his exact origins and background.
Yes.
Following the order, the guard quickly vanished. Old Devil Yu remained, resentment burning in his eyes. Pinger, no matter who killed you, your father will definitely avenge you. Back to reality, Chang Sheng was facing Linglong. She had discovered an anomaly in the scroll. Mirror flower, water moon, Li Huanyan, is she the one playing tricks? Linglong directly burned the mural in her hand to ashes. On the other side, the sect master's wife smirked. Discovered it quite quickly, did not you? Linglong's face turned grim as she confronted Chang Sheng. What did you just call me, mother-in-law? I do not have a daughter. Chang Sheng was struck with shock. You said you do not have a daughter. What about Li Changxi? Isn't she your daughter? Li Changxi always calls you mother in front of me. Senior sister might have some mental issues, but she would not just use such a title randomly. Moreover, she once walked right past the monastery master and the Bai family, and no one else said there was a problem, so I believed it to be true. Upon hearing that name, she widened her eyes and revealed, Changxi, she is my daughter-in-law in name. You are Li Changxi's person, and you even know Changxi. Someone from the Li family. No, that is not right. You are Li Changsheng, Changxi's junior brother, are not you? Chang Sheng could not believe what he had just heard. Sweat poured down his face like a fountain. Why? Why would a grand figure like Fairy Linglong know me? You are the world's #1 powerhouse. Why pay attention to a small character like me? This makes no sense at all. The most illogical part is the information the Hehuan Saintess gave me. At this point, Chang Sheng helplessly revealed, the Hehuan Saintess said Sheng Taiping was her love rival. How could Sheng Taiping be your husband? Standing before an idiot like him, she further disclosed, he was not Sheng Taiping, just a soul puppet. He was Bai Shiji. As for Li Changxi, she did not lie to you either. Li Changxi truly admires me. Is there a problem with that? Chang Sheng followed that train of thought and expressed, the Saintess is the wife of the heavenly demon sect master. She said Sheng Taiping was her love rival, yet Sheng Taiping turned out to be your husband. You are telling me that is not a problem. One thing caught his attention more than anything else. So the Hehuan Saintess's name is Li Huanyan. I should probably bow my head and admit my mistake now, but it is too late. The dead cannot return to life, and my identity has been exposed. It seems from now on, I can only scrape by within the heavenly demon sect. Surprisingly, Linglong was a reasonable person. It seems you were merely a blade in Li Huanyan's hand. Did Li Huanyan tell you that Sheng Taiping was Yu Bihai's male pet? He put on a pitiful face. No, she only said Sheng Taiping was her love rival. After hearing this, she rubbed her chin, calculating. Then she did not technically lie to you. You did not ask clearly in the first place. You can't blame her. Chang Sheng recalled the smug face of the sect master's wife. I can't beat you, so whatever you say is right. The relationships between you big shots are truly a mess. The person the Hehuan Saintess admires is Yu Linglong. How does that even work? Their relationship web looked incredibly tangled and confusing. Chang Sheng frowned, suddenly remembering something. Wait, Bai Shizi, Sheng Taiping was that Bai family libationer, the Bai family. Yu Linglong's husband was a member of the Bai family. Linglong did not rush to answer but exerted her dharma power. She carried Taiping's puppet body as she gradually drifted into the air. Chang Sheng's jaw dropped like a fish out of water. This illusion technique is so lifelike. It turns out to be a lineage inheritance, even surpassing senior sisters. No wonder my disguise technique was useless before her, and even my illusions were dispelled. The true face behind the puppet gradually began to emerge. He could truly confirm everything now. It seems that is right. Because of this face. He actually looks 50% like Bai Guanlin. In that case I did not just kill Yu Linglong's husband, but her son as well. No wonder the others at the Xuandu monastery looked at me with such shock mixed with pity. Chang Sheng remembered Guanlin's surprised expression that day. He now had the answer to those confusing details. No wonder Bai Guanlin and old Madame Bai heard my crazed talk yet never suspected me. No wonder the Hehuan Saintess intended to have the scripture-passing elder meet me. No wonder the scripture-passing elder praised me so highly. I get it. I understand it all now. Li Changxi once killed one of Fairy Linglong's sons, and then I killed one too. No wonder Li Changxi felt that she and I were destined for each other. No wonder the monastery master, the scripture-passing elder, the enforcement elder, and the Hehuan Saintess, all these big shots looked at me differently. Thinking back on what he had done to the Bai family, even he found himself terrifyingly fierce. I definitely cannot continue talking to Fairy Linglong today. Chang Sheng activated the single thread pull. Hehuan Saintess, pull me away quickly. In the sky, a sword from another dimension opened up. It directly opened a spatial gate beneath his feet. The single thread pull initiated a spatial swap. Chang Sheng's eyes went wide. This is impressive. With a single glance, Linglong saw through the formation. The single thread pull is a rare spatial treasure and the guardian artifact of the Hehuan sect, capable of cross-spatial teleportation. The premise is, she waved her hand, instantly neutralizing everything. That you do not encounter me. The formation vanished, leaving Chang Sheng with a stunned expression. He did not know what to do except scratch his head and offer a hollow laugh. Previously I thought Fairy Linglong was my mother-in-law, so the stronger she was, the safer I felt. Now I know that she and I have a blood feud from killing her son. The stronger she is, the more I want to die. That damned Bai Shiji made me use up my entire arsenal. Now I do not even have a trump card to fight for my life. Then again, even if his arsenal was full, he had zero confidence in escaping Fairy Linglong. Urgent. What to do after killing the husband and son of the world's #1 powerhouse. Waiting online. Very urgent. To stall for time, Chang Sheng pointed to the sky and shouted, Fairy, I have a matter to report. Bai Shiji was secretly keeping a mistress behind your back. He braced himself and immediately changed his sway with the wind tactic. Forget it, I should show loyalty first. The only response was the confused look Linglong gave Chang Sheng. Suddenly he screamed and hugged himself. What? How are you still a virgin? Instantly, her eyes lit up, her voice turning much colder. You can even see through that. You know too much. Even though I am the world's #1 powerhouse, this lesson is something I have truly never studied. Chang Sheng had stepped into death's door once again. It seems I have made a mistake even more serious than killing Bai Shiji and Bai Guanlin. She arrogantly reached her hand toward him. With a mere lift of her hand, Chang Sheng's entire body floated high into the air. He immediately felt dizzy and disoriented.
You people.
What exactly is the relationship between all of you? Before Chang Sheng's eyes were all familiar faces. It was truly too chaotic. A single stone creates 1,000 ripples. At this moment Li Changsheng still did not know how much impact his killing of Bai Shizi had caused in the outside world, under the promotion of a certain Li surnamed Saintess, who wished to remain anonymous. The news that the Xuandu Monastery's new inner disciple, Li Changsheng, had killed Fairy Linglong's husband, Bai Shizi, spread across the world in the shortest time. Subsequently the entire world was shaken. Li Changsheng became world-famous in a single battle. From the Sheng state to the myriad nations, from the mortal realm to the two paths of immortal and demon, from commoners to land immortals, everyone was buzzing about this. Have you heard? Bai Shiji is dead. What? Who dared to kill Fairy Linglong's husband? A brave man named Li Changsheng. They say Bai Shiji committed many atrocities in the mortal realm, defying the heavens. Li Changsheng feared no power and killed him directly. They could not help but debate the topic. Did he not know Bai Shiji's identity? He knew, but he acted anyway. That is how a true man should be. I heard Li Changsheng is the successor of the Qinglian lineage from the Danqing Pavilion. Many in the Sheng state witnessed the noble righteous key he released. The central area of the Danqing Pavilion was a scenic landmark and the heart of the Qinglian lineage. It was also a holy land that all sword cultivators in the world looked toward for pilgrimage because atop the Qinglian peak resided a peerless sword immortal. Several people gathered before the great tower. A man on a flying sword appeared nearby. 4. Senior brothers, why are you free to visit my place today? Qinglian smiled and greeted his allies. He slowly landed with a dignified manner. One person in the group shouted upon seeing Qinglian. Qinglian, you have prepared a grand surprise for us. I did not expect you to nurture such an outstanding successor for our Danqing Pavilion. He frowned, his voice a bit annoyed. Pavilion master, what are you talking about? They stepped forward to soothe him. Alright, Qinglian, do not hide it from us anymore. Sowing affection everywhere, you truly are far more romantic than I. But your teaching of Li Changsheng to be such a righteous person with a heart of iron is something we all admire. Indeed, daring to kill even Fairy Linglong's husband. In this world, only a disciple of our Danqing Pavilion would have such courage. One of them emerged with praise. Qinglian, rest easy. Changsheng is not just your son, but a son of our Danqing Pavilion. I will personally visit the Xuandu Monastery. Bai Shiji's death was not enough to pay for his crimes. Even if he was Fairy Linglong's husband, our Danqing Pavilion will absolutely not let our disciple pay the price for a righteous act. This statement received widespread support. That is right, we must protect Qinglian's child so he knows the Danqing Pavilion always supports him. Qinglian still did not understand what was happening. Since when did I have an illegitimate son named Li Changsheng? I have known many women, but could I really have an illegitimate son? Why do not I remember anything? If he truly is my son, even if I offend Fairy Linglong, I will definitely protect him. Only, why do I have absolutely no impression of this? Did I ever pass on the cultivation method for noble righteous key years ago? At the same time, in the Ying State Palace, a greeting rang out. Your Majesty, great joy, great joy. The Emperor frowned and asked back, what could be so joyful? The official bowed low to report, Your Majesty, Bai Shiji is dead. The Emperor was so excited he stood up abruptly. Truly, Bai Shizi is dead. How? Was he killed? Which hero was it? I must reward him heavily. No, I must grant this hero a massive reward. He rejoiced in his heart. The Bai family is the Ying state's sworn enemy, and Bai Shiji was the biggest obstacle the Ying state has long wanted to eliminate. I have dreamed of killing him. The official cupped his hands and revealed more. Your Majesty, the one who killed Bai Shiji is one of our Ying people, a young hero named Li Changsheng. Hearing this, the Emperor was even more delighted. Our Ying state has such a young hero and I did not know. He offered his speculation, perhaps he is a fire seed nurtured in secret. After the great ancestor's failure years ago, although many were discouraged, many others hid away in silence. To nurture the next generation of seeds for the Ying state, Li Changsheng is likely one of those new seeds. The seeds of the Ying state were all trained by the veteran generals who once followed the great ancestor.
Even I do not have the right to ask.
I did not expect a genius to actually be nurtured. This is truly a grand joyous occasion. The Emperor sat down, regaining his calm. Can it be confirmed? The official seemed to have investigated thoroughly. Your Majesty, Li Changsheng traveled with Princess Hong Dai. It is said that Princess Hong Dai also played a part in killing Bai Shiji, but before acting, Li Changsheng sent the princess away first to bear Fairy Linglong's wrath alone. The more the emperor heard, the more excited he became. What a good child, even thinking of Hong Dai. How is he now? The official gave a shocking answer. He has been taken back to the Xuandu monastery by Fairy Linglong. The emperor waved his hand and issued an order. Prime Minister, mobilize all our forces. We must protect Li Changsheng. If necessary, I will personally go to the Xuandu monastery to plead for him. The official received the order and left. By your command, your majesty. I will definitely do everything in my power to rescue Li Changsheng. That night at the Assassin Alliance headquarters, the alliance leader sat irritably on the high throne. Li Changsheng used assassination methods to kill Bai Shiji. Is he one of our Assassin Alliance's people? Whose subordinate is this to have recruited such a fierce talent? The attendants below were speechless. This, he smirked and added, what is wrong, is he not under one of you? One of them boldly replied, Leader, he was previously a Xuandu disciple. Because he offended the Bai family, he voluntarily left the monastery. It seems he just joined our Assassin Alliance and has not even had the chance to officially take a master yet. The alliance leader was stunned for a moment. He has not taken a master yet he successfully assassinated such a shocking figure. This child's future is immeasurable. Send a letter to the Xuandu monastery in my name, stating that if they do not want him, the gates of the Assassin Alliance are forever open to Li Changsheng. The next morning at the Xuandu monastery, Linglong seemed to have received some news. This Li Changsheng, she kept asking herself, whose person is he after all? The monastery master immediately provided confirmation. Senior sister, he is your person. This sentence made Linglong ponder for a long time. Linglong sat regally on her chair, speaking leisurely. You say he is my person, yet he killed my husband and my son in name. The monastery master replied, Senior sister, Gui Changsheng's actions were to help you put justice above family and act on behalf of heaven. Everything he did was according to your implicit instructions. Even if his methods were a bit excessive, it was all to preserve your image and honor. Linglong said, Go on. The monastery master put on a serious face. Senior sister, over the years the Bai family has been doing wrong behind your back, treating human lives like grass, embezzling for profit, and harming the country and the people. All of these are the evidences of their crimes that I have collected over many years. Each of the scholars brought forward a tray of documents. Seeing this, Linglong observed in silence. The monastery master opened them. Here are also petitions from the myriad citizens of the Sheng state, bearing 100,000 blood fingerprints from the commoners, all hoping that senior sister can provide a path of survival for Gui Changsheng. In the hearts of the Sheng people, Gui Changsheng is a hero who killed corrupt officials and traitors on their behalf. Senior sister, the will of the people cannot be defied. Linglong frowned slightly. Absurd. These documents were clearly prepared long ago. If the monastery master was truly dedicated to official duty, you would not have waited until now to use these charges against the Bei family. At this moment, the monastery master knelt down. Senior sister, I was wrong. I am guilty. This action surprised Linglong. This guy admits his mistakes quite fast. He does not hide his intentions before me at all. She intentionally pressed further. Speak, where did you go wrong? The monastery master gritted his teeth and answered. First, I have known of the Bai family's crimes for years, yet I only brought them out now. Second, the petitions from the myriad citizens were also my doing. I was the one behind the plan for those petitions. I intentionally used them to bind you with morality. Linglong was calm. You are indeed blunt enough. That way, I have no reason to punish you for deceiving me. After all, you are my direct confidant and truly loyal to me. What about the matter with the Danqing Pavilion and the Ying State? Was that also arranged by you to pressure me? The monastery master explained. That was not my doing. I know you have never bowed to external pressure. At most, you only yield for your own people. Therefore, I only arranged for the disciples of the Xuandu monastery to stand up and petition. Suddenly a disciple entered. Monastery master, outside the main peak, several hundred disciples have gathered, kneeling in the square to plead for Gui Changsheng, hoping Fairy Linglong will show mercy and forgive him. Linglong stepped closer and questioned, was this also arranged by you? The monastery master did not deny it. Senior sister, this was indeed my arrangement, to provide a ladder for you to climb down. Furthermore, as long as you grant the request of the disciples below, you can establish a grand image of putting justice above family, and the disciples' respect for you will increase by another level. Linglong let out a tired sigh. Have them disperse first. The monastery master was troubled by this. Senior sister, I cannot do that. I have not yet reached the point of having full authority over the Xuandu monastery that makes everyone fully submissive. Arousing and discussing the righteousness of the disciples is fine, but if I forcibly suppress them, it will make them lose faith and stray from the Tao. I hope senior sister will consider this carefully. Linglong frowned in annoyance. Knowing you just took the position and your prestige is insufficient, yet you dared to set up such a large chessboard. You calculated for me to yield, did not you? The monastery master struggled to reply. Senior sister is wise and pure-hearted. Indeed, that is what I thought. Linglong turned to leave, waving her hand. Then let them kneel for a while. I have no intention of cleaning up the mess for you right now. There are many things I have not thought through yet.
You?
Are you in cahoots with Li Huanyan? The monastery master was embarrassed. It is not cahoots, it can only be considered cooperation. We have the same goal, so naturally we coordinate in some actions. But senior sister, I swear to heaven, I truly did not expect Bai Shiji to die this time. Before you ended your seclusion, I did not even know Sheng Taiping was a puppet soul clone controlled by Bai Shiji, let alone plan to target him. I did plan to act against the Beifei family, but in my plan, it was at least 10 years away waiting until after your ascension to act. Linglong considered it. Indeed, not many people knew the relationship between Sheng Taiping and Bai Shiji. It is not strange that you did not know. But for the Hewan Saintess to know is truly strange. The monastery master offered his opinion. Therefore, senior sister, I suspect that among the people Bai Shiji associated with outside, some were chess pieces planted by the Hewan Saintess, which is why she could set up this board. So senior sister does not need to be angry over the death of such a philandering man. He deserved to die. Having a celestial fairy like you, yet still going out to play. If it were me, I would have sent him to meet the king of hell too. Ling Long glanced at him. The monastery master has quite the killing intent. So when you killed Bai Junlin, was it also with such awe-inspiring righteousness? At the mention of this, the monastery master startled. Senior sister, Bai Quanlin was truly not killed by me, but by Gui Chengsheng. Linglong folded her arms. Without your help, could Gui Chengsheng have killed Bai Junlin? Without your help, Bai Junlin would not have lacked even the strength to resist, let alone the time to call for help. You must know, he died right on the mountainside of the Xuandu Monastery. That day, Gui Changsheng acted first, and then Henge covered up the traces of his action. The monastery master thought of Changsheng's image. He continued, later I checked thoroughly. Bai Quanlin died under Jiang Baqing's purple mysterious yin thunder. With Gui Chengsheng's cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to seize Jiang Baqing's thunder for himself. So if nothing else happened, Bai Quanlin ultimately died at the hands of Henge. The monastery master secretly evaluated. Just as I predicted, senior sister is not actually truly angry. The suspicion that had always circled his mind must have been 70% confirmed. Senior sister, he asked. Did you do it intentionally? Linglong remained silent. The monastery master continued. If senior sister truly wanted to protect the Bai family, they would not have fallen to this state. If you truly cared about them, you would not have chosen me as the monastery master. Senior sister, I have always suspected that you were intentionally allowing us to deal with the Bai family. Ling Long asked with a look of confusion. What exactly are you trying to say? The monastery master said solemnly. Senior sister, have you been practicing the supreme emotion severing scripture? The one that severs all emotional ties and karma to leave no burdens behind for ascension to the upper realm. Ling Long turned her gaze away. If senior sister truly practiced that scripture, then the deaths of the Bai family members would be exactly what you desired, but could not bring yourself to do. Ling Long scrutinized him. Have you been guessing this for many years? The monastery master denied it. Not many years. It was only after you chose me as the monastery master that I began to gradually confirm this thought. Senior sister, you know me. If I am in power, the Bai family would sooner or later end up dead without a place for burial. Linglong looked down with a slight displeasure. If you already had such a suspicion, why did not you just ask me? She pointed her finger. The supreme emotion severing scripture. It looks like it severs emotions, but in reality, it severs karma. To me, the karma of the Bai family is not even as heavy as yours. You are standing here alive. What does the Bai family even count for? Furthermore, if I truly practiced it, severing the Bai family would not be enough. I would have to slaughter the entire Xuandu monastery to thoroughly sever karma and ascend. Is that what you are worried about? The monastery master cupped his hands and gave a bright smile. That is good then. That was my biggest worry after that thought occurred to me. If senior sister intended to deal with the Xuandu monastery, we would be facing the greatest crisis since our founding. Linglong tapped his head with her fan. What is your head filled with all day? If you can't figure something out, why not ask me directly, practicing the supreme emotion severing scripture? Truly only you could come up with that. Even if I had the intent, do I have the power to wipe out the Xuandu monastery? Even if I had the power, would I dare? Have you forgotten the roots of our Xuandu monastery in the immortal realm? There are saints 3 feet above our heads. Even if I were insane, I would not seek my own death. The monastery master pouted. I always feel that when senior sister goes crazy, you would dare to do anything, without caring for the consequences at all. Linglong gave him another firm tap. That is only in this world. Our lineage in the upper realm is the direct legacy of the Tai King Saint. Our patriarch is the only personal disciple under the Tai King Saint. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare provoke the patriarch, let alone the saint behind him. The monastery master thought to himself. It seems I really guessed wrong. Senior sister, if you are not practicing that scripture, then why do you care so little about the Bai family? He spoke up. Yi Changsheng framed your son and carried out a direct assassination, even killing Yu Linglong's husband with his own hands, yet he is currently unharmed. No matter how I look at it, this feels wrong. That is why I guessed you were practicing the emotion-severing scripture, but that possibility has been debunked. I am truly lost in confusion now. Linglong rubbed her chin and analyzed. It seems you can't see it, and for all these years no one has. So how did Gui Changsheng see it? Even now, I have not figured it out. Is it a natural-born talent, or the high caliber of a Daluo successor? Because of Linglong's slip of the tongue, the monastery master asked curiously, Senior sister, what exactly did Gui Changsheng see? She made up a random excuse. He saw that I have never been pregnant. The monastery master's eyes widened in shock. What? Then, where did your sons come from? Linglong clarified. Bai Shiji had them with women outside. As for who specifically, I never asked and I do not care. Therefore, Bai Shiji seeking women outside has nothing to do with me. Using that as a reason to kill him is illogical. The monastery master asked sadly, Senior sister, were you and Bai Shiji just in a marriage of convenience where both sides did as they pleased? Seeing Linglong raise her hand to strike, he flinched. With one eye bruised, the monastery master smiled kindly. I misspoke. Senior sister, the Bai family married into our Shrendu monastery back then just to seek protection. In reality, you never thought much of Bai Shiji at all, right? Linglong's face darkened significantly. The monastery master laughed joyfully. I knew it. How could senior sister ever take a liking to a waste like Bai Shiji? Linglong glanced at him. Junior brother, you seem a bit off. The monastery master extended his hand with a wide grin. Senior sister, you know me. I have always viewed you as the guide on my great Tao. Knowing that you are still that pure and flawless virgin naturally fills me with joy. If you did not like that waste Bai Shiji, then you only agreed to let the Bai family marry in to protect them. Linglong stared at him. Of course not. Why would I protect them for no reason? Taking the chance, the monastery master pressed. Could it be there is someone behind the Bai family who could make senior sister go against her will and accept them? That person must be extraordinary. Senior sister is the #1 person in the world. Who could make you bow your head? The world's #1 powerhouse before you was the founder of the Yellow Spring sect, the corpse demon, who successfully ascended.
Wait, I remember something.
Your friendship with the Yellow Springs Great Emperor happened after your marriage to Bai Shiji. The corpse demon was also known as Lady Whitebone. It is said she left behind a bloodline during her lifetime. Senior sister, you received the inheritance of Lady Whitebone. You protected the Bai family to repay your karma to her. Linglong said, Lady Whitebone has successfully established herself under the protection of the White Tiger God Lord. Although I am not afraid, I still have to show some respect. The great master of the mysterious temple, the Xuandu magician, is the sole disciple of the Taiching saint. With such a background, the mysterious temple can travel freely everywhere without obstacles. Seeing this, the monastery master cut in, but free travel does not mean one does not need to respect other important figures. The 4 sacred beasts hold the power of heaven and earth, and possess immeasurable merit. Unless necessary, even a saint would not offend them without a good reason. Since Lady Whitebone received the protection of the White Tiger, God Lord, it naturally means she has established a firm foothold in the primeval immortal realm. Moreover, senior sister previously inherited the Whitebone cultivation formula, which means there is a karmic bond between you. In this situation, if I were you, I would also protect the Bai family and maintain a good relationship with her. So everything is clear now. The monastery master asked, Senior sister, why did not you tell me these things sooner? Linglong replied, did you ever ask for my opinion? The monastery master stroked his beard. I did not dare to ask. I could not ask. I lacked the courage. I was afraid you would think I had other intentions toward you. Linglong questioned, if you did not ask, why should I explain? The monastery master had to follow her lead. Senior sister is right. Linglong continued, in fact, the Bai family is the bloodline Lady Whitebone left behind while she was alive. Otherwise, how could I possibly care about them? This Gui Changsheng is truly an oddity. He acted too fast. The monastery master said, in that case, because of Gui Changsheng, you have offended Lady Whitebone, senior sister. Linglong huffed and crossed her arms. Yes. If I truly ascend and meet Lady Whitebone in the primeval immortal realm, we might even have to fight. The monastery master looked into the distance. I have not launched a full-scale attack on the Bai family yet, so why do not I give the order and help them recover? Linglong rubbed her head tiredly. Bai Guanlin's lineage was the direct bloodline of Lady Whitebone. In theory, her direct bloodline has been completely wiped out. The grudge of ending a lineage will surely lead to a life and death struggle.
Changsheng.
The monastery master spoke up. Gui Changsheng first killed Old Devil Yu's illegitimate son, then wiped out the lineage of Lady Whitebone, and offended the Yellow Spring sect. He is truly an enemy of the demonic path. Senior sister, if you do not protect him, Gui Changsheng will surely be hunted to death. Even the mysterious temple could not protect him. Linglong asked, why do you think I brought him back to the mysterious temple? The monastery master bowed respectfully. Senior sister, you are indeed merciful. I will go see Gui Changsheng later and make sure he understands your grace in protecting him. Linglong replied indifferently, that is not important. I can only protect him for a while, not for a lifetime. His way of doing things is too extreme, so extreme, I suspect he has been influenced by Li Changshi's mental illness. Whatever path he takes in the future, he must grasp it himself. This way, even if Lady Whitebone orders the Yellow Springs sect through magic, they will still be somewhat wary of the mysterious temple in the capital. The monastery master said seriously, the power of the Yellow Springs sect combined with their strange and unpredictable cultivation techniques is in some ways harder to deal with than the Heavenly Demon sect. This time, Gui Changsheng kicked a very sensitive spot again. There is still a chance. Perhaps he really is the incarnation of the Antarctic Great Emperor. Seeing his strange behavior, Linglong asked, have you also been influenced by Changxi? The monastery master quickly clarified, sister. How about you take a trip to the Yellow Springs sect? As long as you reason with the Yellow Springs Great Emperor properly, I believe the words of Lady Whitebone, who has already ascended, won't carry that much weight. The former #1 in the world is no longer here. The one holding the current #1 spot is in the mysterious temple of the capital. More importantly, I believe the great emperor of the Yellow Springs knows this well in his heart, Linglong said with dissatisfaction. Are you teaching me how to do things? The monastery master continued babbling. I am just thinking about the future of the mysterious temple. With Gui Changsheng's talent and courage, he will surely become our temple's divine general in the future. Linglong turned her face slightly. He is too brave. I can go to the Yellow Springs sect, but sooner or later I must leave. Therefore, the better I treat him now, the worse his situation will be after I am gone. I will also soon become the head of the world. The monastery master hesitated. Then how can we ensure Gui Changsheng survives? The heavenly demon sect. If senior sister ascends, old devil Yu will become the #1 in the world. The safest place then would be the heavenly demon sect. Linglong looked at him gloomily. Do you know what I inherited from Lady Whitebone? The monastery master looked blank. Inherited? Inherited what? Linglong replied sharply. The Sutra of Skin and Bone. At the disciplinary hall, Changsheng opened his eyes. Li Changxi, sitting beside him, spoke up. Junior brother, you are finally awake. Changsheng was surprised. Li Changxi. What? Changsheng sat up, his head spinning. No, I can't act impulsively. Even if the Hehuan Saintess treated me poorly, Fairy Linglong is still my mother-in-law. And Li Changxi is still my beloved senior sister. Don't get angry. Do not argue with a mental patient. He regained his composure and replied calmly. Senior sister, I killed Bai Shiji for you. Changxi winked. Junior brother, before you went down the mountain, I told you I wanted to destroy the Bai family, but you were too fast. Not long after leaving, you killed Bai Shiji. I could not keep up with your speed at all, let alone coordinate with you. You are a big shot, junior brother. Your ability to act is indeed much stronger than mine. Now, your heroic deeds are being praised by the whole world. Everyone is praising you wholeheartedly, saying you are the #1 warrior of the century. Changsheng thought to himself, after learning the truth, I also feel my courage was truly inhuman. He blurted out, he was just a bastard. Killing him was just killing him. It is no big deal. Changxi looked at him with satisfaction. Well said, junior brother. You truly are someone who has weathered great storms. Rest assured, I will go explain everything to mother for you. There won't be any problems. At most, she will be a little angry. Because of me, she definitely won't blame you too much. Changsheng said, besides you, senior sister, the attitude of anyone else in this world is not worth my concern. Whether Fairy Linglong is angry or not, does not matter to me. As long as you are happy, that Bai dog did not die in vain. Suddenly, Linglong's figure manifested. She spoke. Gui Changsheng, you are very brave. Gui Changsheng, are you saying it does not matter whether I am angry or not? Changsheng covered his face in horror, thinking, what the hell? Why did you Linglong appear in a place like this? No, I need to act more civilly, he said. Of course it does not matter. Except for my senior sister, the rest are just mediocre people not worth mentioning. You might rule supreme in this illusion, but in the eyes of geniuses like us, you are just a pitiful fool immersed in an illusion without knowing it. If only you could see through it, you would understand that killing your husband was for your own good. Unfortunately, it is hard for you to understand my good intentions. Linglong was speechless. You? Although I have heard Li Changxi's crazy talk for a long time, no one has ever dared to play the fool and act crazy in front of me like this. Changsheng continued, I am just expressing my true feelings, but perhaps you do not understand me. How ironic. Senior sister and I always treat people with sincerity, yet what we get back is the world's ridicule and insults. Some even think we have mental problems. Alas, those who understand me say my heart is anxious, while those who do not ask what I am looking for. He thought to himself, I will go all in. In case Linglong decides I have a mental problem, I might not have to pay with my life for the killing. Changxi came over to join the fun, and both of them raised their cups and laughed. Two flames in the mysterious capital and the Sheng kingdom, the heroes of the world are you and I. Come, little brother, let us toast. Linglong was speechless. As a normal person, I truly cannot understand the thought process of these two mental patients. She spoke up, Gui Changsheng, you do not look like a righteous disciple. Your way of doing things is more like someone from the demonic path. Moreover, normal demonic disciples do not have a murderous nature like yours. You seem more like Old Devil Yu's son. Your appearance and personality are 30% similar to Old Devil Yu's in spirit. I have reason to believe you are his illegitimate son, sent by the heavenly demon sect as an undercover agent at the mysterious temple. A beam of light surrounded Changsheng. Changji thought in horror, is Gui Changsheng really the illegitimate son of Old Devil Yu? At the heavenly demon sect headquarters, a man bowed and reported, sect leader, back then when your cultivation method went out of control, you used 10 ordinary women for dual cultivation in the Li family's territory. This subordinate discovered that Gui Changsheng comes from that exact place. Furthermore, his appearance is 30% similar to yours. The sect leader said calmly, I lost total control of my cultivation because the madam played tricks behind my back. The Hehuan sect is unrivaled in the world regarding sensory manipulation and schemes. I was careless for a moment and fell into her chaotic magic. She has a heart like a snake, and naturally, I did not want to touch her, so I chose to use ordinary women instead. And that entire area was Li family territory. Her surname was also Li. The subordinate stood at attention, waiting for the leader's wrath. The sect leader clenched his fist. Her power is slightly inferior to mine, but her methods far exceed mine. If so, did she start implementing her plan more than 20 years ago? The subordinate below said, "Sect leader, this subordinate has also discovered another matter." He ordered coldly. "Speak." He reported, "The small town in the Li family's territory where Gui Changsheng lived was slaughtered by our sect's disciples, and Gui Changsheng was captured and brought to the sect." The leader seemed very interested. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Although that small town was a remote place, it was ultimately under the protection of the Li family. Who dared to set foot on their territory? The subordinate continued providing information. Those who acted were a few fools from the outer sect, and they were wiped out by Gui Changsheng. One of the perpetrators was the son of an outer sect elder, so Gui Changsheng was targeted by that elder for revenge and sent to the mysterious temple in the capital as an undercover agent. The scene from that time appeared in his mind. Afterward, Gui Changsheng and young Master Ping met at the mysterious temple. Later, young Master Ping died. This subordinate discovered that on the day of Gui Changsheng's inner sect exam, he condensed a golden lotus of merit with phenomena filling the sky, as if the merit prepared for young Master Ping was inherited by him. Therefore, this subordinate has reason to suspect that perhaps it was Gui Changsheng who denounced young Master Ping. There is just one thing I do not understand. If the sect leader did not proactively inform me about young Master Ping, even I would not have known. Gui Changsheng came from an ordinary family. How did he know young Master Ping's identity? The leader sat brooding while listening to everything. The subordinate below broke into a cold sweat. The leader crossed his arms. In today's world, the mysterious temple holds immense power. Linglong is invincible, and the righteous path flourishes while the demonic path wanes. If any cultivator slaughters a city or destroys a kingdom, Linglong surely would not stand by. Regarding the large-scale massacre at the Lai family town, even we must be extremely cautious, fearing she might find out. If even Linglong did not know, how did Gui Changsheng know? The invincible power of Fairy Linglong is engraved in the mind of every cultivator. In today's world, fearing her is politically correct. He thought to himself, 20 years ago, the demonic fire in me exploded to the heavens. I was arrogant and recognized by the world as the #1 devil. That year, I happened to encounter the master of the Yanea lineage, one of the 8 lineages of the mysterious temple. Without hesitation, I severed her arm. I even used a breaking technique so her right arm could not recover. You are nothing. If it were you Linglong, she could still take a few more seats. Although Fairy Linglong has long been hailed as the world's #1 expert, after my divine technique achieved great success, I never formally fought her. Having been the world's #1 devil for so long, my ego naturally became arrogant, thinking Fairy Linglong was just a figurehead set up by others. I stepped out of seclusion with full confidence to face her in battle. Right outside the gates of the heavenly demon sect, under the eyes of all the disciples, I was beaten to a pulp. Back to reality, the leader rested his chin and said, "If I had not sacrificed 300 years of my lifespan and used the divine demonic soul-splitting technique to escape back to headquarters in time, I would be locked in a small box by now. Since then, I have not descended the mountain for 20 years, yet my reputation has not diminished. On the contrary, it has grown, because since Fairy Linglong became invincible, I am the only powerful figure of the current era to escape death at her hands. 20 years have passed. Other demonic forces only dare to wait for her to ascend and become immortal. How could they have the courage to violate her taboos? Only I, with a massive ruse and multi-layered concealment, sent Pinger to the mysterious temple. If you ask who in the world is most likely to know Pinger's identity, well, her intelligence network is #1. She even knows about the soul-splitting puppet of Linglong's husband, Bai Shiji. Knowing that I have an illegitimate son behind her back is really not a big deal. She knew Pinger was my son, and she also knows Gui Changsheng is my son. She intentionally revealed Pinger's matter to Changsheng, making my 2 sons kill each other. She even deliberately deceived me, saying no, I will kill Changsheng. No, she is simultaneously trying to drag Changsheng in, turning him into her subordinate, making him kill Linglong's husband for her. And in the future, she will even make Changsheng find a way to kill me. After all, Changsheng believes we have an irreconcilable blood feud regarding his mother's murder. A toxic woman. She wants to make everyone sitting here kill each other. This bitch is truly the #1 toxic woman in the world. At this, the leader breathed a sigh of relief. Although this matter is almost entirely confirmed, to be certain, I still need to check. This person's bloodline is not easily hidden. Where is Changsheng now? Report to the sect leader. He is in the disciplinary hall of the mysterious temple. Although Bai Shiji was Yu Linglong's husband, he committed many crimes and deserved to die. Although Yu Linglong and I are sworn enemies, I acknowledge her conduct and quality. She is not like that toxic woman. She can handle things fairly. The true king repeated the name over and over. Changsheng. Ah, Changsheng. His subordinate bowed and replied. Then after the young master descends the mountain, your subordinate will bring him back to the holy cult to verify his bloodline. The true king replied, this seat cannot wait that long. I must verify it now. You step down. This seat has his own ways. The true king gripped an object in his hand. It was time to activate the private sound transmission talisman connected to Xuandu Guan. He spoke to the object in his hand. I need Jie Changsheng's hair and skin. A voice from within replied. When? The true king said, as soon as possible. Once obtained, leave it at the Qingfeng Inn at the foot of the mountain. I will send someone to retrieve it. The voice inside the object spoke again. Fine. Send someone to fetch it in one day. The scene shifted to Xuandu Guan, the Hall of Discipline. Li Changsheng looked as though he were facing something terrifying. He thought to himself, a bone-chilling stream of yin qi is rampaging through my body. Then, Li Changsheng was surrounded by the yin corpse-painted skin sutra. Looking at the distorted faces, he thought, this seems to be a demonic art. He remained immersed in his thoughts. Yin corpse-painted skin, substituting the peach for the plum, reversing life and death. Once the minor stage is reached, as long as one has the opponent's skin, they can perfectly disguise themselves as that person. Thinking of this, he pulled out the skeleton behind him. At the great success stage, one can even seize the body and replace the soul, directly swapping karma and status, completely replacing the opponent. While painting with his brush, Li Changsheng thought, and the advancement condition for this technique is having enough skin for the practitioner to practice painting. This is absolutely a demonic art. Li Changsheng could not help but wonder. Fairy Linglong actually practices this kind of demonic art. Wait, is she helping me practice? She is transferring her cultivation to me. Time quickly passed, and a quarter hour later, Fairy Linglong said, I can only help you this far. In the future, if you want to continue progressing, you must obtain the necessary skin yourself. I can no longer help you. Hearing this, Li Changsheng wondered, skin, isn't that something easily obtained as soon as one makes a move? Fairy Linglong continued, do not wantonly kill the innocent in the mortal world, otherwise I will use your skin to practice this technique. Li Changsheng replied, Fairy, what kind of person do you take me for? I have only ever killed heinous demonic villains. Fairy Linglong spoke again, Chang Shi has given you the 1,000 faces and 10,000 appearances, and you have already entered the threshold of creating the Yao Guang net of illusions. Combined with this technique, if you still cannot pass old devil use threshold, then it is your fate. She turned to leave and said, within 1 hour, finish painting his skin. Li Changsheng seriously followed Fairy Linglong's instructions. Just after finishing, Li Changsheng was incredibly proud of his product. Bing zipping, poor child, it has been a long time. Fairy Linglong is indeed Fairy Linglong. She made me practice a demonic art and immediately used old devil Yu's son as a target. This level is truly too high. One day later, Li Changsheng was still practicing diligently. He thought to himself, skinning, deboning, soul-sucking, blood devouring. Bing zipping has completely vanished from this world. Suddenly, the law enforcement elder appeared and called out Li Changsheng. He looked at him and asked, Elder, do you have good news for me? The law enforcement elder cautioned, speak carefully later. Li Changsheng was still dazed. What is going on? The law enforcement elder explained, your matter has caused a huge uproar. The Sheng Kingdom has produced a petition of 10,000 people, and the disciples of Xuandu Guan are all kneeling outside the main peak, pleading for you, hoping Fairy Linglong and the Temple Master will show mercy. Currently the entire world is watching our Xuandu Guan. You are the most focused upon person in the world right now. He continued, the longer this drags on, the greater the negative impact. Therefore, Fairy Linglong and the Temple Master have decided to hold a public trial to bring everything to light. Many factions have also sent representatives to observe. They want to see how this world's #1 brave warrior you really looks. The law enforcement elder spoke again. Gui Changsheng, are you truly mad? Killing Bai Guanlin was already defiant enough, but you even dared to kill Bai Shiji. But do not worry too much. I see that senior sister Linglong's intention is not to kill you, otherwise, she would not have gone to all this trouble. Li Changsheng replied, Elder, I was never worried about my own safety. Bai Shiji treated human lives like grass, acting recklessly and committing heinous crimes. He continued, killing him was acting on behalf of heaven. Even if it displeased Fairy Linglong, so what? Where justice lies, I will not bow to power, nor heed personal gain. Though 10 million people may stand against me, I shall proceed. Where there is righteousness, I will not yield to authority regardless of profit. Even if 1 million people block my way. The people around him fell silent upon hearing his words. Elder Bai, sitting high above, also seemed to be deep in thought. Only after a long while did one elder laugh and say, good, truly a brave and fearless youth. Another praised, where justice lies, I will not bow to power, nor heed personal gain. Though 10 million people may stand against me, I shall proceed. Well said. That person then laughed and said to the man beside him, Junior brother, this is definitely your son. The man lowered his head in contemplation. When I was young, I relied on my romantic literary talents and did many absurd things. Once drunk, it would not be strange even if I passed on the secret Haren righteous Qi cultivation techniques. I am not sure how many seeds I have sown out there either. After thinking, the man spoke up, Senior brother is right. This kid indeed has the air I had in my youth, noble spirit, upright and incorruptible. It is as if he were cast from the same mold as me. The other person scoffed. You were far worse than him in your youth. Do not go putting gold on your own face. Before you entered the path, your fawning and bowing to the powerful just to become an official is something I do not even care to mention. Not to mention writing those flattering poems for big shots truly lacking any scholar's integrity. At the foot of the mountain, at the Qingfeng Inn, the true king exclaimed joyfully, "He is indeed my son." The scene shifted back to the rear mountains of Xuanduguan. The temple master frowned. "Changsheng, do you know you are about to die?" Li Changsheng replied. "Temple master, do not scare me. Fairy Linglong already said she would not kill me. Who else in this world would dare move against me?" The temple master added, "Since senior sister has spoken, perhaps no one on earth dares touch you, but there are those in the heavens who do." Li Changsheng was frightened. "Temple master, speak more simply. You are really scaring me to death. Xuandu Guan won't have a successor if I am gone. After all, in this world of cultivation, there really are people in the heavens." The temple master asked him, "You have realized the relationship between senior sister and the Bai family is somewhat off, have not you?" Li Changsheng replied, "It would be strange if it were right. If it were my wife and child who were killed, I would not care about anything. I would chop the killer up first and ask questions later. Yet Fairy Linglong can be so objective, rational, and fair in her law enforcement. There is definitely a hidden story. Besides, she is clearly an unmarried maiden. How could she have a child?" Seeing this, the temple master leaned close to Li Changsheng's ear and whispered something. He grabbed his head in shock. "Shit, the real backer of the Bai family is not Fairy Linglong, but the previous world's number one." Li Changsheng thought to himself, the transaction between Fairy Linglong and Madame Whitebone is not hard for me to understand. He wondered, but why, even if Madame Whitebone has already ascended, can I still end up in a blood feud with her? A good youth like me, who would not even step on an ant on the road. How did I come to this point? After a moment of thought, Li Changsheng affirmed, "It is all the Bai family's fault." He said, "If the Bai family had not proactively provoked me, how could I have offended Madame Whitebone? It is all the Bai family's fault. The Bai family members truly deserve to die." The temple master asked him with a headache, "Changsheng, can we please be reasonable for a moment?" The temple master said, "The grudge between you and the Bai family, in the end stems from the two of us setting up Bai Guanlin together. Strictly speaking, we are in the wrong." Li Changsheng replied, "Temple master, what does that have to do with us? If only the Bai family could have been a bit more polite to us." Li Changsheng explained the situation from his perspective. "If they had not fought for my position as the head inner disciple, or for your position as temple master, then we and the Bai family could have lived in peace. Ultimately, it was the Bai family's bottomless greed that led them to harm others and themselves, even implicating their ancestor. Poor Madame Whitebone, arising from a corpse with spiritual wisdom, undergoing countless hardships to slaughter her way to a path to heaven and successfully ascend to the great desolate immortal realm." The more Li Changsheng spoke, the more he laughed inhumanly. She should have had a bright future but was dragged down by her unfilial descendants, offending this seat. This seat is the reincarnation of the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole. Is that something a mere corpse like her can touch? He added, "Temple master, for Fairy Linglong's sake, if she is in contact with Madame Whitebone, then ask her to pass a message. As long as Madame Whitebone is willing to bow her head and admit her fault to this seat, I will forgive her unfilial descendants' disrespect toward me." The temple master was somewhat wary of these words. "Changsheng, I know you are panicked after learning the truth, so you have started deceiving yourself." He advised him, "It is fine to lie to me, but for heaven's sake, do not lie to yourself." The temple master continued, "There is one thing you must know. Madame Whitebone was the previous sect master of the Huangchuan sect. Although she cannot easily descend to the lower realm, as long as her decree is sent down, you might have to face the entire sect."
Li Changsheng asked, "Temple master, do not you think I am very fated with these demonic second generations?" He agreed, truly fated.
"First, you killed old Devil Yu's illegitimate son, then you wiped out Madame Whitebone's lineage." The temple master continued, "Let us put it this way, even senior sister's achievements against the demonic path are not as illustrious as yours." Li Changsheng was confused. "Temple master, between you and the emperor of Huangchuan, who is stronger?" The temple master fell silent. Li Changsheng called out, "Temple master, say something." Li Changsheng kept pestering, "Temple master, say something." Li Changsheng was dissatisfied. "Last time I asked who was stronger between you and old Devil Yu. You also replied with this silence. As the leader of the world's #1 power, how can you not beat two demonic overlords?" The temple master replied angrily, "Old Devil Yu and the emperor of Huangchuan are legendary demonic titans who have awed the world for hundreds of years. I have only just succeeded the position and am much younger than them." "What, you are not convinced?" Li Changsheng knew he had provoked him and said, "The temple master is #1 in the world, therefore, I still have to go seek protection from old Devil Yu." After a moment, the temple master calmed down and said, "If you can stay on the mountain from now on and never descend, I can naturally protect you completely. As long as you are in Xuandu Guan, even if Madame Whitebone returns, she won't touch a single hair on your head." Li Changsheng smiled, "I believe your words are true, but I certainly cannot stay on the mountain forever. I have never heard of a precedent where one can ascend to immortality by closed-door cultivation alone. Moreover, since you love me so dearly, I cannot be a useless person who only consumes spirit stones and resources without contributing to the temple." Finally, Li Changsheng said, "Temple master, I'm going to the heavenly demon cult." The temple master became happy again. "Good child, this is what you should do. If you were just a waste who only bullied those at home, you would not be worth such painstaking cultivation. Li Changsheng continued. Your expectations for me do not stop here, and I hope not to disappoint them. He became excited. I want to develop the heavenly demon cult into a branch of Xuandu Guan, but... Li Changsheng then wondered. This disciple has one question. Can old devil Yu actually protect me? The temple master replied. For the past 1,000 years in the cultivation world, the yin has flourished while the yang declined. First, there was Madame Whitebone awing the world, then senior sister appeared out of nowhere. But after senior sister ascends, old devil Yu will be the #1 in the world. This is basic common knowledge. Li Changsheng pondered. Couldn't Fairy Linglong kill old devil Yu before she ascends? The temple master replied with some disappointment. Of course she could, but for the one who starts it, won't there be consequences? If senior sister did that, after she leaves and the next world's #1 appears in another sect, how would the disciples of Xuanduguan manage? The temple master continued. There is no eternal world's #1, but the great immortal sects always remain. Li Changsheng replied. Understood. The Yin Corpse Painted Skin Sutra. Can it really fool old devil Yu? He spoke in a speculative tone. It seems I have realized yours and Fairy Linglong's plan. The temple master added. The core of this plan does not lie in how sophisticated the scheme is, but in one single thing. He spoke loudly. The one who is forging your identity is senior sister. Senior sister is invincible under heaven. Li Changsheng was speechless at the temple master's words and actions. He shouted at him. I know what you want to say. Quick, make me angry. The temple master frowned, acting very angry. Then he cursed loudly. You scoundrel, how dare you speak so recklessly and offend your superior? Get the hell down the mountain for me. The temple master whispered a reminder to Li Changsheng. Old devil Yu should be at the foot of the mountain now and could contact you at any time. Adapt to the situation yourself. Li Changsheng cupped his hands. Farewell. Fairy Linglong also seemed to hear their commotion. In a moment, Li Changsheng had reached the foot of Xuanduguan. Cheng Ji asked him, Junior brother, how did you offend the temple master? Why did he fly into such a rage? I have always thought the temple master had a pretty good temper. Li Changsheng scratched his head and replied, I asked the temple master if he secretly loved Fairy Linglong, and then he got mad. Cheng Ji seemed to understand. You dared to ask that. No wonder the temple master was angry. Li Changsheng laughed and replied, what is there to not ask? The temple master is a coward. If he likes senior sister, he should just say it. It is no big deal. Just like if I like senior sister, I will just say it openly. Hearing this, Chang Shi asked in surprise, junior brother, you like me? Li Changsheng replied as if it were obvious, senior sister, do you have some misunderstanding about yourself? You are so beautiful, gentle and kind. Is not it normal for me to like you? Chang Ji was shy. Junior brother, since you know how to talk more. Li Changsheng added, senior sister, actually during the 2 days I was down the mountain, I missed you constantly, so I specially wrote a poem for you. Li Changsheng smiled to please Chang Shi. She asked in surprise, you wrote a poem for me. In an instant Chang Shi became extremely happy. She thought, let us see if anyone else dares to say I have mental problems. My junior brother is the reincarnation of the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole, yet he is captivated by my charm and even wrote a poem for me. She spoke up, read it, let me hear it. Li Changsheng immediately recited, clouds remind one of her clothes, flowers of her face. The spring breeze brushes the balustrade, the dew on the flowers is thick. If not seen atop the Jade Mountain, she must be met beneath the moon at the Jasper Pool. Every line perfectly suited Chang Shi. She exclaimed happily, oh my, though this poem of yours only describes 1/10,000th of my peerless beauty, I will reluctantly accept it. Li Changsheng thought, damn, copying poems is a powerful tool for flirting, but when the target is a nutcase, the damage is half. He thought gloomily, I regret it. I feel like I have wasted a trump card. Had I known, I would have saved it for Fairy Linglong, or the Hewin Saintess. At this moment, Li Changsheng had not yet realized that he copied the poem to flirt with a girl, but as a result, before the girl was won over, he won over a man. The poem he recited for Chang Shi, with the help of a certain peak master surnamed Li who wished to remain anonymous, had spread to every corner of Xuanduguan. Those two senior and junior brothers had also seemingly arrived at Xuanduguan. The junior brother thought, I really can't remember where I have sown seeds anymore. He spoke, senior brother, this might be a misunderstanding. Gui Changsheng and I did not actually. But then that poem interrupted him. She must be met beneath the moon at the Jasper Pool. If not seen atop the Jade Mountain. The spring breeze brushes the balustrade. Clouds remind one of her clothes. The junior brother was immediately captivated by the poem. He praised secretly. Good, great poetry. Was this written by Changsheng? The junior brother was excited. Senior brother, you are right. Changsheng is indeed my son. He said confidently. Besides me, who else could father such a romantic literary talent? It must be him. With that, he flew off. The senior brother wondered, hey, where are you going? Not long after, that junior brother arrived at the foot of Xuanduguan. Upon arrival he said, Changsheng, I am your father. Changsheng was confused. I thought old devil Yu had arrived. Changji said in surprise, I did not expect the green lotus sword immortal to be the reincarnation of the primordial heavenly king. My apologies, my apologies. The man was stunned by her words. What? He said, Chang'e, are you mad? I am Li Qinglian. Do you not recognize me? Chang Ji replied, I recognize you. But before, I only thought you were a low-level scumbag. Now, perhaps I need to get to know you all over again. She continued, normal people would not dare touch my junior brother's body, yet you dare say you are my junior brother's father. Could it be? You are the reincarnation of the primordial heavenly king. Chang Shi put her hands on her hips. If that is the case, it makes sense. Has some major incident happened in the heavens? Has a saint truly fallen?
Li Qinglian replied, we were having a nice talk. Why did you suddenly drag the primordial heavenly king into this?
That is the primordial heavenly king, a saint at the top of the food chain. If you keep talking about him like that, what if he gets angry? Li Qinglian asked Chang Sheng's body. What does it have to do with that heavenly king? Chang Ji replied to him, of course it is related.
Li Changsheng was stunned. Holy crap, is the background of the great emperor of longevity of the South Pole that big? The primordial heavenly king had a son. None of the web novels I read in my past life mention this.
He thought to himself, in my impression, all saints walk the great Tao alone. How could they have a Tao companion, let alone a child? I miscalculated. It is fine to pretend to be old devil Yu's son, but did I also pretend to be the son of the primordial heavenly king? In his heart, he thought of that senior who seemed to have a rather difficult temper.